Make sure everything's all Gucci. Right about now, the Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. Alright, we good. I just had to make sure the audio was good. That's like my go-to mic check. Just doing the Rockefeller stank. We got some videos to play. I hate ads.
The alternate Earth presented to us in the Fallout universe is one straight out of our worst nightmares. In a world where dangerous horrors are lurking around every corner, there are few things that are more terrifying than the possibility of global nuclear war. For unless you're one of the diligent few who have made extensive preparations to shelter yourself and your loved ones in the case of such an event, or you happen to live in an area that isn't directly in the line of fire, or subject to the mass amounts of fallout or other various harmful byproducts of this type of catastrophe, the average person can do little to prevent the death or horrifying amounts of harm inflicted upon them, if they manage to live, should those at the top choose to press their respective buttons. And unfortunately, it could potentially happen at any time. Now, in a world where this has happened, survival becomes the end-all be-all of existence, especially in one like we see in Fallout, where it's not just the radiation and other survivors one has to contend with, but mutated animals and humans making an already treacherous wasteland all the more treacherous. But even these creatures, as terrifying as they can be, are also trying to survive. And just as humans do, some of them band together in order to create makeshift civilizations, communities, religious orders, and even governments, ushering in a new world order as the old world crumbles beneath the radiated dust. A world that was nearly dominated in totality by our subject of this video, the Holy Flame, the Dark God, and the Father of Hope himself, the Master, and his all-consuming hive mind of mutants. Hello everyone, and welcome to the 234th episode of Analyzing Evil. Last time we entered the Fallout universe in one of these episodes was at the request of the patrons and members, who chose Mr. House to be their pick for a video in March of 2024. And now they once again requested that I make my return to this series by covering one of the most requested characters from it. As the first big bad of the series, the Master is a remarkably excellent villain, one that has managed to remain at the forefront of fans of this series' minds for nearly 30 years now. A man-turned-mutant turned half-machine, half-mutant hybrid hive mind, hell-bent on bringing back this world from the brink, that's as captivating as they are terrifying. And in this video, we're going to explore everything that has made this character an icon of video game villainy, and one of the greatest villains to come out of this timeless series. Before we continue, I will mention that I'll be using information from the Fallout Bible in this video, and though its canonicity is up for debate, I think it has a lot of information in it that enhances the Master's character, and so I've used some of the information we can find there to bolster my analysis of them. Now without further ado, let's begin. While being born after the Great War that destroyed the world must be a horrid thing for anyone to have to experience, being born before everything was destroyed is arguably worse. You've already tasted what it's like to live in a world full of life and wonder, and so to be denied these things must be an infinitely harder thing to endure than to live never having experienced them at all. At least in this universe, the horrors of the outside world were alleviated for the lucky few who found themselves near or inside a vault when the bombs dropped in October of 2077. But even then, going from living in a world relatively untouched by horror to one dominated by it, whilst also eking out your existence in a tin can, isn't exactly comforting. Perhaps such uneasiness is what ended up driving the man who would one day become the Master, Richard Moreau, to murder one of his fellow vault dwellers, and set him on the path towards becoming so much more than just a simple survivor. According to First Citizen Joanne Monette of Vault City, Richard Moreau was a citizen of Vault 8, the vault closest to Vault-Tech's main facility, whose citizens were charged with repopulating the Earth in the event of a nuclear war. However, When Vault 8 was given the all-clear, and shortly after its citizens established Vault City, Richard was exiled by his fellow dwellers for the crime of murder, setting off into the unknown on his own, before he eventually made his way to the hub, where he took on the name Richard Gray shortly after arriving there.
Quite impossible. In the century we have lived outside the vault, no one has ever chosen to leave. Although there were 2 citizens exiled from our city long ago, as punishment for their crimes. Murderers, both of them. Boyarsky was exiled 10 years ago, and Richard Moreau was exiled shortly after we left the vault. Citizenship is a sacred trust.
The thing about this bit of information, though, is that we have no way of verifying whether or not it's true. And if we look to an answer to a question posed to Chris Avallone that we can find in the Fallout Bible, it becomes even more murky. So Richard Gray was the first vault dweller, not the main character in FO1. And why did he leave his vault? According to Lynette in Fallout 2, Richard was exiled from Vault 8 for murder. The details of the murder are unknown, and judging from the hypocrisy filling Vault City, the entire incident is questionable. So whether or not it's true that Richard Moreau was exiled from his vault for murdering someone is up for debate. And whether or not he actually did doesn't matter all too much in the grand scheme of things. But I'd like to think that people who enjoyed the protection of a group weren't typically too keen on leaving them for the great unknown that is the wasteland. So Richard getting into some sort of altercation with another vault dweller that then ended in murder and exile seems like a fairly solid reason for him to set out on his own. Though it is entirely possible that he desired to forge his own path in life and left his people because of that desire. Whatever the case may be, as I said earlier, Richard eventually made his way to the hub after he was exiled in 2092, where he changed his name and either continued to ply his trade as the doctor he already was, or made himself into one to reinvent himself into something more than he was during his time in the vault. A man who knew him at this time, Harold, described him like so.
Brilliant guy. A doctor and philosopher. Long ago, he led the expedition where I got changed into a mutant.
Back to the ground after the penalty. And not much there. He's back to the original.
We're drinking Celsius today. We got 4 Celsius. We're going to be doing a 20-hour stream, probably. I don't know. I'm kidding. We're going to be doing a long...
And great man all in one. And as
we led the expedition where I got changed.
We're going to be streaming for our normal 8 hours.
So from what little we know of Richard's character, he's a murderer, doctor, philosopher, and great man all in one. And as we'll soon discuss, who Richard was when he was just a man could be very crucial to understanding his transformation into something much more and much worse. Mankind sins well enough in our universe, but in the Fallout universe, the follies of pre-war Earth were not just found in the conditions that led to an all-out war between superpowers, but in the sinister experimentation that would lead to the advent of mutants in the post-war world. 24 years before the war began in 2053, a disease known as the New Plague began ravishing the world, with the U.S. closing its borders after losing tens of thousands of people and ordering everyone into quarantine. 3 years later, the United States granted the ZAX 1.0 supercomputer system that was given to them by Vault-Tec to West-Tec at their research facility southwest of LA, so they could begin engineering a virus that would wipe out the New Plague on behalf of the U.S. government. Sadly, West-Tec was never able to engineer a cure for the New Plague, but their research into creating a new virus that could kill the New Plague eventually led to West-Tec being granted a contract by the U.S. government and military. And in September of 2073, they attempted to create a countermeasure to Chinese bioweapons in the form of a general immunization agent, a project that was dubbed the Pan-Immunity Virion Project, or PVP. However, 2 years into their research, things would take an interesting turn, which is exemplified for us in a holodisc labeled FEV Experiment Disc that we can find in West-Tech's former research facility, now dubbed the Globe, in Fallout 1. Log date March 21st, 2075. Major Barnett has altered experiments with batch 10-11 of Pan-Immunity Virion, which has been renamed FEV for Forced Evolutionary Virus. His main concern is with the side effects of the quad helix structure, rather than its main effect of replicative stability. He believes the new structure is the next logical step from mammalian nuclei. Experiments with single-celled organisms is a great success. While their basal metabolism appears unchanged, their immunity to infection and radiation is exceeding all earlier expectations. Addendum: chloroplasts seem unaffected by the virion. Further experiments on plant cells have been canceled by order of Major Barnett. Log date May 9, 2075. We infected several species of flatworm with FEV. Within hours, the worms had increased in size by 28%, and 39 several viral contagions were resisted by the population. Each sample was allowed to continue for several generations, and the new DNA structure was successfully passed on to worms' progeny, although only asexual reproduction was noticed in the samples. Experiments with insects have had less success. Major Barnett has postponed these experiments until further notice. Log date June 30th, 2075. Several lab strains of white mice have been infected successfully with FEV. Again, an increase in size was noted within hours, and after 9 days, all mice had stabilized at 31% larger than the control group. Dissection revealed the most increase in size in striated muscle tissue and certain internal organs, such as the liver, heart, and kidneys. In a surprising finding, the infected mice were found to run mazes in less than half of the time of the control group. More testing will be needed to confirm this finding as significant. Log date November 9, 2075. We have infected 218 rabbits with FEV. Half of the subjects were implanted with electrodes to monitor EEG activity before and after the infection. Increased electrical activity in the brain was noted in 3.2 seconds, on average, after injection. Again, the typical size increase was noted. However, increased aggression and posturing, especially among males, was noted as well. Sacrifice and perfusion yielded brain tissue that showed increased dendritic connection, especially in the limbic system and frontal cortex. Log date January 12, 2076. With batch 11-11, we've improved the mitotic cycle efficiency by 43%. We've infected 53 raccoons with the new strain. In addition to the now expected size increase, behavioral tests confirmed an increase in intelligence and manual dexterity by 19 points on the Schuler-Cap Index. Unfortunately, several subjects escaped confinement and had to be hunted down and dispatched. Major Barnett ordered the remaining subjects terminated. Log date May 13, 2076. We have spliced several new gene sequences supplied by Major Barnett's advisory team into FEV. With batch 11-101A, we infected 23 dogs of both pure and mixed breed, and all of them experienced nearly immediate growth. The larger size was accompanied with increased aggressiveness, while no significant intelligence increase was noted. We plan to attempt crossover of 92 allele pairs with batch 11-11. All subjects were terminated after 14 weeks of study. Log date October 4, 2076. The crossover has been completed, and 15 chimpanzees were infected with batch 11-111. Growth and immunity levels are unprecedented. Attempts to induce cancers in the subjects through radiological and increased aggressiveness have led to isolating the subjects. 2 subjects suffered violent epileptic seizures and died. All remaining subjects terminated. That's not exactly what West Tech was looking to achieve with this research, but as an unintended result of experimentation, this is about as good as it gets, especially for a company working on behalf of the U.S. military, with the higher-ups, as you heard, being quite pleased with what West Tech managed to accomplish here. That must have been all well and good for the military, but the rest of the world, not so much, as something this revolutionary and volatile was liable to cause many more problems than it was meant to solve, even before the war happened, especially when you consider the final entry in this data file. Log date January 7th, 2077. Major Barnett has ordered transfer of all FEV research to the Mariposa military base. He plans to continue the project experiments on volunteer subjects. I am against this, and would like it noted here that research on human subjects is not recommended by myself or my staff. As you might have guessed, the advancement to voluntary human experimentation was a slippery slope, and it wasn't long before involuntary experimentation began to take place at Mariposa, as well as in the Appalachian town of Huntersville, where the water supply was poisoned with FEV, so West Tech might study its effects on the human body further. Here's what the Fallout Bible has to say about what went on in Mariposa after these human experiments began. Captain Roger Maxton and his men discovered that the scientists at Mariposa have been using military volunteers, that is, military prisoners who didn't have their brains scooped for use in brain bots, as test subjects in their experiments. Morale in the base breaks down, and Maxton executes Anderson, the chief scientist. Not long after this, and in light of the mental breakdown of Colonel Spindle stationed at the base, Maxton's men turn to him for leadership. He shrugs and says, "We should quit." It's interesting to note that the Fallout Bible also states that several months before Captain Maxon staged his mutiny, that FEV research was leaked to the world through an unknown source, resulting in protests in many major cities and governments around the world, as well as accusations that the U.S. was responsible for the new plague. It further states that FEV was seen as the threat it was, and only served to fuel tensions. And I couldn't really find anything else about this, aside from a mention of a leak in an article titled The Origins of Fallout by Scott Campbell, over on No Mutants Allowed. I tried to greatly hint that this research had gotten out, and that this information leak is possibly the catalyst that caused the missiles to be launched. Now this bit of information is interesting, because the cause of the Great War in the Fallout universe is essentially unknown, with only speculative theories providing us any sort of clarity on the issue. But in a lot of those theories, China is blamed for having started the war. And if that's true, it might make a whole lot of sense that the reason they bombed the US in the first place was because the US was developing a super mutant virus that could easily allow them to win future wars, or to send the world further into chaos if they were unable to control it. Which makes even more sense when you consider that the West Tech research facility was targeted during the war, and now lies as the ruin known as the Glow. However, West Tech was also responsible for much more militarily than just engineering FEV. So it is possible that the facility was targeted simply because it was a military research facility. Ultimately, whether or not any of this is true doesn't matter all too much, nor does it change anything about the Master and their story. But it was a fun bit of information I came across that I thought I'd share with all of you regardless. Now who knows what West Tech and the US government may have unleashed on the world with FEV, had the war not occurred, but it did. And after the bombs fell, unlike the West Tech research facility, Mariposa Base came out unscathed. But fearing that this would soon change, Captain Maxon ordered his forces to vacate the base to make for the Lost Hills, leaving it unattended and abandoned. Over time, the base became as derelict and decrepit as any other structure. But this was no ordinary building. It was a certified biohazard holding a virus that could transform an already ravished world into something even more horrifying. And slowly but surely, that started to become a reality. As Mariposa decayed, many unfortunate creatures would find their way into its depths through cracks and holes, transforming them into hideous mutant monstrosities that, upon re-emerging into the world, began to target any unmutated creatures they could find, including humans who happened upon their paths in caravans. And as time passed, these attacks only became more frequent, which brings us back to Richard Gray and his tragic transformation into one of the greatest threats this new world has ever known, only 10 years following his exile from Vault City. Harold, the mutant we meet in many Fallout entries, first made his appearance in the hub in Fallout 1, where, as I've already mentioned, we learn a bit more about Richard's story.
The whole thing? Well, after the Great War, my vault was one of the first to open. Long time. All started with the sirens. I was young, but I do remember that. A lot of terrible years followed, and I remember walking out of the vault late one morning. Well, I was a trader. Did pretty good making a circuit between survivors. Lost a lot of good people, though.
Sign up for betting?
Gangers got 'em. Scavengers attacking the caravans, and mutants, son of a dog, if they weren't springing up like rabbits with a mission. Had to have an army of guards with just to do a deal.
Omaha!
Everywhere. Hell, seemed like you couldn't fart without hitting one. But mostly in the northwest. I needed to see what was there. Maybe stop whatever was churning them boogers out. We thought we were prepared. Were we wrong? We mounted an expedition. God, Richard Gray led a small group of us up there. Richard Gray was a doctor. A little older than me, and Fran was he smart. He found the source. Some sort of old military base. We lost a lot of folks getting in there. Because it was like someone went bargain shopping at Mutant Land. Phew, cheaper by the dozens. Can't figure any other reason except that being the factory. We got pretty far inside. Wasn't a lot of us left by then. Gray, me, and a couple of others. One of them robots got Francine. Mark was wounded. Sent him back to the surface. Then it was just me and Gray. To this day, I don't know. He never made it back here, and, well, I couldn't face the wasteland again, so I never looked. We made it to some sort of central core, like a plant of some sort. That's when it happened. A robot crane crashed into us. Last I saw Gray, he was flying through the air and into some sort of acid bath. I was in bad shape and, well, I passed out. No, you idiot! I just said I never saw him again, didn't I? Well, I have no idea. Woke up in the wasteland, barely hanging on. Got lucky, and some traders I knew found me days later. Good thing, since I was already changing. They brought me here, and here I've been since. All I know is it was something inside that base. How the hell should I know? Gray would have known if anybody could. Anyway, that's how the deal went down.
That's quite the tragic tale, and it would have been a tragic end for a man who, while possibly being a murderer, seemed to have been actively trying to remake himself into something better. The thing is, even though Richard wasn't able to continue building himself up into the decent man he seemed to be, he would still end up being remade all the same, just not in a way he, nor anyone else could have ever predicted.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mutants are best equipped to deal with the world today.
Who else?
The ghouls?
Please.
Normals.
They brought nuclear death to us all. This will be the age of mutants.
A psychically powered horror of several minds, and scraps of technology that defies all reason and all logic. A creature that looks to be in just as much pain as it is painful to look at them. The aesthetics of characters like these are some of the most disturbing things in all of fiction. Sitting in a pool of melted flesh and blood is a computer monitor with torn and ripped flesh stretched tightly over its face, with sores and errant strands of skin scattered about what you might have once been able to call a body, and odd appendages in an agonizing massage, only adding to the horror of this technological mutant creature. Something that isn't quite a man, but isn't quite a monster either, with a face that may have once belonged to Richard Gray, serving as an ever-present reminder that this is no mere horror out of the darkest of tales, but something that was once a human being, like you or I. A beast whose body isn't relegated to the platform it rests on, but the surrounding area as well, if the description you receive when walking through the corridor of revulsion is any indicator.
Yep.
The hairs on the back of your neck rise. You feel something from the corridor ahead. The bile rises as you recognize the mass of flesh ahead, human parts in the wall itself. The worst part is that it is moving, calling to you. Your nose starts to bleed. You hear voices in your head. They are calling your name. Darkness washes over your eyes for a moment, but you recover. A voice calls to you. You turn your head and see the image of a forgotten friend, obviously dead. The worms fall from her rotted jaw as your headache grows. It is getting harder to move forward. Your foot seems bonded to the floor. You look down, and the flesh of the floor is crawling up your leg. Teeth gnaw at your knees. Still, your headache gets worse. Something catches your attention, a flash of movement from the ceiling, and then a sliver of bone pierces your eye. With it comes the thoughts of the dead and tortured. The pain in your head is maddening. You feel the sins of others wash over your soul, and it gets worse as your sins answer them. Like madmen, they fight through your psyche, and in the process, tear your personality apart. Your head is pulsing with the intrusive thoughts of others. The pain grows and grows. Suddenly, as if it never existed, the pain vanishes. You fall to the ground and weep, but something does not feel right. More unsettling than the Master's appearance, though, is their voice. A garbled and error-prone mess of several voices belonging to some of the unlucky few who have already been assimilated into the Master's own body and mind. And with these dreaded lines, we're given a glimpse into the madness of a mind connected to perhaps thousands of others, and the potential eternal torment of that mind, as well as those minds that have been absorbed, as they fight within their host for any semblance of individuality and freedom that they can possibly find in such a wretched state of being. But again, this was once a person, several of them in fact, and fortunately for us, we're given some insight into the beginnings of Richard's transformation into this monstrosity through a holodisc found in Mariposa Base. A holodisc labeled Richard Gray's Audio Diary. I'm dying. I need to get this down before the...
Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot die. I cannot so. And it's not the hair. Landmines have taken my sight, taken my hair, taken my arms, taken my legs.
The pain overwhelms me. I can't believe that I was finally able to drag myself out of that vat. The slime did not affect me, but I nearly drowned. I don't know what happened to Harold. He was standing right next to me when the crane knocked me into the vat. He must have been killed, or he would have tried to help me. Francine is dead, killed by one of those robots. I have no idea how much time has passed. I was able to hack the computer to turn off the robots and record this, but now my mind is slipping away. There is much pain. The green slime that I was immersed in is the source of all the mutations we traced it here. My skin is starting to fester and peel. In other areas, it is bubbling and is expelling a green, mucus-like substance. Some days, the pain is almost tolerable. I can actually walk a few steps again. It seems inconceivable that I dragged myself all the way up here from the vat room. Strangely, I'm actually feeling stronger, though I'm still in a lot of pain. Everything seems to be getting smaller. I think I consumed one of the mutated things scurrying around here today. Some sort of tendril had sprang from my stomach and covered the poor creature. As soon as it had sucked the rodent into my gut, I could actually feel its mind, I think. There is the very real possibility that I'm going slowly insane and can no longer differentiate between what is real and what is a hallucination. Maybe I'm still slowly dying in a vat, and I've imagined all this. Things are becoming more clear to me every day. This toxin has actually improved my mind. I feel that I can understand even the most complex philosophical questions, simply and directly. It's as if all the layers of artifice have been stripped away. I wonder what would happen if I submerged an animal in the vats for a prolonged period of time. Would it gain awareness? The strangest thing is happening to the animals. They actually become smarter and more aware of their surroundings. I dipped a dog and a rat at the same time today, and they were fused together. It's not quite two creatures anymore, but it's more than one. Perhaps this is the future, a coming together of different creatures in some sort of harmonious unity. I no longer consume the different animals I create simply for sustenance. I have become the instrument through which unity will be achieved. I am so much more than a human being now. It's time to bring others into the glory that is the unity. A lost soul has finally strayed into my home. I was so surprised I consumed him before dipping. A mistake I shall not make again. His mind was so primitive as to be repulsive to my refined cognitive abilities. I've begun to modify myself to be more pleasing to the unity by injecting small doses of the virus into my body. The slime in the vats is a man-made virus called the Forced Evolutionary Virus. This information was acquired from my newly grown Neuralink with the base computer. The few wanderers that have found their way here have been a disappointment to me. They can't seem to mutate correctly. The best I've been able to create are some big and dumb mutants. Most can recall nothing from before I initiated them into the wondrous unity. I only feed on them for fuel now. Their minds are nothing to me. Oh, glorious Creator, I have succeeded in spreading the complete joy of unification to another soul. Unlike the others, his total radiation count was low. I believe this is the factor we've been overlooking all this time, as it seems the conversion is more successful in the cases with less radiation damage. I have never known such glory as I felt when taking his mind into our own. We are beginning to create an army dedicated to unifying the wonderful diversity of life. We have trained them to continue our work here, while we search out more populated areas to take into ourselves. We are beginning to feel the limitations of a body that is mobile. We must find a permanent home, with a greater store of knowledge, and a steady supply of biomass. We have stopped increasing ourselves until we can find this new unification center. When we have arrived, we will continue to grow and feed until we have brought peace and unity to the entire world.
Right here. It's third down.
These words chronicle the very beginning of the entity that would come to be known as the Master, and the philosophy it developed. A mutated creature that held within its mind only a semblance of the man that it had evolved from, that spent 50 years in the darkness of Mariposa, experimenting on unassuming creatures, and perfecting their plan. Even so, it was Richard Grey who transformed into the Master, and it was Richard Grey's mind that was in control. So perhaps it's in Richard Grey's story that we can find the basis for this new ideology of unification, born from the corrupted mind of the Master. Now, all we really know about what kind of person Richard was is based off of what others have said about him. As the only bit of information we're given that comes directly from him, the audio diary I mentioned for you a moment ago, doesn't really clue us into what kind of man he may have been, nor does anything he says after he's become the Master. So the information we're given about Richard from others is all we have to go off of, as far as understanding who he might have been before he transformed. That information being that he was possibly a murderer, according to Lynette, and that he was supposedly a doctor, and a good man, according to Harold. As we've already discussed, we have no way of knowing whether or not Richard was actually a murderer, but Harold seems to be a reliable enough source, so I'm willing to believe Richard truly was a good man before his transformation. However, even though we can confirm whether or not he was a murderer, his development of his unity philosophy following his evolution might make a bit more sense if he was. As you heard earlier, Richard began experimenting with organic life when he started to feel the enhancements to his mind that the FEV granted him, and he began wondering what would happen if he dipped animals into a vat. Now, you could chalk this up to the curious boredom of an increasingly twisted mind, but you could also point to the notion that Richard was a doctor and purported philosopher, two aspects of his person that may have led him towards philosophical musings on the various possibilities surrounding FEV, due to his penchant for philosophy, and his willingness to experiment on animals could be explained by the fact that doctors have to familiarize themselves with the more gruesome aspects of sentient life. And both of these things, along with his transformation, may have made it so a little animal experimentation wasn't something he'd shy away from. As for his possible status as a murderer, perhaps it was his willingness to take a life long ago that, in combination with his other traits, made it much easier for Richard to decide that experimentation on, and subsequent assimilation of humans, was the best course of action for him to take in these initial stages. Drawing these conclusions could be a bit of a stretch, as if we follow a more direct line of thinking here, it makes sense that Richard simply formulated his new worldview as a result of the mind-altering experience he was forced to endure. However, every possibility is worth looking into when dissecting a character, and considering these aspects of his character could tie into the development of his philosophy as the Master, I figured I should at least mention them. But let me know what you think down in the comments. Now, as terrifying as the Master's initial experimentation on and assimilation of various creatures and humans was, it's really that unique ideology he developed that serves as the most terrifying aspect of his character. For if he were just an amalgamated mutant monstrosity dwelling in the depths of a forgotten military base, who ensnared any unfortunate creature that wandered into his domain, into his web, then the Master would be little more than a monster. A grotesque and nightmare-inducing monster to be sure, but a monster nonetheless. No, it's the Unity plan that truly makes him horrifying. A plan to turn all viable humans and animals into mutants, and assimilate them into the Master's hive mind, so they might remake the world in their image, and bring about a golden age of sapient life on this planet. An age where the horrors of a past that reduced this world to a smoldering ruin would not only be forgotten, but be impossible to replicate, due to all life being one with the Master and his vision.
The Unity will bring about the Master race. Master! One able to survive, or even
Thrive.
in the wasteland. As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart fighting each other. We need one race.
Race.
One goal.
Goal.
One people to move forward to our destiny. Of course.
Mutants are best equipped to deal with the world today.
Who else?
The ghouls?
Please.
Normals?
They brought nuclear death to us all. This will be the age of mutants.
At its core, the Unity plan is quite simple, and it's frightening in its simplicity. But the execution of it turned out to be not so simple. As we learned, the success rate of mutating people and animals with higher rad counts was rather low, with the rates between 15 to 20% when converting contaminated individuals. But his fortunes would begin to change 50 years following his transformation in 2152, when he happened upon Morpheus and his doomsday cultists. People who the Master, rather than attempting to mutate, recruited into his army as spies that he could use to gain crucial intel that might allow him to push his plans forward. Intel would soon come in the form of a caravan of vault dwellers 3 years later, whom the Master captured, interrogated, and subsequently assimilated into themselves after they learned the location of the Boneyard Vault, a prototype vault that he would conquer and move to use as his base of operations, ordering Morpheus and his followers afterwards to renovate the untouched cathedral that lay above it and establish the religious organization known as the Children of the Cathedral to serve as a front for unity. The cathedral is a sanctuary for the human race. When the apocalypse fell on this foul city, the cathedral was spared, which allowed for the birth of the Master. Thus a healing darkness emerged from a terrible light. The plan from this point on was centered around spreading the Master's message, which Unity accomplished via the children's infiltration of various human settlements, and by conquering the remaining vaults to bolster his forces with more intelligent creatures that could accelerate Unity's domination of the world by several magnitudes. In this capacity, the Master's army would end up continuing and amplifying the evil they'd already sowed in the world, with unsuspecting viable candidates guided to the cathedral by the children to begin becoming one with the Master, or begin the process of becoming super mutants, or the dreaded stealth boy-equipped Nightkin at Mariposa, or perhaps worse, a centaur or a floater. Hideous creatures that were devised through copious amounts of genetic experimentation with different species by the Master. Mutants and beasts that were then sent to rampage across the land to raid caravans and settlements so they could capture any viable candidates to bolster the Master's forces. Something they attempted to do in Necropolis, with the conquering of that settlement and subsequent vassalage of Set and the ghouls under his command. Several of the Master's top mutants and men would be responsible for doing his bidding or spreading his message as well, with the likes of the smug lieutenant overseeing operations at Mariposa and overseeing abductions, and Father Lasher, a sadistic and brutal piece of work who believed in using pain to guide people on the proper course to becoming one with the Master's vision. A man who we can attribute lovely quotes like this to: "Learn to embrace pain as your closest friend, for pain is the most instructive force in the universe. Break yourself until you can exist no longer as an individual, then remake yourself into the Master's tool. That is the solution to all of your problems." Zealous religious fervor was a mainstay of the Master's organization, with the minds of mutants were a significant dedication to their Master's will that may have been exacerbated. Experimentation would continue at this time as well, with 4 mutants known as Psychers being created by the Master in an attempt to mimic his own psychic powers and add a powerful new force to his army. But according to the Fallout Bible, most of these experiments were failures and resulted in insanity, or they were used to line the corridor of revulsion to serve as a psychic barrier to the Master's inner sanctum. Aside from the abductions and murders, though, one of the more terrifying aspects of the Master's organization is the amount of brainwashing that the children are responsible for. In the cathedral, we find loyal followers who only sing the Master's praises. People sat in front of flickering TV screens that serve as visual aids to rewire their minds into extensions of the Master's will, all of which are a prelude to the assimilation that would be the ultimate brainwashing, a complete melding of the mind and body with that of the Master's to create the perfect super being. Now, all the terror that the Master and his army accomplished in service to Unity is exactly that, terrifying. But in this story, we're given glimpses of something infinitely more terrifying: what could have been. As many of you will be aware, at the end of Fallout 1, the Vault Dweller manages to deal the killing blow to the Master, either through brute force, or by breaking his spirit by pointing out to him a fatal flaw in his plan, that flaw being that mutants are sterile and can't reproduce, which causes him to lose faith in his plan and admit defeat, thus rendering his vision for the future nothing more than a nightmarish failure. But in looking through nearly everything there is to know about the Master and the world he attempted to create, we find a portrait of the future that awaited this world should the Master's plans have succeeded. First and foremost would have been an almost total lack of individuality for any sapient creature on this planet. We can see through our interactions with certain super mutants that they do retain a personality, but on the whole, whatever personality a mutant had prior to their transformation is A, overridden by their new one, and B, their connection to the Master. And while the fact that a person's mind and body are consumed by the transformation process is a harrowing thought, it's in that connection to the Master's own mind that we find a mystery that could potentially hold the most horrifying aspect of the Master's character. For the question is the mind of a mutant connected to, or a person consumed by the Master, placed in a state of unending peace, born from a cohesive melding of minds that eliminated all need for conflict and discord in the world? Or is it an eternal torture in a prison filled with thousands upon thousands of minds, all screaming in unison, in a cacophony of never-ending horror, as they buck against their hive-minded chains? I feel as if the latter might be more likely. Because if you consider that there seems to be some semblance of Richard left in the Master, owing to the fact that his personality as the Master seems to regress back into who he once was, once you reveal the truth about mutant sterility to him, it stands to reason that each mind the Master has warped or consumed also retains aspects of their former self. Which leads me to believe that to be a part of the Unity is to be placed in an eternal mental prison from which there is no escape. Whichever is true, the fact remains that there were few individuals who willingly gave themselves up to mutation, rendering one's integration into the Unity as a force of air that's heaped upon you by one man and his dire vision for this broken world, and not something that many people who succumb to the Master's machinations have any say in. Which at the very least, regardless of the potential impact on a person's mind, means that nearly every single person targeted by the Master's forces went kicking and screaming to their vats, where they were then transformed into mutant monstrosities. But perhaps the most dreadful vision of the future we're given in this story can be found in a quote from Father Lasher I mentioned earlier. The cathedral is a sanctuary for the human race. When the apocalypse fell on this foul city, the cathedral was spared, which allowed for the birth of the Master. Thus a healing darkness emerged from a terrible light. A healing darkness emerged from a terrible light, and darkness it is. Richard Gray, the Master, was forged in the darkness of Mariposa military base, and it is in that darkness that he concocted his Unity plan, and the world that he would have created would have been similarly mired in darkness. In the bowels of the cathedral vault, we find the Master's lair, a dank and dimly lit ruin of a fortress, pulsing with the rotting mutated flesh that lines the walls. Perhaps a vision of what lies within the warrens of the Master's hive mind, and the constant mental state of all caught in its web. A technological and organic terror that's devoid of all the intricacies of life, in favor of the stability of a dark and nebulous oneness. Despite the decrepit state of the Master's mind palace, though, they weren't capable of blotting out the sun, and had he succeeded, the surface world, as damaged as it is, would have remained as bright and vibrant as ever. Though that's true, that luminescence would be darkened by the new overlords of this planet, the Master's mutants. Creatures forced against their will to become who they are, who live out the rest of their reeking and rotted existence as slaves to a cause they never wished to join. And so the darkness of the Master's mind brings ever more darkness to the physical world that it would have consumed. That was supposed to be the utopia of the Master's vision, a place where all is in harmony, in sickening terror. A dark world made darker by the light that birthed it, and the holy flame that reforged it in its image. But the Master is gone. His dream for the future is dead, and with no being that has come since able to replicate his telepathic prowess, in all likelihood, it will remain in the same grave that its creator was buried in. However, though they are gone, the Master's influence can still be felt across the wastelands.
Yep, through super mutants.
Much of the Master's army was decimated when the Vault Dweller brought him his ultimate end, but not all of it. Many super mutants survived the destruction of their Master, and a great number of them would go on to cause havoc and destruction in their own right. The armies of the mutants Gamorrean and Adis would attempt to create their own organizations that would rival the Master's army and potentially carry out their mission in their stead, but they would both ultimately be eliminated in much the same manner that their former lord was. On a smaller scale, and anywhere from 80 to 120 years later, a few Nightkin like Tabitha and Jacob would go on to found new civilizations like the Unity Remnant in Broken Hills, Utobitha, and Jacob's Town. But due to long-term stealth boy use, many Nightkin were functionally insane and lived quite the tormented existence. A notable and relatively more lucid example being Davison and his Brahmin skull-worshipping Nightkin, and a more tragic example being Dog and God, the tormented DID-inflicted Nightkin in service to Father Elijah. But while some Nightkin and super mutants were left better off than others, most either shared the same gruesome fate as the likes of Davison and Dog and God, or perished as they were subsequently hunted down by organizations like the Brotherhood of Steel, relegating the legacy of the Master to one of failure, death, destruction, and lasting torment. Now, as horrifying as the Master and their plans were, in many ways, it was a creature that deserved to be pitied. But to what degree is up for debate. The man the Master was born from, Richard Gray, certainly deserves to be pitied. For though he may have been a murderer, it would be the treacherous world of men and their technological and biological monstrosities that would first take everything from him once the bombs dropped, and everything he had left, when he fell into that vat of FEV. As the Master, perhaps Richard deserves to be pitied still, a man who was slowly warped into a monster that may have been just as tormented as the many lives he destroyed and consumed. Especially when you hear his crestfallen realization of the futility of his movement, when you break the news of the mutant's sterility to him. An aspect of his character that sort of turns the Master into a tragic figure, for all the pain he endured and caused was ultimately for nothing.
I must digest this information. One moment. I understand now. You made a clever forgery. You made this up to fool me.
Fool me!
But it cannot be. This would mean that
All my work
has been for nothing. Everything that I've tried to... A failure! It can't be. I don't think that I can continue to have done the things I have done in the name of progress and healing. It was madness. I can see that now. Madness. There is no hope. Leave now. Leave while you still have
hope.
Even so, what pity we can offer the creature that Richard became is minimal when you compare their plight to what they did and what could have been. And though the Master's story is one entirely born from the follies of man, the follies of a creature that would turn the entire world into one sentient lump of mutated flesh and steel for the sake of peace and prosperity cannot be ignored. For it was in the darkness of a world where light had decimated nearly everything that the Master and his hordes found salvation. And it was darkness that was poised to rule the earth as a result, an overcorrection of sickening proportions that would have ended all life as we know it on this planet, more so than it had already been ended. As a Fallout villain, no. As a villain in general, the Master is as terrifying as they come. A creature of mangled voices and limbs who desired total domination and corruption of the world for the sake of unity. An admirable goal, but a misguided one. One that was born from a man gone mad who became a living nightmare and viciously insane fiend that was consumed by evil. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of Analyzing Evil, and I hope you've enjoyed. What are your thoughts on the Master? Did I miss anything? Let me know down below, and leave a suggestion for a villain you'd like to see featured while you're at it. If you like this video, hit that thumbs up button, and make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. A big thank you to all of my subscribers, my patrons, my members, anyone who's decided to honor me with a super thank, and especially Elijah Kai VA, our Dark Lord channel member. And a most vile thank you to those whose names you're seeing on screen now.
I think the Master is one of the most underrated villains in Fallout, and maybe video game history. I like the Master. I think he's better than Mr. House. Yeah.
Parents, if your child plays... What is it like? Like you go to the White House, yeah. Right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was going.
Plane? What do you think? Like, what's the game?
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you say that?
30 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. May. I know.
Why would you say that?
It's like, I don't know.
Starring Adam Freeland, directed by Adam Freeland, hosted boys, we're getting into it.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Because this is such a special episode, we've decided to release this episode to the public 2 days early. Additionally, we've got to give the boys some time off for Thanksgiving. I'm such a good guy. Wow. Also, we don't want to leave our members and patrons hanging. So starting next week, we will be commencing a weekly members-only stream, State of the Taps. Is that what the name is? Okay. It's called State of the Taps. Where we will be taking, but it's the Adam Friedland Show, so State of the Taps. State of Taps. State of the Taps. State of the
Where's Nick Mullen?
Okay, well, let's stick with State of the Taps. Okay, so starting next week, we will be commencing with a weekly members-only stream called State of the Taps, where we'll be taking questions for members and patrons. So please, if you don't already, support the Adam Friedland Show on YouTube or Patreon. There's links in the description. You guys are the ones that keep the show going. We are proudly member-supported, kind of like a socialism vibes. My guest this week,
kind of like a socialism
striker for the Bronx Science Wolverine, Zoran Mamdani. On Friday, my staff huddled around the office computer and we all watched the mayor-elect's historic press conference with President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. My 22-year-old employee, Zach, tapped me on the shoulder. His voice was quivering. A tear was rolling down his cheek. I remember it clearly. He said, "Dad, I mean Adam. The man on the screen, standing next to the President of the United States, will be here in 36 hours' time. But how do we get him off the computer and into the real world?" I smiled and looked at him and said, "If you can figure out how to do that, Zach, I'll give you $1 million fucking dollars." So please enjoy my conversation with Zoran Mamdani, everyone. I'd like to take a break from speaking with the mayor to tell you about Roe.
I don't care about the erectile dysfunction pills.
Get behind the boys.
Professional. Just watch the games. The game's on. For full safety information, go to ro.co/safety info. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor-elect
Yo, can we get these sponsors on our podcast? Like, Eli, start hitting up these companies. We have enough subscribers. Like,
it's funny.
Eli.
Like, when I met you, we just talked about sports. I wasted your time like 4 days before the election.
I thought it was great. Eli keeps talking about how he wants to treat this shit like a business.
The game's on right now. The North London Derby's on right now. 3-0, baby.
I'm telling you, man.
You've been too busy.
I can do mogul moves. If he wants to treat this shit like a business,
and now you're making me too busy to watch.
But like we'll get an update.
I don't think he wants to see that side of me,
This is
brother.
unprofessional. I gotta. Someone text me. Oh shit. You need to see this. Oh no. God.
Eyes around, how you doing, Ian, right here?
What?
I just want to say a massive congratulations on what you've achieved. The real work starts now. God willing, you can achieve everything that you've
I love you.
to achieve.
You're
going to need some of that winning energy that you've got, my friend, and get behind the boys. It's a long way to go.
I'm gonna cry.
You just have to stay calm, back Mikel and all the boys. Up the Gunners, baby. Take it easy and God bless, my friend.
I just got a text. My boy.
Eyes around, how you doing?
I'm just gonna watch it again.
Yeah, just watch
I
it.
just want to say massive congratulations.
I love this man.
He's the best guy of all time.
Have you seen the video where he is reunited with his teacher?
Mr. Pigeon. I thought you was dead.
Thought you was dead.
We have. Okay, here's the problem, guys. I don't want to expose you, but it's crazy. I mean, right. Okay. How did I do that? I really bothered.
And I thought there was something wrong.
I know. Yeah.
Mr. President.
know where you were going.
No, it's not a, no.
How did you do that?
I knew that it was going to be,
I love him.
I love him so much. He's the best guy of all time. You know his background story? He was like working in a factory, and then he tried to get, he's like, I'm going to try one more time. And then he went to Crystal Palace. He got like a...
These are like the stories I would read when I was 17 and on the B team of a travel team in New York City.
What did you play? What position did you play?
I played...
Wrong side?
I played up top.
Up top.
Yeah.
You were 9?
There's going to be a lot of ads in this video because Adam is an ad hound. That fucking
I think I was 23.
liberal John.
Okay, but you were a striker.
Yes.
Millennial
It's
John
no relation
Stewart.
to the number on the back of my jersey.
That
We have like a lot of our brain is
Cup.
occupied by the most useless information related to this soccer.
Every day I wake up, I think about Sebastian Squillaci,
Oh my god.
Pascal Sigan,
I think about
Marwan Shamak.
Yeah, when I caught you, like I give you a little bit of a politician because I said that Ospina
We ball out here.
was giving me
We
9 minutes and you're
balling.
like Jackson Heights is in the balance. I need.
Yeah, it's like you lay off my Columbia.
balling or on Mondani?
No one cares. No one cares. We're embarrassing ourselves. Okay. You grew up in the Upper West Side.
Yep.
Yeah. New York City kid.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Well, we both lived a little bit as kids in Cape Town. Yeah.
You live in Cape Town?
Yeah. Where did you live? Observatory?
I lived in Oranienburg
That's where my mom
from
grew up.
96 to 99.
That's my mother grew up in Orange's. Yeah, but my parents are from Cape Town, and then I was born in LA. My dad was on a list of some sort.
You gotta give me more than that.
My dad and mom both went to university in London.
Okay.
We're Jews from Cape Town,
Okay.
and then they met in South Africa. They met at home in Cape Town. They kept getting set up on blind date, and she was like, "This fucking guy again." And then somehow he wore it down. And then they got married, and then he got a letter that he was being sent to Angola to the Civil War, and so they left. They just
When did they pack up and left?
82.
Wow.
So I was born in LA.
Okay. And you've been
my dad was on an enemies list because of the apartheid issue, and so I lived there when I was a kid, and then I was there back. My granny's from Sea Point. None of the grannies left, and actually,
Are they still there?
Granny's still there. 94. She just got a hip. You want to send her a video?
Let's do it.
Hi, Granny.
Yeah. Congrats on the hip.
Congrats on the hip, Esther. Congrats on the hip. I promise I'm trying my best in life. And, no, she's very proud of me. I told her I have the mayor coming on, and no. So yeah, my diva actually was. He was like when I was a kid. I used to write my essays like who's your hero on my diva because I connected me to my parents because like it was like you know he said that. Yeah. So but he went to our synagogue. After he got out of jail, he was elected, and he was like, "You got to tell your kids to come back because we need everyone to build the country." And like my parents' whole generation of Jews.
So why are you not following Madiba right now?
Because I had to talk to you, you know. And I got this studio. It's a lot. It's a lot. Of work.
Last time I went back was in 2010.
2010
for the World Cup.
The Jabalala. Was it obnoxious?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah. Could you not hear anything?
You hate it if you're not the one doing it. And I was one of the people doing it.
You got one?
Yeah. I brought them back. I
brought one back to college. Yeah.
I went to a D3 basketball game. My roommate was on the basketball team. And I had the Vuvuzela.
Yeah.
I think I was at Bates College. And I pulled it out and I blew it and the ref stopped the game. You need to fucking stop.
Yeah. And you're like, come on. Didn't you see the World Cup? Did you see the ball that went in all different directions?
But I was at the Ghana-Uruguay game.
No.
That's where I cried in public.
No.
Yeah. Luis Suarez.
Asamoah Gyan. Dude, guys,
what was the closest?
The mayor caring about soccer is the mayor caring about Arsenal is like Wakanda for me. It's like I feel like it's like representation.
You remember that tweet?
I remember your tweet.
No.
Honestly, it'd be like the mayor caring about the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, like when I met you, one thing that was like remarkable is like, we were talking about soccer and hip hop.
Yeah.
And I was like,
soccer and hip hop. The fact that the mayor loves soccer and hip hop for me, it's
we're the same generation. Right? It dawned on me that my entire life, this is feels like the first time that someone from my generation has ascended to leadership. I guess Mayor Pete did, but he was more of a suck-up to the parents. You're more one of us, I think. I know, you couldn't laugh at that, or you could laugh at that. No, are you mad at me?
I enjoy soccer.
Can you tell her to take it easy?
I'll be the first to say it. I'll be the first to admit it. I enjoy soccer. FIFA is my shit.
Okay.
That's Monica.
I mean, there's a reason I play football 24/7. Because it's
okay, cut that.
It's not quite soccer, but
you're
American football.
Are you getting unk?
It covers that.
Can you explain to me what does UNC stand for?
Uncle.
If I could, I don't like EA Sports FIFA.
No,
but
it's Uncle.
Huh?
I play Madden.
You have old heads, Unks, and OG.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You were unknown like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, even my friends didn't know what an assembly number was.
Yeah, I don't
play football,
and I don't want to know. Exactly.
Simulator instead.
I mean, you're perhaps one of the most famous people in America.
There's no good soccer game out there.
Yeah. Have you adjusted to that?
There's no good soccer game out there. There's none.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly skip an ad.
I think I try and spend as much time as possible with people I knew before.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah. The day one.
The mayor-elect.
Yeah.
And I think the nice thing about being an assembly member is I was still working in politics, but I was also walking around my neighborhood like anybody else.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, I went to...
You went to the White House, okay?
I went to the White House. I was going to tell you I went to Duane Reade, but both of them are true.
Okay, let's start on the Duane Reade.
Okay, start on the Duane Reade. Yeah. We went in there, picked up something from the apartment.
You went to the White House.
There's a guy in front of us, has a pack of condoms and breath mints, and he turns around and he goes, "Mr. Mayor." And he looks at my wife, he goes, "Mrs. Mayor." And that's our experience now at Duane Reade.
Yeah, and
that's life in Astoria.
Oh, the condoms had...
I don't know.
He was like, "Mr. Mayor, I'm about to lose my virginity." Yeah.
He left it at that.
I would like you to know I'm about to become a man.
He just gave the titles.
Mr. Mayor, I'm about to become a man.
And what has the adjustment been like? Like,
I mean, it's to be honest with you, I haven't spent all that much time reflecting on it.
You should. You're about to get the best mayor
you should just work a lot.
Have
you checked the Reddit?
Like the inner voice.
Is there a Zoran Mamdani Reddit?
I don't know.
Probably check it though. No. Just go read the comments.
I always forget to put the extra /R when I'm like typing in the URL, so I don't even.
What is it like? What is it like? Like you go to you have the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was going.
What do you think? Like you think? Like what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
You slept. It's a 30-minute flight. I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was a joke on the internet. I don't know if I can make these jokes. You look a little bit like you took you hit the nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you say
that? 30 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I know.
Why would you say that?
I don't know. I apologize. You walk in like he gave you a tour of the White House?
He gave me a tour of
what was the weirdest
the Oval Office and the cabinet room.
Why would you say that?
I mean, he showed me the portraits of all the presidents in the cabinet.
Yeah, he saved the FDR for you.
The FDR was beautiful.
It was really nice.
And we talked about FDR for a little bit. And honestly, you don't have the LaGuardia record if you don't have FDR.
Yeah.
But we talked about that. I walked in.
I got turkey
first
subs
you get there,
for Vader.
It's just you alone, and there are two people
I got turkey
you through
subs
to get
for
to the
Vader.
Oval Office. And they're like, they want you to see this room and that room. And then I sit down waiting for the time of the meeting. And in front of me are like all these different coffee table books. And one of them is UFC at the White House.
Oh yeah, he's bringing it there, right?
I had no idea, but I was
in the road
flipping through that.
Yeah. And so you saw like guys fighting each other?
No, it was just
what was it?
Visualization.
Of
like what the
the octagon is.
Yeah, it's gonna look like.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
No.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Like, how did you not laugh
when the 135?
How did you keep the face during the press conference?
Oh.
Because we were all dying, and I'm like, my boy Zora was like just straight face. He said, "Just tell him yes." Yeah. How did you keep that face?
Honestly, I was just thinking about New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole time I was trying to think about the difference between if you have a White House that is working towards an affordability agenda or one that's making it harder to live in the city.
True.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept
Do you feel like as if the president sees your popularity? You know, he loves the ratings. Ton of reporters. You see these? I think you're handsome. I think he thought handsome. Did you on your policies for affordability? Do you think he's maybe a little bit trying to like swagger Jack a little bit?
You know, I actually think there are a lot of places of disagreement with the president. I think one of the things that was remarkable to me is I told him that, our campaign started on October 23rd of last year, but the moment when a lot of people, or not a lot of people, some people started paying attention was after he won the presidency. We did the video on Fordham Road, Hillside Avenue. Yeah. We talked to Trump voters, and we asked them why they voted for him. And it just went back to cost of living, and it went back to cheaper groceries. Yeah. And that was a lot of our campaign.
And he liked that it was 1 in 10, right? That's like he liked.
1 in 10. Did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
Yeah.
And then he did the.
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani.
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was going to step on. Everything is weak. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally. MAGA from Mamdani hat.
Yeah.
And then he did the.
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani.
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was going to step on. Everything is weak. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally.
Did you think it was a prank?
Well, I had a member of the NYPD pull me aside and they're like, I just want you to know that there is a man in your line of sight with a red MAGA hat. And we checked and he's actually sincerely here for the rally.
Oh, nice. So you really had to bring it. You had to do a Trump-style rally for him. You had to do YMCA. This guy's a wild rally. This guy's accustomed to a stadium full of...
it was just me and Al Bisgard Church.
Yeah,
and somebody from MTV Lebanon.
Did you expect him to like you as much as he did?
No. I was trying to prepare for a lot of different situations.
I know. It's like when you're on that plane taking that selfie. I mean, that could have gone in any direction. I mean, like, did it feel best case scenario, or like, were you like?
It honestly felt like the most productive meeting we could have had.
Yeah.
I mean, a meeting where we talked about ULERP, we talked about, groceries, Con Ed, rent, childcare. That feels like the best meeting you could have.
Yeah. Were Eric or Donald Jr. there?
No.
Did you worry that to see that was maybe difficult for them?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Maybe it's like the hang has just been so bad. This cool guy came, and he's like, now I have to go back to these guys. Did he say, could you sleep over? Did he come up to New York and say
he didn't ask me that.
Oh man. I mean, it was one of the most surreal things we've ever seen as Americans.
Robin Van Persie against Charlton, baby.
What's the score?
3-1.
3-1. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
What? Who scored? Oh, what? Did he do the pigeon from halfway line?
He scored from the halfway line?
Yeah, he chipped Ryan.
Why? It was off his line?
Yeah, it wasn't Ryan's fault. It was honestly just a great play from him.
Why would you say that?
Because they're not a threat.
They're not a threat.
Famous last words. What's this time?
Okay.
74.
What time is it right now?
74.
What time is it? Okay.
Did you watch the 4-4 Arsenal Newcastle?
Yeah, we talked about it. It was the worst day of my life. This is an interesting moment for us because we have like an opportunity to have like a snapshot of you after an historic election and prior to the assumption of one of the most powerful positions in America.
Co-host of the show.
Co-host of the African Show.
Yeah.
What made you run for mayor? Like, what made you decide to run for mayor?
I think one of the things was that I was very frustrated with the fact that Eric Adams, who was at that point running for re-election, was making it more expensive to live in New York City in clear ways that he had direct control over, and then pretending like he was just a bystander. He would write a letter in support of Con Ed when they wanted to increase gas and electric by more than $60 a month. He would raise the rent more than 12%. He would increase the water bill. He would...
But, like, the conditions for you,
I mean, for me...
You're like, this is the time I'm going to run.
I think the thinking was that I wanted to make a case specific about cost of living.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people who looked at kind of the swing of our politics and thought that the only way to beat someone heading towards the right is to head towards the right yourself.
And you felt like you were to win?
I felt like I had a 3% chance of winning.
Yeah.
And that's probably giving me an extra 2 points.
Was there someone that you spoke to who said don't run?
Oh, tons.
Tons. Did your girl say that?
No, my wife.
Your wife?
Oh, you gotta...
I mean, she's still your girl. She's always in your girl. Your wife, she said run?
She was down for it.
So
that was the final decision that we had.
Is she mad at you for working so much?
No,
she gets on you? She is a little bit.
She what?
Is she a little bit? She gets, no, but it's annoying for her a little bit. She lets you work so much? Mine
This is all permission given.
Mine doesn't.
No, but I think, to be honest with you, it's to meet someone in one stage of your life.
Yeah.
And then to have your life and their life transform.
Yeah.
What it also, just like the level of love and support it takes from someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not be able to do this without her.
She gets mad at you for working too much.
That's not what
I feel like I looked
She gets mad at you, Zoran.
Fellow brother. What was the moment you knew you'd win?
For the primary?
No, the primary and the general, I suppose.
You got 2 questions? You know, there isn't like a single moment.
Yeah.
The funny thing to me is that in both of the elections, from 6 to 9 p.m., I thought I was going to lose of election day.
Because there was like bad, exit polling?
In the general, there was a rumor at around 6 o'clock that there were 2 major news networks that had bad exit polls and that showed Cuomo with an advantage.
He started that rumor?
I mean, definitely worked. Ruined my night. Ruined my night. Primary, I remember Kevin Elkins.
How did you fall for that?
I'm such a marshal for this stuff. Kevin Elkins, who was working on Cuomo's campaign, put out a tweet like, I guess the most important thing is that everybody had fun. And I was like, oh man, this means they know they're going to win. And he's saying that to us.
He's in a room full of 4 guys as the election night party. You're in a stadium. You're in a stadium in front of a Dory fan. I think you should have looked around.
Yeah, but never. I mean, this is like, being an Arsenal fan.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's never done until
that meant so much to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? You cannot count it.
It's a reminder that you're going to die one day. It's like you think that once anytime you think something good's going to happen, it just goes away.
You have to hold.
I think it's made us better people, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to deal with disappointment for decades.
I think if we were like Real Madrid fans, we'd be like cheating on our taxes. We'd be like, I'm going to live forever. We're going to have affairs. Multiple families.
Create a retractable roof.
I think for us, we're like it's gonna all go away. So,
well, son, you made it as a captain. Congratulations, Manny Flores. You earned it.
So I have to like take advantage of the time I have. It means nothing to these people. Okay.
Wait, what's the
4-1 as a hat trick.
Let's fucking go. Sorry for cursing. 4-1?
Sorry to me.
Wow. Hey guys, we want to thank Lucy for sponsoring this episode. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco.
Already got a free phone from another provider. Can I still qualify?
Yes, you can. Here it is.
Skipping the
frames. Days for my grand. And a dinosaur by a frame between to-do list over my money.
Sorry, Adam. I don't care about your ad reads.
Dashboard included. People feel like inspired. Municipal. This has become a
I know you be
national
skipping
news
ads
story,
too.
right? And it's
Adam.
a crappy time. You've made a lot of people feel like inspired. Municipal politics and is obviously messy. Right?
Yeah.
What balance in your team that you're building right now do you have between the guys that
non-ethical
know
reacts
just the mud, and then the guys that have the vision?
Yo, Travis, how you doing?
Yeah.
And everybody. And I think it's tough because sometimes the more fluency and experience you have in government, the less imagination you have as to what government can be, because you've had to deal with its failures for decades.
You've been in the cigar rooms, yeah.
And I think we've I think we've made.
We're gonna get
two
into some
appointments
fun
so far.
shit after
The
this.
first
We're gonna go back to the
appointment,
conspiracy
Dean
theory
Fuller,
iceberg.
the first deputy mayor.
We didn't
Appointed him
finish
and
it yesterday
Elvis
because of
Garcia,
how
chief
long
staff.
it is.
Elle is somebody I've known.
Although this is a
since
pretty
I've been
fun
in
interview.
office.
This is the Adam
I hired
Friedman
her as my chief
show.
of staff when I was in the assembly.
She's been with you, yeah.
From the jump. She's incredible.
Zoran Mondami
Dean is somebody who'd been
went to the
governor
White
47
House,
years.
interviewed
And
Trump,
he'd worked as a first deputy
and
mayor
now he's
before,
interviewing
worked as
Adam
the budget
Friedman.
before, he worked in Albany.
New season
And the
of
thing that I
Madden,
love
though.
about him is
That's
that
the more important
he's worked
thing.
through all
Who
of
cares about the
and
video?
still, his
New season of
orientation
Madden.
is
How
do
you
we
doing,
make
Travis?
a no into a how when it comes to any political problem. Yeah. And that's, a lot of people lose that the longer they work in government.
Do you remember the night Obama won? Like, do you remember like how like what it felt like? Where like America is different now. You feel like to me the first generational talent that's come out of the progressive side of politics. But what we saw was like he wasn't prepared, that popularity didn't translate to legislative success. Did you take any notes from that? Did you learn from that? I mean, I'm trying to draw a parallel here.
No, I think the thing, the next challenge now is fulfilling the agenda.
Yeah.
Like this excitement, inspiration, this hope, it will carry us through the beginning of the work, and then you have to start to deliver on the work. And I think that is actually what makes me excited, is that I actually see a path on each of the 3 key agenda points. And every time you win one of them, it validates people for believing. Because there are a lot of people who, they don't know if they should give themselves permission to hope again because of how many times they've been disappointed. Yeah. And you have to prove that they were right to believe. You have to give them, when you, like, if we spent an entire campaign talking about freezing the rent for rent stabilized tenants, fast and free buses, universal childcare, the urgency of starting to deliver on that, it's what makes people understand that they were right to demand more.
But is there a balance that you have to strike? Do you have to like people that believe in you? Do you feel like there's a necessity to kind of inoculate them?
Right. You have to be honest about a timeline, and that, you know, I'm not going to tell anyone in the first 100 days we're achieving these 3 things.
Yeah.
But they have to be able to see that you are working towards it, and that you can actually deliver it while you're the mayor. And that's, like, I've been a legislator, and the legislature, it's an incredible place for where you can craft bill ideas, vote on them, debate on them. So much of whether or not they succeed has to do with whether the executive wants to implement them. Yeah. And you can pass it through both houses, and if you have a, when I first came in Albany, Cuomo was the governor. Yeah. And you knew that the implementation of the law would be completely different than what you intended. Mm-hmm. And now I will be the executive in New York City. Yeah. And that's also what gives me so much hope, is that you have the ability to follow through on so much of this. And we've been told again and again what politicians can't do. It's really what they won't do. Yeah. And that's why I'm here on the Adam Friedman Show.
Yeah, thank you. There are plenty of ways they can fuck with you, right? Right? Like, and it's not only City Hall, it's like, but it's, you know, Albany, it's DC, and it's like, it's you going out to see the president, like, showing face and showing abs, maybe? I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did in that room. Oh, yeah. Are there contingencies in place? You know, are you prepared for the fight? Because they're going to try to fuck with you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for it.
You know it's the worst job that you have.
I don't think it's the worst job.
Why are you doing this?
Because you get to represent New York City.
No, it's the worst job. You get booed everywhere you go.
I mean, I used to get booed anyway.
I saw de Blasio get booed at a Paul Simon concert.
No.
And it was like an NPR parent family, and they're like, go fuck yourself. I was like, what? It's the mayor. You have to get booed. I mean, no, really, what it is.
I mean, but like, that's also what I love about, like, to be a New Yorker. You're going to hear a lot of people's opinions. Like, I went to the Wu-Tang concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well, most of the reception is, like, great. People are, like, cheering, waving. They want photos. And this one guy's like, yo, come take a photo with me. I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog? And as soon as we take the photo, he pulls out the selfie, and then he just flips me off in the selfie.
That's funny.
And I'm like, respect. Funny. Like,
he's doing a bit, though. Yeah, he likes you. I do that to my friends all the time.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's what it is that it's a slog. I mean,
it is definitely a slog.
You have to do it your way, I assume.
I think a big part of it is you have to keep yourself through it all, and you have to balance between the demands of what the city will require from you and how you don't lose yourself in the process of it. When I started in local politics, the first organization that I joined was the Muslim Democratic Club of New York. And one of the founders, her name is Alia Latif, she gave me this advice of, whatever you do, make sure you can recognize yourself in the mirror at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of how I'm thinking about this. That work as hard as I can and do so to fulfill the vision we've had, not to comport yourself for a box that's being created.
I met Lena Khan. She was on the show. She's great. 4 minute break. And
can we get a score update?
4-1. It's domination.
Can we get a score update? 7-21. We're getting our ass kicked.
Domination.
Do you ever watch the Fox Soccer Channel commercials?
No.
They used to have VTL.
Yeah.
Just be like long commercials of Drogba.
Yeah. Oh my! Don't talk.
Descriptions.
We have
planet of a man.
That's
Didier Drogba.
That's the nightmares we have. You know,
the nightmare I have is Didier Drogba bullying.
They sender us cry.
Michael Essien's goal.
I guess When I met Lena Khan, she was on the show, and like she is perhaps one of the most impressive people I've ever met. And when I heard she was part of the transition team, I was like, oh, he's
are
got
good,
like,
but I just can't score.
I mean, I asked her if she's ever lied, and she said, look,
I'm like John Madden in real in video game format. My stats are goated, but I just
what was really effective is that she communicated anti-trust laws in like this complex stuff in a very clear and concise way. And sometimes progressives feel like snobs when they're talking to people.
I remember, when I was running for state assembly, we put together our first palm card.
Yeah.
And I thought it was absolutely fire.
Yeah.
And I remember giving it to a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who's a great photographer. And she read it, and she was like, what do these words mean?
Yeah.
Because so much of the time it feels like we're just speaking to ourselves.
I mean, I think that's one thing that is going to be important, is like just communicating not above people's heads.
Just actually speaking with
people.
And I think that's the point is to bring people in to politics, not to condescend to them as to why they're not
that I'm at home.
And
I literally text
you being yourself.
So somebody asked me a question. They're like,
people and you're gonna get old.
Yeah,
brother.
You see them always.
Yeah, neither.
You're going bald already?
What do you mean already? I've been going bald.
What are you doing for it?
I worry.
No, you
did you do anything?
Yeah.
Did you do like minoxidil?
We could go to Turkey.
That's
you go to Turkey. I'll get
not going right.
Somebody messaged me and they're like, "Hey, are you at a place or are you at this place?" And I just messaged them, "No." I'm so fucking stupid,
when I spoke to Lena, she said one thing that stuck with me.
I'm like the worst communicator out there.
Like our history. She had like hundreds of op-eds in newspapers. No one knew what the fuck that was.
No.
And her response to me was very impressive. She was like, she said, like, I said, did you ever clap back? And she looked like confused, and she was like, no, I just have to, like, I don't know, like, win the lawsuit.
Let the work speak for itself.
You're getting pummeled in the like, how are you going to keep your horse blinders on and just focus on the agenda? You know?
I think you have to both be responsive, but I think she's right. There's two things she said about that experience that really stayed with me. First, you always have to remember that the opinions that you're hearing, that especially from the wealthy and the powerful, they will always be amplified in a way that working peoples are not. Yeah. And if you remember that context, you take that seriously, and you also don't think of it as surround sound in the way that it feels. Yeah. And part of that means getting out of the office, getting actually into New York City, speaking to people, asking them what they're thinking about, what they're worried about. And then the other thing is that every time you win in your agenda, it proves that people are right to believe in that agenda in the first place. Yeah. And you have to both be able to respond to this and never let it distract you from the work that you're supposed to be doing. Because if she wins that lawsuit...
Okay, we're at the 1 yard line. I'm going to try...
And if we deliver on this agenda, that's the proof. And I mean, Bernie talks about the thing that people are afraid of is that the power of example. Yeah. That's what people are fearing. Not that we won't get it done, but that we will.
We're
a little sneaky on you.
I don't know what's going on.
Do you have a number? You should. Oh shit! I got. No, I got a text. Oh shit!
I gotta give it a second time.
Shit.
Just in right again.
Yes, Zoran.
No! No!
and the Tash, but
hold on, we got heads.
I gotta go for the beginning.
We got heads
together. Yes, Zoran, how are you?
We gotta go
friend? I don't know if you recognize me with this badge and this hair and the Tash, but
we love
you guys are gonna watch the derby together.
We're now, maybe this
video before, after, or half time, but I'm sure that we're winning somehow. Also, I wanted to say I always have this theory that being an Arsenal fan is heavily linked with being a fucking cool person. That my theory is really truly standing right now. Huge congratulations.
It's like when Aiden Ross gave Trump a Tesla.
Amazing. Even here in Spain, we feel the energy of what's happened. It's truly needed.
I love him so much too. He was rapping.
Needs right now, what the world needs right now, and man, just sending you lots of love and respect from here, from Spain, from a big Arsenal fan and former Arsenal player to a massive Arsenal fan as well, to you, Adam, as well. Sending you lots of love, big hug, and hope to see you guys soon. Enjoy the game. Yes, Lord.
I'll send these to you. I'll text these to you. I DM'd everyone. I DM'd everyone. He's our era too.
He's our era. He's a style icon. He's incredible.
Yeah.
Roughing the whatever.
I can't believe I did that.
Patcher.
I'm going to Oprah right now. You get a car. I'll try to with you.
Hector.
That was the Adam Friedland Show interviewing Zoran Mandami, future mayor of New York City. And with that being said, we're going to get back to conspiracy theory iceberg. God help us. God help us all.
The interdimensional monk sees the whole picture and is able to discern reality from unreality. Because of their nature, the mixture of entries around this tier is a really varied one and very difficult to comprehend. Aztec theogony refers to the theological legend of the Aztec people. This is going to come up a few times in this tier, but I'm about to condense hundreds of years of religion and culture into like 1 or 2 minutes. So if I skip over stuff or am not describing it all the way, it's really hard to, so bear with me. This can differ heavily from province to province, especially because in Aztec culture things weren't recorded or passed around that much.
We might finish this video today. We have 4 hours left.
A primary god and goddess lived in heaven. The goddess cast down a knife that cut open the earth. When the knife was cast down, 1,600 fallen gods came to earth and essentially became evil spirits. During this time, they called down a great flood, which wiped out the life that was on earth before them. And after these fallen gods were not allowed back into heaven, someone named Axolotl went to Hades to try to retrieve a bone that could be brought out of Hades and used to grant the fallen gods power. But while retrieving the bone, he dropped it, the bone shattered into an inconceivable amount of pieces, and those pieces later grew into what is now humans. These humans began to serve different fallen gods, which is the reason that the cultures and tribes were so diverse and spread out, because each one was a different group of people who followed a different fallen god. At this time, the whole world was covered in darkness, so to stop it, one of the gods built a bonfire, said he needed a sacrifice to walk into the fire, to which one of the humans did, and that human was transformed into the sun. Again, that was a super short, condensed version of thousands of years of theology, so nah. So how does this relate to all of our conspiracy theories? Well, if you'll notice some of the points in it, there's a lot of through lines that connect this to the beliefs in different religions. Think about it this way. Aztec is about as far as you can get geographically and culturally from the ancient Hebrews or Babylonians or Sumerians or something like that. Yet we still see the themes of fallen gods or angels coming from the heavens, a great flood wiping out the population on earth, one of these fallen gods or angels going to hell, humanity following these different lesser gods, and then finally one of these followers of the gods being sacrificed for the greater good and then ascending to the heavens. This is actually a common thread seen in a lot of old religions and traditions, and it's interesting to draw the parallels between them to try to figure out where the roots not only here, I believe, as a cautionary tale. See, the parrot is a sort of hazing thing when it comes to research communities and researchers. The idea being that anytime a new journalist or researcher or scientist or whatever gets into a field that they have to do case studies, there will be a story comes up that's called the parrot story. Think about it. How many times have you seen a story where it's like, a parrot stopped home invaders from breaking into a house because it started making noises that sounded like the police? Or a man caught his wife cheating because the parrot started mimicking the guy that she was cheating with, and so on and so forth. These are all either very mundane stories or stories that just didn't happen and are kind of made to fill up dead space. However, they're also viewed as a sort of rite of passage for new people getting into a research field. Something we're going to see a lot with this iceberg moving forward, especially because a lot of the concepts we're getting to are a lot. There will be more and more things similar to this parrot story. I'll point them out as we get along when I know something is disinfo, but this is a specific example of what disinfo might be. Real dowsing and rhabdomancy is in reference to dowsing, which I mentioned all the way in, I think, tier 2. If you'll remember, dowsing is the trick in which you can hold metal bars or crossed wires and use that to figure out where water wells or spiritual areas are around the earth. Rhabdomancy is very similar. In the most simple version, people in ye olden days would take a stick, place it upright, let it fall, and whichever direction it fell, that would be the one they were to travel in. This was also used to make decisions. In other words, you could say fall right for yes, left for no. And it's even cited in things like the Bible as Nebuchadnezzar using rhabdomancy as a way to make his decisions. What's interesting is, especially in biblical text and text at the same time, there's mention of rhabdomancy and things similar to dowsing as a form of divination, which is essentially witchcraft. Historically, people who have done either as a means of determining where to put in a water vein or traveling in whatever direction, have used witchcraft or black magic familiar spirits as a means of utilizing this technique. Not only that, but there's a case to be made in historical records for people who did dowsing professionally or for others always becoming ill and with some sickness, implying that maybe something they were working with in order to do the dowsing proved to be harmful, or if this really is a black magic, maybe they're just suffering the long-term effects of it. Faust nonfiction is in reference to the very famous play Faust. The original inspiration for the story Faust came from a man named Johann Faust. He was an alchemist and a necromancer, which, if you've been watching the iceberg to this point, you know are risky business. And according to the belief of many at the time, he himself made a deal with the devil in order to obtain the abilities of alchemy and necromancy. This inspired the Marlowe play known as The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Here's what's interesting. At the exact same time in Poland, a story known as The Legend of Pan Twardowski was picking up a lot of steam because there was legends in that region of people making deals with the devils and then being taken to hell for it. Now, the story didn't get as famous as it is today until a man named Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, wow, made the poem Faust that was later adapted into the great play. However, all of these corresponding legends came together and was about the same story of a man who met the devil at a crossroads and gave his soul to the devil so he could take instant gratification over long-term gratification. This story inspired works like Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. However, when you look into some of the more supernatural tales of it, like Tommy Johnson and Robert Johnson, American blues singers who were supposedly part of a crossroad deal in which they sold their soul to the devil in order to play music, and records dating back further and further, it seems that the legend of Faust didn't just come from a place of fiction, but experiences that were shared by great communities and later became stories. So, that all asks the question. Is Faust based on a true story? Alright, so hypersigils is a really crazy concept. Sigils are traditionally used in magic and witchcraft in order to summon or bind certain spirits, i.e. you could put one up to bring in a demon or angel or entity, or a different kind to make them do your bidding. A hypersigil, or super sigil as they're sometimes called, are used to completely transform one's own life by slightly recreating it with alterations. What's that mean? Well, the example that's most often used is, say, you made a book series about someone that you knew, and the entire book series was so close to that person's livelihood that you could tie the two of them in as the same person. However, when you get to the 5th issue of the book, you begin writing minor alterations to that person's character, saying they're more bossy, or they're more snobby, or whatever personality change you want. That person, because they're now spiritually linked to that book series, would begin acting the way they were being written. What that means is not just individuals you know, but people in places of power could be affected by what others say about them, even if they don't mean it to be that way. This all has to do with spiritual connections and the greater spiritual world around us, meaning that if there exists an essence that is close enough to your essence, the two become intertwined, and whatever changes one changes the other. So think about that in our age of technology and social media. Think about everything that you do online to a persona that is essentially you alters you yourself, even if you don't mean it to. The broader implication that we have essentially built millions or billions of hypersigils without knowing it, therefore changing the course of human history.
Yep. Basically, the things you do
In the course of human history is really cool. Amazon forest or wooded areas, the Amazon forest is pretty flat. Think about it. If you look at any other wooded area in the world, there's all these hills and elevation changes to it. Whereas the Amazon rainforest is pretty flat and called the Green Inferno for a reason. The reason
I like
for
about
this is that the ancient tribes of the area did not do agriculture with standard crops the way we think, but they did it with trees.
Right?
They would harvest the wood and the sap and the water and the fruits from the trees in the way that we may do corn or something similar. We can
I don't believe any of this shit.
That are located
I really
in the
don't. I genuinely
and how
don't.
Around them there
but
is
these guys are really fucking creative
in the trees and flora of the
these
area.
Guys
and
are
as
just
you
thinking
leave
the most
city,
schizophrenic things they can think of.
This implies the existence of garden cities.
You gotta give them credit, like
of agriculture, and then the trees
I couldn't think of this shit.
So there's a very good chance that a lot, if not the majority, of the rainforest was planted by humans thousands and thousands of years
now, the
ago.
problem,
or at least the trees that would go on to create them.
There's not two voices talking. Now the problem is when, like, these conspiracy theories are like, fucking, there's a secret cabal that talks about overthrowing the world or shit like that, which a lot of these conspiracy theories are. Or when the conspiracy theories end up being anti-Semitic, because the problem with conspiracy theories is that they always end up going back to the Jews. They always end up at a certain point being anti-Semitic or something like that, because you gotta blame somebody, and who are you going to blame but the Jews or the Illuminati? And who runs the Illuminati but the Jews? Now, I don't believe that. Don't clip me out of context. After the conspiracy theory iceberg, we're going to watch the serial killer iceberg. That might take a couple streams as well, so if you like serial killers, strap in, because we have a lot to cover.
Rainforest. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is a reading list that's been floating around the internet for a few years. See, gatekeepers, whenever we're talking about them in the sense of these conspiracies, means someone who claims to be looking for the truth but is actually just pushing people to the wayside. Think of it this way. Say you have an author who is supposedly trying to look for the secrets of humanity, and they do that by writing several books about evolution, although the actual way we got here is alien lizards or whatever. So they spend all this time writing books for higher powers as a means of pointing people in the wrong direction. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is implying that several of these authors have had a change of heart, or they felt guilty about it, and created a book or a text in order to point people back the right way. Some examples of this include Omphalos by Philip Gossa, which is a book in which someone talking about the beginning of the world says perhaps the earth was just made old. In other words, the universe and our planet isn't as old as we think it is. Or The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Mayer.
I gotta tell you, I went to bed at about
the way that we got here as humans
last
is that we
night,
used
and I
to
woke
be
up at
apes,
about 8 a.m.
and then we could figure it out that
I
we
felt pretty
eat other apes,
refreshed.
and then when we did that,
Got a good
we stole their brain
6 hours of
functions
sleep.
and became higher order species. Yeah. Here's the reading list if you're interested in any of those or think any of them might sound cool, because there's some really weird stuff in here. Broder's engine is essentially a schematic for an infinite energy machine. See, if you take a malleable metal like copper and then make it in a coil around a magnet, whenever you push the magnet through, it causes the electrons inside of the copper to shift. Whenever electrons shift, that creates electricity. So if we've got one coil and one magnet and we do that, we get a bit of electricity. Cool. But what happens if we take 1,000 of them? We all line them up directly in an order, to which whenever the magnet is moved, that causes an electron exchange, which therefore causes power. What if we put them all on a giant sort of lever that gently rocks back and forth, and the way that we power that is we just put a few of these copper magnet combinations at the bottom to power the mechanism that makes all the other magnets move. Say we build enough of these to fill up an entire warehouse, and yada yada, you could follow to the point that you could power a whole city.
I have a caseworker coming over today, so eventually I'm going to have to pause the broadcast, but it's going to be a really quick visit,
evil electricity companies.
I'll be right back at it. Another fucking ad. They've been playing a lot of ads in this video. Isaiah is getting his money
because
up.
Big oil and evil electricity companies and all that good stuff. In 2009, 28-year-old Shania Asom suffered an asthma attack while she was in Memphis, Tennessee. She went to the doctor, got a steroids injection, and went home. Everything seemed fine until she started to itch all over her body. She soon started developing scabs all over her skin, her legs began to darken, and the doctors couldn't figure out what the condition was, although they expected staph or some other common skin infection. However, despite all of their efforts, they couldn't make the infection go away, and after traveling to a dermatologist, it was determined that Shania had a since unknown disease. For a reason that to this day no one can explain, every hair follicle on her skin is producing about 12 times the amount of skin that it's supposed to. This causes extreme callousing everywhere on her body that hair is supposed to be, creating an effect where it seems as if her hair follicles are growing skin so dense it's similar to a nail. And to this day, doctors have absolutely no clue what it is. They're continuing doing tests, trying to figure out the causation, but as far as they know, her hair follicles are just overproducing skin, and they're none the wiser to it. Appendix monkey tail is saying that perhaps our appendix operates in the same way our monkey tail would. It's believed that our tailbone is a product of what is now called a vestigial organ, or in other words, an organ that we needed at some point in the past that we outgrew in the modern day, meaning that our tailbone used to be where a tail was attached, but now that we don't have a tail, the tailbone's kind of useless. It's now been determined that perhaps the appendix was used as a sort of digestive reboot, as a means of completely flushing the body system if it were to be too backed up by plant matter or bones or something that would be otherwise undigestible. But since we haven't eaten those things in so many years, we've slowly lost the use of it. So again, much like our tailbone, it's something that's just there because we used to need it and now we don't, and it kind of just takes up space. This is what I get for doing the disturbing movie Iceberg. Like, there's going to be one of
enemas.
The horrible things in every video I do from this point on, so cool. Alright, so you see the word, it's there, right? So according to this theory, that is used as a rite of passage in several secret societies. The reason for this is that an unholy amount of people report to the emergency room every year with this, because they use the concrete to perform that action, and then they get stuck. But it's at such an alarming rate that people believe cults are responsible for doing it as some horrible satanic rite of passage or whatever. It's just trying to explain why people are the way that they are. The Dog Suicide Bridge is in reference to the Overton Bridge in Milton, Scotland. Ever since the 1960s, an absurd amount of dogs have leaped to their death from this bridge. Keep in mind, this isn't a small bridge at all. It's 50 feet off the ground, and it doesn't really make sense for dogs, an animal that seemingly never commits suicide, to just jump off at such a given rate. It's so bad that dogs walking beneath the bridge will climb to the top just to jump off, and dogs that have jumped, survived, will limp their way back up to the top just to jump again. The primary theory that scientists have had around the area is that perhaps there are several minks nesting, and them marking their scent makes the dogs go for it, which sure would make sense, but that doesn't explain why dogs that are already down there around where the mink would be would climb to the top just to jump, or especially why a dog would jump, climb back up, and jump again. Especially since, according to legend, this has been going on since the 1960s. Many believe this to be a demonic or spiritual site in which spirits or the supernatural overwhelms these dogs to commit suicide from the bridge. I should also mention that in research for this, I found a story of in 1994, a man killed his newborn son on the bridge and then attempted to kill himself. While the stories go, the dogs have been doing this on the bridge since the 1960s. The first official reported cases of dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter.
Early bird sale is live.
Another ad.
Back in the booth with you, my friend. And it's good to be back in the booth with you as well. And we know that not everyone's going to start the season 1-0, right? Half the league is going to have a loss on their record. But everyone's
dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter. Just food for thought. Pro-war Buddhism is the fact that throughout history there have been different cases of Buddhists becoming pro-war or pro-defense in order to protect themselves. Buddhists are traditionally known as very hardcore pacifists all the way into the face of death, or at least the traditional Buddhist monks are. While it's well known that in South Vietnam around 1963, whenever there was heavy Buddhist oppression occurring in the area, Buddhists began to make very open protest and shut down roadways in response to the killing of Buddhists that was happening under the Vietnamese regime. What is lesser known is some of the more modern instances. I also want to emphasize, I'm not saying anything about overarching religion or like specific ins and outs of religious beliefs in certain areas or Thailand. I am again describing a very complex situation in a couple minutes, so again, bear with me. In Thailand in 2004, several Buddhist monks were attacked and killed by Muslim attackers. In response to this, several of these Buddhist monks began to arm themselves. Now, traditionally in Buddhist beliefs, this is completely shunned. However, there were interesting ways that they worked around it. For example, as you can imagine, a Buddhist monk cannot be a member of the military. However, the Thai military began these suspended enlistment programs in which you could kind of be part of the military, but not really part of the military. So the sort of in the military people became traditional monks in order to protect other monks that existed in the Thai region. One of the stories I was reading was an interviewer who was speaking with one of these monks in 2006, and they asked the monk if it was true that some of the monks were arming themselves, and the monk lifted up his robe, pulled out a handgun, put it back, and they just continued the interview. It's a very interesting example of how far even the most peaceful people will go if they're pushed, or as the saying says, even a worm will turn. The Akashic Records put forward by psychic Edgar Casey is a means of better understanding psychicness itself. According to Casey, whenever he would conduct psychic links with people, he would for one connect to them, but the second connection would be to something that he called the Book of Life. He describes this as a sort of cloud storage that exists all around us and everywhere at the same time. It contains the memories, thoughts, actions, and beliefs of every human that has ever existed. According to Casey, we are all connected through this super link, and possible memories or glimpses and even dreams that we have at any given point can either be from another human who's experienced them or a combination of all the different brain patterns mixing with ours at the same time. Cloud farming, or cloud seeding, is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been cases of governments purposefully farming clouds in order to get whatever agricultural benefit they want. This is done by planes depositing chemicals into the air that encourage precipitation. The most common is like potassium iodes or even dry ice being used in order to begin to form ice crystals and therefore create snow. However, historically, sometimes things like silver iodes have been used, which aren't good for people to, like breathe in or drink or something like that. See, the thing with it is, this isn't necessarily creating rain clouds. It's just a way to encourage rain cloud formation. So if you know that rain clouds are about to form, you can deposit them into an area in order to speed it up and move the direction the cloud will travel. This has led to countries like China having their neighbors accuse them of literally stealing the rain, so that China can have better agriculture and crops than they do. Limbic brain is often used as an excuse of why some people do the things that they do. See, whenever we're comfortable, happy, and accepted in a situation, we operate using our prefrontal cortex. This is the part of the brain most commonly associated with reason and complex thought patterns. However, sitting just below and behind our prefrontal cortex is something that's often called the limbic brain. This is our system that derives on emotion and instinct. Whenever we're operating off of it, we're much more manic and reactive and emotional whenever we're put into a situation. This isn't only the fight or flight response that you may be familiar with, but also things like heartbreak or loneliness and how we kind of rely on our emotional state rather than our logical state. Obviously, this isn't a state of mind that you want to keep up for any amount of time. So putting it short term, whenever you're happy, part of a group, and content, you are thinking logically, and whenever you're alone, depressed, and unsure of your purpose in life, you're thinking emotionally. This is kind of obvious, but where it matters is in its sociology implications. Part of the reason that people may do evil things is simply because they do not want to be reverted to their limbic brain and have to interact on their own. Or in other words, people don't want to be alone, so they will do things that may be morally reprehensible in order to fit in. Emergency broadcast neuralizers is referencing the sounds that are heard at the beginning of an emergency broadcast. See, the concept of a neuralizer is that it homes in on specific brain waves or syncs out brain waves in order to manipulate memory or thought patterns or something like that. The thought is emergency broadcasts are used to either forcefully calm you, alter your memory, or change your perception of events around you. Basically, emergency broadcast systems are used as a means of forced complacency on the population. This is another one of those misinfo ones. However, it's at least a fun misinfo one. There is an entire chart, huge theory to this thing, which I will link in the description, about how The Simpsons is actually real footage taken through a wormhole of another United States government that radioactively hurt the people, and blah, 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 blah.
That's fucking
weird,
stupid.
hokey-pokey science stuff. However, this is an example of misinfo because this is put on the list, as I've mentioned before, and with the parrot as a means of subverting wandering eyes. Because once again, think about it this way. If there's stuff down here that matters, and if there's stuff down here that could be serious that you don't want other people to see, whenever they look at a list that says something along the lines of The Simpsons is real footage, they go, oh, okay, it's just more weird hoax, lizard alien people stuff. So, as mentioned before, this is a parrot. Roman metaphysics takes heavy inspiration from Greek metaphysics, or what is essentially the study of what's real. See, ancient Greeks philosophers were constantly looking for ways to better describe life or to describe the world around us. Metaphysics was an attempt to define what is real or what can be determined in the real world. There were two primary competing philosophies within ancient Greek, one of which being that we must always rely on our senses to determine what's real in a world that's ever-changing, or that we must always rely on logical reasoning because our senses can lie to us in this changing world. Plato best described it as this: say that we have a chair, and we all understand what a chair means. Well, if we exclusively use our senses to tell us what a chair is, and we only know what one kind of chair looks like, does that mean a chair can only be what we think it should look like, or can there exist different forms of chairs? On the other side, we can't always just be logical or use reasoning to determine it, because say we do something arbitrary like, oh, well, a chair has 4 legs and you can sit on it, that means a cow, a horse, and big dogs are also just forms of chairs. This led Plato and later Aristotle to develop the idea that they refer to as hylomorphism. This is the core concept of the idea that there are forms and matter, and that despite changes, there must always be some constant, even if we're not aware of it. Put most simply, it's a roundabout way of saying that a chair can look like a ton of different things, but we know what a chair is, so that's still a chair, which means it's got to have something in common with every other chair that exists, even if they don't look anything alike. A lot of this metaphysics gets into ideas of how it applies to people. For example, Aristotle said that despite he did not exist beforehand, his form and matter was still created into the creature that is now known as Aristotle. Therefore, there has to be through lines, even if unseen, that connect whatever present self exists to the past and future self. What's so interesting is that despite being written in ancient Greek times and then adapted into Roman times, these are basically the modern principles that we use for theoretical physics. That things have to have constants in order to be understood as they apply to a greater world that we know not of, and how these connections can be manipulated. It's so interesting that all the way back then they were unintentionally, or possibly intentionally, laying the groundwork for the greater universe as we see it today. Prison Earth refers to the idea that
there's
we
the theory that they were so far ahead.
Think of it this way.
Technologically.
Throughout all of human history, there has always been a need and a struggle for something. On the grand scale, it's been order, resources, agriculture, or in the modern day of power and wealth, all the way down to the individual, fighting for personal recognition or even just the ability to breathe and take in food. Now, of course, this is all we know of life to be, and it's hard to imagine a life without it, but perhaps this constant need for something implies that we are supposed to exist in a realm of pure ecstasy, or a realm of pure,
that was a good one.
Not need. Thrive, that's the word, a place where we thrive instead of survive, yeah. So that's like the philosophy side of it. Here's the creepy moon part. A lot of these theories say that the moon itself was constructed. Examples being, geological samples have said that the moon is older than the Earth. Craters on the moon have been identified as depressions. In other words, they have been sucked in from within the moon. The prevailing theory behind this is that the moon itself is hollow moon theory, or at least whatever structure is inside of it is allowing this extra space to cave in. There is a completely abnormal amount of titanium on the surface of the moon, and several seismic activities have been reported on the surface of the moon despite nothing causing them. In other words, whatever's doing it had to come from the inside, leading to the belief that many of this prison Earth theory have, that the moon itself was made as an observatory to watch us from, and is essentially acting as our giant warden, making sure that we don't get too far from the Earth. And then you could tie this in and say that with the Mars bunker theory, that was our prison before, and then we got sent to this one. And if we ever try to go past the realm of the moon, we'll get shot down or something like that. And that's what the 9 minutes of the missing Apollo 11 mission was, and it's all connected. Or just go with the theory that the moon is a giant space monster egg that's going to break out and kill us all. I like that one. Inorganic beings implies the existence of non-carbon life, but not only non-carbon, non-physical. See, this is hard for us to even imagine, because everything of our understanding of life exists in the physical, or things that interact with the physical, like ghosts or spirits. Think about something that doesn't even exist on the same plane of dimension of us, but does take up the same space. If these things are entirely spiritual or aura-based creatures, then perhaps what they feed on, in the same way we feed on other organic materials, is auras and spirituality itself. You can run a lot of cool theories with this, and say that perhaps haunted locations are just these things' feeding ground. And whenever people go there and experience fear, that energy they're giving off through fear provides food for these creatures. You can go even further with that and say perhaps UFO sightings or monster sightings and things like that are mind alterations made on people from these non-organic creatures as a means of maintaining energy. So don't worry, it's not a monster under your bed. It's just a super fourth dimensional spiritual being that is creating fear within your body in order to harvest your energy.
So a monster. You just described a monster. It's not a monster, it's just an interdimensional, fourth dimensional being harvesting fear from you.
Energy. So, nothing to be afraid of. Sleep deprivation lifestyle refers to what happens if someone undergoes long-term sleep deprivation. As we know, without sleep for long periods of time, people begin to lose cognitive and social functions. However, there are theories that if someone goes a really long time on the amount of sleep deprivation, they will lose functions such as consciousness. There's been a lot of cool theories proposed with this one, that that's what allows the id of our brain to take over, or our more primal self, or perhaps certain spirits or things that exist within this world can inhabit our bodies if we allow that consciousness to be so worn away. I talked about the Russian sleep experiment in like tier 1 or 2 of this iceberg, so imagine this as the practical version to carry out that. Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Whenever I saw the conspiracy theory iceberg and wanted to do a video on it, this is what I was hoping for. A lot less depression, a lot more dinosaur. Discovered a few kilometers from the Great Pyramid,
Sleep deprivation lifestyle is just insomnia, my guy. I have sleep deprivation lifestyle.
In these papyri, it talks about giant beasts, or god beasts, as they're called, that were used in order to build the pyramids. It says things like they carried the limestone across the rivers and were used to haul the large weighing rocks that were used in order to construct the pyramid. In these transcriptions, whoever wrote them said that they ate the grass of the Nile plains, that their tail was large enough to swing to kill a whole army, that their neck reached to the clouds, and even contained several inscriptions and images of these supposed creatures. While things like this have always been referenced in St. Joe, that dinosaurs existed much closer to humans than we think. Now, several Egyptologists, which I didn't know was a thing before researching this, some of them have gotten on board with this and said, yeah, perhaps the pyramids were built with the assistance of dinosaurs, which is the nicest thing I think I've said in this entire iceberg. Anunnaki puppet show relates to the Anunnaki, which I mentioned however many years ago, which were the supposed alien gods of the Babylonians and the Sumerians. See, the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians, whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of these Anunnaki. So much so that people say the Tower of Babel, in which, according to the Bible, God confused their languages, was actually a space station they were building to go to the stars, to which the Anunnaki then confused their languages. So, yeah. The puppet show belief is that the reason the Anunnaki have done all this is simply for entertainment, and that watching us progress as a society has been this whole escapade that they get to watch from a distance. However, I like the other theory proposed by it. See, several of these Anunnaki images or things we see, although normally reptilian, seem kind of human. The belief being that sometime in the future, we will develop a time travel technology, or at least a different reality version of us will. So then from the future, we come to the past, we alter things that happen in the course of human history, for whatever reason, in the Sumerian and Babylonian Empire, and then watch how it plays out. So rather than just a puppet show for entertainment, perhaps this existence that we have in all of our human history is just an experiment for whatever our future selves needed to find out. And furthermore, perhaps issues that we've seen in science, such as not being able to understand time travel or understand how gravity or perpetual travel or something like that works, is these observers of our timeline purposely manipulating it so that we don't get too far out of our box. Rapture already happened is in reference to the rapture event mentioned in the biblical text of Revelations. For those that don't know, there's debate among Christian groups of when exactly the rapture is supposed to take place.
Rapture is never
like
referenced
what year
in
will
the Bible.
happen,
I hate when people talk about the rapture. It is never referenced in the Bible. Shut up about the rapture already. It's not referenced in the Bible. It's not biblically accurate. Poo-poo, pee-pee, penis and vagina. Women with dicks and weak men with vaginas. It's never fucking referenced in the motherfucking Bible. So if you talk about the rapture, you're just practicing libel.
7 days, that it's not actually 7 days and more like 7,000 years, then imagine what 7-year tribulation period would actually be. In other words, if you're not literal with interpretations of time in the Bible, then a 7-year tribulation period might as well be 7,000. So in the Bible, when it mentions that during the tribulation period, God no longer interacts with the world, the devil has full control of it, and evil run rampant, and if that is a period of time like 7,000 years, then what's to say we're not currently living in that? As a matter of fact, there are some beliefs that the rapture happened immediately after Jesus' crucifixion, which would mean that we're all living in a devil-controlled world and God won't hear us. So, again, only positive vibes on this channel. Grider's endgame is in reference to journalist William Grider. Grider wrote from everyone from the Washington Times to the Rolling Stones how the Federal Reserve runs the country. The book essentially talks about how there is a secret society that exists underneath the United States government and how they're proliferated through the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is building up a plan in order to... that falls in line with the idea that banking circles are the ones actually running the country, and politicians essentially exist as figureheads. Soy spraying and weaponized soy is in reference to the proliferation of soy products in modern industry.
Not
If you'll
really
notice in the last few years
theory.
especially,
Soy
soy has
just describes
popped up more and more as either a substitute or a source in different foods and supplements.
Literally
However,
just
soy, it's
our economy is ran by banks, and the banks are the ones who really run the show. And it's like, yeah, no shit, motherfucker. The one who has the money has the power. That's capitalism.
Itself is an actual estrogen supplement, and when consumed by males in large quantities, can lead to testosterone deficiency. What the theory is saying is that the powers that be
Not a conspiracy
have
theory.
put soy products everywhere they're not supposed to be in order to demoralize and demasculate their people.
They come
who
so
could
close to
theoretically
discovering the truth.
turn them if they ever saw fit.
They
you can go further and say
conspiracy
that
theorists
weaponized
come
soy,
so close to
that's
discovering
similar
the
to
truth.
how governments,
And then
especially
they
the United
talk
States
about
government,
shit
have
like
been
this.
accused of
And it's like, what the fuck are
and
you on
long-term
about?
chemical warfare
Like,
over
what
time.
the fuck are you
The
talking
exact same
about?
thing
They talk
with
about
soy
like shit like
products
dinosaurs
in order to
built
make
the pyramids, and it's
less
like,
masculine. So
brother,
what
what
I'm
the
saying
fuck?
is government-sanctioned weaponized femboys.
What? Government-sanctioned weaponized femboys? You bring it on, brother. Give me my government-sanctioned femboy. I need my government-sanctioned bussy.
Government-sanctioned weaponized femboys. Yeah. Bicameralism comes from a 1976 book written by Julian had a very interesting theory from where human consciousness came from. His idea was that as early as 3,000 years ago, the original forms of consciousness began to be created.
Are you winning,
and that
son?
before that, the brain was divided into two parts. One part told the other what to
drink
do,
some water
and the
so I can
second
calm
part
down. I'm
acted
getting a
on it.
little
And while you may
too,
think that's how consciousness works on its own,
jittery.
I am saying that it is a very literal, one side of your brain communicates to the other side has no thought process and simply carries out an action. This means that there is no form of contemplation, decision-making, or thinking in the way that we would think of it now. One of Julian's references to this is such as the characters that were mentioned in the Iliad never really thought or decided what they were doing. Instead, they just kind of did things. So according to this theory, before the past 3 millennia, society existed with no meaning of self-awareness. And according to this theory, as society developed, we began to find the need to ask ourselves why, so the two sides of our brain kind of formed over the one that seems to ask questions, and that became the modern form of consciousness. Or in other words, the commanded part of the brain learned to think for itself, and the part that gave commands simply began to ask questions. Staring anxiety is the most literal form of brain rot. According to this theory, staring at any electronic screen for an amount of time will fry your brain, and not in the way that a parent would tell you to stop playing video games, they fry your brain, in a literal your neurons begin to shut off and die kind of way. This would, of course, over time make a modern population a lot dumber, so therefore this theory is saying that the reason screens are everywhere around us and proliferated so much is a way for the elites to further control us mentally. Ancient structure purpose is a huge topic to tackle, but I can get a few of them out of the way. For example, there are theories that ancient pyramids and ziggurats were actually the beginning of a sort of mining facility. Or in other words, whatever beings actually created them was doing so in order to stage a way to get inside of the Earth, maybe even hollow Earth. Whereas other theories talk about how societies have these very advanced forms of architecture.
You stare at a screen for too long and it's like,
for example, in China, people built entire palaces into the sides of cliffs.
I don't think
something that is hard to understand and hard to accomplish by today's means. Furthermore, in Persia,
I just think that that's like some Ted Kaczynski anti-technology bullshit.
All the way down into their cities in order to have year-round cold water. A lot of this also gets back into the idea of sacral architecture. which is essentially architecture that is created for the sake of a sacredness rather than purpose. So you could think of this as like
although I am
temples
kind of
and
anti-technology,
religious worship. A
says
lot of
the
them are
man
believed
live
to be
streaming.
too just the people themselves. And I also have to mention my favorite theory, which I talked about in the last
playing Madden
episode,
is kind of
that
a
the Tower of
cognitive
Babel
test
was
because
a
much
launching
like
platform
chess,
for the
this
Anunnaki
requires a
aliens to
great
shoot
amount
their
of strategy.
ship back into space.
Basically, the real brain rot is listening to the conspiracy theory iceberg, because Jesus Christ, half of the shit we're listening to is just straight retarded. Sorry, I had to say it. I had to say it. It's just straight retarded.
Organizations. This all kind of falls back to banks, politics,
I'm not ableist,
each other,
but it is. It is. Like, this stuff is stupid. It's stupid. I don't like using that word, the R word, but like past a certain point, we're talking about people who are just mentally ill. A lot of this is just mental illness.
Part 2, because of this, secret cabals or cults around the world managed to have control of what markets rose and fall, and were able to build wealth by riding off of it. Step 3,
it's paranoia to the nth degree.
Has been hiding its actual capabilities and resources.
And as someone who has paranoia, I can attest that it's paranoia to the nth degree.
Scarcity among other nations, which then the U.S. can find
it's delusions
resources
to the nth degree.
Power. This is all saying that supposedly banks are getting in the way.
A lot of it's just racism, if I'm being honest.
Can be used as a way to subvert things like fossil fuels. Step 4, ever since 9/11, these politicians have wanted banking groups out of their inner circles, and have actively been making steps in order to remove their technological influence. Step 5, which is where we're currently at, is that the politicians or elites are trying to build up crypto money, trading, lending, whatever, to such a degree that it will inevitably crash all around the world, which will lead to a need for a new system, which is when they can then step in and create the new gold standard. Most drugs are benevolent, is saying, because drugs can possibly unlock new potential in the human brain, which would be bad to the people who want to subjugate us and keep us under their rule if we suddenly sort of evolve. A lot of this goes back to the stoned ape theory, which is the idea that the reason we evolved from monkeys into what we are now is that monkeys eventually figured out how to use hallucinogenics, which opened up new brain pathways, which created us. So, in other words, our leaders who want us under their thumb do not want us to go through another cycle of evolution. Closely related to that is the theory of proto-humans. Proto-humans is the idea that there was more than just one kind of pre-human like we think there was. Like, for example, the Neanderthal DNA, which every human has a portion of, can actually be found in different variations and even mixed with different kind of genomes depending on what region of the world you're in. For example, in some parts of the world, in the portion that would mostly be Neanderthal, there is something known as Denisovan DNA, which is believed to be a competitor to the Neanderthal gene. This is implying that there was a lot more complicated roots of humanity than we may think there are, and in other words, probably very violent competition led to the modern humanity that we know today. Dublin, Wisconsin is the town that doesn't exist. Supposedly there was a town in the Sparta Green Bay area of Wisconsin that just disappeared in between the 80s and 90s. Officially there exist no records of it. However, there is still tourist memorabilia that people have. Certain people have memories of a small town being destroyed by either a fire or a gas leak, depending on who you ask. And people even supposedly received radio transmissions from radio stations in Dublin all the way into the late 90s. Whenever I was doing research for this, there were like 1,000 people who went missing in the late 80s and early 90s around the Green Bay area. And also the guys who were supposedly receiving the radio signals were all dead. So I'm sure that's not troubling at all. Finland doesn't exist originally comes from the same Blyfield logic that I mentioned in Tier 3, I think it was, which essentially follows the whole logic of, have you ever been to Finland? Do you know anyone from Finland? Well, then Finland just doesn't exist if you answer no to both of those. It's along the whole lines of believing only what you see, and furthermore, if you're from Finland, you're a Fed. If you know someone from Finland, they're a Fed. And if you've ever visited Finland, the feds tricked you. Also, in research, I found this copy pasta that is too funny to not mention. So, the population of Finland is about 6.5 million people. Now, when comparing that to the population of the entire world, which is about 7.2 billion, Finland makes up 0.09% of the world's population. It's not 1%, it's not even a tenth of a percent. Or, in other words, 99.9% of people who exist in the world are not from Finland. We get this number from government census, which government census has a percent error of about 1%. Or, in other words, about 10 times the amount of percent that Finland makes up in the world. In other words, by statistical standards, there's a pretty solid chance that Finland does not exist. So if you're from Finland, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not real. Sorry. Also, it's so wild that, like, sitting here just talking into a camera, there's a solid chance that someone from Finland will see this. The internet's crazy, man. Number stations exist as coded radio messages that are used to send transmissions to foreign intelligence agencies from behind enemy lines. Or think of it this way. Say during the Cold War there was a Russian spy in the United States, and he needs to get information back to his Russian handlers. Well, he can't just get on a radio and begin saying exactly what he wants to tell them, because then anyone could listen in and anyone could figure out what he's doing. But if he was to just send numbers that corresponded to a code grid that the Russians had, well, then no one would know what he's trying to say except for the people he wants to hear it. Now, I need to make it clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is a very open practice that has existed all the way from World War I, in which they did the same thing with Morse code. And during the Cold War, this was a very preferred method of transmitting information out of the country. However, what's interesting is the proliferation of how they exist today. To just give an example, there are several old radio towers that exist in a sort of swampland just outside of St. Petersburg, Russia. For the past 40 years, there's been a broadcast coming out of there that has been titled MDZHB, and all that it is one continuous droning noise, and every few seconds there's a sound that sounds similar to a foghorn. Not only that, but about once or twice a week, either a man or woman will come on and just say random words in Russian, implying that whatever words are being said is a sort of code. And if you've got a radio that can pick up on the signal, since it's shortwave, you can tune in to 4625 KHZ and listen to it at any time. The leading theory with this radio station is that it's potentially part of the Russian government, which explains why they don't do anything about it or really care that it's there, and furthermore that it is a dead hand signal, or in other words, that monotone string is keeping something from happening, say a nuclear device. These are actually in themselves not a conspiracy, as there have been devices that are made to pick up on a certain radio frequency, and if that frequency ever stops, the device detonates. This is sort of like a last laugh protocol. So say if there was some explosive in a foreign country, and that foreign country attacked Russia, therefore destroying the radio signal, they get blown up as well. This is just one of many number stations, and there are a whole lot weirder ones I found, such as the Lincolnshire Poacher. I found enough information that I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on this, just to talk about all the different number stations that are found around the world, because there are some weird ones. Everest Cover-Ups is speaking of these series of deaths that occur on Everest that are supposedly covered up. I've already spoke before about the Sherpas of Mount Everest and the legends of Himalayan zombies in the regions around. However, this one has a bit more wider stretching application. See, you may not know this, but if someone dies on Mount Everest, they don't recover the body. The reason for it is because once you pass a certain point in altitude, it is way too dangerous to try to get people to recover something than it is to just leave it there. Also, it's so cold that in most cases, the body never really decomposes. What this means is there are near perfectly preserved bodies all over the mountain of Mount Everest, and not only that, they are used as trail markers in order for climbers to find their way up. In researching this, there's a lot of weird stories, like they talk about reaching the destination of Green Boots Cave because there's a dead body out front that has green boots. Almost all these deaths are attributed to exhaustion, which makes sense considering the feats that they have to accomplish in such a low oxygen environment. Furthermore, there are nearly 200 bodies on the mountain itself. But here's what's weird. So I said most of them don't decompose, but some of them do, and some of them decompose immediately next to bodies that don't decompose at all, which means you can have two people up on the mountain, each there for decades. One is a skeleton and the other seems like a perfectly intact person who's just sleeping. Combine that with the fact that certain hikers have reported that bodies have been found where they're not supposed to be, and then combine that with the Himalayan zombies legend that I mentioned earlier, and then mix all that in with the legends of the Sherpas who guard the secret Shangri-La, which is considered an entrance to Hollow Earth and protected by spirits, and the implications get implicitous. Towel conspiracy is a conspiracy that's kind of obvious, but you may have never thought about, that the paper towel dispensers that look like they have a camera in it absolutely have a camera in it. Now, of course, it's illegal to put a camera in the bathroom for obvious reasons. However, when has that ever stopped certain powers that be from spying on their people? This wouldn't just stop at the motion sensors on paper towel dispensers, but also urinals and toilets, because gross, and fills in the loophole that in such a surveillance state, there would be so many obvious blind spots that people can get away with whatever they're doing, unless they aren't blind spots and they just want you to think they are. All religions are the same is a concept that's kind of been mentioned in tiers earlier, that all religions can be traced back to a single founder. So like, for example, whenever I mentioned the Anunnaki coming down from space, or your ideas of Jesus or what have you, the idea being that there was one original event that happened, and then as culture spread out, the story simply adapted with each culture. This would explain the reason that so many different cultures have the same ideas of heaven and hell, even if they're named different, ideas of a godhead, and summing of salvation either through works or belief, all the way down to concepts like angels and demons. Essentially saying that all religions are the same, just extra steps away from whatever the original source was. Valley of Lost Candles is in reference to stolen props from the 1967 movie, The Valley of the Dolls. The plot of Valley of the Dolls was a group of girls who go to Hollywood in order to become famous and slowly have to give away pieces of themselves in one way or the other in order to achieve that goal. Given the mysterious nature of things that happen underground in Hollywood, the movie was kind of seen as a look behind the veil of what goes on in the industry. Supposedly, several of the props, such as candles, that were used on the movie were used in actual witchcraft and carried bad spirits with them. After the movie was over, several of these props went missing. One story even says that they were stolen by critic Roger Ebert. Theories in this lead all the way to say that perhaps one of the reasons that one of the film's lead roles, Sharon Tate, was killed in such a grisly manner is because she made the spirits upset by losing their possessions. Advanced cryptozoology is exactly what it says: advanced levels of standard cryptozoology, or in other words, the stories of creatures that may or may not exist. Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think.
Yeah, there's the
I'm
goat
going to
man.
save it there, because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves, with a special guest that I'm excited for. So this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlord's Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, these crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist, and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by a centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So known matter in the universe makes up like 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25%. The rest is dark matter, but we're not talking about that right now. Supposedly dark energy is absolutely everywhere and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat, or anything that we can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us, and several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite, considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality we exist in. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remembering having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is an extreme example of the Mandela effect or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, as we began to theorize, but are not organic-based or organic in any sense that we understand. You know those random radio waves that we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication? What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video, but the idea that like a million years ago we were a functioning technological society and we sent these artificial creatures into space and they began to proliferate for themselves. These artificial creatures, they began to proliferate for themselves, and the only we're talking simply because we could out there cause more in reference to the Mayan Empire exists. Monk Empire was only that having cultural effects world and their distance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together. And yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now, what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history.
I like the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed.
They created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself. Okay, well, let's say we created a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion, and all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it, it would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many years ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all but been confirmed as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you remember how I mentioned in past years, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about, our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, the Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD 4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it, silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around it. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 end of the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to. Just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a new calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended. It would have been more like 2028. So don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous psyops. So if you don't know what aeromorphous is, I'm not going to be the one to show you, but it's Rule 34 for animated planes. Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualize aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft. meaning it's state-sanctioned airplane kit.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. Keeper of the light sounds the foghorn to signal it's time for football. Coming up, two teams ready to square off. It's our visitors.
Yeah. I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? And some dude in a suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland's secret tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the utilidors, which stands for utility corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park, saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded, so now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind-the-scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color-coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 400,000 square feet, and with many of them not being mapped to public knowledge, and disappearances occurring at Disney, and all the accusations of Disneyland with greater Illuminati conspiracies, you can figure out where they go from there. Because if there's miles worth of secret tunnels underneath a super rich multinational corporation's amusement park, of course there's going to be theories on it. Abaka alignment is the term used to describe the arrangement of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a lot of belief within the ideas of sacred geometry, or the idea that shapes hold particular meaning, that they were arranged in such this way as a tribute to some sort of god, although it's never specifically said within their religion that we can find. What is interesting is during the initial overlooks of the moon, Russian spaceship Luna 9 and American spaceship Orbiter 2 caught interesting pictures of something on the dark side of the moon. After analyzing these images, they seem to be some of the shadow structures which I talked about earlier. So, supposedly artificial bodies on the moon, and they were arranged in the perfect shape of the pyramids in Egypt, following the Abaka alignment. So, did something from the moon come to Egypt and have them build the pyramids like their thing on the moon? Or did something from the moon see the pyramids and then build them to match? I personally like the second one, because the ideas of aliens seeing our pyramids and structures we built and then trying to do them themselves is kind of cute. Bacterial humanity is the idea that humans themselves exist as a sort of bacteria. The theory sort of works like this. Imagine the Earth as the host, which is a living, breathing organism. We ourselves work as the bacteria or the infection, using the resources of the host in order to sustain ourselves. Naturally, the host produces antibodies as a means to kill the bacteria, which is everything on Earth that kills us. But we, as an infection, continue to grow and repopulate and adapt to such a point we don't have to worry about the host defense mechanisms anymore. So, as bacterial infections do, it will eventually get to a point in which we kill the host, therefore killing ourselves. So, big overall analogy, humans bad, Earth good. Yeah. Ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons is interesting. So Saturn's moons have always been pretty odd in the realm of astronomy. Like, not only are there a ton of them, but they're incredibly diverse in what their surface pertains. Again, this all ties back into ancient aliens, but the most interesting thing about all this to me is there are two moons that have these very odd geographic markings on them that scientists can't really explain, that look like this. And they can't really be explained as old water systems like they can on Mars, because there's not really tributaries and it doesn't look like the way water would flow. And general consensus is that they seem to be giant claw marks. I've got no theory for that, no jokes. That's the most terrifying, cool thing I've ever heard. Like a giant space eagle clawed two of Saturn's moons. Oh my gosh, that is some Dead Space H.P. Lovecraft material, and I for one am here for it. The Charlie Project I had never heard of before researching for this video, but I'm glad I do now. Started by Megan Good in 2004, it is a database of every cold case missing persons file in the United States, usually existing at more than 14,000. There's nothing that the site can really do to find these missing people, but it is a massive database for missing people in general. What normally happens after someone goes missing is the news and local police kind of stop the search for it, so Megan created this site as a means of maintaining some form of information about them. The cold cases on there date all the way from now to 1910. It exists not only as a database for investigators, as most are exclusive to, but also for any individual to look up and read. I, for one, went on there and clicked on a few stories of people local to my area, in which it gives their last known location, details about them, and what they were seen doing, and some of them are rather haunting. I may do a video about this site because they exist off of donations, and I think it's an important and useful database, so stay tuned for that. But I'm glad I know about the Charlie Project. I think it's something that's worth your time if you're interested, and as a matter of fact, I'll link it below next to the Scrabble video. Grain situation is another apocalypse theory. The idea being that across the world we've created all of these modified crops in order to feed people on a mass scale. These modified crops are resistant to everything from pesticides, insects, dehydration, natural competition, so on and so forth. So, what would happen if one of these super plants ever decided to become competitive itself? What if a specific grass plant began to kill all the grass plant in its area and grow out and out and out until it eventually dominates not only its ecosystem but ecosystems around it? The idea being it could eventually progress to the point where it kills out several species as it maintains domination, and eventually leads from everything to famines, fires, and in one long theory I read, even an ice age due to the mix of carbon emissions that would happen. So humans tried to make super plant to feed themselves, thus
Dude, you finished the Banshee? That's awesome! That's awesome, man.
The idea behind this is that the whole sun being bigger is a psyop, and like the governments have coordinated with spacecraft and all of that.
Don't spoil it, because I want to watch it.
The sun is bigger.
But how was it?
For some reason. And it all goes back to the core belief of the conspiracy theory mantra, which is seeing is believing. So if you didn't see it, it's not real. Asterisk High Command comes from supposed contact people have made with aliens through something called channels. Channels are essentially people who believe that they have been given messages from extraterrestrials, and then they use that information to convey to others in order to proliferate whatever the alien said. George von Tessel is probably the most famous example of this, as in 1953 he said he received messages from a being known as Asher and started a movement off of those messages. He began an organization known as the Ministry of Universal Wisdom, who essentially worked as a centralized hub for people who either believed in UFOs or made contact with them. Von Tessel began by reinterpreting the Bible through the eyes of what Asher had told him, and came to conclusions such as Jesus Christ was an ET. Researching this stuff, the lore is expansive.
If we are to believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, he kind of was an alien, you know what I mean?
As well as
so this guy's not wrong.
People, and
Jesus,
yada yada yada.
If he is the Son of God, that means Jesus was an alien.
A large group come together under this one of one alien super race. Ocean doesn't exist. Same as the sun being smaller than the Earth. Nope. I wish that would make me sleep a lot easier at night. One theory on this did kind of work as a theory.
It's like the Greek
idea
gods.
That the ocean actually doesn't have a bottom, and instead there is a gravitational center within the Earth, that the ocean waters interflow and connect with each other, so technically the ocean
talks
is
about that a little bit, and I don't believe it.
Most research with this is just saying that it's
but it's like,
and it's like, well, if you ever went from one side of the ocean to the other and kept track that you weren't flipped around or whatever, so you're just in a really big lake, which means technically, yeah, I guess the ocean isn't.
I mean, gods,
but you get the point.
And if you did
cross the ocean,
I mean, we're on that. We're in the realm of the kook, so we can talk about it. Demigods are like freaking, by definition, extraterrestrial. If you think about it for more than 2 seconds, they come from another realm. This is why I like Norse mythology, because in Norse mythology, they straight up are just extraterrestrial. They're from another dimension. You know what I mean? they're literally from Asgard, which is another dimension. It's another realm. It's literally one of the, 9 realms of the universe. I think it's 9. It might be 7. It might be 15. I can't remember. But there's so many different realms in the universe. There's Midgard, Asgard, the Frost realm, I forget what it's called. But in Norse mythology, they're extraterrestrials. So if Jesus were to exist, if he is the Son of God, he would be an extraterrestrial. Or he just lied the entire time.
I guess you're just in on it. Fed. It's another one of those, I didn't see it, therefore it's not true things. Geometric algorithmic shortcuts is referring to the fact that in geometry there are certain patterns that begin to show up more and more often. For example, if you're trying to diagram how energy will react in a sort of vacuum or environment, it often
in fact,
comes
I could be wrong. Maybe Jesus is the Son of God. Who knows?
The reason the ellipsis is used as a symbol for
the only way we'll find out is when we die.
The afterlife or what have you.
I would like
goes
Jesus
on to say,
to be
well,
the Son of God. He was a pretty cool dude.
Like a thermodynamic reaction.
He was a pretty.
Or the entire
I'm not losing to the
Patriots. Is made to look like a man. Or,
I will restart this game 7 times if I have to.
That our greater
I am not losing to the
manifests
Patriots.
Itself through shapes. Raleigh Davis close enough, also known as the spiral, references the artist and architect Friedrich Hundertwasser, who was known for his idea that straight lines were awful in art, represented no creativity, and you should never use them. This again kind of relates to the idea of sacred geometry, as Hundertwasser kind of viewed the ideas of free-flowing lines as an expression of life itself. However, what's interesting about this, so if you imagine free-flowing lines as they travel round about as an expression of life and carelessness, then a spiral would be life inevitably making itself towards one point that it can't escape. Basically, the idea that in his artwork, the spiral was the symbol for death or the inevitable. And as his artwork goes on, you can see spirals being incorporated more and more into his works. The idea that through his artwork, we can see how he began to recognize the inevitability of where he'd end up. So if this idea of free-thinking geometry as a means of representing life is true, then a spiral could be used as a symbol of not only death and the inevitable, but an omen of
his artwork is really cool.
So some people have taken this idea and adapted it to the idea that spirals themselves are bad juju and you shouldn't look at them or have one around you. So again, if we apply this to the last concept of shortcuts and see that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, then what is that supposed to mean? Bioma over genoma is saying that perhaps the biology within your body or the bacteria inside of you are more important than your actual genes. This has actually been theorized for a while. In 2007, the Human Microbiome Project was put together to experiment on this very concept. And while it's not true, the whole myth that there's more bacteria cells in your body than there are human cells in your body, there certainly are a lot. And since bacteria play a huge role in not only fending off disease, but performing metabolic processes within the body, then maybe there is some credence to the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter how you're born, but more so what you take in afterwards. This would explain the reason that sometimes children who are protected from the world around them and aren't allowed to interact with the bacteria develop diseases later in life because they don't have a healthy immune system. Not because of tolerance or anything like that, as most people think, but because they just simply need more bacteria as a means of helping their own system. Hive mind induction is a theory behind how we may be now working our way towards a hive mind. The idea being that we are currently laying the groundwork for what will later become a massive conglomerate of thought. This is done through media and other sources around us trying to push us all towards knowing everything that's currently going on, or in other words, making sure we're all on the same page with the information dump that's given to us daily, whereas the next step would be a unified unified thought, which some argue the media is already pushing its way for, and this would all inevitably end to Elon Musk shooting us in the brain with a super chip that connects all of our thoughts together, and we become one giant planet thing. Sort of similarly related is the idea of field consciousness. So for those that don't know, consciousness is kind of an anomaly in science. While we understand where thoughts come from and ideas, the factor of consciousness itself and the things that make up us as a person are kind of a mystery. Like, for example, there's no space in your brain for memory, or at least none that we can find. So the idea behind field consciousness is like a field in physics. Around us sort of exists this ethereal anatomy of what our consciousness is that we pull from whenever we need it, and that's where memory and higher order thought come from. This would also give credence to the theory that I mentioned however many tiers back, that humans sort of learn as a collective. So whenever someone learns one capability, the person next to them is more likely to learn it. Or the idea that as soon as someone breaks a record in something, more people begin to break that record rapidly. So not only are your thoughts and memories out there for you to gain access from, but others, even if involuntarily, are able to do the same. Yeah. This could also be seen as an explanation for seemingly random or unknown memories and deja vu. Chaos banking is a wild concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the theory goes in line with the idea that eventually we will get to the point that we run out of physical materials to trade for currency. So we'll quit that, and then we'll move into trading like electricity and energy, and then we'll run out of that, and eventually get to such a point as an existence of whatever being we are at that point in future that we trade temporal anomalies. And the thing that would be traded as a temporal anomaly is chaos, or in other words, anomalies themselves as they exist throughout time. So assuming at that point in the future they've managed to manipulate or go back to time in some way, those beings in the future could be cashing in on the currency that is chaos right now. So think of it this way. You're going about your life normally, and then something out of the usual happens. That creates a bit of temporal chaos. These beings from the future use that chaos as part of their banking system. Now go a step further and say seemingly totally random, supernatural, everything from UFOs to ghosts, could just be these things from the future sort of mining our presence in order to create more temporal cash. If this theory that in the future temporal energy can be harnessed for whatever reason, then slight alterations in the timeline as a means of producing energy or wealth could be utilized. So random things that happen to you aren't actually random. They are just a race of super people eons in the future using it to profit at your expense. So there's nothing you can do about it. Doom ecology is accelerationism applied to ecology. The idea is that we are constantly hurting the Earth. So what we need to do is rapidly accelerate this hurting of the Earth so that the Earth can begin to kill us off, and then we can worry about the next steps. The core belief in accelerationism as it's tied to politics is the idea that we can't make any progress while we're heading downhill, so we might as well jump to the bottom so we can up. This is that only with nature, so we need to jump to the mass extinction event of humanity, and then we can start to rebuild. So we might as well get it over with while we're here. Kim IRL is in reference to the Kim thing from Elder Scrolls, which is sort of escaping your human body. And this is mostly just a joke or misinformation on here, as I've talked about earlier. However, I did find one Reddit thread in which the person recommended that they should wear dark clothes and grow out all the hair on their face, and that'll do it, so okay. Tomoko Umaya is one of the channels for extraterrestrials, which I talked about earlier, who began writing books in 1994. Supposedly, he has made contact with several extraterrestrial bodies and has written many books about these altercations. There's a lot of expansive stuff he gets into in his work, with most of it being ideas of how aliens have affected us through human history, and the idea of great terraforming events for the aliens to do things, I guess, and he exists as a modern example of a channel. Nuclear grid theory is the concept of ley lines applied to nuclear science. For those that don't know, ley lines is the idea that across the Earth there are these natural magnetic centers that sort of flow as they travel around the globe. A lot of the theories with them say temples on these ley lines, even if they weren't conscious of it, as some sort of greater spiritual vision intended for them to, or because it created more symbiosis or what have you. Supposedly, after the nuclear strikes that occurred at the end of World War II, they opened up a secondary set of ley lines. The idea being that such a massive energy expansion at once caused a sort of second plane of ley lines to be unfolded, or we created enough energy to jump up to this next plane of being. And along this new set of ley lines, supernatural events have taken place. Everything from ghost sightings to UFO sightings to Bigfoot encounters and what have you. Basically the idea that the reason supernatural occurrences have proliferated so much in the 21st century and into the 20th century is because we sort of opened the door. Tier 8 is titled...
You heard me say I want to be on this track. You went too soon though. Okay, listen.
Titled The Reality Hacker, and the description reads, "At extreme depths, the very structure of reality as you know it vanishes. Able to control the flow and having mastered the world and those around you, one last question remains. Can you master yourself?" D-patterning is closely related to a concept known as psychic driving. Essentially, psychic driving works like this. It is a concept that by taking a person and making them listen to the same sounds and words and codes over and over, you can begin to work their personality backwards. This is all working off of the idea that a personality is developed by an individual over time and slowly builds up as that person grows and matures, which means therefore you can deconstruct it, or in other words, a means of unlearning learned behavior. There are records of this occurring during the MK Ultra experiments because, of course there are. The theory was that showing someone specific visuals or making them listen to specific audio strands forward, backwards, and every other way will eventually cause them to begin to forget themselves. So that's psychic driving. D-patterning is everything I just said with electric shock therapy and LSD. D-patterning isn't only trying to reset someone's personality, it's also trying to dig all the way down to their subconscious. The idea being the combination of electric shock therapy and drugs could allow for the observer to speak to the bottom level of a person's psyche. Take that a step further, and some apply this concept to modern media, with the idea being there are very subtle tones and secret messages, and this is similar to backtracking, hidden in a lot of media we consume as a means of keeping us either docile or slowly chipping away at our higher order thinking. Or in other words, your mom was right. Too much TV fries your brain. Illuminati are the good guys is exactly what it says. However, to get to the true meaning of it, you have to analyze the Illuminati itself. See, when the original Illuminati began, because it was an actual organization, in the 1700s, the idea was these French noblemen came together in order to start an organization that would allow for the people to more so govern themselves, or at least a small group of people to decide what happens to them. This was done by having members of the Illuminati infiltrate the government and proliferating the ideas that the group wanted across governments and peoples. However, if the original group standard of self-governance is it, then maybe they're not necessarily as evil as we think they are. This theory is saying that maybe this organization's purpose was to make sure the government doesn't get too out of hand. And considering what governments have been capable of throughout history, perhaps there needs to be a group of people to keep them in check. So, therefore, all of the hate we know about them, or ideas of the Illuminati being evil devil worshippers, would be the result of centuries-long smear campaigns against the group proliferated by governments. And this demonization that they have done against the organization would be a means of making themselves seem the good guys in a historical context. The Illuminati, of course, assuming they do exist, would have to exist from the shadows and therefore cannot defend themselves openly. So think of it this way. If the Illuminati is real and they're working behind the scenes of world governments in order to proliferate this small group's idea, then who's to say they're the bad guys? Because, you know, it's not like a government would lie to us about a group of people who they don't like. I mean, the government doesn't lie, guys. Like, right. Come on. Demolition elves refers to sightings that have happened across the world that before and after disasters, people have seen these small creatures at the site of the event. Historically, description of these things match up with that of trolls and elves, either short, stumpy creatures that don't have human proportions, or these impossibly skinny figures that seem to dance across the rubble of whatever building just collapsed. The most famous examples of this being 9/11 and the Silver Bridge incident, which after both of them, several witnesses reported seeing small people crawling across the rubble. Theories of these creatures range from everything that they are these evil sort of demons that enact natural disasters in order to be bad, I guess, or that perhaps these things are summoned by the parties in question to get across whatever motive they want. Or perhaps these things are summoned by the parties that actually committed the disaster, because if you think about it, if you believe in demons and you think demon summoning's real, then who's to say that people wouldn't use those capabilities in order to do not so nice stuff. War is fake isn't saying that no wars ever happen, just the motivations for them. A lot of this relates back to shadow organizations and things like the Illuminati, because if there's things that exist in the supernatural realm that the regular people don't know about, but these higher elitist rings do, then it makes sense that there would be battling of some kind over them. And if that's true, then several of the wars throughout history that we as the public know for being over money or land or what have you could actually be over these more important ideas. Like what I talked about a couple tiers back, the US didn't invade Iraq for oil, it was for the Stargate, obviously. I'm just going to start like a history series on this channel where I take tragedies throughout history like wars and famines or whatever and make entirely baseless claims. Like the plague, right? Those people weren't killed by a disease. No, it was giants and also Hitler. And then I'll just turn off the comments and say that anyone who disagrees with me is in on the conspiracy. YouTube's so fun. Tesseract, Earth, or universe is referring to the shape of a tesseract. So we understand the universe to exist in 3 dimensions, that being height, width, and depth, right? And this is often shown through the example of a square. If you have a flat square, that's 2-dimensional because it goes height and length. If you have a cube, that's 3-dimensional because it's height, length, and depth. The idea of a tesseract is that it is a 4-dimensional cube, which means it would exist in a 4th dimension that we can't directly observe. As you're probably aware, if you're at tier 8 of the iceberg at this point, there are several theories about different dimensions that we can't directly see as people, but they would still exist nonetheless. The most common of which being time and the idea that it can be manipulated. However, we existing as people can just pass through it at one pace in one direction. So the tesseract existing as a 4-dimensional square, when applied to the Earth or universe, implies that there is these greater 4th dimensional properties that we can't exactly understand. In other words, either the planet we live on or the universe we exist in is moving a lot more complexly than we can see, and perhaps anomalies, which could be everything from random explosions to supernatural sightings, could just be the results of these 4th dimensional occurrences that we can only catch glimpses of. Oh boy, this one. So as soon as I started this iceberg and scrolled through it real quick, this was like the first one I saw, and I was thinking, there is no way I can do this, but I'm about to. Remember how in tier 2 of this iceberg, way back before I was a YouTuber and all, I talked about quantum suicide and immortality? The reason I spent so much time talking about
JFK shot
is to justify this one. In the theory of quantum suicide and immortality, it followed the idea that anything that can happen will happen in one branching universe. So if string theory is to be believed, and if the idea of these infinite universes is to be believed, then that means every possible outcome has to exist within one of these worlds. Which, as I explained with quantum suicide and immortality, that means for every individual there has to be a universe where they live at a theoretical forever, and a universe in which they commit not alive at every possible point forever.
There is a theoretical universe where JFK shot himself.
There has to be a version where John F. Kennedy committed suicide while in the motorcade at Dallas. So who's to say that we aren't that universe? Perhaps that's why the CIA was so weird about it. Because at the height of this political turmoil with Russia, how awful does it look if a leader commits suicide? What if, as Lee Harvey Oswald said, he was the patsy because they needed an excuse? What if the pressure of being the leader of one of the world's superpowers was too much for JFK and he couldn't take it anymore? And what if he wanted to go out during a parade with the whole world watching? That, or he just ran a really long string, like from the car up to the window, and then just was really good at timing. And the best thing about quantum suicide and immortality, that had to happen somewhere. Might as well be here. And you literally can't fight me on it, because that's how the theory works. Everything that can happen happens somewhere, so here it is. And if anyone's in the comments calling me stupid for it, well, guess what? They work for the CIA. See, it's that easy. I love my job. Mao statues for Rapa Nuians, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Again, sorry. Which these statues are the technical name for the commonly known Easter Island statues. See, once the first settlers of the industrialized world arrived at Easter Island, these statues were already in place. According to the mythology of the people, this was statues to commemorate the Rapa Nuians, or the original founders of the island itself. However, there are theories circulating that these old original founders of the island died and were set in their place as the statues. Now, while most normies would take this to mean that the statues were built on top of the Rapa Nuians' gravesite, or perhaps their land, cool people believe that perhaps these statues aren't statues at all and are quite literally the fossilized remains of these first people. Or, in other words, giants. So the Easter Island statues are frozen giants, and just like JFK shooting himself, you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Math Hacker has to do more with an overarching theory with numbers as they exist in the known universe. Because when you think about it, numbers are really amazing in the fact that they can be used to quantify every known occurrence within the known universe. Or the fact that we can do things like make equations to figure out how the speed of light interacts with blah 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 or whatever. What this theory is saying is that perhaps through the use of numbers, one could gain the ability in order to manipulate reality itself. Or in other words, the secrets of the universe, or the secrets of the simulation we're in, as some would say with this theory, because there's another theory that numbers are lines of code that exist in our computer, but that's math could be used to hack the universe, basically. Real meaning of Hybrid RPG was so weird on. So it was a role-playing game called Hybrid that was canceled in 2002. The only existing text file of it is a rule set that the author says is roughly 30% completed at the time of the cancellation. Reading through this thing, not only is it absolutely massive, but it just seems like sort of insane ravings. Like, for example, there are 500 rules, and the rules are really weird, and they cross-reference each other, so while you're reading one rule, you have to scroll down to like 278, and that is some work. So back to read, and then you have to jump down 100. The whole thing works. Several rules as to various things allow gravity, max, feet, and really specific stuff. However, to interest some of the references that are made through rule sheet. Like for one part, the begins talking the matrix, and important to understand the simulation. Then that goes back to the that main hybrid RPG was to create rule set for world reset, or to create rule set for world within, or the station and some of the rules for where we exist. That would explain the talk of politics, that would explain why the Matrix and ideas of a simulation were brought up, and why equations for how gravity works and very specific concepts of physics kept being brought up. The idea being that this RPG itself was perhaps a look through the cracks at what our reality actually is, or a warning to us of what our reality actually is. Deep soy is closely related to the weaponized femboy thing I talked about in the last tier. So in that theory, it was the idea that soy is used on other countries as a means of immobilizing their masculine population, whereas deep soy is saying that perhaps the government would do that same thing to their own people. The idea being that higher ups have implanted this idea of societal laziness, or in other words, everything is about looking at a screen, sitting down and doing nothing, and letting other people take care of issues for you. And according to the theory, this leads to everything from obesity rates going through the roof, and a reliance on law enforcement, as well as a trust of elected officials. Or in other words, people want someone else to take care of the problems because they themselves have been taught to not take care of their own problems. So the idea of deep soy is perhaps governments are immobilizing their people as either a means of just putting domination over them, or preparation for some final step of some kind. My money's on the weaponized femboys thing, but I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Probably not. So the Tibetan prostitution stocks refers to the rampant rates of prostitution that exist within the region of Tibet. So Tibet politics is weird. Pretty much China tells them what to do, and Tibet's not happy about it, or at least from all the research I've done, that seems to be the case. So prostitution's illegal in China, but Tibet does not care. To put it into perspective, prostitution is so rampant in some parts of Tibet that in some of the cities I was reading about, 10% of the women are involved in prostitution, which 10% itself may not seem like a lot, but think if any city that you're familiar with had 10% of the people as prostitutes, what that would mean not only for the economy, but of the societal rings around it. Now, again, it's illegal, so all of these are officially done as massage parlors and day spas and other stuff that we all actually know what's going on. So in that whole 10% thing, that's 10% of places where it's a known fact that it's a prostitution ring, which means the actual number is probably higher. So the whole theory around it is we know that elitist circles and governments like to do not so nice things to people that don't. I'm talking about the Epstein stuff. So the idea being that perhaps China knows that it's such a rampant problem in Tibet but lets it go because it's a means of appeasing their world clientele that they host in this disgusting way. Or in other words, China doesn't do anything about it because powerful, important people in the world doesn't want anything to be done about it. After that last one, this is where I clarify that this is a YouTube channel. I am only making jokes. None of these are serious. And hopefully, yeah, we're talking about a weird one next, so that it's fine. It's just jokes. Haha, jokes.
There is a one.
Looked a whole lot like the last play, didn't it, partner? And again, the turnover escapes him. It's going to be third down.
Fire is alive is a concept that fire itself is alive. For one, think about our concepts of what constitutes life and how many of them fire is in line with. It reproduces, it grows on its own, it maintains a homeostasis thermal temperature to itself, it moves on its own, and it eats and excretes on its own as well. Really, the only thing that it doesn't have in common with understood life is that it's not made up of cells. But as we've talked about earlier on this chart, perhaps something doesn't need to be made up of cells or carbon-based in order to exist. In other words, concepts of energy beings or supernatural things from another dimension that simply pierce through the veil occasionally as energy creatures can be seen with fire itself. Or at the very least, perhaps how plasma is formed within fire and is a constantly replicating energy source that could be the secret to other forms of life outside of our understanding. Eating food makes you age, while this is apparent on the chart, is technically true because if you don't eat, you'll die. Checkmate, atheist. I mean, technically, like, aging is caused by telomeres being cut in the body as someone continues to not die. And technically, the energy that is used from ATP in order to cut these telomeres comes from food. So, I mean, kind of, sort of. And the alternative is you die. You know, pick and choose, I guess. Antarctica prevarication is simply saying that the conversation around Antarctica is often kind of weird. Specifically, the way that organizations cover up stuff about Antarctica is odd. Like, for example, there were satellite images of what appeared to be a pyramid that was seen in Antarctica from a satellite, to which the governments collectively all at once went, oh, it's a mountain. Yeah, it's a mountain. So then someone pointed out that there was another pyramid that was very similarly shaped nearby, and they're like, yeah, that one's a mountain too. It's just mountains. Don't look at the pictures anymore. And if you're familiar with a lot of the hunts for Hitler that happened after World War II, all of the public questioning of U-boats potentially making their way towards Antarctica was shut up immediately and no one looked into it. Just look at Operation High Jump, which I also talked about in Tier 2 for an example of that. And then you start looking at all the cave systems that may exist underneath Antarctica because of the way poles work, and that if the Earth's a magnetic field, then it's saying that it's a totally desolate wasteland. It's just hundreds and thousands of miles of ice and there's nothing more to look at. It's just nothing. And then realized that after World War II, the Antarctica Treaty was made, which is an organization of governments that say no normal people can go to the island without government approval. I use island loosely. This thing's like one of the largest continents on the planet. Yeah. And all the other misdirection and weird secrets that have to do with it. And it makes you wonder. And the more research I do about all this crazy stuff, the more I realize, maybe all those textbooks that I've read that have said the Earth is just a solid ball and there's nothing underneath it besides us are really dumb. Because if you've ever looked at like a porous rock, that is full of holes because it has water and stuff on it, and then you think that the Earth is a giant composite rock with 75% water all over it, and then you think that I'm sure there's nothing beneath us, it's just straight solid rock, and everything that the government tells us is true, and there's definitely not giants underneath.
Under the water, carry the water.
Going off the deep end. All right, back to it. 1800s technology, while vague, there are some really crazy concepts in it. See, in the early 1800s, before we discovered how cool electricity was, technology was going a whole other direction. Like, for example, in the early 1800s, there was a prototype for something known as prana rays, which were essentially sunglasses that, when put on, would supposedly show you the aura of the person you were looking at. Combine that with concepts that in dowsing, there were these special rods that, when held in the air, would bend in the direction of water underneath the earth. And it makes you think of, if it wasn't for electricity and the modern conveniences we have, where technology would have gone in the more spiritual direction. Door dogs are a legend that originates in Africa, which essentially says that whenever someone is about to die, as they're passing through a doorway, a small dog can be seen with them. In every case, the person who is about to die cannot see the dogs themselves. A lot of the first-hand accounts I read were really interesting. Like, for example, there was a European hunter who was in Africa for a while and spoke with several of the locals about the legends of these door dogs, and he himself, while riding, was fearful because earlier that week, when passing through a doorway, a young child asked what the dog was next to him, and of course he couldn't see the dog. To which shortly afterwards, the guy writing this story died. So that's not weird at all. And while the concept of it may be scary, in most traditions I read, it seems as if this is seen as not necessarily a good thing, but a peaceful thing, as if the small dog is a sort of guide or comfort to pass you on into the next life. One-worldness has to do with a concept of analyzing humanity itself. Essentially, think of it this way. A lot of the times we look at certain empires that have risen and fallen, or certain groups of people that have gone through trouble, and we see that as an isolated incident, whereas one-worldness is saying they are all parts or individuals in the actual experiment that's happening, which is the world. Or in other words, all occurrences that have ever happened are part of one continuous string that we are still on, which would mean that no real change or learned behavior from the previous examples is possible, or the whole those who forget history are doomed to repeat it is sort of an inevitable conclusion, as we're going to repeat the same thing over and over because we're still all part of the same experiment, which all ties back into simulation theory again, because perhaps we were all set up as this program in a computer in order to see what the results of all this would be. I mean, look at me, I'm fake, I'm in a box right now, behind a screen, talking to you about how you're actually behind a screen. Isn't that just weird? I'm probably fake, you don't know. I may not even be real. See this coffee cup? This isn't real either. Every time the Giants or Hollow Earth comes up in one of these videos, I'm just so weird for the rest of it. Fukushima's gateway refers to the Fukushima reactor disaster that happened on March 11th of 2011. For those that don't know, Fukushima was a large nuclear power plant in Japan that an earthquake and tsunami destroyed the plant and almost caused a super bad nuclear meltdown. The historical story is very interesting. Short version, essentially what happened is they needed a way to cool down the reactor really, really fast, and all of the power supplies and all the fail-safes had gone bad because of the earthquake and tsunami. So the solution was they just knocked the thing down and had ocean water pour over it as a means of cooling it down so there wouldn't be a super nuke disaster, which worked. However, the theory is the energy that was released, because there was a lot of radioactive energy released at once, was enough to open up a portal or gateway. This all goes back into the idea that we can't perceive dimensions around us, and as a means to break into these other dimensions, it would take a lot of energy, say a nuclear reactor. So this theory goes a step further and says perhaps the disaster was purposeful, and that's why every single security or failsafe system went down, because someone had sabotaged it. And perhaps either someone crossed over to another dimension or something from the other dimension came here. Which honestly, if you think about it, has anything been normal since 2011? That's what I thought. Lottery exists to catch time travelers. Yeah, this one's fun though. I like the idea that there's an agency in the future that time traveling is such a problem. They're like, oh, we'll go back in time and make there be a lot of money, and then it's just like bear traps set up for people who go back in time. But yeah, this one's fun. I like it. Whatever. PsyOps don't exist is referring to psychological operations. This could have a lot of different definitions. However, the most common one is the idea of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, it's like this. Say that I tell you about the Illuminati, and I say that there is this super evil group of people who work in world governments. And then you get really worried about the Illuminati, so you get all your rich super elitist friends together and say that you all have to go proliferate world governments to make sure nothing bad happens. Which means, because of me telling you that and you trying to react to it, you have created the thing that you were afraid of. Or, in other words, paranoia of what might go wrong causes things to actually go wrong. And there's no fake stories, there's all one universe. So say that we're moving through time and existence, and everything's kind of flat, like we can move from it side to side. What if it's actually vertical? Or, in other words, we are moving in a directly straight line with the existence above us and below us, something that we can't really reach. While this kind of falls in line with a very narrow existence of the universe, as some physicists think that we are in, you could take it a step further and say perhaps ideas of deities and demons are just people in either the future or past who have mastered a way to get to the higher or lower planes of existence. Or kind of the concept we exist as we're walking through a very long skyscraper, and some people have figured out to go to different floors. Prophecy's enforcing agency is the idea that there are organizations throughout history whose sole purpose is to make sure that prophecies come true. A lot of these theories relate back to the Bible, and specifically the predictions of Revelation that there will be a government in this place and a government doing this, and then this will happen as in line with the end times. And perhaps organizations like the Illuminati or the Freemasons are simply existing behind the scenes to make sure things go to plan. And then I guess it would depend on if these predictions are good or bad, if things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons will be good or bad. And if you look at some of the predictions from the Bible, some of those things are eerily true. So perhaps there are secret people behind the scenes making sure that everything stays according to the higher plan. Consciousness beamed from moon base. Okay. A lot of these theories go back to the whole idea of prison Earth, or the idea that we are not native to this planet, and that the moon itself is sort of existing as our warden. But, like, what do you think people who have never heard a language do? Just don't think? So perhaps these greater overlords that have us in prison here aren't just monitoring where we go or what we do, but also how we think. Panergic men, or panergic people, is in reference to special people who have existed throughout history. See, the word panergic itself basically means multiple skills, or someone that can accomplish several tasks. And it's basically saying that people throughout history who have accomplished tremendous feats, which is everything from empires to technological advances, are in themselves a higher order of person. And most of the theories of this also go back to simulation theory, and say that perhaps every time that we become stagnant within our simulation, a certain character is deposited, even without them knowing it, as a means to cause people to move or to cause events to happen. Or in other words, protagonists are randomly set up throughout human history as a means of keeping the story interesting. Human immortality, as it's referred to on the iceberg, is tied to something known as the induced amnesia theory. Essentially what it's saying is that the body itself does deteriorate and eventually die, but the human consciousness lasts forever. Or in other words, it essentially forms as a sort of essence, and it's been the jobs of secret societies throughout history as a means of placing them in their new host. So basically, the soul isn't necessarily a soul that passes on to the afterlife after death, and is instead physically given to whatever the next body's going to be. And furthermore, information of this getting out to the public has led to theories throughout history, such as reincarnation. So in other words, humans are immortal, but the body itself is not. Elite controls the population with their permission, has to do with an overarching idea of the New World Order. Basically, the higher-ups develop ways in order to thin out populations, whether it be disease every 100 years or wars over points that they don't actually care about. So in other words, if two governments come to the agreement that they need to thin out the herd, one will pose a fake threat to the other so that way they can go to war and lower their population numbers. This also applies further into saying that pushes in the media for people to have less children are part of a greater conspiracy, and that fabrications of resource scarcity are just that, fabrications. And if you'll remember earlier in the iceberg, I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, which if I believe right, it said population needs to be kept to 500 million. this would be the way of getting to that. Bugsy on this iceberg is referring to the movie Bugsy, which is a movie about the gangster known as Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was a mobster who was killed by the mob because he was supposedly stealing money and incorrectly managing funds. Bugsy renovated and began the Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas, which at the time was pretty much just a water hole in the middle of the desert, and many believe Bugsy as being the one who made Las Vegas what it currently is. However, it's with these funds that he got from East Coast mafia groups in order to start and renovate the Flamingo Hotel that he started to scrape money off the top, which of course they didn't like. So then he was murdered and went down as history as being a bad guy who started one of the most famous cities in America. The theory is that the movie Bugsy, which portrays him as a sort of charismatic gangster archetype in movies, was created in order to take prejudice away from the ideas of Sin City itself. Or, in other words, Las Vegas, which is known as the City of Sin and has gambling and all that stuff, didn't want their image tied in with an evil gangster, so they made a propaganda piece so people felt better about the city itself. TimeCube was a website developed by Gene Ray in 1997. And to be honest with you guys, Gene is an absolute crackpot. Basically, the gist of what he said is that time itself does not work in a linear line and is instead 4 sides that we travel through. Because of this, every single day 96 hours actually occur, but we only experience 24, whereas the other hours are experienced in those respective timelines. So basically, you can think of this as string theory or alternate realities, only instead of like infinite, it's just 4. It goes on to say that at midday and midnight, the sun and moon of each of these realities are perfectly in sync with each other, and people cross over into other ones without realizing it. So basically, explanations to the Mandela effect and stuff like that are due to people accidentally crossing over whenever all 4 planes line up. I also have to mention, because I can't not mention this, he said that standing at each of the corners as guardians were Jesus, Einstein, Socrates, and Bill Clinton. So remember, kids, if you ever experience the Mandela effect and think you may have gone into an alternate reality, blame Bill Clinton. Technocracy theory is something in itself that's kind of theorized, the idea that the world itself is run by technology. However, this is specifically saying that an AI system runs everything. The idea being that over the years, as we've become more reliant on technology, the higher-ups or elitists have built machines in order to tell us what to do. This all has to do with the illusion of choice. So say an election, for example, you may vote expecting the candidate to get it, whereas the AI has already predicted the best turn of the events and decided what's going to happen. The idea behind it being that free will throughout time has been replaced with comfort, and that now in these final stages of a technocracy that we have built for ourselves, the AI makes every decision, but we've given away so much free will at this point we can't even tell. Wetico is a Native American legend that has to do with the spirit of greed and selfishness. The basic idea behind this is that it is a virus that can infect people if people allow it to, that makes someone become more self-desired and individualistic instead of caring for a community. The root word of Wetico is the same root word for Wendigo, whereas the Wendigo has to do with someone becoming cannibalistic and the desire of gluttony that overtakes them. Wetico is essentially the same thing applied to greed and pride, which Wendigo, I definitely haven't heard of that ever. What this is saying in the grander sense is perhaps this disease of the Wetico has affected entire countries or potentially the world at this point, as over the last 100 years, society has gone from the idea of forward progression as a whole and instead looks at progression of the self. So basically, a soul virus has made us all bad people, which isn't the weirdest on this iceberg. Alright, so I've got to be careful with this one, not because it's any like, oh no, the government's going to come shoot me for it, but this is like a real group of people, and I'm pretty sure I know what this conspiracy is hinting at, but at the same time, it's not like proven anywhere, and I don't want to, just be mean. Off the coast of North Carolina, there is a group known as the Bald Head Association. And to answer your first question, no, they're not actually bald. It's because they are on an island known as Bald Head Island. So these guys have a website, they have a homeowners association, everything's fine until you start to look at some of the things surrounding the Bald Head Association. Like, for example, reading about them in the news, there was some controversy where after a hurricane, the members of the association managed to sort of apply resources to their community instead of communities around, which, from what light research I've done into that topic, it seems people weren't that happy about. As well as there was some investigation to a private ferry company and an idea of a lot of money going somewhere, and a current charge pending that they kept a federal agent from performing their duties, whatever that implies. And this is all speculation, and I'm like researching this stuff with the point of view of some deep, dark, scary thing. So I don't want to go any further, because it's one thing to talk about, you know, weird, crazy lizard people in the ancient world, and it's another thing to point at a modern group of people and just be like, haha, you do crime, because there's really no evidence of that. And I don't want to be mean. Like, everything on the surface seems like they're sweet people, and I feel bad for a YouTube channel just looking at their stuff and being like, I can make a problem here. Water is not from Earth. It has to do with the concept of the creation of water itself. For one, water itself is a volatile compound, and while you may not think it, it itself is naturally acidic and can do things like erode rocks over time. And while now on Earth with the water cycle, where water is evaporated and then reformed over and over, there doesn't seem to be a sort of jumpstart process that would have put that into place. So theories range from everything that perhaps a meteor hit the Earth that either had oxygen or hydrogen with it that then interacted with the atmosphere and created the first batch of water, or that water itself as a whole came to the planet from an outside source, which, if that was true, that water came from somewhere else, then that would imply the chance of existence of life somewhere else. Basically, the idea that water was deposited here rather than being created here. RuneScape conspiracies is specifically referring to the most famous RuneScape conspiracy around New York City. The idea being that RuneScape itself exists as a New York City virtual counterpart. Evidence of this is everything from the game consists of large different ethnicities that come from separate boroughs that all interact within the same main space. There's forms of begging, there's different ways to make money, and the richest most often are those who play the stock market. People inherently can't be trusted, and there's a selfishness when it comes to greed and how to obtain money within the game, which is kind of mean to New Yorkers, but whatever. There are events and functions that occur in which people gather and celebrate before going back to their domain, and there's even an underground transport system throughout the entire map. So the theory states that perhaps RuneScape was put together as a means of testing a sort of feudal post-apocalypse New York City. And it goes even further and says that perhaps RuneScape was created by the government as a way to monitor either transaction as it corresponds to the real world, or potential transaction if New York City was to fall apart. So if you've ever played RuneScape, I guess you work for the Fed, so congratulations. The concrete people of Calagasi has to do with a mine located in Chile. In 2013, roughly 35 people witnessed what they all claimed to be a UFO flying over the mine itself. It stayed there for a few minutes and fit the typical description of a sort of flying saucer. However, while the flying saucer was above them, people looked around them and saw several what appeared to be concrete people.
No, I'm not.
They were all gray, made of stone,
winning.
and were all sharing their same position, looking up at the flying saucer. As people began to panic, the flying saucer left, and with it, the concrete people just
like
disappeared.
Barely winning. I'm up by like a touchdown.
Everything to ancient religions, to perhaps these are expressed forms of the extraterrestrials themselves, and of course to it being just a hoax, which is always so lame. I hate whenever you're reading these and they're just like, yeah, it's probably fake. It's like, do you ever get out of the house? Codification is one of those that makes me absolutely hate this iceberg, because it's just one word and good luck figuring out the conspiracy around it. Because codification is a real thing that happens in politics.
Ooh,
I can only
close.
assume it means that.
Was close.
But with the rest of this iceberg, I feel like there should be some giant multi-level code that creates humans or something, but no, it just has to do with like county politics. Basically, codification is a term that is applied to whenever governments move counties or demographics of people in order to fit new voting codes. Basically, if they look at districts in a state when it comes to voting, and they see that one population greatly outweighs the other, so they change the rules of where the lines are in order to better fit the demographics. This form of sort of moving the goalpost has led many to think that perhaps as a means of keeping the people from actually having a say in what happens to them, whenever people begin to band together in order to make a difference, the state itself will just change the rules so that it doesn't really matter. So this is an elaborate way of them to maintain the agenda that they want and simply give the people an illusion of choice. Inverted Humans is in reference to ancient artwork that depicts exactly that, upside down people. In other words, across a lot of old world drawings, there is a consistent theme of a group of normal people, standing upright, surrounding someone in the air upside down. Now, while many just interpret this as a form of art, others have pointed out the weirdness that it occurs in a lot of cultures in the similar way. And in some of these that have descriptions attached, such as in the Middle East where there's images of it, there's references to them going from soil to sky. So being upside down and from the ground to sky, that sounds like Hollow Earth to me.
In about
and, normally these inverted people are, like taller than the people on the ground, tall underground. That sounds to me like Italian languages is in reference to the really weird fact that people who speak the Italian language over time have a change in their DNA. Now, this isn't enough that, like, a human can transform their physiology from just speaking Italian, but it is enough that through DNA testing there is a difference seen before and after someone moves to Italy. And while these specific experiments and the greatest results have been seen from the Italian language, this has been found in certain instances around other languages too. This goes back to the idea that languages themselves have a sacred meaning, and that some languages have the power to induce life in different forms. This is a big reason that ancient spells and things like that are said to be done in Latin or other old languages, because the language itself has a hidden biological power. So in other words, words spoken in certain language can induce a literal soulful or life energy that another language could not. Saint Alban's Creations is in reference to the video game developer Saint, and specifically his most popular creation of Schnell online. You can find footage of Schnell itself on YouTube, but it's a sort of weird multiplayer game. Several have compared it to Second Life in the way that it's a bunch of characters together just sort of interacting with each other. However, there's a lot of weird themes in it that have to do with things like physical violence and even terrorism. And while I myself have not played the game or watched a ton of gameplay on it, people online have said that there's even themes that have to do with people doing things to, like kids. So people have said perhaps this game exists as a means of a outlet for terrorists and these people who do not nice things to kids. On top of that, there's a credit trading system in the game, which people will convert into real money in the real world. So there's even an idea that money laundering occurs through these illegal transactions. Or I should say, transactions for illegal goods that are hidden through this game. Now, this is all, of course, like Tier 8 conspiracy. Do not actually harass the creator of this game. This is all like through the grapevine. I'm sure that's not actually what it's for, but be nice. But yeah, that's the theory. 90% of books written by one author isn't saying that there's some guy who's existed for like 800 years writing books, although at this point, why not? But this ties back into the simulation theory. Put it this way, right? You've been in a bookstore. So you've seen like the near infinite amount of paperbacks that have totally unrecognizable titles that are just sitting on the shelves. Well, several of those books are fill-ins that are made in order to enhance the simulation and make things feel more real. And realistically, there's no way you could ever be able to test all of them. Like, go ahead, try to read through every book in your local bookstore, and then another one. There's eventually going to be pages somewhere that you aren't getting to, and that those are just filler, because according to this, whatever you do look at, the simulation prepared for and put real words there. So
Scammers demands payment with gift cards. Don't share codes or personal details.
put real words there. So try not to let that bug you. CCAXX1 is in reference to the launching of the Zuma satellite. Basically, the Zuma satellite was a satellite that was launched by SpaceX. However, the details around it are really shady. Like, for example, the creators of the Zuma satellite never wanted themselves to be known and even loaded the rocket themselves. And supposedly CCAXX1 is the code that was given to whatever was on board. Theories say that perhaps whatever's on board is a form of biological testing, more specifically testing on amoebas in order to create a sort of super amoeba. And again, at this point in the research, it's really hard to find direct lines connecting things, but a lot of people tied the Zuma satellite into the concept of brain-eating amoebas, which when you think about it, brain-eating amoebas are like really weird that they exist. Like the fact there's like trillions and quadrillions of amoebas everywhere that at any point don't cause any harm except a few that just eat your brain. So this is saying that perhaps those amoebas are genetically engineered, and the Zuma satellite is either a means of maintaining them or to enhance them somehow away from Earth. Holy Grail, found centuries ago, is in reference to the Holy Grail and the idea that perhaps elitist rings have been using its power for a long time. Historically, the Holy Grail is the chalice that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. And the idea around it is that if anyone drinks from the Holy Grail, they'll have eternal life, knowledge, and a whole slew of other abilities. The idea being that historical figures have been drinking and getting the power of the Holy Grail for hundreds of years, and the reason that secret societies are able to be maintained for so long and continue so efficiently despite having a rotating list of members is because the highest up members have been eternal and there from the start. Bovine hormone conditioning has to do with another level of population control. So you know how you hear that in recent years all of the hormones injected into cows is making people sick? Well, the main explanation that you hear from that is that growth hormones are put in them in order to make them grow faster, so that way they can put out more meat. However, this theory is saying perhaps dangerous toxins are purposefully deposited in these bovines because, for one, it would go undetected, and two, it's a good means of curbing the population. Because at that point, trying to get anyone for making the cows have bad chemicals in them is the equivalent of pointing your finger at the boogeyman. This is similar to the soy theories I mentioned before, with the idea that the government is doing all of this stuff to the food that we eat as a means of changing our physiology. Only whereas soy was making men weak, this is making cows kill you. XRA PsyOps has to do with the Adult Swim cartoon Xavier the Renegade Angel. The idea behind it is that the show itself was created as a means of anti-religion. Not only that, but that the show itself proliferates ideas such as degeneracy and kid stuff, and that specific degeneracy combined with a lot of themes of blood rituals and stuff like that is a means of normalizing the population at large with things like the Epstein rituals. So in other words, these elitists who kidnap children and perform blood spells created a show on Adult Swim so that whenever it's brought to light, you'll be like, hey, it's just like that cartoon. I make jokes like that now, but the way we're heading, I wouldn't be surprised at all if whenever all that stuff comes to light, people are just like, oh, okay. Bug chasing is a real thing that is awful. So bug chasing is a thing that happens in online crowds where people want to both contract and give STDs to as many unknowing people as possible. This is most often done with things like HIV, which they refer to as the gift, and several people in these online communities take on roles as the hunters and prey, with some people even trying to collect as many STDs as possible within their body. While a lot of it is consensual, or basically they want to have the disease put into them, several are serial killers in everything but name and just try to give it to as many people as possible, which is absolutely evil and disgusting and horrible. And I read stuff like that, and then I think back to like the Epstein people making a TV show in order to make themselves more okay, and I'm like, Alright, I could see it. Hostile plants has two branching theories off of it. One being the idea that hostile plants themselves are a sort of genetic experimentation, or at least are behind the scenes being genetically experimented on. Like, for example, take bananas and watermelons and other plants that over time we've genetically engineered to be bigger to suit our needs.
Later
so for example,
tonight,
there's
we're
some
gonna
like
be on
umbrella
Twitch,
corporation kind of company out there who sees the Venus flytrap and is like, I bet we can make that thing eat people, which would make a form of self-sustaining security. The other idea is that the existence of hostile plants, or in other words, plants that have adapted in order to be aggressive in their environment, implies that at one point they were potentially competitors with life as we know it. Like the whole idea in evolution that things evolve certain characteristics in order to be more fierce. Well, this is saying that because plants did that, there's potential that if it wasn't for people or life, that they would keep doing that, and then eventually it'd be giant plant monsters everywhere. Upward causality is cause and effect as we understand it, only backwards. So for example, in an ecosystem, let's say you have water that comes down from the sky. So then that water adds water itself to the ground, plants take in that water, plants feed the animals, animals feed the other animals, etc. That's the principle of how the world itself works in something called downward causality. Or in other words, things start at the top, and as they continue through the flow of the ecosystem, things change. Upward causality is the other way around. So the animal that needs to eat another animal makes that other animal have the desire to eat food, which makes the food have the desire to take in water, which makes the sky produce more water. While this is a real backward thought of how things work, it does tie in well to things like simulation theory. So for example, you as the person need to intake food, so the system itself puts more food into it, which means it has to supply water for the food and blah blah blah. What it basically comes down to is the idea that the most affected in a society are actually creating the effect itself. So rather than being beings that inhabit a biosphere, you yourself are the creator that changes the biosphere around you. It's really like confusing and out there and weird ideas, but this is tier 8. What did you expect? Lithuanian poems has to do with Lithuanian poems that were discovered in the early 1900s that seemed to correctly predict events that would happen in the future. Specifically, several of these poems from Europe correctly described things like the Holocaust and the World Wars 20 to 30 years before they ever came to be, with some records saying that these poems actually originated in the 1800s, so tack on another 100 years to that. What's interesting is that several of these influences of Lithuania come from Sanskrit text, which, if you'll remember I talked about earlier in the iceberg, Sanskrit text itself is interesting because they had all the predictions of what comes in the future as well as aliens. So, through the whole grapevine, we can see that perhaps this alien-influenced society influenced another society that was able to correctly predict things that would happen a century in advance. So basically, aliens tell a group of people who tell another group of people, and then they predict World War II, which at this point makes perfect sense.
Oh, gotta skip this ad. %75% completion of passes.
Aliens caused the bubonic plague is the theory that aliens caused the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, also known as just the tree, it's estimated to have killed 25 million people, or a third of the world's population. There were several prevailing theories at the time that mostly came from the church, that the bubonic plague was either God's punishment for the immorality of the people, or that it was a curse brought onto them by the devil or witches. And that witch thing is interesting because there's several theories that things relating to astrology and spells and sorcery are the relation of extraterrestrial beings. So, combining some of the ideas we've talked about in the iceberg up until now, you take ideas that aliens create magic, or that aliens are just beings in a plane that we can't see. So if you think the bubonic plague was caused by sorcery, then that sorcery may not have been of Earth. And the motivations for this could be population control, an attempted total extermination, Who knows? Enchanted websites is related to the idea that there is a sort of fake success that is bestowed on
I was
some
so
people
disappointed
through the
after
use of
I
magic.
popped
While
off,
there's a
and
joke
that's
somewhere
all
in here
Eli
about how
had
to
to
fix
say.
the algorithm, you pretty much have to get lucky or use black magic to get there. The idea is that certain famous people came to the power that they have through the use of these magical enchantments. In research for this, I came across a website called Enchanted Websites that is really old and was advertising that they can make you famous by just giving them your website. They kept talking about all their clientele who went on to great success and saying that they can bestow their special capabilities onto whatever you're already using, and then you'll get popular. Of course, I tried to see if I could get some magical whatever advice, but all the websites and links were dead.
He's going to be
so
taking me to the
sad. But it
dispensary
all
so I
relates
can
back
pick
to
up
that
medical
great theory
flowers, so I'm really
that
happy
some
about
of the success we see in the world of whatever's popular is artificial. Sun Collapse is related to the concept of solar farming. Solar farming is exactly what it says, the fact that us as humans continuously farm the energy that's expelled by the sun. The basic idea with this is that we're farming it too much. In other words, through using its heat or its light in order to grow agriculture or just solar panels, we are taking away from the equilibrium that once existed. And it all goes back to the whole idea of like energy conservation. And essentially, while the sun's believed to be a burning star, this is saying that the net value of heat that it expels has to be kept at a sort of even level, and that we're throwing that too much in the balance will eventually make the sun run out of energy and therefore collapse. All die.
And I did let him know that.
Microchips found in fossils is not a joke, and there have been fossils that have been opened up and things found that were initially said to be microchips. Now, in every single one of these stories, the details of it have been walked back afterwards. For example, a T-Rex bone that had a microchip found in it, they later said was a fossil of some ancient bacteria. Another one they said was just a bone fragment that looked a whole lot like a microchip. And kind of related, I remember in research reading about stories for previous sections about fuses being found in ancient pots. So, for example, they open up this completely undisturbed grave, they're going through all of the pots in there, and then they find what appears to be modern-day fuses.
This all relates
back to a concept called the Great Reset, which I don't know how much in detail I want to get about it now, because I'm pretty sure like the Great Reset itself is mentioned later on. But short version for now, the Great Reset says that we constantly exist on a cycle. We go from the first remnants of humanity to a point where we destroy everything, and then thousands or millions of years later, the whole cycle repeats itself. That would explain things like why the Earth, despite being hundreds of million years old, humanity only has history around 10,000. The idea being we'll all get wiped out, there will be a reset, and then those people that come however many million years from now will find remnants of our existence and then gather them. The reason that T-Rexes had microchips on them, and the reason people used to put fuses in jars. That's your basic intro. I'm sure it'll come up later. If not, I'll do a video on about it. Whatever, next topic. The Black Snake Prophecy relates to a legend of the Lakota tribe. Essentially, the Native American tribe of the Lakota had this legend that near the end times, a great black snake would come across the land and destroy everything. The legend says that it will desecrate ritual sites, that it will destroy villages, and that it will come from the ground and then return back to the ground. As many modern Lakota members have pointed out, this is a perfect example of the ideas of oil pipelines, roadways, and other modern industry. The idea being the idea of a great black snake coming and destroying the ritual sites of the Lakota. Right now, a giant oil pipeline is trying to do the same thing is alarming. But politics aside, this has a greater expanding idea when it comes to prophecy. Things that most people would brush off as being not true, if you can view the black snake as being the modern fulfillment of an old prophecy, then what other old prophecies could also be true? Things I mentioned like the Wetico, a disease that essentially consumes someone with greed, could be the idea of modern corporatism. You could take it on and on and on and say maybe some of those crazy spiritual beliefs weren't so crazy after all. Underground caverns.
I've had two which is open again.
having... Oh boy. So every time another Hollow Earth series thing comes up, I mention sort of a different facet of it, and one day I'm going to do a video putting it all together, but there's a few I want to go over with this one. For example, the Tibetan holy books said that beneath Mount Everest specifically, there were these tunnel systems that went all over the world. Now, if you know anything about cave systems, the majority of them are completely unexplored. They're silent by the They've tried to drop trackers into riverways to see where they end up, and they will totally disappear forever. And also, the majority of underground systems are closed up by the government, and in most cases, it is a felony if you destroy or try to get access to them. This leans back into the thing I've kind of hinted at in a lot of theories, that the entire world has these underground systems that work towards the bigger concept of Hollow Earth. And think about it. Every single group of people have some form of legend of creatures living underground. Either it be old Chinese tales of frogmen that come from underneath caves, or old night stories of these troglodyte creatures that they would fight on their expeditions. Even religions with the common idea that demons live underneath, or the idea that you can dig your way down into hell. That, combined with the fact that it's believed underneath the pyramids is a massive underground cave system, or the idea that these random structures on Antarctica were constructed a long time ago as a signal to get underground for some reason, and other ancient societies who had a distinct interest with caves, and some of them disappearing altogether at once, it makes you wonder. Biblical aliens is basically the idea that several things that are mentioned in the Bible as rather innocuous concepts are actually about extraterrestrials. Put it this way, there's a ton of mentioning in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that people will worship the stars and the things in them. Well, if you think about other concepts we've talked about of UFOs and the fact that they've been here for however many thousand years, then it puts together the idea that these people may not just be worshipping the constellations. And some take this to mean several mentions in the Bible of either angels or these great sightings appearing before people are actually aliens being described by concept. Air is poison isn't necessarily saying air is going to kill you, even though technically it kind of does, but that's besides the point. More so, it's saying that air is a drug. For one, oxygen itself is a sort of like hallucinogenic, and if you take 100% oxygen at once, you can pass out or get very lightheaded. The idea being all the trace particles that we breathe in every day from the point that we're born till now create a sort of blurred idea of what reality really is. So that asks the question, if air causes these sort of long-term psycho events, then what does reality really look like, and has anyone really seen it? This could also explain why things like the supernatural and spirits aren't visible to us, because maybe there's a sort of fog in the way of our viewing.
I think we're going to begin the serial killer iceberg
which
today.
Is one heck of an entry title. On June 9th of 1979, the Luna Park amusement park had a ride known as the Ghost Train that caught on fire and ended up killing 7 people. The story itself was really tragic. Basically, people who were on the ride were killed while within the ride from a very brutal fire. And an investigation that occurred later ruled that the fire was caused by an arson on purpose, although the perpetrator was never caught. Then one day, while a woman who lost her son and her husband to the fire was going through pictures of the park that day, she came across this image. Now, other than being absolutely terrifying, the person in the costume is especially alarming, as no one was able to find him after the event. There was never a record of them hiring or having a costume like that, because duh, why would a park make that a mascot for kids? And from all points and records, this guy did not work at the park and was just a bystander. So for one, it's really creepy that that guy was there on the day of the fire. And two, it's doubly creepy that presumably the dad or someone took a picture with their kid next to him. What some have pointed out that's especially creepy about this is that the costume bears a striking resemblance to Moloch. Moloch is one of the gods of the Canaanites mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. Essentially, Moloch is always depicted as the golden bull with horns, that the primary form of worship was to burn children at the altar of it, which led to these horrifying statues of golden bulls with fires underneath them and people just throwing babies into it. Just gotta love that Old Testament stuff. Now, it's not a secret that several demon or demon-like gods are worshipped in the modern sense, although we don't really hear a lot about what they do. Whereas here, we see someone dressed as Moloch at a park on the day that the child he's taking a picture with was burned alive. The idea is perhaps this guy, as a form of worship to this god, burned the children alive as several other children died in the train fire. This opens up the idea that some of these evil practices may still be occurring in the modern world. Neanderthal superiority is the idea that the main competitor with Homo sapien, Neanderthal, was actually the superior race. Basically, people who study like the evolution of humanity say that Neanderthal, who was our main competitor, who was possibly
clearly not if Homo sapiens survived.
Confusing. From the records of their technological capabilities, were actually the stronger people. However, yet they still seem to lose. And I mean lose in like the evolutionary sense. I mean, it's not like there was a tug of war game over, although there might have been. That would have been cool. Anyways, now where they went, a lot of people say is just from a lack of resources and they died out, although there's a lot cooler theories later in the list. But for now, I want to mention the one throwaway one that I appreciate, is that they eventually evolved into Bigfoot, which is going to be the leading theory from now. So like from this video, a Bigfoot is Neanderthal, although I'm going to retcon that one later. But that's canon as of this moment. UFOs are atmospheric life forms is actually an idea that was originally brought forward by Robert Ford, the guy I mentioned way back in the iceberg, Fordian ideas of the supernatural. This was his doing. Basically, the idea of these energy beings or beings from a separate dimension is that UFOs aren't carriers from aliens from our plane of existence. Instead, there's other planes of existence and they're crossing over, and that's either what they look like or what our brains and like stupid human eyes process them as. Keep in mind, when UFOs were originally spotted, they were described as sky beasts, so that would match up. There's a ton of theories when you go into this, from everything that it is an extraterrestrial, but it's simply sort of camouflaging itself to our eyes. Some even saying they are souls in the afterlife, just visible to the human consciousness, whatever. I don't know what's more terrifying, the idea that there's like 100 living things on side of that ship, or the giant ship itself is a living thing. Actually, now that I say it out loud, yeah, that's definitely more terrifying.
Looking left side of his got a man. That's Cohen. And it's
loud, yeah, that's definitely more terrifying. Expanding Earth is the idea that over time the Earth is slowly getting bigger. In the modern sense, we can see that with things on the seafloor seemingly being relocated over the course of 100 years. And, you know, when it comes to conservation of mass, if there were things in our atmosphere that are now being harvested and turned into things on Earth, and that is slowly compiling to the overall size of it. This is even used as an explanation for continental drift and the idea of Pangea. The idea that they didn't break away and then float, they were sort of pushed apart as the Earth got bigger. And ideas such as global warming could be quite literally, since we're getting bigger, we're technically getting closer to the sun. Or, you know, there's the alternative theory that it's not because stuff's getting, you know, put on the Earth, it's that the Earth is expanding from the inside out. Which would probably mean that the inside was, I don't know, hollow. Forest stairs is a concept I absolutely love and even did an entire video on, which will be linked in the description. But short version, the forest stairs are these random staircases that seem to be found in remote parts of the forest. Most stories around them relate to the idea of someone going up to them and either hearing or seeing some sort of spatial anomaly, with some cases that happen whenever someone goes to them alone, where they either get mutilated or just die. The leading idea with this is that the stairs are sort of leakovers from other dimensions, and directly interacting with them is kind of like staring at a glitch in a video game. Whenever you do it, you are therefore inserting yourself into the problem, which makes sort of the spatial anomalies interact with you. Everything happens to people who walk on the stairs or touch the railings, from they begin to lose all their hearing and start to hear noises that aren't there, to some where they just get eviscerated all at once, which is fun. Either way, the forest stairs exist in that perfect space of sort of neutral anomalies that exist in the mountains and the wilderness, and I, for one, absolutely love it. Nephilim protocols. So, Nephilim, if you didn't watch my Bible iceberg, is in relation to the concept of... However, the Nephilim protocols aren't specifically about that. Essentially, there are these hidden files that exist on the deep web, which is a fancy way of saying a Tor browser, yada yada, that over time seem to be collecting data for an unknown reason. All of these files are encrypted, but they're each given a specific encryption key that if a certain event takes place, they will become open. Now, there's a lot of rabbit holes to shoot down with this, but the short version is that anytime some public scandal comes out, they seem to compile more data. The idea is that these servers, named after giants for a pretty good reason, are compiling a ton of data about elites or secret sort of Watergate-style events that happen around the world, and then for a reason that no one knows, they will become open and shed light on what the elites are doing. No one knows who's doing it, no one knows what opens them, but ideas range from everything that it is certain high-up elitist members who are sort of staging an anti-coup, to it being the Illuminati, to some saying that it's quite literally giants themselves, which is my favorite theory and the one I'm going with. I just imagine a giant underground in a cave, wearing the Morpheus outfit from the Matrix with the glasses, on a giant keyboard, gathering information about Epstein, and it just makes me happy. Atomic renovation is one of two theories. I think it's the latter, but I'll say both. The first one is the idea that the stereotypical American 50s, whenever people had the idea of the atomic family, was part of a docility program, essentially get people to accept this one way of living, so that way they don't think about the government around them or the concepts, which while there's a case to be made for that, I think it's actually referring to the second idea. The second idea is that atomic weapons were developed by governments as a means of immediately reclaiming a populace. Basically, think of it like this. If the evil lizard government gets together and decides that they can nuke a certain country because the people aren't doing well, then they can just nuke it, and then they can wait 30 years, and then they can go in and just reset it. So essentially, you renovate whatever group of people you don't like, if they're too insubordinate or whatever, and atomic weapons are essentially a giant reset button. So they weren't developed as an arm race or to better defend a country, as we're led to believe, basically as a giant system of population control. Since its programming has to do with your individual experience as a human on Earth. Basically, it's like this. You've heard concepts that your red is not my red, and that everyone smells different smells a certain way, or everyone tastes things a different way, and all of those senses have slowly been programmed into you over time. The interesting thing is, we don't really know what does that programming. Sure, people can see different shades of colors differently, but it's believed that that is a learned trait rather than a born one. So there are these hidden factors that exist around us that cause us to experience reality in the precise way that we experience it, creating a 100% unique humanity from every person to person. Paradigm recollection.
If your child was abused by someone,
100% unique humanity from every person to person. Paradigm recolescence is a sort of expanding idea when it comes to technology of eventually getting to a point above consciousness. Think of it as like having an out-of-body experience that you can control and interact with other minds. The idea behind it is that we're really, really close. Like, think of everything technology can accomplish when it comes to medicine and psychology, and think if we can find a way to get consciousness out of the human body for a limited amount of time. A theory going a bit deeper than that. So there is this thing I've seen floating around whenever I talk about these sort of technological concepts on the iceberg called the Mariana Web. Essentially, it's supposed to be a very deep down part of the internet that is purely data. It's supposed to be the hard files on how to make the Broders engine that I talked about. It has all the schematics to build a GGG-QEP, which is the supercomputer I talked about, and the paradigm recolescence as well. The idea is these are technological things that will push humanity to the next level. And even though we know how to do it, the elites or the powers that be are hiding them from us because either we're not ready or they don't want us to have that power. So essentially, somewhere there exists a super internet where we can make the next step in the technological revolution and can become these super beings that can project our body and have infinite energy, and these forever computers and whatever. So if anyone can find it, I'll give you $5. Neolithic's contraption is closely related to the whole microchips found in dinosaur bones. Basically, looking at Neolithic devices or other ancient groups of people and the designs that they built, there's some interesting crossovers. For example, concepts like the aqueduct and even things like wind turbine engines had these sort of basic forms that were created in ancient society that we seem to forget about for 1,000 years and then reinvent later. So, think about this. You have us now who is making technology, and then imagine that there was something like, I don't know, a great reset where all of humanity starts over. So then it continues on that pipeline, and then they begin to forget why they know some things, and then they're rediscovered. Essentially saying ancient world technologies that seemed quite advanced for their time are because of memories or remnants from technologies that existed in the previous generation of people. And I don't mean generation as in like their parents, I mean generation like the next cycle back. So these contraptions that were built thousands and thousands of years ago are due to contraptions that were built millions and millions of years ago. Eratus is something that if you're on this side of YouTube, I'm sure you've heard of before. Now there is an excellent video by Nexpo that I'm going to link in the description. He covers this in way better detail than I can go into right now, but the short version is this. Basically, someone discovered that at UPS there was a word called Eratus that they weren't supposed to ask about, and anyone who asked about it got fired. And after doing some digging, the original poster figured out that this exists across several companies, and Eratus is essentially this program that compiles information about millions and millions of people and then throws it into assumedly a government database. Of course, this is super illegal, but the idea behind it is that it is a means of general population control by knowing everything about what everyone's doing, etc. Where the creepy part comes in is that anyone who talks about Eratus online either gets shut down or silenced in some way. Now, Nexpo's video staying up after having like 3.6 million views about it kind of kills the fun there, but the idea of it being a super database that brings in information about everyone who seemingly just works normal jobs is still present. Diseases worship is exactly what it says. There are certain groups of society throughout history who have quite literally worshipped diseases. Examples of that would be gods like Sapano from older cultures that was quite literally the god of smallpox. So tie in what I said about the Black Plague earlier and put together this entire idea that if these great diseases that wiped out large portions of humanity were either extraterrestrial or supernatural in some way, then it would make sense for people to worship it, which would mean in the historical context, they have the same energy of that as a sort of pagan god. And depending on how you feel about pagan gods or the ideas of lesser gods existing in the world, then it may stand to reason that diseases themselves are sort of expressions or at least punishments from these beings. Because several diseases seem to come out of nowhere, and why we believe that to be mutation, the theory is saying that it is in fact a divine, or I guess you could say anti-divine, whatever the correct word is for like other gods, I don't know. It's supernatural, honky wonky stuff. Animal-plant hybrids relates to the overall idea of convergent evolution. Essentially, there have been modern microbes found that contain both plant and animal cells, leaving them as sort of like a perfect middle on what we understand as the biological trees. And if things can be observed in the modern times heading that direction, then potentially a way long time back, things from one tree jumped over to the other. Or the idea that all of biology itself is slowly going towards that perfect middle or perfect creature. Also, there were a bunch of like old middle-aged legends of like trees that like just made babies, or like these bushes and cabbages that made like goats and stuff, so that's related, I guess. Sky snag theory is saying that UFOs are the pure result of a chemical reaction in the air. Essentially, whenever two conflicting air waves hit each other at great speeds, or there's sort of a crosswind, the friction that's produced between them, along with the trace particles in them, starts to form essentially a snowball that keeps expanding. That sort of aluminum sphere that's created seems to be a UFO to us, but is actually an accumulation of whatever trace metals or other particles are floating around in the sky. This is saying not only are UFOs just objects in the air, but can also be induced by governments. So if they want to encourage a UFO sighting in some place, all you got to do is release a bunch of trace elements into the air, make the airstreams go together, which we've well established at this point in the iceberg, the government controls the weather, and then boom, you've got a UFO. That would also explain the perfect shape, because the sphere is created because they're like perfectly adding the atoms wherever they seem fit, and that's why it's a circle. Also, every single video describing this, or like animation describing it, is really creepy and unsettling, and I'll let you find that for yourself. That is your homework. Have fun with that. Delta Slayer, which stands for World of Ice, or World in Ice, something like that, is also known as glacial cosmogony. It was an idea brought forward by Hans Herbinger, whatever, in the early 19th century as an idea of the existence of humanity. The story's really long, but short version is one night he was looking at the moon and realized that the iridescence of it is exactly that of ice. And then after having a dream in which he was shown the cosmos and how ice broke apart and formed everything as we know it, he came to the idea that the base root of everything in the known universe was ice. Essentially, the theory says that trace amounts of hydrogen went through the air, and then they froze in the depths of space and created ice, and then those were broken apart, and that's what led to modern life. And water and life and oxygen and everything like that comes from melted or different versions of ice itself. This also relates to really old world ideas that on every side of the Earth were essentially these giant ice walls, which is actually a theory that's still put forward by some flat Earth believers, that around every corner of the Earth are these giant walls of ice that hold in the barriers of what we know, or essentially the reason the world may be expanding is because it's melting outwards. Also, several old stories like in Norse mythology talked about giants beyond the ice wall. That's not related to this, I just had to mention that. And also these ideas of the Delta Slayer led to a lot of the German research that happened in World War II into theories like the occult and all of that, so that's something. Cosmic Censorship Cottage, I'm convinced, is a typo. And I know that nothing else on here has been a typo, and that doesn't make sense, but you also got to realize this iceberg was made by one person, and you also got to realize I spent like a day searching everywhere on the internet, all of my resources, for where Cosmic Censorship Cottage goes together, and it's nowhere. However, there is a very known thing called the Cosmic Censorship Conjecture, which I'm going to retcon here and say that's what he meant. Because cottage, for one, doesn't make sense here. There's a term that would fit on this iceberg that has a very closely related word, or at least spelling related there. And I have no idea how cottage could tie into this at all. So it's conjecture now. Just saying that now. The Cosmic Censorship Conjecture is an idea that relates to things like black holes. So in the realm of physics, there are several things that we get to known as singularities. These are points where either gravity reaches an infinite point, or mass reaches an infinite point, or whatever. The reason black holes are a big example of that is because gravity goes to such a point that mass's weight goes to a near infinite. So every time that we get to one of these singularities, something really weird happens. That's where the idea of like E equals mc squared and other ideas that Einstein came up with come from. The idea that if you reach a theoretical infinite in energy, you can do really wonky things like travel through time. Or I should say a near infinite speed, whatever, same thing. Basically, it's like there's these hard walls with our understanding of what we can do in physics that we just can't seem to break. Things like starting the black hole, despite our lack of trying with things like the Hadron Collider, or breaking the speed of light. However, anytime that happens in our known world, anytime that something breaks those rules of physics, there's like a weird veil put over it. Like a black hole, right? The reason it's called a black hole is because it carries such weight that light itself cannot escape the pull, which is a really wild concept to think about, but that doesn't mean nothing's going on there. It doesn't mean it's an empty space. It's just that from our rules of observation, whenever something gets to such a wild point in physics, it's impossible for us to view it. The same with something traveling faster than the speed of light. If something were to do that, we would have no way of seeing that or processing what it's doing. It would simply occur. The cosmic censorship conjecture is that any time something is allowed to break our rules, we're not allowed to watch it. Now, if you want to get into the idea that that's God, that we're in a simulation, and those are like the parameters set by the CPU we're in, or whatever other theories you have, it's saying that whenever something does something that we ourselves can't, we're not allowed to look at it. This has led some to theorize that maybe if we could see into a black hole, we would see the supernatural or the afterlife or some other really out there concept that we can't really understand. Because there's no specific rules that just because mass gets so heavy we no longer can see it, it's again just like a sort of veil draped over our heads. So all of these gaps in our understanding of how the world works may not be accidental, but purposefully put there by someone or something.
Go ahead and get it.
Ads are getting so much worse these days. We have about an hour and a half left in the video.
Tier 9 is called Man of the World, and the description reads, "The final understanding is so close you can almost feel it. At last you ascend, leaving behind all the conspiracies, all of the mysteries, all the known and unknowns. Finally, you can see past the iceberg." The Despair Code is a theory of a sort of anti-life equation. If you're familiar with concepts that we've discussed further up in the iceberg, like sleeper agents or MK Ultra conspiracies, you know there's these ideas that a person can be infiltrated with a certain line of code or words. This is where things like number stations come into play. The idea that there have been people who've been brainwashed to become triggered or activate if a certain line of dialogue is read off to them. Well, the Despair Code is that, but for every human on Earth. Supposedly there's a specific phrase or string of numbers that can activate anyone. Now, what that activation does is debated, but the majority of theory says it causes intense feelings of depression and even death in some individuals. This would obviously exist as some sort of massive cosmic weapon that, if wielded by someone or something, could destroy an entire population or even existence of people. Also, according to several people on the internet, the code is 3223412. So if me saying that just then caused extreme bouts of depression in you, you're welcome. However, theories with the Despair Code go a little bit deeper than that. Perhaps it's not just a phrase or sequence of numbers, but perhaps it could be an image or even a thought. If you've been on weird parts of the internet like I have, you've probably come across several different images that invoke a weird sense of existence. Like, you know all those posts you see that are like, oh, you're in a coma and we sent this message to get through to you, wake up, wake up. And those are ridiculous and they kind of miss the mark. Well, there's some images that legitimately give you that feeling. And the majority of these images that I'm thinking of come from the indescribable nature of what you're seeing. And it's almost like staring into this sort of void of colors or existence gives you this weird disassociation from yourself. The idea with this is that the Despair Code is actually a sequence of images that invoke feelings in you, the viewer, that make you transcend from your own body. And these sort of messed up images that I'm talking about are just close enough to the actual Despair Code that they cause a sort of glimpse of what that's like. There's even references to things like this in Lovecraft writing.
Yeah.
And the idea that these old gods came to Earth or are from Earth and essentially put these hidden trip mines everywhere that whenever viewed by a specific viewer either open up some form of enlightenment or punishment. And if you want to get really meta with it, there's even a theory that the Despair Code proves the simulation theory. Or in other words, if we're all outside of a simulation shooter, the Despair Code is the specific sort of exit key that will let someone escape from the simulation. And again, while this could be numbers or an image, warns you from reality. Big Soy is the culmination of all the other sort of soy product things that I've talked about up until this point. I've talked about the weaponized femboys, I've talked about other nations weaponizing soy, I've talked about our own countries weaponizing soy against their people, and this is an idea that everything's connected. The theory essentially says that there's a small group of people, or essentially New World Order type people, who work in the government governments and different facilities of the world as a means of making the entire population more subservient. Basically through things like soy, according to this theory, as well as other different means of societal or social changes, people on a whole are being convinced to be more lax. This, of course, allows the people in power to demand more control. Essentially, if you can convince a group of people that they don't need to protect or make decisions for themselves, and that you instead can make and protect them for them, then that therefore gives you more control in their daily life, and you become more powerful. This is saying that corporations, militaries, and everyone else, even if the people who make the decisions aren't privy to the overarching ideas of what they're doing, they are a part of it. So therefore, a small group of people are manipulating world powers in order to make the population more laid back and therefore more controllable. And this theory stretches a whole lot farther, with people losing their sense of agency, or people losing a sense of property or ownership, or blah blah blah. But the basic idea is don't drink soy milk or else Obama will buy your house. Dr. Emoto's water experiment.
Imagine if your dollars are...
Experiments are something else. Basically, a man by the name of Masaru Emoto was very interested in water and vibrational interaction. Pretty much, he had theories when it came to vibrations in the air and in the earth that they could be used to heal certain individuals and certain ailments. Off of this, he got a very special interest in frozen water. More specifically, the way ice crystals form within frozen water. According to him, different waters held different personality characteristics. Essentially, water that came from mountains and springs froze much differently compared to waters that came from cities or drainages. Not only that, but according to him, waters that were exposed to pleasing vibrations as well as non-pleasing vibrations showed different patterns. What does that mean? Essentially, he would take water, set it on a glass, show it pleasant imagery and nice music, and then he'd take another cup of water, show it very harsh imagery, and scream at it and just be very mean to the water. And then he said after he froze them, the water displayed different frozen characteristics. This has been used by some to imply the sentience of water. And according to Dr. Emoto, water is the basis of life and existence itself, and water exists as a higher form of existence than humans can really comprehend. Essentially, the theory says that the way that water froze differently according to the different vibrations it was introduced to proves that there are more complex qualities to water than we understand, and even the idea that water holds some form of life in some way. So yeah, water is alive. Try not to think about that one too much. Self-burying hoses may sound like a completely crazy topic, and it is, but hold on a second. At least where I live, it's a known folklore that you can take a water hose, and whenever you turn the water on, the water will sit down until it's stirred. Now, the idea behind this is that because of the pressure change through the hose, it causes it to sort of go downwards and follow the track through the soil. However, it's really hard to duplicate in experiments for some reason, and has always been considered a sort of pseudoscience along with things like divination, which are also local folklores. Maybe there's just weird stuff happening in the South. Now, there's one specific story that in 1955, several people around the U.S. reported that after turning on their water hose, the water hose would shoot nozzle first into the ground up to 20 feet, and they couldn't get it back out. Now, this is very different from the self-burying hoses that I'm familiar with, or the other legends say that it sort of loosely shifts its way into the ground. We're talking the nozzle directly shoots into hard soil 20 feet and won't come back up. Make of that of your own conclusions. I'm not going to go full paranoia and talk about the implications of hollow earth and soil and water just yet, but we're getting there. But yeah, hoses be going underground for some reason. Cigarettes' extreme health benefits is saying that there are extreme health benefits to cigarettes.
What in the Dale Gribble did I just hear?
Know about. The theory says that
did I just hear somebody say cigarettes are healthy?
Substances in it that can help the human condition. And while, as it's known, they cause damage to the body.
Let me tell you, brother, cigarettes are actually healthy. My name's Rusty Shackelford.
Like schizophrenia and immune disorders. And basically that Big
I mean,
Pharma doesn't want the
schizophrenics
public
do
to know
treat
about this, so
themselves
they can
as
continue to
a
sell
schizophrenic. It
medication.
is a
Deeper
form of
theories into this say
self-medication
the
to
rise
treat
in
ourselves
mental
by smoking
illnesses
cigarettes.
like schizophrenia
There is truth.
or
Yes,
other
there is truth
paranoid
to this.
disorders have been directly related to the decline in smoking. And
Yes.
you can tie all that back into Big Soy and see it as another way of the quote-unquote New World Order wanting people to remain not at the best capability. Yeah, Pastimes Iceberg is mostly real, I think, is a sort of joke or parrot that I mentioned earlier. Pretty much there is an iceberg known as the Pastimes Iceberg, and it's supposed to hold different pastimes, I guess. Whenever searching it, the closest I could find is this one, but see, the issue with this whole conspiracy iceberg chart is that it was made by one dude. So if it was something that only he knew about and he wrote down, there's no real way for me to know what he was talking about. So I guess
why,
the thing with this is that
I think it's because our brains lack dopamine.
the guy actually does like
And
murder
cigarettes are a stimulant,
stuff. I don't know. It's one of those ones that I wish I could ask the original creator. And he actually did message me midway through this series and gave me some vague description that he was like hiding in Europe, I guess. I don't know. If you're out there and you still watch these videos, I'd really appreciate a follow-up. But if not, good luck with whatever that's about. And we're just going to move on to things that I can better understand, like secret human organs, which says that humans have several organs that are being hidden from us by mainstream medical society. Think of it this way. If ideas of adaptation or evolution are true, and organisms develop new systems in their body to overcome ailments, then why haven't humans seen any new one in the past several hundred years? There are some examples of this happening, like people who've been found with new bones in their body, or people that have a new set of salivary glands. And while we see these little jumps in adaptation, there's nothing massive. The idea is that these are developing, and some of us have them, but they are being sheltered from us by mainstream sources because they don't want anyone becoming more powerful than those in charge. Or more specifically, tie it all back into the Big Soy and cigarette thing.
Ooh, Spotify Wrapped
those
is
in
out.
charge want us to stay weaker than them. Iceberg knowledge and iceberg psyops is kind of meta to talk about
Breaking
at
news,
this point.
Spotify
It's essentially
Wrapped is
saying
out.
that
We interrupt this program to bring you our Spotify Wrapped. Our top songs of the year. I gotta play a board game real quick. I play board games online with people. It's my turn. Roll the dice. Okay. Pass. Confirm passing. Let's see. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's out. Wrapped. The landing page is now live. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Soon. Soon. Probably in a few days. Back to the conspiracy theory iceberg.
Iceberg knowledge and iceberg psyops is kind of meta to talk about at this point. It's essentially saying that several of these icebergs, such as the one that we're going over right now, have purposefully wrong information in them as a means of misinforming the public. Now, I already kind of talked about with the whole parrot theory that there's some stuff in here to make it look not suspicious, but this one is saying that there is purposefully wrong information in here, that way people don't get too smart to some things. So this is an iceberg telling me that whoever they are and don't want us to figure out the real information may put false information in icebergs just like this. So yeah, top of mountains is implying that there is a sort of cosmic importance or power to mountain tops. Think of it like this way. Remember when I talked about ley lines? how they're these sort of harmonic flows throughout the world in which supernatural instances occur. Well, imagine the tops of mountains being their own ley line. Essentially, if there's a sort of unseen supernatural or vibrational world around us, mountains are the sort of border where they peak from our world into theirs. This is due to the lack of interference of other vibrational entities that are more so at the lower points on Earth, and the top of mountains are much more direct contact. There's even theories that the constructions of things like pyramids were done specifically to simulate the top of a mountain and therefore be more powerful. People tie this in from everything from the ascension of Jesus mentioned in the New Testament being on a mountaintop to imply that that is the sort of gateway from our world to theirs. And remember theories I mentioned in the past like interdimensional Bigfoot and that never gets old. And the idea that these supernatural or cryptids can pass seemingly out of our view or understanding. It could be because these mountaintops are used by them as a sort of gateway. Organs decalcification is closely related to the pineal gland decalcification that I mentioned somewhere up there, and essentially says that the fluoride or other chemicals that are introduced to our body by modern society are keeping us held down. Like, for example, think about in centuries previous how spiritual people were, and seemingly how in contact they were with supernatural entities. All things that we now can't see or make contact with. The idea being that the powers that be are filling our body with these chemicals as a means of immobilizing us in a spiritual sense. So things like meditation or concentration can work as a means of decalcifying our body, or in other words, reach enlightenment. And you can go even further with this and imply that those who have reached enlightenment, or the next stage of existence, whatever that may be, simply found an appropriate way to decalcify their own body. I'm going to put a slight info hazard or cognito hazard or whatever have you on this next term. If you take stuff like knowing about this can hurt you seriously online, I would skip a couple minutes ahead. And also don't look at the picture up here. Solar plexus clown gliders is supposed to be a sort of mental virus. Essentially, the idea is that saying the phrase that I just said, or viewing this image directly, causes you to become opened up to a sort of demon that enters your body through the solar plexus, which is one of the chakras of the body. Those who continuously hear the word said over and over or stare at images like this for a long amount of time not only open their body up to it more, but make the demon more powerful. With some even saying that they have seen the faces following it after being subjected to this demon, and it therefore is a sort of curse that can be passed around online, and was in a chain email in the 1990s. Similar to the Despair Code, there's another theory that the reason this exists is because, as part of simulation theory, this is a sort of glitch or hiccup in the system, that if someone can figure out how to properly exploit it, it can be used as a means of it getting out. Or alternatively, whatever this thing is, or the solar plexus clown glider is something that at one point did get out. Skin is an alien parasite. Ooh. I love my job. Skin is an alien parasite is saying that at some point at the beginning of humanity's existence, humans were essentially the nervous and conscious system of our body as we know it, and the skin and more physical parts was another entity that bonded together. This is a process that is seen in the wild known as endosymbiosis, and there's theories like the mitochondria within animal cells and plant cells, I suppose, was that exact thing happening. One organism bonded with another, and they both realized that they could exist better while together. This is saying that perhaps humans that are the conscious part of our body are not fit for the body that we currently have it, and that's why things like death occur. So therefore, death is not necessarily the death of you as you exist, but instead the separation of your consciousness from the alien parasite that you bonded with however many million years ago, separating between the two. So essentially, humans exist as a form of spiritual and physical endosymbiosis. Anti-medicine is the idea that some, and in a few theories, all of modern medicine is just a means to make you worse, not better. This all relates back to Big Pharma and the idea that they are not only hiding cures from us, but instead are purposefully giving us things that make us sick and therefore make us more reliant on them. And also ties into the New World Order and blah blah blah, you get the point. Original Earth has to do with an idea known as gap creationism. So for those that don't know, there are several different theories when it comes to biblical scholars of how the Earth itself was created, at least according to the creation creationist theory of the world. In the book of Genesis, it says that the world was created in 7 days. Now, there are some that quite literally believe that means 7 24-hour days, and that's what it took for the earth to be created. There are some that believe the term day is more of a metaphor for maybe 1,000 years, and that explains the sort of age of the world compared to the supposed age it could be in creationism. And then there's gap creationism, which is the idea that there is a very distinct difference between the first and second verse of Genesis. The opening of the Bible reads as, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." And then the second verse reads, "The earth was without form and void." And then from that, it begins to describe how the creation of the earth took place. So gap creationists ask the question of if heaven and earth were made, and then after that the earth was developed, then what was the original earth? The theory with this ties back into something I've mentioned before called the Great Reset. The idea that we as humanity exist continuously on a sort of loop that occurs every so many million years, where we reach ourselves to a breaking point, fall apart, and then humanity is restarted. This is a sort of biblical explanation to the Great Reset theory. Essentially, time continues as it does, and then, according to the book of Revelation, a sort of rapture takes place in which humanity is wiped out and the earth is destroyed, and it says that God makes a new earth. This theory is saying that that has happened a supposed infinite amount of times. That in the beginning of Genesis, we read that the earth was created and then the earth was formed, and at the end of Revelations, we read that the earth was destroyed and a new one was made. And all of that is a cycle that continuously takes place, and we're just in the middle of one of those cycles. If you've been kind of tying the pieces together, you can see that a lot of these theories that are mentioned on the iceberg imply a sort of universal connection between religions and science and everything else. And this is another example of that. The example of a sort of great reset that can be extrapolated from books in the Hebrew Bible. Meat stations and meat tradings are sadly exactly what they say. The theory says that there are several openly known Southeast Asian cannibal markets. And this in itself isn't exactly a crazy theory, as cannibalism is a thing that continuously happens in the world, sadly. And then when you start to do all the math of how many people go missing in the world every year, and the supposed number of cannibals, and these sort of just completely undocumented food trading places, yeah, you see what I'm saying. Now, this is the first one on the iceberg that says do not research next to it. And the reason it says that is because there's a lot of implications tied between this and the things I mentioned earlier, like the Chinese organ trade, which is a thing that happens, as well as several Western elitist rings, which could have very peculiar fascinations when it comes to people. And that's as far as I'm going with that one. World wraps can be most easily explained by, you know how in Pac-Man, whenever you go off the screen on one side, you just continue on the screen on the other side? So imagine that, and that's how the universe works. Essentially, it's the idea that if you travel far enough in one direction, you wrap back to where you started, and we are sort of contained in this infinite loop. This would also explain why there seems to be a sort of infinite limit when it comes to our understanding of the universe. And while you may say, oh, that's because the universe is infinite, this theory is saying is that we're just looking at the same thing mirrored over and over again. And the practical application would tie back into simulation theory and the idea that we're in a sort of closed circuit that's just made to look like it's not. Smart dust is a technology that was theorized in the mid-90s. Essentially, you have a sort of dust or powder that is made up of these very microscopic pieces of technology that whenever exposed to things like different lights or temperature, they can move or interact as a sort of sea off of each other. Of course, if tech like this is theorized and then never gets invented, it's going to work its way into a conspiracy theory. So the idea is that smart dust was developed and then put into things like food or water in order to make people these sort of sleeper agents. In other words, there's this dust that in the body cannot be detected on its own, but whenever it acts together, it can do everything from moving a person to causing entirely different changes in your mental state, and is essentially the idea that because of this smart dust, everyone's a sleeper cell. So good luck with that. Secret gates are the sort of culmination to a lot of theories mentioned up until this point. We've talked a lot about things like Agartha and supernatural creatures like demolition elves, as well as man-made structures like temples inside of caves or pyramids. And this is basically saying that while they could be different across cultures and ideas, they all serve the same basic purpose. There is a realm of the unseen around us that we can't interact with. And all of the structures that I'm talking about are different forms of gateways. Tops of mountains or ritual pyramids or whatever are just means of crossing over or communicating with the unseen. So while these seemingly different phenomena, either of the natural world or of the man-made, may seem like their own things, they're all subtly connected as a way to communicate with that which we cannot on our own. Golf rumors is the idea that the PGA in the United States is used as a cover-up for things. Essentially, you have a sport that millions and millions of dollars flow through every year that is known to be an avenue for politicians and other elitists. So therefore, the tour itself is used as a front for their evil doings. The theory even goes to say that several scandals that have popped up in the golf community have just been a means of silencing these smaller findings that could become big and they've shut up. Or in other words, if someone ever figures out what's actually happening with these that popped up in the golf community, have just been a means of silencing these smaller findings that could become big and they've shut up. Or in other words, if someone ever figures out what's actually happening with these golf people, they'll just make a bigger story to overwhelm it while they privately silence that matter. And I can't go any further into this theory without implicating people who are really alive and probably definitely aren't doing any of this stuff, so we're just going to move on. Robert Golf and the glass camera has no association with golf itself, so put that out of your head. It has to do with a viewless recorder that was theorized in the 90s to 2000s. Essentially, it says that there was an idea between three-letter agencies in the United States to make a sort of viewless recorder, or in other words, a camera that is not visible. This is why it was called the glass camera, essentially a device that could be used by people to record or view actions of someone without having any evidence that it was being recorded. Now, of course, while this is not only impossible, it completely breaks the understanding of physics, like how could you have a thing that records something visual but cannot also bring in light waves, and you get the point. And the details of how the glass camera was to be built were never made public. The idea is that it wasn't done using physical properties, but psychic properties. Supposedly there was a famed psychic by the name of Robert Golf, which the government has done a good job at eliminating the record of his existence, who worked with the government on astral projection. So essentially what would happen, according to this theory, is Robert Golf would be hooked up to these sort of imagers that attach to his head and put his thoughts onto a screen. So then essentially what Robert would do is he would astrally project out of his body and then go view something as a sort of ghost or specter, and then that was wired back to his brain, which was then wired to a television, and that's how the glass camera works. The reason it can be a camera with no person or no evidence of a camera is because it is the astrally projected vision of his wired into a TV monitor, which...
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US. An IQ of 115 to 100...
Alright, supposedly, the way this all ended is one time Robert was out of his body too long while astral projecting and died. And for a few brief seconds, went to heaven, to which the image of it was transmitted back into his body, meaning there is supposed found footage of heaven. And according to the theory, that footage was immediately stolen by the Catholic Church and remains in the Vatican vault to this day. So Robert Golf astrally projected heaven-found footage into the Catholic Church vault. Oh my gosh. Man, this is why I love, like, this part of the conspiracy iceberg. Do you know what it's like to read all of that at 2 in the morning by yourself in a dark room? It feels like a drug. And we've still got like another 3 or 4 videos left at this point. I'm so excited. Pyramids built by the Templars Order is exactly what it says, with a little asterisk on it. So the Templars Order, also known as the Knights Templars, are specifically the crusaders that were put together by the Catholic Church during the Crusades. Now, there are several overarching theories of the Templars order, some saying that they invented more things in history than history gives them credit for, some saying they still exist today or whatever. However, this specific theory is going off of the idea that the Templars are the spiritual descendants of the Masons. The Masons, at least as we're going to look at them for this theory, are believed to be created and founded by Solomon during the construction of the temple in Jerusalem. So the idea is King Solomon, who was the son of King David, put together this order known as the Masons in order to build the temple and keep whatever secrets he had held close. And then over the centuries, that same group maintained these secrets within themselves and eventually became the Templars order. So what's this have to do with the pyramids? Well, the pyramids, as you probably know, are considered a marvel of construction. In other words, it's not really known how at the time the inside of the pyramids was as intricately done as it was. This has led to theories like aliens helping the Egyptians build the pyramids, because it's not believed that any group of people at the time were advanced enough in their engineering in order to build them. However, as some have pointed out, several of the symbols and the sort of signage seen around the pyramids is very similar to that used by the Masons and therefore the Templars. Remember that thing I said, that the idea behind this conspiracy is that the Masons were created in order to guard safely kept knowledge? And remember the theories I've mentioned previously of things like the Great Reset? Well, what if an order like the Masons or the Templars had advanced knowledge of what the world was like before everything reset itself? So, according to this theory, you have this one group throughout history who has all the schematics, all the information and knowledge from the world previous, and is now enacting that in this current iteration. So the reason the pyramid would be so advanced for its time in history is because those that built it had knowledge of humanity's previous cycle. So if the Templars built the pyramid, the reason they were able to do it is because maybe they knew how it was built on the first go-around. Or you could even go farther and say perhaps the pyramids have been there since that previous go-around and are just a holdover from that, or whatever level of absurd, crazy fun you want to have with it. Endless elevators are a phenomenon that's been reported by several urban explorers. Supposedly, go in far excess of the building's dimensions. Or basically they'll find an empty elevator shaft in which inside the abandoned building the elevator is permanently parked above, say, the second or third floor, and then whenever they stand on the first floor and shine a flashlight down, it seems like it goes on forever. There's even been some people go as far as to map out where these are located, and there are upwards of 500 of these supposed endless shafts in existence. The theory surrounding the endless elevator is that it is a transport system between caverns located within the Earth and the surface world. In other words, either these people or creatures that exist in subterranean areas are using these elevators as a way to get from our world back down to theirs. And furthermore, whoever is in charge of building these buildings has direct knowledge of them and is either part of it or at least facilitating it. There's also several connections to things like missing persons cases and the idea that people who go missing in cities may be taken into these cave systems. And there's been theories I've talked about earlier on this iceberg about underground laboratories and these underground sort of train systems that transport people back and forth. And this is supposedly the means of getting people underground and may, in some cases, still be in use. Divinity's playing card game is a sort of meta look at existence itself, and the theory says that all the different religious figures are in fact real and are playing a sort of amusement game with each other, and we're simply the pawns. In other words, the way that the game goes could result in natural disasters, or different rounds of the game could represent different ages of history. And that's pretty much it. You know the picture of like all those dogs sitting around a table playing cards? Well, it's like that, only instead of dogs, regurgitation rituals are a sort of pagan ritual that was experienced in old world religions. It works off the idea that by ingesting something and then throwing it back up, you're essentially cleansing yourself from within in both a spiritual and physical sense. So practitioners of these rituals will eat a variety of things in order for the chemicals or essence within it to cleanse their own body. Now, if you're looking to eat something...
Oh, my caseworker should be here any minute. I gotta pause the broadcast. We've been live for about 5 hours. I told you we'd be back. Okay, we're back. I told you. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Back to the video. Oh, Travis sent a video. Travis sent a photo. We back on stream. We back on stream.
To eat something that contains an essence, because the idea is the stronger the essence of whatever you eat, the more powerful it is at cleaning you out. What do you think probably has the strongest essence? That's right, people. So, you know all those theories about the world elites being these cannibals who send people around the world in order to just eat them? Well, this is one of the theories for why that may be the case. By consuming the essence or body of someone else and then forcing yourself to regurgitate it, you're making the essence of that human clean your own soul, basically. So if you're driving home at night and you see 10 hooded figures circled on the road just throwing up in a circle, you probably shouldn't be there for several reasons, but being eaten's one of them. Hook Operators comes from a book known as Operators and Things. This book was written by a woman named Barbara O'Brien, who was writing about her experience when it came to schizophrenia. Basically, she had this idea because of her schizophrenia of how the world worked, so she wrote a book describing exactly how she saw people and existence. According to her, there's a small part of the population known as hook operators. These hook operators have the ability to spread their core charisma or sort of essence onto other people and make them see the world as the way that they see it. Or in other words, there's a small percentage of people who work as these sort of charismatic figures that can manipulate others to do whatever they want. And as for the majority of people, they are simply the things, or people that do not have the willpower to express their emotions and desires, and instead need a hook operator in order to guide them. The term hook operator comes from the quite literal metaphor of people being hooked and then operated in order to act however the operator wants them to. And in a lot of these cases, Barbara said that these hook operators operate as a sort of psychic vampire, or in other words, they leech energy off of the things, and then after the hook operator has left the thing's presence, that thing doesn't have the energy to continue without its operator. This can be expanded into many things, from politics and world leaders in general, and people who exhibit signs of control over others. However, that's a whole bag of worms I don't want to get into, so we're just going to keep moving. Regenerative death consumption is similar in a lot of ways to that regurgitation ritual thing I just mentioned, only a bit more gross. So going back to old, pagan beliefs and traditions, there was another specific idea when it came to eating the dead. In a lot of old world beliefs, there were ideas that the body and soul are much more intertwined than we understand them to be. Like, for example, if you ask your average religious person today what happens when someone dies, there is a distinct separation between body and soul, whereas in several old world beliefs, the body and soul were interlinked until someone did something with the body. Like, for example, the ancient Egyptians believed that their leaders needed to be mummified and have their organs harvested, and a ton of different world religions believed the body either needed to be burned or buried to make sure that the soul gets into the afterlife. So the regenerative death consumption enthusiast asked the question, what if I eat it? Because theoretically, if the soul is still attached to the body and you eat the body, then the soul becomes attached to you. There were old world beliefs that had the idea that if you just ate a bunch of people's bodies, you could not only gain their power, but theoretically their remaining lifespan. So one could theoretically achieve a form of immortality if they just ate enough corpses. A lot of sort of ideas like this became legends for things like Nosferatu, or just vampiric legend in general. And if there's some person you just don't like for whatever reason who's alive today, you can just say that he's a vampire from the 1400s who's been eating people for like 700 years. That's like a joke now, but in the 1700s, that's how the majority of like legal trials worked. Chakra removal is the idea that one can take a chakra and remove it. The chakras are supposedly the different windows to the souls and different places of energy within the body. So removing them would, in a way, be kind of like removing someone's soul, or at least a piece of it. Yeah. However, there are theories that using the right forms of black magic and other forms of witchcraft, one may remove the chakra from someone else and in essence kind of deprive them of their humanity.
I don't know what I was doing.
There's even been people apply this concept to things like the MK Ultra experiments or other weird government experiments where they try to assimilate sleeper agents. And one of the theories of sleeper agents themselves is by removing the chakra from someone, you can then reinsert it with whatever you want. So in this case, a code or activation or what have you, in order to have a mindless agent. The idea being, if you remove a piece of someone's soul, you can fill it in with whatever you want. Right. Sexual erotic energy is saying that whenever someone is sexual or erotic, a tangible physical form of energy. Now, not energy like if you were to stab yourself with an electric plug, it would turn on a light bulb, although that would be funny, but it creates energy that can be used in different forms of magic or alchemy. I've mentioned on this iceberg before about how there was ideas in centuries before ours about how the appropriate way forward in science wasn't through things like electricity, but instead energy and the spiritual. This is kind of saying that if we did go that direction, then libido would be used as a legitimate form of power, or power in whatever form power would exist. Furthermore, this is saying that demons that exist, like a succubus and incubus,
I summoned the demon of Salazar.
Humans actually exist as a form of energy parasite,
and
or basically the reason that they do those seduction acts is as a means of harnessing. So the next time you think someone just wants you for your body, they don't. They want you for your secret soul battery thing. Trees are mammals.
Demon semen.
Yep. Time, history moves in reverse. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'll go back. So trees, as we know them, do have forms of communication with each other, and through things like chemical signaling, they're able to talk to each other. The idea is, way back in the evolutionary tree, there was a branch between mammals and trees. Branch.
Their names are
and from a common ancestor, the two shot off from each other. I've mentioned a lot at this point the ideas of forest having this sort of hidden energy, or the idea of within mountains. Well, if trees have a sort of collective consciousness that is more intricate than our current understanding forms of life, then perhaps a lot of these supernatural things that take place within the woods are the responsibility of the trees themselves and not whatever we think is out there amongst the trees. Or in other words, perhaps trees as they exist are a more complicated organism than we currently think. Time and history moves in reverse is referring to something known as retrocausality. Retrocausality. Yeah. That word is a way of saying that the effect makes the cause and not the other way around. In other words, our understanding of how the world works is I do an action, therefore an event occurs. This is saying that things are preordained. So therefore, this thing in the future has to happen, so that causes me to make a series of steps that lead to that happening. So history and events as we understand them do not exist because of the actions of people, instead because we have to hit these certain graphs, and therefore people were forced to take action to get there. Every time you go down the rabbit hole of research with this, it always comes out to something related to simulation theory, or almost similar to that Divinity's playing a card game thing I talked about. Basically the idea that something is making sure certain events take place, and we're pretty much just bystanders who are forced to walk the path of it all. Mathvault of Trinidad was really hard to find anything about, so bear with me here. With a lot of the ones this deep into the iceberg, people will mention it in passing, but they won't really talk about what it is, so I've kind of had to fill in the gaps in some parts, so let's see how this goes. On the island of Trinidad off the coast of Venezuela, there is a supposed thing known as the Math Vault. Around a series of caves and caverns in the area, there we go back to caverns again, there are several mathematical equations carved into rock. And to anyone who looks at them, even researchers and other high-minded people, it's pretty much just nonsense. Or in other words, all these half-finished equations just kind of seem like random numbers rather than an actual long strung out equation. Now the theories around it are that these numbers are a sort of divine number, and the reason they look senseless to most people is because most people are divine or gifted enough to understand them. And in theory, if someone was to understand them and figure it out, they would be able to open this math vault. And what happens after that is anyone's guess. Some people say that they would be able to unlock a sort of algorithm that determines the state of world affairs or future occurrences that are going to happen. Some think that it's a method to talk to aliens and that whoever can open up the math vault will have a means to communicate with extraterrestrials.
To the warm blood cells, to the red blood cells lacking nuclei, to their large four-chambered hearts, maintaining the very high metabolism.
It's anyone's guess, but the basic idea is that there is this hidden code on the island of Trinidad that no one's been able to figure out yet. Entity merging is a concept when it comes to computing. However, what it basically means is whenever you have two different things that share the same name. So apply that to the real world and say we have two of the same person existing in different areas, or as we'll say here, in different timelines. This goes back to a lot of concepts of string theory, and this is pretty much a form of quantum entanglement, or the idea of two different existing things merging together. The idea with entity merging is on either side of two separate timelines, or strings, or universes, whatever you want to call it. You have two instances of the same person, and either by accident, or ritual, or whatever, the two merge into one. Now this could be used as everything from the Mandela effect to supposed gaps in history. In other words, perhaps the reason that people just seemingly disappear at random, or perhaps the reason you seem to misremember events from your own past is because you merged with a slightly altered version of yourself, or that previously mentioned missing person just merged with a different version of their self. Inside out Earth. Flat Earth, get it out of here. Hollow Earth, amateur. Inside Out Earth, now we're talking. Inside Out Earth is exactly what it says. It's the concept that the Earth exists within itself, and gravity as we understand it is not the motion of the Earth spinning and pinning us down, but instead the centrifugal force of the Earth pinning us essentially to the walls. So if you take that idea and then take concepts like Hollow Earth, or the idea that there are these hidden cavernous systems underneath us, that would actually be a way to get quote-unquote outside of Earth. Hence one of the reasons that the supposed hollow Earth is such a safely kept secret. And the sun, as we know it, is just kind of like a really small sun in the middle of the sort of floating area of that is the inside of the Earth. And you may ask yourself, well, how do we look at space and stuff? That's just because whenever we look at space, we're looking at these little cracks that go outside of the inside out Earth. I mean, why do you think the sky's blue, huh? It's because you're looking at the ocean above you, idiot. Human biocapital is an absolutely terrifying couple of words, but here we go anyway. It's the quite literal idea that humans are used as a resource capital throughout history and even in the modern world. We understand that things like slavery used to exist, but imagine after slavery became kind of taboo, instead they moved to using people as either a fuel source, either as food, or quite literally a fuel source. There's supposedly things like the Afghan cannibal caves, or the idea that there are these groups of shepherds that exist throughout the Afghanistan mountain system who have been raising humans over the centuries to sell to these world powers as a food source, along with things I mentioned earlier like China and the meat market trade, with the ideas that all of these elites are selling humans to each other. It's one horrifying thing to imagine that people are used in these sort of markets. It's an even more horrifying thing to imagine that people are used as a primary economy source and influence world decisions based on whoever can sell the most goods. TGA gray spacing is another one of those things, like the Math Vault of Trinidad, where I had to piece together a bunch of sort of ideas of something, so bear with me. TGA is short for something known as transient global amnesia. This is basically a situation in which several people forget major historical events. And gray spacing, as it's defined here, is a quite literal version of sort of blacking out or forgetting large gaps in time. So TGA gray spacing, as I understand it, is the idea that there are powers at hand making people forget major historical events. A lot of concepts around this relate back to things like time dilation or amnesiacs, or in other words, you can induce people to either misremember large periods of time or just forget things entirely. And it relates back to the idea that through some form of magic or ritual or even science, powers at hand can make people forget certain events. So, if there are large groups of people who forgot major events that happened, what's to say all of us, in some way, haven't been made to forget certain things that have happened? What if there's been some cataclysmic event that would destroy people's perception of reality? Or what if there's been national security breaches that put entire governments at threat? If in things like MK Ultra and all that, we see that the government has been experimenting with people and how to make them forget things, what's to say we haven't been made to forget things ourselves? The ocean at night refers to a specific event that happened in the Gulf of Aden. I need to explain a couple of things for this to make sense. So for one, there is this thing seen in marine life known as vertical migration. Basically, if there is a creature that does not like the light and prefers the darkness, then as the sun goes up, it goes deeper underwater, and as the sun goes away, it may go closer to the surface. And alternatively, if there is an animal that likes the light, and it's a very bright day, it may go deeper underwater, but as the sun leaves, it may find light sources near the surface or even above water. Hence the term vertical migration, because within a day, these ocean life creatures could migrate up or down depending on the light. This is also believed to be part of the reason why massive underwater predators are never seen on the surface, because if they're nocturnal and simply follow food sources as they move underwater, then the food source that they're chasing probably won't ever go up to the surface, because at night, whenever this creature is active, there isn't a giant light source for them to get to. This is the reason that whenever you go night fishing, you set a light out in the water, because the little fish come to find the light because that's what they follow, and then the big fish follow them. So in the Gulf of Aden in the year 2010, there was a project for something that I've only seen called the artificial sun. I believe the purpose of it was a sort of thermal reactor that they decided to place within the ocean as a cooling system, or in other words, a very, very bright light source that creates a lot of energy that is harvested for power. So they set it in the ocean as a means of keeping it cool. However, remember that whole artificial light thing makes things move differently in water? So they set a fake sun on the ocean, and supposedly that woke up something very big. During this artificial sun project, there were 82 earthquakes reported in a 48-hour period around the area. Shortly after that, 27 different world navies sent their soldiers to fight quote-unquote pirates around the area. However, leaked text log leaks have shown that there was a giant vortex in the area they were responding to instead. And the whole fighting pirates thing was just a farce made up in order to dissuade interest. So imagine there is this giant superfish underwater that periodically eats things like, I don't know, sharks or whales or whatever. However, it never comes up to the surface because its prey never travels up that far. Now imagine you set a giant sun on top of the ocean and all of the prey animals go to it, and the giant fish comes, and that's what supposedly happened. So supposedly in 2010 in the Gulf of Aden, due to our own stupidity, we woke up a giant Cthulhu thing, and then a bunch of navies had to go deal with it. Thank you, WikiLeaks, for that. Fairy bushes are a theory around the missing 411 incidents in the U.S. I'm going to start an entire series about missing 411 because there's way too many interesting things to talk about. But short version for now, around the United States every year, an unholy amount of people go missing in national parks. Not only that, but it's almost always through really weird circumstances. Like someone will be found dead and naked on the side of a trail, and then then their clothes found like neatly folded 10 miles away. Or people will be found like ripped to pieces at the top of a tree with their shoes gone for some reason. And berry bushes are a theory that someone proposed why this may be the case. So there are several plants as we understand them in the natural world that have hallucinogenic effects. Well, someone asked the question, what if there is like a berry bush or something similar that exists in the United States parks that we just don't know about, that whenever someone inhales it in, they just go mad? This would explain things like kids being able to run 9 miles away and then collapsing, or people taking off all of their clothes before folding them up and then running up a mountainside. The idea behind this is perhaps there is a plant that we don't know about, or maybe the powers that be don't want us to know about, that causes people to essentially go mad, run away, and lead to these disappearance cases. The sky is alive. So remember, like, I forget how many years ago, I talked about the concept of UFOs being these living creatures. Okay, so apply that to all of it. This is saying that the astral bodies like stars and planets and the sky itself as we know it is a sort of organism that is specifically trying to communicate with us. The idea being that the stars themselves as they exist were made as a sort of navigation system for us to use, but not only that, it allows a constant state of surveillance. Most of this ties back into simulation theory, with the idea that the sky is sort of the net around our simulation itself, and changements and movements in it can be everything from maintenance to a sort of system glitch or reset on itself or whatever. And in whatever regard, the sky itself is its own responsive system. Volcanoes' real purpose. So you know that whole reset theory thing that I mentioned? How humanity exists and then we all wipe ourselves out for some reason and then the whole cycle just keeps going? And you know how like currently nuclear energy is the thing that's all cool, and as time moves on we develop more and more of these nuclear or thermal reaction systems? And you know how volcanoes are weird because they're like this random just giant amalgamation of thermal and nuclear energy just in the middle of these mountains? The idea is that perhaps volcanoes are the leftover remnants of nuclear energy from the previous cycle. That if within these mountain systems we allowed a nuclear plant to sort of go haywire and exist for hundreds and thousands of years, it would eventually develop into a volcano. So these previous world's power sources are now seen as these giant volcanic rocks in our current loop. Yeah, loop, that works. And perhaps volcanoes themselves are one of the last remaining remnants of the societies that existed before us and in advancement to us. Nano UFOs and giga UFOs. So as most people understand them, UFOs are like about the size of a ship, or you know, the flying saucer in the air, the whole thing. So nano UFOs can be as small as something that can fit into your bloodstream, with the idea being that these flying saucers can go inside of people and cause them to do whatever they want, similar to smart dust, which I mentioned earlier. And giga UFOs can be clouds or stars or the entire sky itself. The idea being that these unbelievably massive UFOs exist potentially all around us as either a surveillance system, or it goes back to either the whole simulation idea of we're just being watched and these giga UFOs could be like the entire world around us, or alternatively we're just really small, which is a bit more wholesome, I think, probably. I do have to mention in research for like the nano UFO specifically, I came across this entire like small book this dude wrote about how a fly, he was convinced it was a nano UFO that was tracking his location and reporting it to someone, and like one of the top replies, someone was like, I think that's just a fly, and the original guy goes, no. Like, these are all fun, but it is kind of sad sometimes, I'll admit. Like, see, like, if someone believed in all of these at once, I don't think they'd be able to function at anything, really. Like, if you believe the sky simultaneously is a giga UFO, a living creature, as well as a map above the simulation, that's got to be rough.
Oh yeah. Or it's mental illness.
Here are the highlights.
A lot of it is just mental illness, dude.
And it kicks off in South Florida. The Dolphins
past a certain point.
The Bengals. And it's yard
Holistic tubes is a specific kind of alternative medicine, specifically a type of alternative medicine that relies on charged metals. Whenever most people think of alt medicine, they think of things like herbal remedies or stretching and meditation. Well, this would be like alt medicine. The idea behind holistic tubes is that the majority of sicknesses or illnesses that people encounter come from a place of negative energy. A lot of this goes back to things I've talked about earlier, like spiritual chakras or energy gathering beings and things like that. While there are different theories on how these tubes are charged, a majority of them say something like magnetized tubes or potentially energy charged tubes, such as a sort of battery. A lot of these I saw had to do with ear infections, so the idea that you could take a metal rod, magnetize it, put it in your ear, and get pain relief. If this were to be true, it would obviously lead to more revelations in science, such as ideas of how energy is determined and what illness truly is, but that belief has several practitioners and users to this day. Cuneiform language and technology is relating back to the idea of cuneiform language, which is essentially a sort of old world written language that relied more on symbols and logos rather than pronunciation and words as we know today. You can think of this as things like old Mesopotamian texts or things like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Now, while there is a specific type of programming language referred to as cuneiform because it uses symbols very similar to that of cuneiforms, the greater theory behind it comes back to ideas of relearned intelligence. Or in other words, people thousands and thousands of years ago decided the best form of writing was that through symbols and logos, and then sure enough in modern technology there seems to be examples of people relearning what was once known. Now while the theory partially ends there, and it's just the idea that people continuously relearn whatever the highest order of information is, we can have more fun with it and apply that back into the Great Reset theory, or the idea that humanity works in cycles on the same planet Earth. If that were true, then perhaps the ancient people who wrote the first cuneiforms got their inspiration from the remnants that were left behind by what we would consider a modern society, and then that modern society got it from the previous group of old-time people, and so on and so forth. Essentially creating an almost paradox of information that is passed on from yourself within the previous cycle. Bhutanese shadow market refers to the landlocked country that resides between India and China in the East Himalayas, known as Bhutan. Now, initially, ideas around the Bhutanese shadow market, as it was referred to online, was pretty much your standard ideas of a sort of black market organ trade. And while that would normally be as deep as the theory goes, we're on tier 9, so you know it gets worse. According to those who have interacted with the shadow market, it is not a physical or in-person trade as we would know it, but instead a spiritual storefront. In other words, the only way to access anybody in the shadow market is through meditation and contacting them within a spiritual realm. From there, this supposed shadow market that is operated by Bhutanese monks sells a plethora of forbidden or sacred spiritual goods. And supposedly these goods that they sell are spiritual items, such as the life elixir, which can make someone be immortal, human souls trapped within jars, and things like curses in bottles. So essentially, if one reads the highest plane of understanding, but wants to have their hands on nefarious items, they could use their plane of understanding to contact one of the monks within the Bhutanese shadow market, and then buy things like human souls and magic-capable items off of them. You know, sometimes I say stuff like that, and then I think to myself, like, wouldn't it be funny if someone heard that out of context? But at this point in the iceberg,
what is context?
I think I'd just be committed. Hydrophobia experiments is essentially another name for rabies experiments. See, rabies was originally known as hydrophobia, at least back whenever Louis Pasteur was developing his vaccine for it. The reason for this being creatures that were infected with rabies and showing symptoms of it had a strong aversion to water. The reason for this is the rabies virus causes such an intense swelling of salivary glands that it makes it hard to swallow. So if a subject tries to swallow water, they begin to choke and throw up. Ironically, the intense salivation and high body temperature makes the patient very, very thirsty, so it's a very tragic and slow way to die. However, as you probably know, rabies is most famous for the deranged nature that it gives to the people who are infected by it. Well, see, that's where these experiments come in. So rabies itself is a form of a single-strand RNA virus. Now, without getting into all the details of what that means, one of the things that it means is that it can mutate very, very easily. To put it in perspective, things like the common cold and the flu are also single-strand RNA viruses, and there's new versions of them several times a year. So the theory is, since this is not only a very scary but a very infectious and mutatable pathogen, there have been countries that have done experiments on rabies in order to make a sort of bioweapon. The reason it's referred to as hydrophobia experiments is because people infected by it, it's not exactly rabies anymore because it's been combined with the flu and syphilis and a bunch of other diseases in order to make this new disease. However, the commonality through all of them is that the patient still experiences hydrophobia, so the disease is just called hydrophobia. But you can absolutely think of it as a zombie plague, because according to the theory, that's exactly what it does. There are supposed logs that exist from Russia within the 1980s and the Cold War, in which Russia kind of had the idea that if anyone decided to destroy them, they would have a sort of dead man switch, that they could give a final middle finger and infect the world with this sort of zombie plague, or in this case, the hydrophobia experiment. Supposedly, the patients within these hydrophobia experiments weren't just out of their head and frothing at the mouth, but they were particularly violent in trying to kill not only each other but anyone else who was nearby, after dying 2 to 3 weeks in from dehydration. There are even theories that say during the Iraqi conflict, one of the reasons that there was so much containment measures and countries like the US were so hesitant to leave is because there had been stolen samples of the hydrophobia virus throughout the Middle East. And that one of the reasons world governments were so shady about what their involvement in the Middle East was is because they didn't want to alert worldwide panic by saying we're looking for the zombie plague. Which, to be fair, could be
an ad.
Kind of concerning. Phantom time was a theory proposed by Herbert Illig. Essentially, the main idea behind it is that our modern understanding of history since the death of Christ is largely made up, or at the very least, the timeline is. According to him, the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III and the Pope of the same time, Sylvester III, put together this sort of idea in order to justify their placement of power. According to the theory, they essentially added several hundred years to history, which conveniently placed them at the year of 1000 AD. Without getting into the politics of it, there was this whole battle over who had the divine right to Europe, and it looked a lot better for Otto and the Pope if they were exactly 1,000 years since the death of Christ, because that made them sound really good according to prophecies that were given. However, this did things like make the entire Carolingian, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but the Carolingian period of history completely non-existent, as well as significant figures like Charlemagne would not exist. The idea being that Otto made these characters up within history books as a means of further justifying their placement in history. According to Herbert's theory, specifically the years of 614 AD to 911 AD were made up, or in other words, 297 years of history. His reasons for this are ideas like Gregorian calendar, as it's written, has these gaps in its understanding and seems it was kind of pushed as a means to follow this new narrative, as well as things like Isaac Newton doing the math on the history of eclipses and realizing there's about a 300-year gap in history of when these eclipses took place, and as well as archaeology, since it seems that nearly no large structures were constructed within that 300-year time span, which it would be really weird if no significant empires built anything for 300 years of time, and seemingly no new roadways or conquests were made. Again, the idea being that as a means of justifying their placement as rulers over the Holy Roman Empire, these two characters shifted the course of history as we know it forever. Null compliance security is a theory that I've got to be careful with, because all the people involved are still people who are running things and organizations, and I'm not going to go into details because I do not want to be unalived. Yeah, but to give the sort of vague on details version, In 1997, there was an experiment that took place within a Florida prison system. The idea behind this experiment, which took place between the works of several medical schools and drug companies, was to find a long-term sedation for very violent inmates. Supposedly in 1997, this group began giving these specific medications to very violent inmates who were serving life sentences, and after only 40 days, the subject suffered from a permanent sense of total compliance, which is a fancy doctor way of saying that they had their higher cognition and abilities completely stripped from them. This turned what was otherwise violent inmates into essentially vegetative people walking around without really any sense of cognition or understanding. Supposedly this went on for 10 years, and this was conducted on 845 inmates, most of which are still alive and existing within the justice system as sort of mentally ill patients to this day. So essentially the theory is saying that because they can't perform normal lobotomies to shut up people that they're not fond of, they've now found a way to perform chemical lobotomies.
Yep.
Phlogiston theory resurfacing is in reference to a very old world belief of the phlogiston theory. Essentially, the theory said that anything that had the ability to catch on fire and burn contained an element or particle known as phlogiston.
But
the
I'm
idea being
shut my
is you
mouth
are a
I don't
creature
want
that
unalive.
is capable of combusting, so I imagine all of us, you are just filled with the particle known as phlogiston. And then after you combust and your, burnt remains are lying there on the floor, you have now been dephlogistoned. And some things in the natural world, such as water, contain zero phlogiston whatsoever. But as time went on, we learned that fire was essentially a reaction of energy and of supercharged particles and yada yada. However, in recent years, it has been discovered that instead of a different kind of element, there is instead a fourth state of matter known as plasma. So this theory is saying that since we discovered a new state of matter, which has the capability of being what fire itself is, maybe in the future we will discover that there is a sort of trace particle that fire itself uses as a propellant. And then that opens up a whole new door of research. Like if people are flammable because they got the phlogiston in them or whatever, can we take it out without, burning them first? Santiago interference relates to something known as the Santiago theory of cognition. It's a theory of how cognition and life works that was developed by a series of biologists in Santiago, Chile, hence the name. Essentially, this sort of combination between biology and philosophy came to the conclusion that life cannot exist without cognition, and cognition itself cannot exist without life. So if something has both cognition, it must have life, and if or the ability to think and be upright and be aware is more so just cognition, but on a spectrum. And furthermore, these researchers define cognition itself as the ability to react to one's environment. So to kind of lay out what that whole theory is for you, say we have us as people, as we exist. We have cognition, or in other words, we have the ability to physically react or understand things that are happening around us. You're watching me talk right now, that information's coming through your brain is processing it, and you're able to understand the point I'm getting across through language. That is a form of cognition. You are observing things happening in your environment and able to adjust yourself, i.e. your thought pattern, because of it. Now let's take something else that we know to be alive, like a plant. Obviously, plants are alive, but you can't talk to a plant and make it understand you, at least I think that was on the iceberg somewhere, actually. Anyway, for now, we can't talk to plants. However, a plant absolutely does have the ability to react to its environment. Several plants will not only grow into the direction of sunlight, but they do things like reproduce, and some are able to shut off their waterways, depending on if it's a dry or wet season. So even though that's not consciousness, as we understand it, according to this definition, that is a form of cognition. So you can think of consciousness as the spectrum, grasping on the low end, us being on the high end, but everything within it having some different form of cognition. So that's the Santiago theory of cognition. So what would Santiago interference be? Well, that relates back to a concept known as cognitive interference. You know how sometimes you'll be sitting there and then you'll just have a really inappropriate or wrong thought run through your head. Like you weren't even thinking about anything in general. You can just be driving your car on the road, and then for some reason a split shot shoots through your brain that tells you to swerve the car off the road. This is a phenomenon known as cognitive interference. There's a lot of theories about why cognitive interference happens, but one of the more commonly accepted ones
soon we're gonna
is
get
that
into the serial
whenever
killer
you're not
iceberg.
using
We have
your brain's
about
cognitive function, it uses
45
that free
minutes left in
time
this
as a
video.
time to sort of self-check itself. Or in other words, whenever you zone out, your brain has conversations with itself to confirm ideas that it's only suggested. Basically like this. You know, hopefully, that murder is a bad thing to do. However, you probably haven't sat down with yourself and thought like, murder bad, I don't like it. It's just something you generally understand. So because of that, you can be sitting in Pizza Hut and just chilling out, kind of zoned out, your brain vibing. So then your brain's like, hey, why I've got your attention for a second. Are you sure you don't want to kill that guy across from you? No? Okay, making sure. Just don't worry about it. Go back to your pizza. So if your brain uses free moments as a means of checking with itself what is both fears and considers evil, then what would potentially happen if someone had their entire cognitive senses removed? There are theories, although hopefully no experiments that have ever been performed, of what could happen if someone had all of their sensory stimuli removed, or in other words, their sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. Theoretically, they would still maintain motor functions, but be trapped in this sort of shell in which they can't understand anything about their environment. So in this time of free total cognition, if we know the brain to give short spurts of evil and wrong whenever it has a chance, what happens if it can give really, really long spurts of it? And again, according to the Santiago theory of cognition, something cannot be alive without having cognition and understanding its environment. So in this state of between life and death, is that where a sort of purgatory resides, in which someone's mind gives them all these evil ideas and entraps them to within themselves? Santiago interference essentially asks the question, if something cannot be alive without being cognitive, then what is a living thing without that cognition? Elaine Moore Island is something that I covered in great detail in my Ocean Mysteries video, link in the description. But to give a short version here, in the year 1900 there were 3 lighthouse keepers who were set to run the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse. However, while they were there, a heavy fog set in around the lighthouse. So heavy, in fact, the relief keepers were stalled a week from sailing out to the island. By the time they did eventually get there, the entire 3-man crew was missing. And by missing, I mean they totally vanished. There was still food set out on their table, all of the doors were shut, the beds were unmade. It's like they were going about their daily lives and just disappeared. However, what's most interesting about the story is the second mate's logbook of what events had occurred. In the logbook, he said that they experienced storms so turbulent and powerful that it caused these 3 lifelong sailors to come together and pray and cry. Before the final entry simply said, storm has stopped, God is over all, and then again, they were never seen. Now what's interesting is Elaine Moore isn't far from the shores of mainland Scotland, and there were no storms reported within that time period. As a matter of fact, ships were going about their daily schedule. So these supposedly very centered storms that didn't affect anyone outside of them, and the heavy fog on the area, has led theorists to believe that perhaps the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse crew was experiencing a sort of dimensional rift. Or if things like dimensions can be torn into, perhaps the fogs was a show of them crossing over or something crossing over into their realm. And even if unwanted, this complete vanishing of the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse crew could be a sign of dimensional travel, or a sort of short-term purgatory imposed on them for some reason. I should also mention that this entire story was the inspiration for the Robert Edgars movie The Lighthouse, so do with that information what you will. Sphinx water erosion hypothesis implications is an implication that the Sphinx is way, way older than we believe it to be. See, the generally taught version of history is that the Sphinx was built about 4,500 years ago. The reason for this is the earliest dated time in which Egyptians settled the land, so it makes sense that the Sphinx was built around that time. However, there are 2 main hangups with that theory. For one, the Sphinx is very, very sand and wind eroded compared to structures around it. Like, sure, the pyramids aren't in perfect condition, but the Sphinx is to a point that the nose is completely missing, and it seems to have been there for a much longer time. The second and more damning fact is that in the pit around the Sphinx and within the Sphinx itself, there is a form of heavy water erosion, or essentially these lines that have ran through the stone are from some form of water that has poured over it. The issue with that being, that area of Egypt has not experienced significant rainfall to the point of causing any flooding in about 9,000 years. Because of this, that would mean that the Sphinx was there twice as long as we currently believe it to be. And you may be asking, what's the big deal with that? Well, the Egyptians are one of the first recorded civilizations that existed, at least outside of the immediate Middle East, or on the fringe of the Middle East. One of the first civilizations moving into Africa. So if they existed 4,500 years before when we believe them to have currently existed, that messes up all the timeline.
Exactly.
That would give ideas like religion more footholds in how they describe humanity departing and settling regions. And essentially, if you were to add 4,500 years to modern society's clock, then a lot more could have happened and a lot more things make sense than current science and theories say they do. Archontic genetic engineered entities. Oh boy. So I talked about archons way back in the iceberg. And I mentioned them as being essentially the demons within the religion of Gnosticism. And I don't really know anyone who's like a modern Gnostic, but just in case you're out there, I don't think they all believe in this. I think just a few of them, but I'm going to tell it anyway. So essentially the idea is there is a system within people called the gallbladder meridian. It starts in your ears and then connects in the middle of your brain and runs down your body and does some zigzags and eventually comes out on your fourth toe. The idea being this is the mainline control center for your body. So these archons within Gnosticism, these demons, have developed these parasites that essentially look like jellyfish that they implant in people through their ears. The jellyfish go to their gallbladder meridian and then start out slow by suggesting things to people like, hey, we should lay back on talking to family members and we should become more reserved. And it essentially starts as sort of a voice in your back of your head, but then it starts to control little tiny muscle movements and eventually gets to the point where it just takes over the human host. The purpose of this is for the archons to one day develop a sort of zombie army through the use of these jellyfish parasites. And in reading this, there was a group of people known as the Star People who during the Orion Wars learned how to reach into someone's gallbladder meridian and pull out the demon parasite to keep them from being a part of the zombie army.
The what? The Orion Wars?
I try to make jokes about some of it, but I just can't. We're moving on. Gnosticism be wild and man, I'll tell you what. Ultima is interesting. So I cannot find what the word Ultima itself means. I believe it's an acronym since every letter is capitalized. However, if you search it on an alternate search site that isn't something like Google or Bing, you come to a search result for this book about theosophy on the Amazon bookstore. The book was written by a man named Rudolf Steiner, who was one of the earliest proponents of theosophy. Theosophy is essentially the idea that there is one hidden truth within the world, and once that one truth is understood, it can be manipulated. And furthermore, there is a group of these sort of reality hackers who have figured out what the one truth is, and they are known within theosophy as the Masters. Supposedly, these Masters exist as prominent figures throughout history who have manipulated their place within history because they understand how the universe works. So they can perform things like magic and witchcraft and stuff that we would consider unexplainable, but it's actually all logical because they just understand how things go together. So that's the core idea of theosophy itself. It's really interesting that whatever Ultima means, it for some reason brings you to a book by one of their founders. And if you go through the book reviews on that book on the Amazon store, there are several people mentioning how theosophy is so great and how they better now understand the root of the Masters and all this wild stuff. It's fantastic. English Travel refers to a theory that probably deserves its own video from the 1980s known as Ong's Hat. Ong's Hat is a sort of abandoned town in New Jersey that was supposedly the place for this conspiracy theory. This is one of the oldest online stories on the internet, starting all the way back in the 80s on internet bulletin boards. According to the stories, a group of Princeton professors had done enough experimentation with things like quantum mechanics to develop a way to perform a form of dimension travel, or in other words, teleportation and potentially time travel. They did this with something known as the egg, which was essentially a device that they described made them capable of moving through dimensions. However, there were theories within this that said if they got to a point where they no longer needed the egg to travel, they could seemingly just time and reality hop at will with no issue. So all those pictures you see that supposedly looks like someone wearing modern day clothes back in like the 1950s, or someone with a cell phone during like the Civil War, the idea behind it is that these Princeton professors eventually developed a form of eggless travel and are now simply just messing with the timeline and hopping around and causing problems wherever. So good for them. Prolepsis is a concept within literary works, and if someone is an English or literature major and wants to call me out for it, that's fine, but I promise I try. Essentially, prolepsis is describing an event or alluding to an event before the event itself actually happens. In literature, this is phrases like he was a dead man when he came through the door, which implies and tells us that that character is going to die. However, he's not dead yet, it's just alluding to it. So apply that concept to history and humanity. There are several instances of this quote-unquote foreshadowing existing in history. Everything from religions describing what nations would rise and fall and who would take over, to things like art that's only recently been discovered being very similar to modern art. Now this implies one of two things. It implies that there are inevitable conclusions that every society will reach, or in other words, it's like two separate experiments happening in two different points in time and they each come to the same end result. Or you can have the really fun theory of the grand cycle that I love to talk about, and the idea that at some point someone started a trend and then it's just constantly being relearned and rediscovered by every society afterwards. This creates a sort of chicken and egg paradox because there's no way of telling where it would have began if that was the case, but it's wild to think that modern people inventing stuff that was inspired by ancient works was inspired by modern people the last time through the cycle. Stonehead of Guatemala is referencing this image that was taken in the 1950s within Guatemala. For whatever reason, in the middle of a completely uninhabited area of the Guatemalan jungle, there is this giant statue of a head. The artwork does not match any of local or known societies' artworks of what faces or statues looked like. And furthermore, after the researchers went back to their home country, there was this big political war that took place in Guatemala, and whenever they came back years later, they couldn't find where it was. And since that's all the information we have on it, this is a giant that shot out of hollow earth, like it was down there, and it heard there were researchers, so it just like shot itself or a statue of itself out of the hollow earth, and then they took this picture, and then he thought it'd be really funny to hide it again. And that's what happened, and guess what? You can't prove me wrong, so we're just going to move on. The phone mafia is the idea that the majority of scam callers, as we know them to be, are actually part of a much larger and more grand body. Essentially, you know all those phone scams you get, things like the Nigerian prince, or the police saying you need to pay a speeding ticket, or cases saying that you have a relative who needs bailed out, etc. Well, we understand those to each be just one-off callers trying to make a quick buck. However, the idea is there is a much, much larger crime syndicate who just works through middleman as a means of getting money this way. Or in other words, they send an agent to hire a middleman to make the call, and if the middleman's ever caught, then he doesn't even know how to report to the police the people who got him to do it. If they are this expansive, then it would be global and it would have to be an incredibly large organization. And people have made the relatively fair point of if gangs and things like the mafia were such a huge deal for hundreds of years and then they just kind of disappeared, who's to say they didn't go into things like cyber or electronic theft? I also want to mention there's been a number of journalists and police officers who have investigated this, who have been found not alive. So to cover my bases on this, these are all jokes. Everything I'm saying is a joke. This YouTube channel is a joke. I'm a joke. Nothing that I'm saying is worth unaliving over, and this is to my audience. If for whatever reason in the future news comes out that I committed exit game, no, I didn't. Approaching stars is the opposite of the expanding universe theory. So you know the idea that there's a Big Bang or some event that happened that created the universe, and because of that, everything's kind of drifting apart from one unified center. Well, this idea is saying that perhaps that center developed its own gravitational pull and became a really big black hole, because now everything is coming back to where it started. Because of this, things like stars and meteorites and everything else is slowly getting confined to a much smaller space, which means before we're wiped out by our sun getting big and exploding, we'll probably get hit by a meteor or run into another solar system, so don't worry about it. Love Shack is an operating system that supposedly contains the grand truth of the universe. Now, I'm an idiot when it comes to reading things like computer operating systems, but from the best that I can make out, the idea is within the code of the Love Shack operating system is this grand truth, or essentially the one middle concept
I've been working on a unified
all forms of human
theory.
expression in science can be defined by. So
And that
supposedly,
unified
if you were to
theory
go within the operating system and enter something like a chemical
boggers.
equation, it will then convert that into calculus, it will convert that into forms of poetry, it can convert that into spiritualism and whatever. Essentially, this is supposed to be the universe because of its own hidden secret
Kill
code.
your boss.
Retrocausality
End your boss.
is something that I've mentioned before in the past, but it's going to get more attention here.
Become
The main idea
your
being
boss.
that things like cause and effect do not operate the way that we think it does. Instead, things simply happen and the universe corrects itself
but
as
it
a means
is.
of maintaining that same goal. It essentially comes down to the idea that there isn't really that much agency when it comes to what happens in the future, and instead things happen and therefore people
Have I
align
told you
to
the
it.
secret
And the
of
reason
mental
it gives for
illness?
this is the idea that time itself exists as a dimension.
Yeah, but not
And you've probably heard
everyone's
that
mentally
before, but what
ill,
it really
Tanner.
means is that time is just a way of observing the universe.
Everybody's
something that can be
fucking
manipulated. We
crazy.
could definitely change. We just don't know how to yet. So while we view everything that happens to us as being on a straight track, in reality, things just kind of happen, and there's not really
Everybody
a
seems to
timeline
think
to it.
I'm
This has also
lazy.
been used as
I
a
don't
means of
mind.
explaining the
I think they're
Mandela
crazy.
effect. For example, things like the
John
Monopoly
Lennon.
Man. Most people, when they think of a Monopoly Man, think of him as having a monocle, even though he never did. So the idea is that we saw him at one point with a monocle. That's our memory of him. However, at some point in the future, he did not have a monocle, and for whatever reason, the timeline just favored that one and corrected
retconning
itself.
reality.
So now every iteration of him does not have the monocle. So whenever you apply that to larger scale things like human civilizations, wars, kingships, and what have you, you can theoretically get to a point, if someone were to understand this and to understand how retrocausality works, where there would be no unknown future. Or in other words, if things in our future are going to take place, and if time is just a construct that we built for ourselves, then there should be ways to determine what is about to happen to us, because in terms of retrocausality, it's already happened. And not only things like predicting the future, but it can get to things like time travel, things like dimensional travel, and all that other cool stuff. Vaccine soul stealing is, let me clarify, because YouTube really likes to demonetize people who say the V word, especially in a video that has conspiracy theory in the title. As you're going to find out, it has nothing to do with modern political climates or modern political issues. As a matter of fact, this chart was made like 5 years ago, so again, nothing to do with that. And it isn't even saying something about all vaccines being bad, just one specific theory. I'm begging you, Susan, please do not take my money. Essentially, the idea is that in the early 2000s, the CIA got really interested in the concept of gene editing. Now, this is something from the MK Ultra experiments and other theories that I've mentioned on this iceberg that the CIA is definitely not opposed to doing. However, in this case, the CIA was interested in something known as the fundamentalist gene. The idea behind the fundamentalist gene is that it's a gene or actual section of the human brain that allows people to have a belief or calling to a higher power. In other words, there's parts of the brain that light up more with people who believe in things like religion and God as opposed to people who do not. So during the war in the Middle East, the CIA wanted to know if there was a way to sort of chemically castrate this. And supposedly, as the theory states, the CIA developed these vaccines that they handed out overseas in populations that they think may fall in line to a radicalization that is not in their favor. Or in other words, the CIA gave out medication to people that, unbeknownst to them, would cause them to lose their ability or focus on God and things relating to a higher power as a means of making sure that they didn't fear any higher authority than the United States government. But, I mean, I think at this point, you know, we can all agree that this is stupid and didn't happen. Like, come on, guys, we know the reason that the United States was in the Middle East was to get the zombie plague back from the Russian scientists. Like, it's really not that hard. With 40%...
True!
Unlock over was to get the zombie plague back from the Russian scientists. Like, it's really not that hard. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final part of the conspiracy theory iceberg. Bank of Souls is a concept that originated from Jewish mysticism. However, it's been adapted into several other religious theories as well. According to the legend of the Bank of Souls, there is a finite amount of souls that can ever exist within human history. Specifically, this pool of souls is known as the Chamber of Guff and exists at the base of the Tree of Life. According to this legend, the Tree of Life bears fruit, and that fruit is actual human souls. Whenever a child is conceived, Gabriel reaches into the chamber, which is around the base of the tree where the fruit has fallen. He draws out a random soul, and that is passed into the new human that was just created. However, this tree has seasons of plenty and seasons of famine. In other words, there are some times when there are more people in the world than the tree can provide. According to the theory around the Bank of Souls, if someone is born or conceived at the time that there's not a soul for it, it will simply be born as a person without a soul. This is especially true in the modern age when population is at the highest that it's ever been and the tree cannot sustain the amount of people being born. These soulless people, or NPCs as the internet so delicately puts it, exist on Earth along with people who do have souls, and as a matter of fact, in some cases are used specifically to test those who do have souls to judge their worth. In other words, according to the theory, there are some people who exist and simply do not have control of their own actions, so they are purposefully made as a means to judge those who can be judged. You can follow that theory further and say that the reason you're so used to seeing people who have what is to you completely mind-numbing opinions and are constantly at opposition with you is a deliberate choice from whoever is controlling the system as a means to see how you deal with opposition. The theory has several continuing shoots similar to that coming off of it. For example, there is one side of it that says several different cults or quote-unquote satanic rings who perform human sacrifices are just doing it as a means of sending a soul back to the tree for replenishing, as well as other theories that say whenever the tree finally runs out of souls completely, that is the apocalypse and when the world will end. So yeah, soulless people are put on the world simply as morality speech checks. Try not to think about it too much. Incorruptible saints is a phenomenon that has been reported specifically in Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. According to these religions, several people have been found throughout history whose bodies have been completely untouched by decomposition. Specifically throughout the 14 and 1600s, bodies were exhumed that had been buried for hundreds of years, and whenever they were found, it seemed as if the person was simply sleeping. This has been such a common occurrence that there's actually a rule in Orthodox common law that says a bishop has to show up and affirm that the body is in fact incorruptible. In several of the instances where an incorruptible saint was found, they were placed underneath the altar of churches as it was shown God had favor on that person, and hopefully that favor will apply to the church. Also, for those that don't know, to be considered a saint within Orthodox and Catholic tradition, there is a set of requirements that the person has to do, and one of them is to perform a miracle. For a long time, having an incorruptible body was seen as a miracle in itself. So if that person followed the other steps in their life that qualified them for sainthood, and then their body was found to be incorruptible, they were then affirmed as a saint. Between things like this and Saint Padre Pio Stigmata and the miracle of Lanciano, which are things I'm going to casually mention and maybe talk about in the future, this is the Christian God. We're now breaking into the first philosophy one, which there's going to be several more of, with the God of the Gaps never existed. Now, it's kind of debated where the phrase God of the Gaps first originated. Nietzsche said in one of his writings, specifically I believe it was in On Priest, that he said whenever there is a gap in human understanding, Christians specifically fill it with God, and that's where God comes from. So according to Nietzsche, God isn't real, and whenever people say there is a God, it's just because humanity can't explain something, and God makes for a good scapegoat. The other place the phrase may have come from is from Henry Drummond, who was an evangelist who also accused the idea of God of the Gaps as being a lazy write-off for understanding. Drummond said that Christians constantly have these gaps in their knowledge that they choose to fill with God, and that was the wrong way of going about it. According to Drummond, God either has to be the God of everything, or he just simply doesn't exist. In other words, we can't have God be this spontaneous miracle worker who shows up to fill in things that we can't quite explain, and then explain the rest away as natural processes of science. In other words, God is either absolute or he doesn't exist, and that's what God of the Gaps never existed is trying to get across. See, the whole God of the Gaps mentality is believed by many to be part of the reason that Christianity and belief itself has declined so much in the last century. In other words, before modern science, there really wasn't a way to explain the world outside of some supernatural entity. But now science is at a near complete point in understanding the world around us. Those gaps have gotten smaller. So people who apply God to those gaps have caused God to become smaller. This is why the concept is considered a bad thing by both evangelists and atheists. The reason that it's this low on the iceberg is because it implies that if there is a divine creator or some God above us, then it has to be 100% all-encompassing in every aspect of our lives. This is sort of the antithesis to the agnostic point of view. There can't be a God who works some of the time and then everything else is science, because if we just apply God to those little miracles, we'll eventually figure out that they're all different rules of the world that we live in. So if we were created, then a creator had to inspire and create every single one of those rules, meaning that the entire human experience is completely curated, which is either very comforting or very terrifying depending on who you are. Oil and resources from humans is the rather depressing thought that there is a good chance a lot of biofuel comes from humans. Now, while with crude oil, it could take, a really long time for the matter of humans to compress into it, it is not a secret that humans go through methogenesis, where their body produces methane, which is absolutely a fuel. So the theory is saying that perhaps the methane gas that you use to heat your home isn't entirely dinosaur fuel, and could potentially be one of the 108 billion people who have died on this planet. And of course, some have taken this theory farther to say that perhaps those in power have figured out a quick way to make crude oil, and that humans are being farmed as the resource. Feelings autosuppression relates to a sort of global desensitization that has taken place over the last several decades. So to make it more personal, remember the first time that you saw a scary face pop up on YouTube or in a movie and you were a little kid and it scared you really bad, but then after you saw more and more over and over, you kind of quit caring? And you know how that same thing also happened with human suffering? Like the first time you may have heard about a dangerous attack against a group of people, you were very worried, but then it just became such a common thing you quit caring. That constant loop of negative emotions can cause you to suppress them whenever they come to the surface, which is a totally natural human response. However, when this response happens across the entire population for years on end, the results can be a little concerning, particularly on the next generations moving forward. In other words, children today are not nearly as worried or concerned about world events as perhaps the generation before them was at their age, because this constant stream of negativity has served to cause a worldwide auto-suppression of negative emotions. Not only that, but it's been shown that apathy or simply holding in emotions can cause feelings of depression as well as illnesses if gone on for too long. So similar to earlier on the iceberg where I said that things like toxoplasmosis has changed the whole of human history, simply disregarding our basic human emotions has quite potentially changed the course of humanity forever. Adult film stars leeching your energy is the natural conclusion of several things that I've talked about up until this point. Remember way back essentially spiritual entities that want to steal your life force. And I believe it was in the last year I talked about erotic energy that you literally give off whenever you give off those emotions. Well, in the 21st century, literally energy that has been drained from you. Earlier in the iceberg, I talked about Kundalini energy and how it can be stolen from someone over a distance. Well, this is saying that perhaps through the digital screen, it has been stolen from thousands, if not millions of people for the past few decades, and no one's the wiser. Virus 23 is kind of the predecessor to things like the Despair Code. According to various board posts, Virus 23 has traced its way all the way back to old Cold War Russian documents, specifically documents that were researching mimetic entities. There's this entire theory that's worked its way around the globe for a while around things like shared consciousness and shared stories. I've talked about earlier on this iceberg, and I know I keep saying that, but this is the final tier and it does put the bow on a lot of theories. But I talked earlier about how someone on one side of the planet can develop these spontaneous ideas at the same time that someone on the other side of the planet does as well. Well, this isn't only seen in things like technology, but is also seen in things like theories and ideas and philosophy. And because things like human thought patterns and memory aren't fully understood, there's a belief that this exists in a sort of cloud that encompasses everyone at once. So if this does exist as a sort of shared memory bank, is it possible to transmit a virus through it? Virus 23 works as a self-replicating mental contagion. In other words, once one person is conscious of it, that causes them to think of it. It then goes to this sort of cloud of human understanding and is continued to pass down through the line. Some have even said that this virus was originally started by Cicada, which, if you'll remember, like back in Tier 2, were the people who hosted that sort of nationwide scavenger hunt. And while some think merely hearing the words Virus 23 is enough to transmit the virus, I don't believe that is what the theory is going with. No. See, with a lot of those documents and the idea of mimetic entities, it particularly is saying that it can be hidden within an unassuming thing. In other words, it could be a story, it could be a character, it could be a phrase, or whatever. Some random stories or media or folklore or whatever could exist as these sort of trip mines throughout the human understanding that whenever stepped on could cause, I don't know, paranoia or depression or some negative thing. I mean, I imagine it's not positive. I imagine if you get Virus 23, you don't become like an upstanding citizen all of a sudden. What makes this, if it was to be real, more threatening than the Despair Code is you could at least see the Despair Code coming, whereas Virus 23 could literally be anything. Pancreas denial. Have you ever seen your pancreas? That's what I thought, moving on. I'm just kidding, that's not the theory, but it would be really funny if it was. According to the theory, your pancreas is actually your third chakra and is used to filter things like negative energy. Supposedly, the powers that be that know about the power of the pancreas don't want the common person to have access to the pancreas's true capabilities, so they have done things like store negative energy in our food, in the media we consume, and other nefarious means of anti-pancreas propaganda as a means to stifle the human spirit. And if you've heard of someone getting their pancreas removed, it's simply because their filter was too clogged with all of the negative energy in the world. Patterns manipulation in itself is really broad, but I'm going to look at a specific avenue of it. Essentially, it's saying that there are patterns that exist within thought and reality as a whole. In other words, everything from how you think to the world you exist in revolves around these certain patterns. Several people who experiment with psychotropic drugs say that while under the influence of them, they begin to see patterns and other designs creep up in the world around them. A lot of this relates back to things like sacred geometry. And human thought patterns are called just that because people tend to think in regards to what they know. In other words, if you are trying to get someone to believe a different truth or the truth you want them to, you begin by starting with things that they already know as fundamental truth and working your way from there because human brains exist in these realm of patterns. If I was to just run up to you and say that Bigfoot's in my backyard, you may say, "You're crazy, why are you telling me this? Get out of my house." But if I was to approach you and say, you know, there's several species of gorillas that have existed that kind of just disappeared from the biological tree, and every time that we go searching in the forest, we find new species of monkey here and there who are normally in endangered populations. Well, who's to say that one of these species of gorillas didn't get really tall and they just migrated their way north from South America, and now one of them's in my backyard? You'll still probably tell me to get out of your house, but what I did is I worked off of something that you know and then changed it from there. Therefore, by manipulating the patterns of your own thought, I got you to a conclusion that you never would have accepted otherwise.
Yep.
The best value in power. Predator. Power through anything. Only at Harbor Freight.
Manipulating the patterns of your own thought, I got you to a conclusion that you never would have accepted otherwise. The theory is saying that perhaps this same manipulation could exist within reality. Concepts like magic or illusion can be performed in legitimacy if that person can manipulate the patterns reality works within. In a sense, this is similar to a lot of what modern science and chemistry have been able to do in themselves. They have understood how the fundamental world works around them and then manipulated it within its own rules to get it to a place that you would have been executed for in the Dark Ages. And if I'm able to convince you about Bigfoot, then what could be possible if someone really taps into the patterns of the world around us? Ascension Blacklist is implying that there are some people who will not be allowed to ascend to the next plane of existence. Think about it this way: if souls do exist as these eternal entities, and if things like reincarnation exist, then who's to say that some can't remember past instances or have a greater understanding of the world around us? So obviously, these people who may have a higher plane of knowledge than the rest of us could have grudges against people here on Earth. Ascension Blacklist is postulating that perhaps the purpose of secret societies like the Illuminati or insert other creepy shadow government thing is to decide who will and will not be allowed in eternity. Getting into theories like this is fun because there's entire things talking about the NPCs from earlier, how they are used specifically to target the people who have been blacklisted, and that in some cases the people who have been blacklisted can be such a positive influence to those NPCs that they get back on the entry list. But the short of it for this video is saying that secret societies or secret organizations who have a better understanding of the eternity and of the human soul have a say in who is and is not allowed in. Oikiosis, and according to the internet that is how it's pronounced, I looked one up this time, is closely related to ideas of Stoicism. So without getting into hundreds of years of philosophizing, Stoicism is essentially the idea that the purpose of life is a perfection of the human soul. In other words, life itself is a sort of test for how one will be judged in the afterlife. Now, if you're familiar with most religions, this isn't a crazy far out there concept, or at least you've heard of it before. However, oikiosis is where the interesting part comes in. Oikiosis is roughly translated to relation or someone's relationship with something else. Applied to Stoicism, oikiosis is saying that one of the chief concepts of humanity is that humanity's perfection is defined by its interaction with others. So if one is to achieve this quote-unquote perfect soul, it has to be through actions of charity and goodness to other people. The reason it's on this iceberg is due to something called Dasein's teachings, or Dasein. Dasein is a German concept that was brought up around the 19th century that said oikiosis is falling apart because of humanity's increased isolation. In other words, humans over the years have become more self-centered and self-interested, and that has caused the very fabric of their souls to fall apart because they are no longer performing acts of goodness or charity with others because they're more invested in their own devices. A lot of applications of this come down to anti-tech stuff and, like iPhone bad. But in short, it's saying that partial, if not all of humanity has been doomed because we've quit striving for that human perfection. For soul removal is the idea that every human is born with a soul, that it can be taken from you. Not only through things like occult rituals, which those also count, but even things like traumatic events or just simple disbelief can cause pieces of your soul to whittle away over time. This leaves the individual open to attack, where negative spirits can come and fill in that place that they left open within their soul, and that's where things like possession come from. Not only that, but this theory says that wayward souls that have been separated from their human host float around as sparse energy, and in large enough amounts can achieve forms like that of a ghost or a cryptid. In other words, the reason things like old asylums are so haunted is because so many people have had pieces of their soul chipped away at them in there that those pieces now just wander the area looking for their human host. And the only way to prevent things like negative souls or negative entities from attacking you is to do things like ensure a positive environment and energy for yourself and continue to believe in things, because if you don't use that space for your soul, there's a chance that something else will. Real Humans Died Millennia Ago is saying that perhaps the way we currently exist is not humanity's highest form. You know how you hear about things like the pyramid or structures like Atlantis, and people always say they had to be these super geniuses to build all of that? Well, it's saying that perhaps while technology has increased over the centuries, human thought has decreased, to the degree that us as we function now would be near unrecognizable from our ancestors. How unrecognizable, you may ask? Well, some have pointed to things that I've mentioned earlier in this iceberg, like statues of reptilians in Middle Eastern tombs, or even old legends of things like elves or mermaids could just be other forms of humanity when we were at a higher function. Or there's even some depictions of these like really big people who used to be able to make these really cool structures because they were really tall and strong. And I'm going to contain myself now, and I'm not going to say it, so we're just going to move on.
Giants. He's talking about giants.
Artifice Credence relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle that I've mentioned a few times up until now. It points out the weird concept that in the human record, there seems to be these pieces of artificial construction that have shown up before we started using them. Essentially, some formed metals and elements have been found that have led the way for human innovation, but now we have to manufacture, so it's kind of weird that they were there to begin with. Also, remember some of those things I talked about earlier in the iceberg, like how microchips or fuses have been found in ancient pottery, or the idea like structures like pyramids and aqueducts were seemingly discovered and then forgotten and then rediscovered. This all relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle and says that perhaps the previous people that were the foundation of our cycle, and so on and so forth. Hiring a hitman on yourself is something else. This is more of a thought concept than anything else, and while I think it's funny that it's this low on the iceberg, it may be just a little bit misplaced. So it's known that in several religions or spiritual practices, committing self-unexist is generally frowned upon. So the hiring a hitman on yourself asks the philosophical question, is it the action or the intent that would condemn somebody? With some stating that hiring a hitman on yourself would be a way to subvert the consequences of the thing that would eventually accomplish. Or if you were ever just bored and wanted to make your life more challenging, you could just do that anyway and then try to survive, and it would make your week a lot more interesting. Roman Empire Still Rules the World originally comes from the author Philip K. Dick, which I talked about earlier on this iceberg. A lot of people believe that he was more in tune with the underhanded goings-on in the world than most people, and in one of the stories he wrote later in his life, he said that the Roman Empire never collapsed, and instead several of its senators went into hiding and became the foundation for modern New World Orders or secret societies. In other words, they didn't maintain their population or space, but they did maintain their influence. There's even a book written called Descent that talked about how the Roman Empire went into the caverns of the hollow earth and exists as a quite literal underbelly of the world's government at large. And also, if you wanted to say that, whenever the Roman Empire fell, that's when like the Vatican and the Catholic Church really took off. And they got a whole lot of influence. So, from fractalization is very closely related to pattern manipulation, because fractalization is believed to be the patterns of reality itself. People who experiment with very heavy psychotropic drugs, like DMT and LSD, say that whenever they're experiencing the high, they begin to see the world or a sort of plane of fractals. In other words, these geometric patterns that separate the world at large into these shapes. Some refer to this plane of existence as hyperreality, and there's some who even believe that this is the true state of being and the human condition is just numb to it. In other words, we exist in a dull state of mind on sort of the first level of our reality, and doing things that cause your mind to leave that reality lets you see the world for what it truly is, or at least a different realm that exists around us. I'll be 100% honest with you guys, things like this really interest me, but I'm also very, very dumb to, and it's something in the future that I'm going to research more. Well, I mean, not like, I'm not going there, but it's something that I'm going to look into more, because some of the stuff here, as someone who reads about this stuff all the time, really freaks me out, and I mean that in the best way. Paleolithic deep state is another one of those natural conclusions to things mentioned earlier on the iceberg. So remember how I talked about how Neanderthals supposedly didn't die, they just kind of went away and did their own thing for a while? Well, this is saying perhaps they went underground, maybe even literally, and began the structures of the world society as we know it now. Now, according to this, they wouldn't still be in the state we know them of in the historical record. If Homo sapien adapted, then the Neanderthal would adapt as well. But with things like their disappearance from the historical records, as well as odd cave art that shows these kind of human things existing around humans as we know them, implies to some that maybe they achieved some higher form of being, whether that being an underground deep state like I mentioned earlier as the first New World Order, or maybe as some ascended person. Also, while researching this, I saw a theory that said Cain is the leader of them, that he never died, that he's leading the Neanderthal New World Order, and I had nowhere to add that in, but that is too cool not to, and we're moving on. Depression overriding seems really simple at first, but it's the spiritual implications that put it on this level. If you are depressed or sad or any negative emotion, and you manage to find a way within your head to flip that around into a positive emotion, that may not seem like a lot to you, but if you view things like energy and spiritualism as tangible things, then you just committed a form of spiritual alchemy. This relates to the idea that humans are a much more powerful creature than most of us realize. And if we're so concerned with things like the energy and the spiritual and the extra dimensions around us and everything else, we take for granted the little sort of miracles that we can perform. Things like turning a negative energy into a positive one. And if physical energy, as we understand it in physics, cannot be created or destroyed, then perhaps spiritual energy cannot be created or destroyed either, only converted. And by doing something as wild as converting negative energy, you're exercising a form of supernatural powers. So, if you want to get really out there with all our postulations, take something like Virus 23 or the solar plexus clown glider or whatever, and imagine those mimetic agents that are meant to harm you. Well, if you have the capability to convert that into a positive force, then there's no telling what's possible now, is there? Incorings are referring to the absolutes that exist in Harry Potter culture. In other words, take all the human cultures that exist around the world who for a long time never had contact with each other.
That's why that solar plexus clown glider shit does nothing to me.
Religion, language.
Oh, don't say that shit, Tanner! That demon's gonna come and haunt you! Ridiculous. That's all I gotta say. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. I have magic, baby. I have magic. I can turn negative energy and transfer it into positive. Most people can't say the same. Ridiculous, 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 ridiculous. Can you say the same? Say it with me. Ridiculous. It's the most cringe shit from Harry Potter. You know, the scene where they're dealing with the closet demon that can like transfer their nightmares into a real form, but they say the word ridiculous and it turns into something goofy. It's kind of like an It too, as well. You know, like, It is this Pennywise It. Pennywise is this, well, It, because Pennywise is It. Pennywise is the solar plexus clown glider. Pennywise is this terrifying demon, but if you just use the power of positivity and a little bit of sigil breaking for sex, you can defeat it. Funnily enough. Can many others say the same? It's alchemy, baby. It's magic. That's the only shit that's real in this conspiracy theory iceberg. Which, by the way, this conspiracy theory iceberg is called the iceberg of truths, of hidden truths. So, it's not called the conspiracy theory iceberg. Yeah. It's only called the conspiracy theory iceberg for clicks and views. Yeah. But Tanner, they say, it's all fake. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. Do you know? It's like I always say, only you can be better. How do you be better? Through transferring positive energy, or negative energy, into positive energy. How do you do that? Through pattern manipulation, through thoughts. Thoughts are the highest form of power that humans have. Let's carry on. We're almost done. We're gonna get to the serial killer iceberg. I've tempted you with this madness for this long. We're almost done.
You will always see some absolutes, things like weaponry, religion, language, or things like statues or burial sites or just monuments in general. For whatever reason, it seems like these things are engraved on people as a whole. You could view this as a sort of puzzle. If we're to figure out what our purpose on Earth is or what existence means as a whole, then maybe we have the pieces to figure it out, and everyone has their own pieces, we just haven't really put it together yet. So let's take that another step forward with all the weird theories we've talked about to this point, and think about something like the Great Cycle, which I'm going to keep mentioning because it's really cool. Think about how often things like pyramids supposedly pop up through the cycles.
And furthermore,
or things like human history traveling along the same
path. The real enemy
if one was to truly believe in things like reincarnation, and the idea that we are being tested over and over again to figure out what we're supposed to do. Maybe if someone can throw all of this together, it would break the cycle.
for society.
Soy Grand Theory.
Yes, I've said it.
I know you've been waiting for the finale of the government-sanctioned weaponized femboys, and here it is. Soy Grand Theory is saying that the soyification of society isn't even reliant on soy. It's solely reliant on the cultural shift caused by it. In other words, The effects of soy has caused permanent damage to the human population that cannot be reversed, and the influence of soy products on humanity will lead to a totalitarian femboy empire. You're welcome. Golden Rules of Nature is related to the 5 basic Golden Rules of Nature. The idea is for something to survive within nature, it has to have balance, growth, connection, harmonization,
you have a
and
negative
love.
thought,
now that sounds weird, but let's break that down.
say the word ridiculous.
You have to be balanced in the way you live. You can't be
Anytime
one way or
you
the other.
think
And this applies
negativity,
not only to humans, but things
say
in
the
nature
word
as a whole.
ridiculous.
You have to grow. If you're stagnant for too long, you'll be dead. And you have to be connected to the world around you, because isolation also leads to
Does
death.
it actually
You have to
work?
harmonize with the world
Does.
around you, because if you take
See
too
for
much
yourself.
or are too
Don't
violent,
take my
that will
word for
eventually
it.
come
I'm
back
just a
on
madman.
you. And the
I'm the
love
game
is
czar.
saying
I'm
that
the
there
czar
has to be a
minister.
passion or drive, because depression is a killer.
I blow bubbles
so
for
that's
fun.
kind of weird to have that little slice of life knowledge that's low on the iceberg. But the implications of it is if
Bro,
the physical
I have
realm
bipolar
is
disorder. Don't take
of
my
the
word
spiritual
for it.
realm,
Do it yourself.
then perhaps those 5 rules also apply to the spiritual. If one is not
technically
balanced, grown,
schizoaffective disorder,
connected,
bipolar type.
harmonized,
'Cause I have
and in
bipolar
love
disorder
with
with
their
psychotic
spiritual lifestyle, then that leads to a spiritual
Which
death.
means
And since things
schizophrenia.
like spiritualism aren't exactly exemplified in the modern age, this is saying that because we're not following those 5 rules, society as a whole is spiritually dying and will, I'm sure, lead to something bad in the future,
Yes.
because we are not treating spiritual existence in the same way we treat physical existence.
Yep. He's right.
Forget this.
Become closer to the Buddha.
Because we are not treating spiritual existence in the same way we treat physical existence. We are now down to the final 5 terms of the conspiracy theory iceberg, and I saved these 5 for a particular reason. I think they're not only some of the biggest overall topics, but it seems like a fitting place to close this iceberg on. God's ego death in research is, I think, probably the most misinterpreted one on the entire iceberg. Everywhere I looked in research for this, people were hyper-focusing on the ego term. See, ego, as it's understood in psychology, is the self, or it's the idea of oneself. So in that sense, you would think ego death, as it's often called within the hero's journey of storytelling, would mean the destroying of one's own opinion or perspective. In other words, if you have a character in a story who has very hard-set fundamental beliefs, and then something happens to them and they change those beliefs, that is considered an ego death. However, what I think this iceberg is getting across, because everything else on the iceberg kind of points that direction, is the other definition of ego death. An ego death or ego loss is what it's considered in very, very hardcore drug trips whenever someone's soul leaves their person. Or even more specifically, whenever your soul escapes your mind and your concept of thought and existence. In other words, it's separating part of yourself from another part of yourself. Here, when it says God's ego death, it's not talking about a change of heart God had. It's talking about God's separation of God himself. Think about it this way. Remember when I was talking about the God of the gaps didn't exist earlier, and it got across the notion that everything has to be either the total creation of God or none of it was? Well, if every part of existence is a part of God himself, then that implies that at some point God was just one entity. See, if at one point God was just one being that existed as a perfect form of existence, then anything that he created other than himself had to be a step down. So in this form, God's ego death was a departure for existence. It was, in a sense, the death of the one true perfection. Some have even taken this theory as to be the root of fractals themselves. Remember how I mentioned that people who have these crazy experiences say the entire world exists in these patterns, or that things like human thought and reality exist in patterns? Perhaps these broken patterns are the
fractals that I
pieces of
saw,
God
it was
separated
like an
from one
entire
perfect entity
town
into the world around us. We hear of concepts in
was
Christianity
in
like
a
the
pebble.
Trinity of the Father, Son,
It
and
was
Holy
like I was
Spirit,
looking
and
at
imagine
Paris,
God separating himself into three,
and I saw
and
the
this is
Eiffel
extending
Tower.
it to
It
the
was
point
like
that God
I was
separated
looking down
himself
at Paris,
into
and I'd never been to
everything.
Paris
But why would
before.
God do that? Why would a singular perfect being stoop himself to the point of humanity in order to create them? And that goes into the next theory, God's last wish. One commonality that is seen across nearly every religion is that in the beginning, in creation, God created humanity in order to have a companion. But it's not exactly a companion if it's just a clone of yourself that's as perfect as you are. So according to this, God's last wish, the thing that he broke himself into infinite pieces for in order to begin creation, was in order to create free will. The one thing that God ruled as being better than divinity was the existence of choice. And again, in nearly every religion, the core idea is that humanity separated themselves from God because of a selfish choice. And it's the concept that in the end, humanity exists as pieces of God who have done whatever they've wanted to with that free will. And according to that, because we finally get a happy theory on this iceberg, every single person is a piece of the perfect God who has been given the opportunity in their life to demonstrate how they will use that perfect soul to do whatever choices they wish. And the reason this is such a big deal and so low on the iceberg is because it implies that humanity does in fact have a purpose. And that purpose is a demonstration of the concept of choice in order to eventually return to the companionship with God in divinity. In other words, God's last wish is saying that God destroyed absolute perfection in order to give humanity their own chance. And then stated, there is no conspiracy refers to the idea that there is no objective truth that is being hidden from us.
Yes.
It's kind of weird to get all the way to the bottom of the iceberg and then to hear it say that no conspiracy is actually real. But what this is saying is that there is no secret society, there is no hidden power, there is no shadow government, or anything else that
Yes. Thank you. There is no conspiracy. You want to know what the shadow cabal, the deep, dark secret really is? It's capitalism. If you like, really, it like, the powers that be, the people who run things, they do it in the open. There is no conspiracy. They don't hide things.
has a better grasp of the human condition than we ourselves. See, there's this weird kind of comfort in the idea that there is some grand truth or grand secret of the universe that's just being hidden from us. Because then, if someone else is hiding it from us, that means it's something that we can understand and something that we can put together.
And I say, that, oh, it's capitalism, like that's a grand secret or something. No. No. That's like baby shit. Baby's first step. Anyway, back to the video. There is
actuality that we're all just as lost as each other,
and there is
no one person in to maintain power. It's just someone else exactly like us trying to find purpose in a world that confuses us. In short, there can be no leader if all of us are lost, and in a way, everyone is trying to find their own path, which leads directly into the next theory: all conspiracies are true. I know it's kind of weird to have one be no conspiracy is real and then all conspiracies are real, but they're talking about two different things. No conspiracy is true is saying that there is no grand conspiracy against you, the person. Whereas all conspiracies are true, it's saying that all hidden truths or hidden secrets of the world are interconnected. I've kind of mentioned this before with ideas of the grand unified religious theory or the grand unified conspiracy theory. If you've paid attention up until this point, then you've probably realized there's a lot of concepts and ideas that sound really similar to each other, they just have a couple words mixed around. The idea behind this is that every understanding of religion, esoteric nature, karma, chakras, spiritualism, and what have you are all getting back to the root source. So no, it's not referring to the idea that the earth is both round and flat and a donut and hollow and inside out. sadly. But the idea that all of these broad concepts of human nature are branches of the same tree that we're all working our way to the roots of. And concepts like this can be overwhelming. It seems to a lot of people who spend a lot of time in topics like this that the world is this impossible puzzle that is never meant to be understood. This is the same reason that a lot of people who dedicate their lives to religious and supernatural studies end up with a feeling of insignificance. It's hard to try to grasp the concept of everything
Same thing
and
with
to not
people
come out
who
feeling like
spend
nothing.
their time with
So that's
political
where
and
the final
economic
concept
studies.
of the
We all feel
conspiracy theory iceberg
insignificant
comes in.
because
The
we'll
final
never fully understand
The final
the
understanding
world.
is thought to be the destination of most forms of spiritual practice and meditation. In other words, cultures that have developed ideas of things like nirvana, enlightenment, ascension, or what have you, all come back to one core idea. And sadly, I can't just say some magical phrase that will automatically make you achieve a higher plane of existence, at least not yet. However, there is one idea that permeates whenever you're looking at things like conspiracy theories or hidden secrets of the world that keeps coming back as a constant. And that is the idea that your perspective is with purpose. Think about all the crazy stuff I've talked about that has to do with metaphysics and magic and geometry and esoteric religion and theoretical science and what have you. A lot of these concepts can seem so big that they swallow up the concept of the individual. And while, some of these theories are bigger than the scope of one person, there is no theory that is beyond the reach of one person. In other words, if you're trying to achieve a higher plane of meditation or a deeper grasp of conceptual science that isn't real yet, or an understanding of ultra realities, or learning about the lost gaps in human history, or trying to figure out secret religions that have been covered up for decades, or anything in between. Every single concept is tailor-made for you, the individual. And even if in some of them you can't always be an active participant, you are designed to be the one true witness. Whenever talking about things like the human soul and eternity, it's really hard to kind of narrow it down to a place that we can grab it because it seems beyond our reach.
It goes
when in
back
actuality, if it's some hidden secret...
It goes back to solipsism, right? We can only confirm our own existences. And I know that sounds a bit egotistical, but, like, it's the truth. Right? For all we know, it's like, I think it was Descartes who said it. For all we know, we could be a fucking brain in a fucking jar. Right? Floating. It's all we could. It's what we could be. And this idea isn't original per se. The idea that we could just be a brain in a jar, or that we could just we can only confirm our own existence, or that we are the only witness to our own reality. But you have purpose. Anyway.
Secret or supernatural knowledge we want to learn about, we have the key. The best way I heard this described is that everything is you and everything is me. Because in the entirety of human thought, there has never been one concept, theory, or idea that was made by humanity in the absence of humanity. In other words, don't spend your life worrying that you're missing out on something greater than yourself, because according to the final understanding, you're right where you're supposed to be. And with that, we have the end of the conspiracy theory iceberg. While I was researching the final understanding, I normally do like word searches or phrase searches to see where they pop up online. And I found a Reddit post from 11 months ago where someone was asking about the final understanding, and a guy replied and said, I don't know, but there's this YouTuber Wendigoon who is currently doing a series on it. He just got done with the first episode, but one day he'll get there. So make sure you're watching when he does. And now, here I am, and I made it, and we all made it. And whenever I started, I never thought that I would get this far, Yet here we are, and I just want to say to the guy who said that, and to everyone who was watching in the beginning, and everyone who picked up along the way, and to everyone who's here now, thank you for watching. So you're here at the end, you've made it through the entire series. I'm sure you feel like you've heard me talk for too long now, but I'm going to talk for just a little bit longer if that's okay. I started out YouTube as a pipe dream. Whenever I began the series, I had, I think, around 200 subscribers. And now, here at the end of this series, I have the golden plaque, and I'm over 1 million. And now there's been so many opportunities and doorways that have opened up for me, and I'm really blessed beyond belief with the life that I've been allowed to live, thanks to God and thanks to you guys for putting me into that position. And just to think about where I was when I started that series to where I am now, I'm so eternally grateful for what you all have given me. It really is overwhelming to have begun that just talking into a camera for fun. And now I'm still doing the same thing, but now I can make a living doing it. And I can tell you I'm not always going to be sitting in this exact corner making videos, because opportunities have opened up for me where I can go out and I can make interesting things that I think you all will enjoy. And I always want to keep it focused on talking about things that I like to talk about, because I think that's when I make the best content and when you guys enjoy it. And as I do that in the future, I'm always going to remember that that only exists because you guys sat down and watched a kid with a camera talk about weird conspiracy theories he found online. And that really is humbling. And it has truly been an honor to make videos for you all, and I am honored that you all have watched them enough that it has put me to this level. And I am extremely grateful. And if you've made it this far, thank you so much, and I hope that the time you've already invested in me, I make something worth of it. And I hope that whatever I do in the future, you find to be worth your time, because you guys are certainly worth mine. So thank you for getting me to this point. Thank you so much for the blessing that you all have been. It really does mean the most. So I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Do you love writing melodies?
Fuck off with the ad. No, we're kidding. I want to talk to you, the viewer, specifically. As well. I started this live stream last week. This series of live streams last week talking about failure and how I felt that I had failed as a YouTuber. I have changed my opinion throughout the week. I have had many people come into my stream supporting me. I've had my friends watch my stream. I had my friend watch my stream for fucking 5 hours. I wouldn't have done that. And I have somebody watching my stream right now. Even if it's one viewer, I'll never forget when I was a 0 viewer Andy. I was a 0 viewer Andy for a long time. And I want to say, on Twitch, we have a goal. We're trying to get to 50 followers. If we can get to 50 followers, we can become an affiliate. If we become an affiliate, I know this is a bit of a shameless plug, but bear with us, we've been live for almost 6 fucking hours. We can make money. We can upgrade our channel. We can do the stuff like this, but better. And I know that's what people like because they tune in. We're not done yet, though. Thank you for tuning in. And now, the serial killer iceberg.
Interrogation and testimony.
Boom!
The series is a bit rough. I began this series when I had less than 300,000 subscribers and was still shooting my videos on an iPhone camera. So needless to say, the series is a bit rough. The reason that I wanted to make this video is because, for one, it's the only series over like 3 episodes that I haven't made into a compilation, and I know a lot of you guys enjoy that because I'm able to cut out the intros, outros, ads, and whatnot. And also, like, part 4 or 5 of this series got age restricted at some point, so a lot of people didn't see it, what have you. So I wanted to put it all together, but the reason that I was hesitant to do it at first is because the quality of the content is not up to the standard that I want my content to be at now. But then, while watching it back and thinking about putting together this compilation, it seemed like a nice little walk down memory lane. Because and thinking about putting together this compilation, it seemed like a nice little walk down memory lane. Because, sure, I wouldn't make that kind of thing now, or at least at that quality level, but I am proud of where I came from, and I'm proud to where I'm at now. So, hopefully, to those of you who have been with the channel for a while, it can be a sort of nostalgic trip. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the older videos, like the Serial Killer Iceberg, then maybe it can be a cool reminder of how far I've come, so to speak. Now, that being said, serial killers are something that I'm hesitant to cover on this channel because, frankly, I don't like them. I don't like glorifying people who have done horrific and terrible things. And rewatching the series, I don't think in confidence that I did that. I think that I demonized them in a way that they deserve. And I don't want what I'm doing here to be misconstrued as glorifying the actions of these terrible people, because at the end of the day, they're just terrible people. So with that in mind, hopefully you guys enjoy. The iceberg begins with a lot of commonly known killers, but by the end gets a lot to disturbing individuals
gonna be
that you
talking
probably
to
never
Katie
heard
Curtis's
of.
parents.
So for the first few tiers of this iceberg, I give kind of brief overviews as to what the killers do, but by the end, I spend entire chapters of videos delving into the individuals in question. A few things about this iceberg that I want to get out of the way really quick. For one, it was emailed to me back when I made this original series by a user named Nero Hito, so credit where it's due, it's all their creation, thank you very much for that. Secondly, this iceberg contains several unknown spree killings, so basically murder victims or suspected murderers that have never been caught or identified. But because the purpose of this video is to look at the psychology and life of certain serial killers, then the unsolved killings don't really match. So I've taken those out, even though you may see them on the icebergs. The only ones that I'm talking about in this video are the known killers. And then finally, between the time that I made this series and this compilation, there's been several changes to a lot of things that I mentioned in this series. For example, I talk about hearings that are coming up, or I talk about prisoners being in jail that have since either died or been let go, or the hearings happened, or what have you. So I'm going to be making a pinned comment in the comments of this video sometime after this upload comes out, where I talk about some of the changes that have happened from what I mentioned then, so be on the lookout for that. So hopefully you like this video for whatever it's worth. I'm recovering from a bit of an illness and am not ready to record a full video at this point, but I've got a lot of cool videos coming on the way very soon and wanted to give you all something for the holiday season. Other than all of that, the only thing I can think to mention is, as you saw in the intro, the U2's vinyl figure and coffee mug are available for a very
By the
limited
way,
time.
I hope you guys are enjoying this
It's like
holiday
less than
spree.
10 days before they're gone forever.
do this
So if you're
very
interested
often.
in either of these, head to
This
that
is a
link in the
rare
description
treat. I hope
and
you
pick them
guys
up
are
while you
enjoying
can. And thank you so much for the support that you all have already shown. It means the world. So check these out in the description if you're interested.
I hope you guys are enjoying this.
Everybody?
Like, this is a rare treat.
Support that you all have
Normally we're
already
live
shown.
for just
It
like
means
an
the world.
hour or
So
two.
check these out in the description if you're interested. And other than that,
We've been
I
live
hope
for
that you
7
enjoyed the
fucking
video.
hours.
So we're gonna go ahead and get into it. Before that,
And we're about to be live for 4 fucking more.
thank you for watching. Tier 1 is mostly your more well-known serial killers.
And I
However,
think
like
we're
said,
going
I'm
all
gonna try to
night
keep it
tonight.
fun. Jeffrey Dahmer,
So
also
bear
known
with
as the
us.
Milwaukee Cannibal, was responsible for the murder and cannibalization
'Cause I
of
ain't planning on
17 men
sleeping
and boys
tonight.
between 1978 and
I got shit to
1991.
do.
Basically, what Dahmer would do is he would convince young men to come into his
I slept all
apartment
day
on either
today.
the promise of drinks and
All morning. I
relaxation
slept till
or
11
to take
o'clock this
photographs
morning,
of
so
them.
I'm ready
During this
to
time,
go.
he would kill them, at which point he would systematically dismember the body and eat some parts while using
good to
others
start
for
with
decoration.
Jeffrey.
He was eventually caught when one of his victims managed to get out of the room and inform police. When the police arrived to see if Dahmer had in fact assaulted this man, they saw the scene in the apartment itself. The first thing that tipped him off was in the corner of his bedroom with several large barrels that smelled awful. And when looking in one of Dahmer's drawers, they found several pictures of the mutilations he had committed. Then, when opening up the refrigerator, there were 2 preserved heads of his previous victims just sitting in the fridge. While searching the apartment, they came across 4 heads, 7 skulls, 2 hearts, several pieces of muscle, male genitalia, and those barrels that I mentioned earlier were vats of acid he was using to decompose the remains he didn't want. Dahmer confessed to pretty much everything and described in detail his motives and reason for it. He liked the idea of the bodies being around him and said they gave him a comfort, and had plans to take the skulls as well as several other bones and construct a sort of arrangement in his apartment that he just thought would be kind of neat. One of the more gruesome details is most often while he was torturing his victims, he would do these sick experiments to them. For example, he would trepanate the skull of several victims before pouring in things like boiling water and acid just to see what would happen. He said his goal in this was to create a sort of zombie partner that would never leave him and be by his side. But that obviously didn't work, so he just stuck with the bodies. And in 1994, Jeffrey Dahmer was beat to death in prison by a fellow inmate. Charles Manson was the leader of the Manson family, named for obvious reasons, and in 1969 the cult committed the 9 Hollywood murders. Charles Manson poised himself above this group of free thinkers that very much so followed the hippie role model idea, and began to tell his followers teachings of a coming apocalypse. He said that this apocalypse would be spurred by a race war that would happen between the white and black population of the United States. So in order to be ahead of the curve, he had his cult kill several high-profile actors in Hollywood, and then attempt to blame it on the black community, which he then thought would start the inevitable race war. He called this whole thing the Helter Skelter Plan, and figured himself as sort of messiah figure to him and his people. The most famous of these murders was Sharon Tate, in which 4 people broke into the Tate residence and killed 4 people, including Sharon Tate, her previous ex-fiance, as well as the heiress to the Folgers coffee fortune. Eventually, everyone was arrested and sent to jail, with Manson himself dying of natural causes while in prison in 2017. John Wayne Gacy is the famous killer clown that killed 33 boys from 1972 to 1978. See, John Wayne Gacy had the side gig of dressing up as either Patches or Pogo the Clown and performing at things like kids' birthday parties. While on the side, he was abducting young boys, taking them back to his home, in which he would abuse them in various ways before murdering them and burying the majority under his floorboards. See, 33 boys comes from the number of bodies that they found. It's estimated that he potentially killed a whole lot more. However, John Wayne Gacy wasn't exactly the talkative type or very remorseful at his actions. As a matter of fact, when executed by lethal injection in 1994, his final words were, and I quote, "Kiss my ass." To give you an idea of how hated he was in the community, while he was being executed, there was a crowd outside who were having essentially a party and cheering that the clown is finally dead. Jack the Ripper is the name given to the perpetrator of the unknown murders that occurred in the Whitechapel district of London in 1888. 5 women are confirmed to be the victims of this Jack the Ripper, although it's believed by some that there could be more.
Funny,
and while the area of Whitechapel is confirmed, and while there are 5 known victims who were all sex workers at the time, little to no headway in the killer's identity has ever been made. Several of these killings had dissections performed, which leads some to believe that perhaps the person that did it was a surgeon or a medical professional of some sort, while some point out the fact that Jack the Ripper was very intimate with the knowledge of police presence in the city and managed to both murder victims in places they wouldn't be found and then leaving letters in places he knew the police would find them. So the theories of this go everywhere from surgeon to cop. Sadly, this killer will probably never be found out, as the majority of the evidence that was amassed against him was destroyed during the Blitz of London. But I mean, you probably don't have to worry about it. It was like over 100 years ago. There's no way the dude's still around.
I'll restart this game.
Unless he was a vampire. Ted Bundy is believed to have murdered at least 30 women during the 1970s. Ted Bundy is the quintessential example for not everyone who looks friendly is trustworthy. As a matter of fact, the majority of the ways that Ted Bundy would perform his murders was by either enticing women to follow him or disguising himself as a police officer or some other authority figure in order to get a victim alone. Normally this resulted in him taking young women out to deserted areas, killing them before performing things on their body. The trial was a sort of circus show, with Ted Bundy playing his own lawyer and being very bombastic during the whole thing, which during one of the trial phases he escaped, or tried to. He was gone for a few days, broke into someone's house, stole a gun, and then got rearrested.
We're not getting monetized.
Totally innocent after that. It's believed by many that the main motive for these murders was a sort of sexual deviance. At a young age, Ted Bundy had mentioned that he came across several pornographic novels, to which he got very interested in them and then was always seeking the next thrill higher. Which even then, it's a really big jump from like,
chopping people's heads off and fucking
dirty
their corpses
magazines to stabbing people. He was found guilty and executed by the electric chair in 1989.
Yeah, it's a bit of a jump reading a porno mag to fucking a dead corpse.
By the electric chair in 1989. Son of Sam is the nickname given to David Richard Berkowitz. He was caught in 1977 after murdering 8 people by shooting. After being arrested, he said that his neighbor had a dog named Sam that was a demon telling him to commit these murders, and went on this whole tirade that Sam would talk to him and tell him what to do and how to do it. Although later, after
he didn't think that his dog was a demon. He thought his dog was the Archangel Gabriel, who was telling him that he was sent. He thought that dog was the Archangel Gabriel, and that dog was telling him that he was sent from heaven.
Convicted and in jail for a while, he said that the whole thing was a hoax to try to get an insane plea. In one of the letters he left for police early on in the killings, he said that he himself is the son of Sam. Before this, he was simply called the 44 Magnum Killer because that's what all the murders occurred with. In the years since, David's kind of settled down and has said that his actual killings were because he was part of a satanic cult that had killed many more people throughout the country that the authorities just simply didn't know about. And David Berkowitz is still alive in prison to this day. The Zodiac Killer is the name given to the person who killed several people in California from the 1960s to the 1970s. The name comes from the fact that after every murder, the Zodiac Killer would leave a cryptic message that was hidden in a sort of code that the authorities and newspapers would attempt to figure out. He even claimed that in one of these was his true name. The majority of the murders consisted of the Zodiac Killer finding young couples at date locations such as overlooks or a lakeside shore, to which he would then murder them before sending a letter to the newspaper and police afterwards. Now, if you're familiar with the Zodiac case, you'll know that there was a certain author by the name of Graysmith who became obsessed with everything the Zodiac Killer did. According to him, who is quite possibly more close to the case than anyone, the perpetrator was a man named Arthur Lee Allen. Arthur Lee Allen was one of the initial suspects, but was cleared of one of the early murders because he had an alibi. However, according to Graysmith, it was absolutely him. And while not making any accusations, because haha, this is all jokes and just theoretical, a lot of the evidence does support that theory, including the fact that shortly after Arthur Lee Allen's death, there were no more Zodiac killings. Richard Ramirez, who is more popularly known as the Night Stalker, was convicted of 13 counts of murder as well as several of sexual assault and breaking and entering. As a kid, Richard had an abusive home life to which he would regularly sneak out and sleep in a local cemetery. Several contribute this to part of the reason that his later fascination with death and the occult came to be. As he got older, he got very into drugs such as LSD and exploring concepts like Satanism. He then began a spree of attacking and then murdering women before he was caught. Several of the jurors were afraid of him because while on trial he showed no remorse or fall for his actions. And as a matter of fact, after one of the early days of the trial, one of the jurors was found dead in their home, to which all of the other jurors thought somehow the Night Stalker managed to get loose or orchestrate a way to kill the other juror, to which they were all then afraid to return to trial. It turns out that that juror died by a totally unrelated murder, but it goes to highlight the fact that everyone thought he somehow did it because that was the kind of intensity he gave off. His final words to the press were, "See you in Disneyland," to give you an idea of his attitude through this whole thing. And also, he was engaged twice while in prison, one of which he was actually married to before she was divorced after figuring out that one of his victims was only 9 years old. In 2013, Richard died of complications due to lymphoma while awaiting the death penalty. We are now on to Tier 2, which is going to be talking a bit more about the lesser known. Henry Lee Lucas was convicted of killing 11 people from 1960 to 1983. Henry definitely had a hard home life growing up. His father was a raging alcoholic, and his mother was a sex worker who would normally take Henry, cross-dress him, and then essentially pimp him out to passerbys. I'm not one to be like, oh, well, this poor person, they did the things that they did later because of what happened to them, but in cases like this, you know, that probably had something to do with it. And it definitely had something to do with the fact that in 1960, Henry murdered his mother, which he was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Although he was released after only 10 years due to prison overcrowding, which... Are you sure there wasn't, like, anyone less dangerous than the guy who murdered his mom? Like, I'm sure there was at least one dude in the prison for, like, an alcohol violation.
Yeah, you could have, like, let go a guy with a pot charge or something.
I digress. After that point, he was in prison a lot for things like theft, as well as killing several people during this time. But what he is most famous for is for the over 100 confessions he made. Now, you may be thinking, wow, he must have murdered a lot more people. But hold on a second. So you got to realize he was already serving a life sentence, and there were a lot of inconsistencies in his stories. Like, for example, he'd look at the evidence and then they'd be like, you did this? He'd be like, yeah, I did it. And they'd be like, what with? And he's like, what weapon did you say was used again? And it wasn't until later the police started to think about it, because every time he'd come in for a confession, they would, like, serve him steak and give him all this free time to, like, walk around outside and think about what he's done, that they were like, you know, maybe we shouldn't, like, give this guy a vacation every time he confesses to something. Because, yeah, it got to the point where, like, once a week, he's like, I am ready to confess another murder, and then he'd get, like, a 5-star meal and then go back to his cell, and then next week, I'm ready to confess to another murder. So, you know, because of Henry, they stopped doing that, and he died of natural causes while in prison in 2001. Albert Fish, who went by the names of the Werewolf of Wisteria, the Moon Maniac, and the Boogeyman. This is, like, side tangent. I can't stand the fact that serial killers are always given the coolest names. Like, there's the whole argument to be made about, like, glorifying criminals, and I understand that, but maybe, like, the first step could just be, like, don't call them stuff like Jack the Ripper and the Moon Maniac. Maybe if we call these guys stuff like Stupid Baby Man, then no one would want to do any more killings. That's my of political stance that I'm running for office with. Stupid baby man. Yes. It's like the opposite problem with hurricanes. Because, like, no one runs away from hurricanes. They just, like, stay in the area. It's like, yeah, because you named them stuff like Irene and, like, Buford. Like, no one's gonna run hiding from a storm named Gary. But if we called it something like the automated wood chipper death machine 9000, people might leave. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Albert. At the end, Albert Fish admitted to 3 murders, although the estimated number is more in the hundreds. Albert's got to be one of the most evil people who ever lived. He would commit these acts by finding children that he thought wouldn't be missed by society, which in the 1930s most often consisted of immigrants and minorities, to which he would take them to his house and perform acts of assault, dismemberment, torture, before finally killing them and disposing of their bodies. He also practiced very extreme forms of self-affliction, such as stabbing and crushing his genitals, as well as inserting glass objects. And anyway, the reason he only admitted to the 3 in the end is because those are the ones that he was being charged with. Although it didn't really matter in the 1930s because 1 or 1,000, you're going to get killed for it either way. During his trial, they listed the number of sexual disorders he had, and it's like a page, including really gross stuff like necrophilia, as you can imagine, as well as like coprophagia and urophagia and other things. To give you an idea of how hated this guy was, they deemed him insane, but should still be put to death. To which he was. In 1936, he was executed by the electric chair. But shortly before his execution, he had written a letter that morning that he wanted read to the press, to which his lawyer took one look at it and destroyed it, saying it was the most senseless and absurd string of obscenities that he had ever read. The Boston Strangler, later ID'd as Albert DeSalvo, murdered 13 women during the 1960s. What's interesting about the Boston Stranglers, to this day, many people believe there to be more than one killer. See, the reason for this is right before he was caught, he broke into a woman's house, which was the standard way that he would go about his murders, to which when the woman awoke, he stopped, said, "I'm sorry," and left. So DeSalvo was arrested for this, and when interrogated, confessed to being asked if he was responsible for the Boston Stranglings. But because of the manner in which he was arrested, and people saying the police did not handle the evidence properly, a lot of people believe that perhaps he was pressured into confessing for the murders of someone else. And in 1973, he was stabbed to death in the infirmary of the prison by a fellow inmate who's never been identified. In recent years, however, due to advancements in DNA testing, the 13th victim had DNA of her killer on them, to which that DNA proved to match that of DeSalvo. So he was at least responsible for the 13th murder, but people think that may not mean he was responsible for all of them, so who knows. The Snowtown murders were committed by John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and James Velasquez from 1992 to 1999. After being caught, initially they all testified that they were hunting down pedophiles, and that the people they were murdering had got away from the justice system, and they didn't want them to hurt any further children. However, after that, it then devolved into like, well, we also killed, like, you know, the homosexuals and other people that we don't agree with. And then it eventually just got to like, well, we killed the weak, which, okay. And in this righteous crusade of theirs, they did things like steal the people's money and personal identity, like their social security cards, which, whatever. Once the bodies of their victims were found in various barrels, and they were all convicted of the crimes, they were all given life sentences. Ed Kemper, also known as the co-ed killer, was convicted in 1973 for murdering 10 people, including his own mother and grandparents. See, when he was 15 years old, he murdered his grandmother while his grandfather was out with a shotgun, later saying that he did it just to see what it would feel like. He then was afraid of his grandfather's reaction, so whenever his grandfather came back home, he murdered him too. Somehow, he was released only 6 years later because they didn't think he was a threat to society, which, yeah, that totally didn't backfire. Kemper was also a master manipulator. As a matter of fact, he tested with an IQ of 145, stood at 6'9", and was known to be able to talk his way into anything. The majority of his murders worked by picking up hitchhiking women, to which he would then take them somewhere secluded, murder them, dismember them, take them back to his house, and use the pieces for things. Kemper was eventually caught and given life for all of these murders, but what's wild in reading about him is everyone's like, oh, well, you know, Ed Kemper, he's like a really changed guy now, and he's really reformed, and he says things like, oh, I understand the terrible things I've done, and everyone's okay with him, when we know for a fact he's a super smart master manipulator. And everywhere you read on him, they're like, he's a different man now. And he's eligible for parole somehow, and in 2024 is going up for parole again, which, no, don't let that guy out. Peter Sutcliffe, also known as the Yorkshire Ripper, there we go with the cool names again, murdered 13 women between 1975 and 1980. The majority of his killings were that of sex workers, which he said he was told by God to cleanse them from the earth. However, he was also like hooking up with them, so like, it's the thing that got him caught was he was pulled over for having an expired license plate, and Peter died last year of COVID while in prison. Aileen Wuornos killed 7 men from 1989 to 1990. Aileen worked as a sex worker, and she would be picked up by men on the road, to which she would then shoot them before going away and then starting the process over. She had sort of a rough history leading up to the actual murders. Like, for example, she had already been in jail for armed robbery, and was in several vehicle accidents, and just proved to be all around reckless. During her trial, she argued that every single one of these circumstances was self-defense. Initially, she said that all of the men attempt to sexually assault her, but then she changed it and said one of them sexually assaulted her, and she was just kind of afraid that the others would. But she also hid the bodies by dumping them off the sides of roads, to which they were found later, and she never came to the police saying that she was assaulted, so you can't, like, go to trial for a bunch of murders and then be like, oh, those were all defense, I just forgot to call. Whoops. She was executed on October 9th of 2002, and her last words, which I have to read off to you, were, I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day, with Jesus, June the 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all, I'll be back, I'll be back. So, take that what you will, it's something, alright. The DC Sniper was responsible for 10 murders in 2002. It turned out later that the DC Sniper was actually 2 people, those 2 people being John Allen Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo, aged 41 and 17 respectively. What not a lot of people know is that this pair had actually killed an additional 7 people before the DC shootings ever took place. They essentially had a crime spree driving through the South, in which they would rob someone, shoot them, and take their stuff, which left a lot of people dead, as well as a lot severely injured. The actual DC shootings themselves consisted of the pair making a makeshift sniper hide out of their vehicle, to which they would park it in DC populated areas, take a shot before driving away and doing the same thing somewhere else. During the investigation, authorities were baffled that someone could shoot a gun in the middle of the city and no one see them, and that's why the car makes sense. Because all it consisted of was them pulling up, firing out the back in a makeshift hole that they had drilled underneath the license plate before getting away. The way that they were finally caught is in one of the many phone calls that John Muhammad had with the police. He bragged about getting away with murders previously in the South, to which the police then figured out about one of the 7 murders I mentioned earlier, and then linked that to John Muhammad and eventually found them, to which they were then arrested inside the vehicle itself. After Muhammad was sentenced to death, Malvo came forward and began to give details of why they did it. Muhammad was in the military and grew very anti-American sentiments. His plan was a 3-phase operation. In the first phase, they would kill 10 white people a day, every day, for 30 days, which he figured would cause, you know, a general level of upsetness in the city, before the pair would make their way to Canada, stopping at orphanages and adopting young boys, to which he would then train for years in explosives and shooting and all kinds of Boy Scout techniques, to which he would then send each of them into major cities to carry out their own attacks and eventually tear apart the United States. Muhammad was executed in 2009, and Malvo is still in prison to this day. Ed Gein, also known as the Plainfield Ghoul, which again, cool name, while many believe him to be a serial killer, was only ever convicted of one murder. Gein is famous for making the skin suits as well as the human furniture that most people know him for, although not a lot know his reasoning. Gein was always very close to his mother, and after she died, he sort of spiraled into insanity. He began to dig up bodies that he said looked like his mother and construct different things out of them. The most famous of which being his attempts at a skin suit, which he said he wanted to look like his mother's skin so he could crawl inside of her, which... And then the parts that he couldn't use for the suit, he made into lampshades, a belt, furniture, and all kinds of weird stuff. The one murder that he committed was whenever he went to a hardware store and the owner, he said, looked like his mom. So he ordered a delivery to have her come to her house, to which when she came, he killed her. This immediately resulted in his capture, because all the police did was go, oh, this is the last place she went, okay, and when they drove there, he had her strung up, decapitated, and skinned, preparing to fashion her. He confessed to an additional killing, although confessions in the 1950s were weird, and it was never proven if he did or not. But either way, he died in prison in 1980. Were weird, and it was never proven if he did or not. But either way, he died in prison in 1984. Fred and Rose West are responsible for the murder of 12 women from 1967 to 1987. Fred and Rose, by every account, seemed to be extreme sexual deviants. The two of them owned an inn in which they would regularly hook up with guests. Not only that, but Rose worked as a sex worker in the inn, to which Fred would enjoy the view, and the particularly horrible part about it is the abuse that their children eventually suffered. This would normally consist of Fred abusing his daughters, to which Rose would then say, well, you were asking for it. Fred's daughter of a previous marriage began to become weary of what their parents were doing, to which one night they murdered her. Their other children didn't know about this, as they said that she simply got a job in a city and had to move away, but they would regularly say things like, don't act up, or else you'll end up under the garden like your sister. And once that information slipped to people at the school and eventually the authorities, a whole investigation was made in which eventually Fred confessed but said Rose had nothing to do with it, and they found a ton of the bodies in the flower bed. Throughout the trial and everything that followed, Rose completely maintained innocence while Fred tried to take the fall for her. Although all accounts that were given didn't make sense, Rose had to be involved in some sort, and miraculously, despite Fred's efforts, during the trials, when they first saw each other, Rose kept pushing him away because her strategy was to make it seem like she was disgusted with her husband. This made Fred depressed, who then said she was responsible for a lot of it before he hanged himself in his cell in 1995. Rose to this day is still in prison, where she maintains that she is innocent of the charges against her. H.H. Holmes confessed to 27 murders between 1891 to 1894. He was only ever convicted of one, though, because, like I described earlier, they hang you either way, to which the majority of these murders occurred in something famously known as the Murder Castle. H.H. Holmes was rather rich and built this multi-purpose structure that was both apartment complexes as well as a shopping center underneath. However, after his murders came to light, inspection of these apartment rooms was interesting. To give you just a few things, there were several false hallways that had no end and worked as a sort of maze through the rooms. There were several soundproof rooms made to mask victim screaming, as well as hinged walls that allowed access to one room from a secret doorway in another room, and several chutes that led directly to the basement, which in the basement was a crematorium as well as several vats of acid that he used to dispose of the bodies. It was for this reason that there were never any bodies recovered from the hotel, and people simply checked in and then went missing, which eventually the police got suspicious of. And he probably would have gotten away with it a lot longer, but then for some reason he felt the need to murder the children of his third wife away from the hotel. He did this by putting them in a trunk and suffocating them, and then simply throwing the trunk underneath a rental property, to which, someone smelled it and complained, and then the police found it, to which then he was arrested for it, and initially said that the devil made him do it, but then he said he wasn't the devil, and then he said it was the devil again, and his stories kept changing. Either way, he was hanged in 1896, but what's interesting is that in recent years, people began to believe that perhaps he used his immense wealth to escape death, and several said that he simply had an empty casket buried. So in 2017, They dug up his body to show everyone that the body's still there before reburying it. What's especially ironic about this is one of his requests at his death was to build a large cement wall around his coffin, as he was afraid grave robbers would come and steal his body. Which no grave robbers did, but he was re-exhumed because people thought that he didn't actually die. And as for the murder castle itself, it burned down in 1895. So you can't go look at it, but what's interesting is that several people say they saw two men ignite the fires, and there was this whole legend that it was Holmes and the devil coming to get rid of their handiwork. Ivan Milat, also known as the Backpack Murderer, killed 7 people from 1989 to 1993. The reason for the name is that he would often pick up hitchhikers and people who seemed to be traveling on the road before driving them to a secluded spot in which he would strangle them. One of these people fought back and managed to get away and picked up by someone else, to which he then informed the police. The police managed to ID the vehicle as one that was recently sold because Milat was trying to get rid of evidence fast, to which Milat was eventually arrested and tried for all the murders. A lot of the things he did in prison afterwards are just weird. Like at his first day in prison, he was almost beaten to death by another inmate. And in 2009, he cut off his pinky finger to try to mail it into the Court of Appeals in Australia because he thought that would make them sympathetic. But whenever he goes to mail it, they were like, you can't do that. And then he was upset that he wasn't given a PlayStation in his cell, so he tried to starve himself to death in protest, which lasted like a week. And Milat eventually died in jail in 2019 of natural causes. We are now on to Tier 3, which going into this iceberg, I had never heard of any of these before, which is why research for these takes especially long. So I can only imagine what the other parts will be, but let's get into it. Brady and Henley refers to Ian Brady and Myra Henley, who were responsible for murdering 5 children from 1963 to 1965. They're also commonly known as the Moors murderers. Reading about their life, there was a certain wickedness that the two of them had while together. They both fantasized over stories of prisoner torture, as well as researching things like nihilism and developing this whole idea that life is meaningless but death isn't. Normally the way they would go about their murders is Myra would pick up young girls either walking to or from school or just out and about and offer to give them a ride. She would then normally tell a story that if the young girl could help, she needs help finding an expensive ring that she lost in the moors, after which point Ian would be there and he would attack the girl and brutalize her before murdering her. And they were eventually outed after being witnessed by Brady's brother-in-law. The two of them were given life sentences, and Brady died in 2002 while Ian died in 2017 of natural causes. Andrei it's Russian. Chikatilo? Andrei Chikatilo, it's what I'm going with. Also known as the Red Ripper, which, it's such a cool name, they don't have to give it to such a loser. Anyway, was convicted of killing 52 people from 1978 to 1990. At a young age, Andrei was diagnosed with chronic impotence. He became incredibly depressed because of this, especially in high school, and finished for the first time in his life after wrestling a young girl. So Andrei figured that the only way that he could achieve that was by attacking women. He eventually moved out of his hometown, and this is before any of the murders occurred, after having several breakups because he couldn't physically satisfy anyone he was with. However, he was kicked out of the school after he assaulted one girl in a pool and another in his classroom, both of which times he successfully did the deed, after which point he began to spiral, and seeing that he has nothing left, began to just attack random women, either they be homeless or women just taking the bus or women who seem to be alone. He would attack them and kill them in order to get... Yeah, this occurred after one night he was wearing a disguise and pulled a woman to the side to experience it, and then as she tried to fight him, he stabbed her, to which he realized, oh, that also does it for some reason. He was sentenced to death and executed in 1994, which the only, funny thing out of this entire circumstance is the means of execution was a gunshot to the back of the head, which Eastern Europe is absolutely wild for that. It wasn't like a firing squad. It wasn't like some huge formal thing. They put him in a soundproof room with one guy who had a gun and just shot him in the back of the head. And I'm not trying to make light of death or anything, but could you imagine, you're cuffed, you're going to the death room, essentially, And then the door opens and it's just like some dude in a t-shirt with a revolver like, hey.
Some dude named like Sergey, and he's like, Dadra Dovrish, I am here to kill you.
Revolver like, hey. You come here often? Dennis Nilsen is responsible for the Muswell Hill murders, which was 12 people that died from 1978 to 1983. Dennis had a hard home life growing up, and the only person that he was really close to was his younger sister. After getting a little bit older, Dennis realized that he was homosexual. However, he tried to talk himself out of it and say that he was only attracted to certain boys who had characteristics similar to that of his sister. So in order to alleviate this, he assaulted his younger sister. However, he still had the feelings afterwards because, and he simply remained closeted. He joined the military and seemed to adapt well for a while. That was until one night when him and a friend got drunk and passed out, to which he woke up and saw his friend lying there unconscious and got overwhelmed. He didn't do anything at the time, but that began to be a fantasy that played over in his head. And not only being the person who would commit the act, but to also be the victim, as several times he would pretend to be unconscious in revealing positions, hoping that someone would do something to him. It's so gross. After he got out of the military, he tried to begin legitimate relationships while out of the closet. However, none of them seemed to work out. It was during this frustration that he realized the ultimate form of his fantasy was a body. So as soon as he got someone else to stay over at his house, he murdered them, to which he then kept their body for some time. You know the rest. As mentioned earlier, he did this with 12 different men, and the thing that got him put away was a clogged drain. See, after these bodies got to the point that he couldn't use them anymore, he would chop up most of the pieces and bury them, but some of them he would flush down the drain. This eventually resulted in a clogged drain, to which a plumber came and looked at it, and after opening it, found human hair and other remains, to which the plumber freaked out and says, "This looks like human skin," to which Dennis replied with, "I guess someone flushed their fried chicken." The plumber took a sample, informed the police, who then came and arrested Dennis, to which he confessed to everything. He was given a life sentence and died of natural causes in 2018. The Grim Sleeper, whose real name is Lonnie David Franklin Jr., is responsible for 10 murders that occurred between 1985 and 2007. Lonnie was dishonorably discharged from the military when he sexually assaulted a young girl while stationed in Germany. The murders themselves of the Grim Sleeper came from him sexually assaulting women before killing them. The reason he got the name the Grim Sleeper is because there was a 14-year gap in the murders. It's believed it's because he had a kid during that time and possibly for a while put away the murder aside, but then it came back, and that son ended up being the thing that put him away. They had a positive DNA match from one of the victims that occurred in the 80s, however there were no matches for it. So fast forward way later to 2007 when they did another test on it just to see if something turned up, and Lonnie's son turned up as being a close enough match. The reason was Lonnie's son had DNA in the system after he was arrested for a weapons charge. Of course, that wouldn't make sense for his son to be the killer because he wasn't even alive when the early ones happened. However, it may mean that his dad did. And sure enough, whenever they went to investigate, they found hundreds of tapes and images that he had taken of his victims, which, you know, is a pretty good sign he did it. And the Grim Sleeper died of natural causes last year while in prison. Stephen Port was given a life sentence in 2016 for 4 murders and a lot of sexual abuse. See, it's widely believed that Stephen never even meant to kill those 4 people. What Stephen would do is he would regularly go to bars in which he would drug men using a date rape drug and take them back to his house before doing the deed and then dropping them off somewhere. The 4 people who died were determined to have died from an overdose of this date rape drug. And it was apparent that Stephen didn't really know what to do with the murders and kind of panicked after they happened. Like, for example, the first one he dropped off on a street and then called the police saying that he saw someone pass out and they should probably do something about it. And then he dropped the others off by a church out in the countryside which the same woman found the two bodies on two separate occasions while walking their dog, which begs the question, how many dead bodies do you have to find on the same road before you walk your dog another direction? And the last one he wrote a fake suicide note for, so the kind of sporadic actions afterwards implies that he didn't really mean to kill him. Still totally responsible, but doesn't mean that that was his first option. And because of this, he was given the name of the Grinder Killer, which is so much more fitting than the other ones. Like, imagine if a guy murdered a bunch of people and then they called him like the Tinder Bender. Like, that's so ridiculous. And they should be made fun of, so why not make fun of them? I don't know why we don't do that more often. Also, before any of this came to life, Stephen Fort was on an episode of MasterChef, which I couldn't not mention. Dean Corll is responsible for killing 28 boys from 1970 to 1973. These murders were known as the Houston Mass Murders. Corll had two accomplices, which were each teenage boys. Corll would pay the boys $200 each to drive around, try to find some teenage boy by themselves, and either say that they were going to go get high or go to a party or just give the kid a ride, to which the kid would then get in the vehicle, they would drive to Corll's house, and that's where Corll would do the deeds. Normally what would happen is Corll would get the boys very drunk, to which he would then take the victim and tie them up before abusing them over the course of several days, before shooting them and disposing of the body. However, the story of how Corll got brought down is very interesting. So one of those accomplices, a boy named Henley, had his friend with him who Corll had said can just come over to drink and smoke because there was a sort of weird friendship between them, and that Corll wouldn't kill his friend. However, before leaving Henley's house, he heard commotion from his neighbor's house, and it turns out his neighbor, a young girl about his age, was being attacked by her alcoholic father, to which Henley said, "Why don't you just come hang out with us?" After showing up, Corll was immediately outraged by the fact that Henley had brought a girl, saying that he ruined everything. Corll eventually got over it, and after getting really high, they all passed out, and whenever Henley woke up, he was being tied up like the other victims of Corll. Henley convinced Corll not to kill him, and instead said that he'll help him do the murders of these two others, to which Henley then took an opportune moment, stole the gun away, and shot Corll to death. However, despite being responsible for Corll's death, Henley, as well as the other accomplice, were still responsible for kidnapping a ton of boys, and even possibly assisting with the murders and torture. So they were each given life sentences, to which the other accomplice died last year due to COVID, and Henley is still serving his life sentence. Now, what's especially interesting, or should I say terrifying about Corll, is that he told the two young boys that he was part of a national group that trades around young boys. And when going through the pictures that Corll had, there were several boys seen in the images that were not found among the bodies, implying that there were many more victims. Because remember, Corll's dead now, so the only ones who said what actually happened were the two boys, as well as the evidence of the bodies they found. So those extra pictures implies that there were many more victims, quite possibly of a much bigger scheme. Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, was responsible for 49 murders between the 1980s and 1990s. Ridgway was weird from the get-go. Like, when he was 16 years old, he stabbed a 6-year-old child in an attempt to murder him and never got punished for it. And growing up, he became a sort of sex addict who was also really interested in the Bible. So he would talk about things like the love of God and then proceed to have these intense fantasies to do with random women. See, Ridgway was married to several women who demanded that they have that several times a day. Not only that, but in public and revealing places. So what Ridgway would do is he would get sex workers to fulfill these fantasies, to which in an intense moment of post-nut clarity, he would think about how much he hates sex workers and then kill them. Most often ditching the bodies at the same place that he committed the crime. And in places where it wasn't necessarily public, like a forest, he would return days after to continue acts. He was eventually convicted using DNA evidence, and what's interesting is that during his interviews, he confessed to 71 murders. Although there were so many, he couldn't remember where all the bodies were and evidence wasn't found, so they eventually just stuck with the 49. Although, like 49. I said, it's quite possible that there were many more. And he's still serving his life sentence to this day. Richard Chase, known as the Vampire of Sacramento, Anyway, was convicted of 6 murders in 1978. So Richard was a very weird kid, and he was an extreme hypochondriac. At a young age, he would do things like hold oranges above his head to say he's absorbing the vitamin C that's going through them. He said that his skull was broken into pieces and moving around, so he began to shave his head so he could watch what his skull does, as well as making the claim that someone stole his pulmonary artery. So, yeah. He eventually moved out of the house with his mother because he thought his mother was trying to poison him. And then he moved in with several roommates who complained that he would do things like walk around the house completely naked. And after asking him to move out, he wouldn't, so they all did. After he went to a normal hospital because he injected rabbit blood into his veins. After giving the guy a ton of anti-schizophrenic drugs, they said that he wasn't a threat to society and just sent him out the door. To which he was found a few months later on a native reservation, just in the middle of the woods, smeared in blood with a bucket of cow's blood in his car. And he was given no penalties for this. You can just get a bunch of cow blood, rub it on yourself, run around a reservation, and it's a Friday night. All the murders occurred in the span of a month, when he would break into people's houses and then murder them before eating pieces of them, saying it's making him stronger. He would also drink the blood from the people that he killed, hence the name The Vampire of Sacramento. And this isn't funny, but it's kind of funny. So one of the things he said after he was caught is that if he approached someone's house and the door was locked, that he wouldn't try to break in because that meant he wasn't wanted. But if it was unlocked, then that was the sign to come in. Hence, again, the whole vampire thing. But one of the houses that was unlocked, he walked into, no one was home. So for some reason, he walked into the child's room, pooped on their bed, and just left. Why did he do that? I know he's like insane and like had serious disorders, but like what part of his whole health plan does just like dumping on someone's bed personify? And can you see being the family, like you come back home, nothing's stolen, nothing's taken, but just on your daughter's bed? Anyway, while in prison, he constantly said that he was afraid of the Nazis and the aliens coming to get him, and in one interview with a newscaster, midway through, he just started pulling handfuls of macaroni out of his pocket. Because he said that the guards were Nazis who were poisoning him. So, just middle of a conversation, holding eye contact, just tries to hand the reporter a bunch of macaroni. He then stocked up a bunch of his schizophrenic medication and then took it all at once and overdosed in 1981. The Hillside Stranglers was the duo of Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Buono. They killed 10 girls from 1977 to 1978. It seems to me like their original plan was just to commit one murder, but then they got a taste for it. The reason was the two of them decided to start being pimps, and when one of the girls ended up backing out on them, they got very mad and ended up killing the person who suggested that girl to them. And after that's when the cycle began of killing women and violating their bodies. So it seems that the two just enjoyed it. Some of these were very sporadic too. For example, Bianchi ran an upholstery shop to which a girl came in to talk about business. She was the last one there, so his cousin pulled him aside for a second. They had a conversation and then just killed her. Buono died of a heart attack a few years ago, but Bianchi is still alive in prison to this day. I have to mention that Bianchi's girlfriend, while he was in prison, tried to strangle another girl to death to make it look like the police got the wrong guy. The way they were going to do this was Bianchi gave his girlfriend a used condom, and she was going to plant the evidence on the victim that she killed so that the police would see the DNA and think that the guy in jail was framed for it, which say what you want, but that is loyalty right there. Carl Penzarm was convicted of killing 5 people, although the actual number is expected to be well over 100. And he also claimed to have sodomized thousands of young boys. And yes, that's 1,000 with an S. At a young age, it seemed that Carl was abused in the training school that he went to which he burned it down. And throughout the 1920s, went on a spree of kidnapping young boys, sodomizing them, murdering them, and then ditching them. He was only convicted for 5 because that's the 5 the police knew of that they approached him with. But again, Back in the 20s and 30s, 1 or 1,000 is the same penalty. After going to prison, he told one of the guards that the first person that gives me trouble is going to die. To which, sure enough, one of the foremen gave him a hard time, so he beat him to death in the prison. For that murder, he was sentenced to death in 1930. And while on death row, one of the guards bought him a cigarette. Carl was so amazed by this act of kindness that he asked for a pen and paper, and he wrote down everything. This is where the claims of the over 1,000 sodomizations
support my boy
During
Travis.
his execution, in which he was hanged, he spit on the executioner's face while he was putting the black bag over his head. And when asked if he had any last words, he said, "Yes, hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could have killed a dozen men while you were screwing around." So, if you can't say anything else about him, at least he was consistent. Clifford Olson, also known as the Beast of British Columbia, which...
I'm going to stop in his stream real quick. I'm going to stop in his stream and say, hey, what's up? Legendary holiday stream. That's what I typed in this chat. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the serial killer iceberg.
Clifford Olson, also known as the Beast of British Columbia, which, there we go with the cool names again, was convicted of the murder of 11 children in the early 1980s. The way he went about most of these killings is he would catch the children either while they were on their own or abduct them from a crowd, to which he would strangle them and then leave their body in a secretive location. He was eventually caught by the police, in which he made a really weird deal to give up the locations of the bodies of the kids he killed. Clifford made a deal with the Canadian police that he would be given 10,000 Canadian dollars for every body that he shows them. That money would be deposited into a pension fund that would go to his wife and at the time infant son, saying that even though he doesn't care about these children that he murdered, he did however care about his wife and kid. And for some reason the police agreed to that deal and ended up giving his wife and son 100,000 Canadian dollars. I don't think he's going to stream for as long as I am, Clifford showed them, I hope he has a good stream. An 11th one which he said was a freebie. The public wasn't made initially aware of that deal until the trial, to which people were then outraged that the person who killed their children was given $10,000 for showing the police where the body was. Despite this, nothing changed in the agreement, and Clifford was given a life sentence. But due to the way Canadian law worked at the time, Clifford was eligible for parole after 25 years, so the judge said at the sentencing hearing of the trial that Clifford should never ever under any circumstances be let out. Of course, Clifford still tried for parole, and in his 2006 parole hearing, he said that he should be let go because he gave the United States a warning about 9/11 and that they had granted him clemency for it. Which, let me remind you, for one, Clifford was being jailed in Canada, and two, no, he didn't. You got to think about it. This is 5 years after 9/11. And at his parole hearing, in which he's supposed to convince a group of people that he is not crazy or a threat to society, he tells them that the United States freed him because he warned them about 9/11. Of course, he wasn't let out for that, but that wasn't the end of his weird prison controversy. After this news got to the public that Clifford had been drawing on essentially a social security system in Canada that applies to people over the age of 65, and that he was basically getting his retirement fund deposited into an account that he could access if he ever got out. So keep in mind, this is the second time that Clifford has got a lot of money from the Canadian government while either on trial or in jail for murdering children. And at this point, the account had been going for several years, so the dude had like 30 grand if he ever got out. But this time, the authorities actually looked into it and was like, hey, we should probably do something, and killed the account. And despite all these shenanigans, Clifford died of natural causes while in prison in 2011. Leonard Lake is responsible for 11 to 25 killings of women at a remote cabin in California during the mid-80s. As a child, Leonard was raised by his grandmother, who had interesting ways of encouraging his behavior. For example, when he was young, he would begin to do things like photograph pictures of the female members of his family while they were naked, like in the shower or something rather. And his grandmother found out about it and encouraged it, apparently, saying it was some artistic expression or whatever. And then he started doing things like melting rats in acid, to which again his grandma was like, oh, kids and their hobbies. And this steadily building mean streak kept getting bigger, and his grandma kept not doing anything about it. This came to a head when, while in Vietnam during the war, he had a mental breakdown during a combat mission. For this, Leonard was discharged and sent back home to the U.S. It was around this time that Leonard got really into the hippie lifestyle and even married a hippie who then later divorced him whenever she found out that he was filming adult movies that she wasn't aware of. It was shortly after this that Leonard befriended another Vietnam vet by the name of Charles Nag to come live with him at this remote cabin in the middle of the woods. It was during this time that Leonard and Charles would get together, kidnap women, bring them in, torture them, do explicit things to them before murdering them, all while recording it similar to the adult films that Leonard used to make. We'll talk in a second about how they got rid of the bodies and all of that, but they probably would have gotten away with it a lot longer if it hadn't been for a really stupid move that Charles made. See, Charles had a track record beforehand of being a petty thief. He would just go to stores and randomly steal stuff. One day, Charles was in a hardware store in which he stole a vise for some reason, and then left. Charles told Leonard, who said, well, you know, we don't want to hurt the economy or whatever, so Leonard went back to the hardware store to pay for the vise. By the time Leonard got there, the police were there taking up a report from the person behind the counter, so Leonard walks in and says, hey, it was my buddy who stole the vise, let me just pay for it. The police, immediately suspicious, asked for his ID, to which Leonard handed them the ID of one of his murder victims. See, the way that Leonard and Charles would do it is they would catch whole families at a time, murder all of the men, and normally just keep the woman alive for torture. So they had all of these trophies they had accumulated over time. So when Leonard handed the officer a picture of a man who, upon search, had been reported missing for a while, they go outside and take a look in Leonard's car, and sitting in the passenger seat is a pistol with an illegal suppressor on the end of it. So that's odd, so they brought Leonard in for questioning. As soon as he got brought in for questioning, he popped 4 cyanide pills that he had hidden in his jacket and killed himself there in the interrogation room. Or at least he seized up and went comatose. Technically, he died 4 days later, but same difference. Which, imagine being the police in this situation. You get a call that a vice has been stolen, so you go there and the guy's like, hey, it was my buddy, let me pay for it. So they're like, why don't you come down to the station? And he just kills himself. This gave the police ample opportunity to go back and search his property. And when they did, they arrested Charles, who found the full display of what they had been doing. Constructed next to the cabin was a structure that the investigators later called a dungeon that was full of various restraints and torture devices and looked like something out of a horror movie. It was there while searching the property that they figured out that the way the two of them would get rid of their victims is by melting their bodies in acid. Remember how earlier when he was a kid, he would do the same thing to rats? Well, now he does that, but to people. What couldn't be melted was then compiled up and then buried around the property itself, which the police began to find. While also searching the property, they found something that was labeled a treasure map, which while following it, they managed to find several barrels that were full of personal effects, clothing, IDs, and stuff like that. As well as in these barrels, they found several videos of the two of them committing these crimes. That's the reason that the murders are 11 to 25, because while yes, they found remains of at least 11 different people on the property, they found personal belongings and identification of much more. Interestingly, Charles' lawyer during the trial didn't ask any questions to the witnesses that came forward and seemingly just threw the case. Now, I can't prove this at all, but my own theory is that it specifically says that he began to stop asking questions and all that after the evidence was brought forward, or in other words, the tapes. So perhaps this lawyer was looking to defend Charles until he saw videos of him torturing and brutalizing these women, and from the logs of what was said in the videos, it was pretty brutal. That maybe the lawyer just decided he didn't want to save this guy's life and just let the case carry on. Either way, to this day, Charles is still in prison on death row. Gilbert Paul Jordan, known as the Boozing Barber, which that one's like on the line of goofy and cool, so I'll let it slide, is responsible for the alcohol murders. While it's believed that he killed between 8 to 10 women, he has only ever been convicted of 1 charge of manslaughter. The reason being, his murder weapon, as the name suggests, was alcohol. The way he would do this is he would get women to come over to his apartment, most often sex workers, to which he would then pay them to see how much they could drink. Whenever the women inevitably passed out, he would then tilt their head back and pour alcohol down their throats until they died of alcohol poisoning. And that's the reason that even though he murdered like 8 to 10 people, they could only ever get him on 1 charge of manslaughter, because it's really hard to prove that, he did that rather than just he was hooking up with someone and they drank too much. Even though, while apparent and looking at the evidence, it's very clear he killed these people, especially given the number of people that it happened to, it's hard from like a legal standpoint to say either, oh, you killed this person, or oh, they accidentally killed themselves. Also, the drinking was not exclusive to his victims. It is reported that this guy drank 50 ounces of
Travis is still playing the game. Good for him.
So just keep the woman alive for torture. So they had all of him.
Gotta skip some.
And looking at the evidence, it's very clear he killed these people, especially given the number of people that it happened to. It's hard from like a legal standpoint to say either, oh, you killed this person, or oh, they accidentally killed themselves. Also, the drinking was not exclusive to his victims. It is reported that this guy drank 50 ounces of vodka every day and somehow didn't die of alcohol poisoning himself. After like the 8th death, it became apparent to the police what he was doing, so they started listening in at his house, to which he could be heard telling the women, oh, I'll give you $50 if you drink that bottle, but $100 if you can drink both of them. actually, I'll just make it 200 if you can drink that, and so on and so on. Which, for these poor women who most of the time were in a struggling spot anyway in order to make money, this was an offer they couldn't pass up, but sadly led to their end. But as mentioned, they only ever got him on one manslaughter charge, to which he served 9 years before being released. And then, almost as soon as he was released, he got arrested for being at a bar and trying to force alcohol on a woman. To which he pretty much gets a warning, gets back out, and then at a hotel party, almost kills a woman, but her friend managed to get into the room and save her as he was pouring alcohol down her throat, to which he was only given 15 months for like reckless endangerment. So he gets out and then gets in trouble for doing the exact same thing again and gets off with no penalty. I have no idea how you can look at someone who has definitely done it 8 to 10 times, tried to do it 2 more times, each after getting arrested, and then now you're sitting there on the 3rd time and you're like, you know what? I think he's innocent. However, he eventually died in 2006 of, guess what? You guessed it, alcohol poisoning. It's pretty pathetic that like such a sicko, despite everyone on this list, who like showed proof that if given the chance they would do it again, got the lightest sentencing, like 9 years and then the 15 months and released 3 times between them, and he never got any better. So thanks, justice system. Rehabilitation, cool. Robert Pickton was convicted in 2007 of the 2nd-degree murder of 6 women, although that probably isn't even close to how many he actually killed. The police initially wanted to charge him with another 20, and then to an undercover agent who was in jail with Pickton, Pickton said that he had killed 49 and wanted to kill 1 more woman to make it an even 50. At a young age, Robert Pickton lived with his family on a family-run pig farm. Something that is too weird to not mention is one of the reasons he later said was the cause for his crimes is that at a young age he really fell in love with like this baby calf, and he just had a connection to it. And then, you know, it's a slaughterhouse farm, so one day the calf gets slaughtered and that just like flipped a switch in his mind, which I don't necessarily think if a kid loses their pet they just automatically become a serial killer, but whatever, his word. When Robert's parents died, the control of the pig farm fell on him and his brother, but his brother really didn't want anything to do with the slaughterhouse pig side of it, so Robert picked it up and lived on a trailer on the property. Deciding to update it a bit, Robert converted the barn into a sort of bar strip club area that was known as the Piggy Palace Good Time Society. It was a popular place for raves and strip shows at the time and was commonly visited by the Hells Angels. However, it was during one of these parties that he stabbed one of the strippers, to which she took the knife and stabbed him back, and they both ended up going to the same hospital. The woman, who had a handcuff around her wrist, said that it had been Pickton who handcuffed her and then tried to stab her, to which she managed to wrestle the weapon away and stab him, pointed out that the key to her handcuff was in Pickton's pocket, to which when the people at the hospital checked, it was, and they managed to unlock her. However, he never saw trial for this because no attorney thought that her story would stand up because she tested positive for several drugs and she was a
stripper.
This is incomplete.
Has the perfect holiday gift for everyone. Hands-free cozy good Skechers slip-ins. It's a hands-free holiday with Skechers slip-ins.
If you know TV, you have YouTube TV.
A less than desirable candidate. I don't know, you know how the law works. So he pretty much got off of the situation scot-free. However, there was a local police officer who noticed that several of the women who worked on the corners or sex workers who would normally come and talk to him throughout the day began to disappear. He started to think something was weird about this, so he asked one who said that the most recent missing person had went to go check out the old pig place. To which it turned out that several of these women who Pickton had picked up to bring back to his property had just disappeared. Given that and the previous stabbing history, the police launched an investigation to which they found several personal effects of those women who went missing on his property. However, his argument was, yeah, they came over, maybe they dropped a card or a purse or whatever. I don't know, stop bothering me. And they can never get anything conclusive because they were never able to find any body parts. To which the absolutely horrifying idea came forward that perhaps because it's a pig farm and perhaps because he ships out meat, that he's either using those bodies as food for the pigs or even worse, food that he's shipping out. This was such a concern that a notice went out to several of the pork markets in the area to check their meat concentration because it may not be pork. Eventually, the police managed to obtain enough of a warrant that they were able to search his actual trailer, to which they found several of the bloody clothes and effects of the women who went missing. And searching after that, they managed to find skulls and other various bones that were scattered around the property. Also, inside the trailer, they found a lot of other weird things, like a bunch of syringes containing a little bit of a blue liquid in them, as well as a pistol that he had placed a rubber anatomical device, I think I'm safe on that one, on the end of it, saying it worked as a makeshift of Robert with associates talking about what he does to these women, in which he mentioned things like one of the best ways to kill a drug addict is to fill a syringe full of windshield wiper fluid and then have them inject it in themselves thinking it's a drug and that will kill them, hence the blue liquid in the syringes that was found, as well as videos of him taking the bodies, cutting them up, and then feeding them to the pigs. See, for those that don't know, pigs are all like cute and sweet whenever they're domesticated and around, but pigs in the wild are like really feral. And by really feral, I mean they're not only scavengers, but they'll rip bigger animals apart in groups and then eat them. So there's kind of a belief on pig farms that don't let them smell your blood or see your blood because they could go rabid at any second. So all Robert had to do was take these bodies, cut them enough so they bleed, throw them to the pigs, and then throw away whatever they didn't eat. And to you right now who's watching this while eating spaghetti with marinara or meat sauce, you're welcome for that visual. Thankfully, however, he had never sent the body parts off with the meat he was shipping out, so I guess that's one plus. And the reason he was only ever tried for 6 murders is because all the other murders and stuff around them, the initial 20 that the police wanted to charge him for, were circumstantial, as there wasn't actually recorded evidence of their bodies and just some stuff found. And the judge knew that if you take it from 6 murders to 26 murders, there's more evidence of like a mistrial that could happen, or in other words, the defense could poke holes in more stories. And the judge just wanted to stick to a solid 6 so they could lock this guy away for good. However, for some reason, maybe just a really good defense attorney or what, the jurors were like weirdly sympathetic for him. Like there was a bunch of stuff during the trial about, oh, how he couldn't have done that, which never heard that one before. Or like how he doesn't deserve all that, which like, it's got to be like one of the most brutal serial killers ever. But these people are just like, oh, well, I'm sure he didn't know what he was doing. There was even a point to which the jurors asked the judge if they could rule that he was guilty for it, but that he wasn't responsible for his actions. And not in like an insanity plea way, and like he didn't know what he was doing, like he's a child or something, I don't know. Which is the reason he was only ever eventually given the sentence of 6 second-degree murders.
Jurors don't view drug addicts as
demanded that they take it from first-degree murder down to second. But like, so second degree implies that it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and you didn't like plan the killings in advance. But this dude literally had syringes full of the windshield wiper, and he hid the bodies and had plans to get rid of them. Like, it's as first degree as first degree can get. Yeah. And even stupider, the sentence for 6 second-degree murders is the same as the sentence for 6 first-degree murders, so he still got life in prison with a chance of parole in 25 years, which he would have got. It's so dumb. Either way, Picton is currently serving a life sentence, to which he will be first eligible for parole in 2032. So, fingers crossed that those jurors are not on the parole board. Wayne Williams was convicted of the murder of 2 men in 1981. However, as we're going to talk about in a second, it's possible that the actual murders were up to like 30. See, Wayne Williams was a sort of disc jockey on the radio and had ambitions of being a pop music producer. Around this time, something was going on called the Atlanta child murders, in which in the city of Atlanta there were several children being murdered and their bodies found several days later. And since several of the bodies were found around the same location floating down the river in Atlanta, it was believed that it was all done by one killer. One morning, the police were scoping out a bridge where it was believed the bodies were being disposed of, to which while sitting there, they heard a loud splash, implying that something had just been thrown from the bridge above. The police then race over to the end of the bridge, to which the only one on it at the time was Wayne Williams. They pulled him over, asked what he was doing at this hour, to which he said he was driving across town to meet a young woman who was about to become a famous singer. He gave them a name and a phone number, which both later turned out to be fake. And sure enough, 2 days later, they found a body that had sank underwater right at the spot that Wayne had thrown it over, or supposedly Wayne had thrown it over. Because of this, Wayne was brought in, to which he failed 3 polygraph tests, and his DNA was found on the body of not only that one victim that fell in the water, but another one who had been recently killed that still had DNA remains on him. Not only that, but after Wayne was arrested, the serial killing spree of the Atlanta child murders stopped all at once. And then while at trial, while being questioned on why he did the crimes and being attacked by the prosecution, he got incredibly angry and started yelling and screaming, which supposedly, turned the jury against him. To which he said during the trial that he was being framed by the Atlanta police for a killing that was actually being committed by the Ku Klux Klan. And while several people came forward in years since saying there's no way he could have done it, most of the arguments come down to, well, he was a good guy, so it's impossible that he could have done it, which you know how that goes. So why am I not saying definitively that Wayne killed these people? Well, that's because while there is a lot of evidence showing that he did, there's just enough for my conspiracy theorist mind to not 100% say Jesus did it. For the name of Sir. See, Sanders was so investigated child raped. However, whenever the Wayne listened to at the time, Trump passed politics, but even President Trump passed his Caps aren't percentage, a lot of it goes. It's not conclusive. The Atlanta child murders themselves were into young black children in Atlanta. On the main side was just of opportunity to cater, obviously, the case. One of the things that several other victims that went on had traces of only is the mention of the trace of the DNA as the his so at the point it was treated on 100% act instead 8% for the DNA level that was actually like for child who maybe could want to ask. So the Campbells that supposedly Matt Wayne dog found on them actually kind of Matt dog and Charles suppose that God we the same of and implied he is responsible for all of the murders, but that statement is from a reporter and it's third-hand information at this point, so there's no way to verify it, and it's really messy. It's so messy, as a matter of fact, that last year the Atlanta police announced that they are going to retest Wayne's DNA against the DNA found just to be double sure. Because at this point, like one of the investigators said, it's like 98% sure that Wayne was the killer. However, they want to be 100% sure. And to give you an idea of how convoluted it is, one leading theory is that Wayne committed like half of the Atlanta child murders, and either Sanders or someone else committed the other half. Like I said, really murky waters. Herbert Mullen confessed to killing 13 people in the 1970s, for some interesting reasons. Herbert was pretty normal growing up and through high school. However, the first signs that something was off was shortly after he graduated high school, one of his close friends died in a car accident, to which Herbert then made a shrine of his friend in his house. He then got this overwhelming fear that he was homosexual because it was the 1960s and that kind of thing was frowned upon, so he let his family place him in a mental institution, although he left shortly afterwards. Shortly after leaving, he did things like beginning to burn himself with cigarettes, and he tried to become a priest for a while, and then got kicked out of an apartment he was living in because he would be up all night screaming at people who weren't there. And investigators later said that he was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, which, yeah, probably. That also wasn't helped by the fact that he was known to smoke weed and take LSD all the time, which his head began to tell him that he had to begin performing human sacrifices to stop earthquakes from hitting the California area. This was around the end of the war in Vietnam, so
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Around the end of the war in Vietnam, so he said that Vietnam was doing enough of the killing for now, but as soon as the war's over, he needs to start doing the job himself. He killed the first of his victims after he pulled his vehicle on the side of the road and asked a homeless man to come take a look at the engine. While he was looking at the engine, he said he could hear the homeless man speaking into his mind that the homeless man was Jonah from the Bible, and that it was now time to sacrifice him to stop the earthquakes. So Herbert pulled out a baseball bat and beat the man to death on the side of the road. He then murdered a woman before feeling guilty about it and going to a priest to confess his sins. However, in the confessional booth, as he was confessing, he believed that the priest wanted to be the next sacrifice, so he got out of his booth, walked over to the priest, stabbed him to death, and then left. Also, the police were none the wiser to this because, like, for example, someone saw him running away after stabbing the police, so they just thought that it was a robber for some reason. And shortly after this, Herbert tried to join the Marines so that he could kill more. However, he wasn't allowed to because he failed the drug test. Because he failed his drug test and therefore couldn't do as much killing as he wanted to, he saw that drugs were the reason that he wasn't going to be able to stop the earthquakes. And so he needs to get back at the person who introduced him to drugs. So he decided to track down his high school dealer who first sold him marijuana. He went to the house where the dealer used to live, asked the lady who was now living there where to find his address. She gave them the address, so then Herbert drove to the guy's new house, killed him and his wife, before driving back to the original house and murdering that woman and her children. This detail was very damning to him in court because the defense's argument was not guilty by reason of insanity, but the fact that he went back supposedly to cover up evidence that he was ever looking for the dealer in the first place gave the prosecution enough regard to say he was in charge of his actions. Look, he did this just to cover up evidence. Not long after this, he went to a state park to which there were 4 teenagers camping there illegally. He said he was a park ranger and that they had to leave. They laughed at him and he shot them all to death. Which, it's not funny, I'm not trying to make light of it, but imagine being one of those teens and the park ranger's like, hey, you gotta go, and you're like, no, and he just shoots you. He was eventually caught while driving through a neighborhood. He saw a man mowing his lawn and just got out of the car, grabbed a rifle, shot him in the front yard with a ton of people watching, slowly got back in his car and just kept driving at a normal speed. And the police caught him like 3 minutes later, to which he didn't even resist arrest and was just like, I wonder how you caught me. He was found guilty and confessed to the murders, and like I said earlier, didn't get away with insanity because he tried to cover up evidence. And one of the weirdest things to mention, while he was in jail, he had a cell for a long time right next to Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer, who is the really tall, charismatic guy that I talked about in the first part of the serial killer iceberg. Ed said that in the early days of Herbert being there, he would keep singing all the time, and it annoyed everyone. So he just started splashing water onto Herbert until he quit. And then after that, Ed began giving him peanuts for good behavior, and they kind of got along in that weird relationship, which I'm not trying to make light of like the horrible, evil things these men did, but it's so weird to imagine two serial killers and one of them just feeding the other peanuts through the bars. And Herbert Mullen is still in jail to this day. Paul Bernardo is responsible for a lot of sexual crimes, however, has only ever been convicted of 3 murders that he committed with his wife, Carla Homolka. At a young age, Paul's father was arrested for child molestation, which it's believed Paul kind of internalized and wanted to be like his dad. Not only this, but Paul began to hate his mother, saying that it was her fault that her dad turned to things. Paul also expressed a lot of dangerous signs at a young age. Like, for example, when he was in high school and just out of high school, he was known to beat women that he would go out with. That was until he met Carla, who he began to beat and do those things to, and she really liked it. Not only did she like it, she vastly encouraged these violent sexual acts. Around the time he was beginning to know Carla, it's believed that he committed around 18 sexual assaults against women. And then after meeting Carla, it got a lot worse. That started with Tammy, who was Carla's sister. See, despite the fact that Paul and Carla were engaged at this point, Paul kept coming on to Tammy, again, Carla's sister, and Carla enjoyed it, so much so that she would do things like break Tammy's windows, that way Paul could like open them up and watch her sleep. And eventually Carla began drugging Tammy so that Paul could have his way with her. However, Tammy continuously kept waking up during these events, which I'm not sure if Tammy would have been in a frame of mind to recognize what was going on, because even though she was conscious during points when she would sort of come on to Paul and Paul would make out with her, whatever, back and forth, it seems she wasn't aware of the extent that Paul was abusing her. This culminated one night in which Carla said for a Christmas gift to Paul, she had completely drugged Tammy so that he could do whatever he wanted. However, she used way too much, and during the events that ensued, Tammy threw up and choked to death on her own vomit. Paul and Carla immediately cleaned up the scene, make it look like they were never there, and then called the police, to which when the police got there, they said that Tammy had drank so much that she passed out, and then subsequently threw up and suffocated. And I know this is really gross, but again, this is a serial killer iceberg. What did you expect?
Right.
As soon as, like, they took away Tammy's body, Carla dressed up as Tammy and then continued the acts, which is so, Eventually, Paul and Carla got married, to which for their wedding gift, Carla had picked up a 15-year-old girl who she had drugged as Paul's wedding gift. Now, like I said, they're responsible for the murders of 3 people, one of those being Tammy. However, it's thought that what happened most of the time is Carla would kidnap a girl who would be unconscious, Paul would do disgusting things, and then they would leave her somewhere to which she wake up and never be the wiser. Or in other words, it seems like the ones that actually died were more so accidents. And again, that doesn't relieve them of any of the consequences that they should face for these actions, just that they didn't mean to kill them because they didn't really know how to handle it afterwards. For example, whenever they were doing this to a 14-year-old girl who died during the process, they didn't know what to do, so he quickly ran to a local hardware store, bought a bunch of cement, and then dismembered her body, encased the pieces of her in these cement blocks, and then took them to the nearby coast to throw into the ocean. However, one of these cement blocks that he had built was way too big and weighed like 200 pounds, so he just kind of sloppily rolled it out of the back of the car, to which later a fisherman saw it, thought it was weird, called the police, they cracked it open and found a body part, and then they looked and found the other body parts, to which they actually ID'd the girl who was murdered by her orthodox.
Got the man open, beat the coverage, and go finish it. Because he made that catch. I will say, that one of mine, I could revisit that play in the future.
found the other body parts, to which they actually ID'd the girl who was murdered by her orthodontist equipment. Around this time, police began to get suspicious of the couple because they were reported like taking pictures of girls as they were leaving school, or just being really creepy to like teenage girls out at restaurants and stuff in the area. However, they can never get something conclusive enough to stick. That is until one day they kidnapped a 15-year-old girl in the middle of the street as she was walking home from school with like a whole town watching. They did this by Paul walking up behind her with a knife around this time. And just the next day, Carla went into work, although she was covered in several bruises, because the beating that Paul did wasn't exclusive to the victims. Remember, Carla also enjoyed how he would do that to her, and it's so awful. To which investigators around started to put together clues that they were looking for a young couple, and then a young woman matching that description is beaten and bruised. So whenever she was eventually convinced to go to the hospital by her co-workers for the injuries on her, the police confronted her, said, "We know who you are," and she confessed. Now, while it's not sure why she made this confession, and some people think maybe she had a change of heart, I disagree, and I think she only did it because she realized the police are everywhere and they're probably not going to get away with this for much longer. Also, Carla cut a deal that in exchange for her testimony against Paul, she would only receive 12 years in jail. Now, I know that's like nothing compared to what she deserved for the crimes that she committed, but also at the time, the prosecution team did not have evidence or any idea really of the extent that this couple went to, so the idea of the battered wife who was forced into this role made sense. However, as soon as the trial started, turns out they had recorded all of these actions they committed against these girls, as well as the murders, and it was videos of Paul and Carla enjoying it during the whole thing. The prosecution then set a trial. If they had seen these tapes before, they would never have cut the 12-year deal with Carla. Carla also said that the actual number of women that Paul assaulted either with or without her is closer to around 30. However, the information that Carla brought forward was enough to get Paul put in jail for life. And again, she served 12 years and then was released. I also have to mention this side note. Paul was absolutely obsessed with the book American Psycho, which was later made into a movie. So, like, during this whole thing, there was never any spirit of guilt or whatever. He thought that he was cool and suave for being able to attack and kill women in this way. He essentially thought of himself as some sort of renegade or cool guy who's just outside of the system. And I want to emphasize that for everyone out there, as his next parole hearing is 4 days from the recording of this video, or in other words, on June the 22nd of 2021. So let's hope that that doesn't happen, because after reading all the details and details of the murder and everything else that he did, I hope he rots. Samuel Little was an active serial killer for over 35 years leading up to his arrest in 2005. He confessed to a total of 93 murders, with 60 of those murders being confirmed, which, for those keeping score, is the record in the United States. The majority of Samuel's crimes were sexually motivated. As a young boy, he said he developed an affinity for women's necks after, while he was in kindergarten, he saw his teacher rub her neck one day, and that just flipped a switch in his brain. And throughout his teen years, he began to collect true crime novels and books that had depictions of men strangling women. This started him down a violent path of assault that began to culminate into other crimes and eventually murder. By the time of his final arrest in 2005, Samuel had been arrested for DUI, fraud, shoplifting, solicitation, armed robbery, aggravated assault, rape, and, of course, the murder. What was especially terrifying to me about Samuel is watching his tapes. He seems like one of the kindest people you'll ever meet. Of course, at the time of his arrest, he's a senior citizen, but every single interview he does, it feels like just a grandpa telling the story, and this is even something the interrogators mentioned. He would talk casually about what the weather was like, what he was doing that day, and the way any older relative would tell you a story about their childhood, and then he'll just throw in the detail of who he murdered and how he did it. Not only that, but he remembered very specific details about all of the women, all of the details of what they looked like, how they behaved, and where he eventually left the body. And like I said, it's doubly creepy because if you take his descriptions of these girls out of context and just play them as is, it sounds exactly like some veteran from the war talking about a woman he fell in love with overseas. Like, there's this weird nostalgic reminiscence to it. And then you add on the last, minute where he's like, but yeah, I killed her and dumped her in the lake. But she was pretty. It's what makes cases like this particularly disturbing because it really highlights the whole it could be anyone ideology. Another detail about him is he was incredibly squeamish around the sight of blood, which is why all of the killings he did were strangulations, which also the whole neck thing I mentioned earlier, but he also did things like drowning and beating people to death. This is again because he was squeamish around the sight of blood, but it also turned out to be very beneficial to him down the line because he never really left a ton of DNA evidence anytime he killed somebody. In one story of a time that he was almost arrested and caught for the murders was whenever he had a dead body in his back seat, parked on the side of the road, and a police car pulled up, and as the cop was getting out of his car, he climbed into the back seat and then came out the side door and started zipping up his pants to make it look like he was just with a woman. So whenever the cop's there with a flashlight, he's like, whoa, whoa, what's going on? And Samuel says, oh, you know, me and my wife are just fooling around. So the cop walks up to the window, shines the light directly on the body, staring into the face of the woman in there. Samuel says, well, she may be a little drunk, and the cop says, all right, you kids get out of here. Which it's so harrowing to think that he was that close to getting stopped in the murder of his killing spree, but it just got away. By the time of his arrest, Samuel had served a total of 10 years in jail with over 100 arrests, even once being tried for a murder that it was later figured out he did commit. However, he got off at that first trial. A.M. Samuel died of natural causes while in prison last year in 2020. Rodney Alcala, also known as the dating game killer, which we'll explain the name in a second, committed at least 7 murders from 1977 to 1979, although in my opinion, like we'll see, I think there were way more than that. Rodney's criminal record began when, while living in California, he had abducted and abused an 8-year-old girl.
On the 12th day of winter, the Jeep friend gave to me 12
girl. He did this by kidnapping her off the side of the road and bringing her to his apartment, which other kids saw and called the police. When the police got there, the 8-year-old girl was still alive, although very horribly abused, and little known at the time, Rodney had escaped to New York and changed his name. It was shortly after this that the FBI began putting out pictures of Rodney and even moved him to the top 10 most wanted list. During this time, Rodney had gotten a counseling job at a school in New Hampshire, until one day one of the students at the school saw the poster from the FBI, recognized it as their counselor, and had him arrested. It was found out years later that Rodney had actually committed a murder during that time that he was a counselor and living under an alias. After being extradited back to California, however, the 8-year-old girl's parents would not allow her to testify and relive the event, so Rodney pretty much got off with a basic assault charge. He served 2 years for that, got out of jail, almost immediately was arrested for assaulting a 13-year-old girl he gave a ride to school, went back to jail for only another 2 years, and then got out again. It was during this time that the crime spree started. What Rodney would do is he would approach these young boys and girls and tell them that he was a photographer. He would say he does several adult photo shoots and would have them pose provocatively so that he could take pictures of them. So provocatively, in fact, that the FBI has since posted the pictures so that people can identify missing loved ones. However, they have not posted 90% of them, as according to them, they are far too explicit. It's from these pictures and the bodies that were discovered later that the 7 confirmed deaths came to be. However, in the literal thousands of pictures that Rodney had, there are several people who have never been identified and henceforth never found. So there's a solid chance a lot of people that he took these pictures of didn't make it. The reason he's referred to as the dating game killer is because at the height of his murder spree, he went on the game show called The Dating Game. In the show, several bachelors answer several questions about a bachelorette, and one of them gets to go on a date with her. Everyone was incredibly freaked out by Rodney, with another contestant saying he had some very weird opinions about things, which I can only imagine what that means. And Rodney won the episode. However, the girl would not go on a date with him, saying that he was far too creepy. The way he was finally caught is that shortly after one of the girls disappeared and then her body was found later, a man drew a sketch for police that very closely resembled Rodney. Rodney's parole officer recognized it, got warrants to search Rodney's stuff, and upon searching his apartment, found that woman's earrings. And then after he was arrested, a very stupid series of events happened with the trial. The first trial got thrown out because they said the witnesses weren't properly informed of previous crimes. The second trial was also thrown out because someone was hypnotized as one of the witnesses and that was considered faulty or whatever. So the third trial finally got started in 2010. And then, and I'm not kidding here, Rodney decided to be his own defense attorney, and at one point called himself to the stand, so he interrogated himself as himself, being both the interrogator and the interrogatee, to which he referred to himself as Mr. Alcala and spoke in a deeper voice when being the attorney. So this guy, in trial for his own murder, literally stood up and went, "Mr. Alcala, did you commit the murders?" And then he would turn and go, "No, I did not." "Well, you are a very handsome man." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Alcala." "You're welcome, Mr. Alcala." To which his chief argument was that he didn't remember committing the murders, so therefore he couldn't have committed them. I should also mention that that specific interrogation portion went on for 5 hours. And during the closing statements, Rodney simply played the entirety of the song Alice's Restaurant on a boombox, which is about the protagonist of the song wanting to kill someone.
As they line up 1st and 10.
Mr. Alcala, will you play this song on your boombox? Why, yes, I'd be honored. I'd be honored, Mr. Alcala, to play this song on my boombox.
I guess he saved money on the defense attorney, but you get what you pay for. A specifically damning piece of information that came during the trial is, remember that 8-year-old girl that started the whole crime spree? Well, she came back after 42 years to testify at this third and final trial. Rodney was given the death penalty and is still alive on death row to this day. Eric Edgar Cook was convicted of killing 8 people from 1958 to 1963. Eric was born with a cleft lip, which he later got surgery to fix. However, he suffered from several more facial deformities as he aged due to severe injuries brought on by beatings and factory accidents. Despite being transferred to several different schools, he was constantly bullied for his appearance by several other students, and he also wasn't exactly the brightest from testimonies of those who knew him, and many believe that's what contributed to his mean streak attitude. Starting off on a very high note, one of his first notable crimes is that when he was 17, Edgar burnt down a church he went to because they didn't let him join the choir. Despite this mean streak, Edgar married and ended up having 7 kids with his wife, and at the same time sort of moonlit as a weird sort of random crime criminal. See, this was Australia in the late 50s, and apparently it was common for people to just leave their keys in their unlocked car. So Edgar would look around for cars at night, get in them, start them, go on his joyrides, and then park them back, and the owners were never the wiser to it. It was during these late night joyrides that his murders and other crimes took place. Pretty much, he would just drive a random car around, and then see a house he liked, run inside, steal a bunch of stuff, and leave. Or just attack people on the side of the road, or just get into traffic accidents, or whatever. He was just a loser. The methods in which he killed his victims included choking, stabbing, shooting, and hitting them with a car. And because of the seemingly random acts of violence, which it pretty much was, it took a long time for police to connect that these were all the same people. Edgar would also do bizarre things, like, for example, one time he murdered a woman in her house and then just spent hours sitting in the living room, drinking their lemonade and just chilling out. And then another time he got really drunk and he dragged a woman that he had just killed into the neighbor's yard, assaulted her body, and just left it there. The way they eventually caught Edgar is after he had killed someone by shooting them, he had ditched the gun in a bush off the side of the road. The police, while investigating the murder, found the gun, took it to a forensics lab, confirmed that it was in fact the gun, and then put it back in the bush with a string attached to it. So then the police just staked out the area for a couple days, and sure enough, one night, Edgar comes back to get his gun, although because they tied it, it's tangled up in the bush, and he sat there fighting it long enough for the police to arrest him. It's there that he confessed to the 8 murders, as well as over 250 robberies, which Edgar remembered every single amount of money or article stolen down to the penny for every single robbery. To the point they could give him a specific date, like March 10th, 1958, and he would say, oh yeah, a brown coat, $39.48. So I'm not sure if he was actually dumb like a lot of people said, or if he just had a really good memory, or what. I mean, not that I really cared, the dude deserved what he got anyway, but whatever. And Edgar was hanged for his crimes in 1964. Belle Gunness, or Guinness, I'm not sure which way that name goes, is known for murdering at least 14 people from 1884 to 1908. However, I'm pretty sure the actual number is more like 40. See, Belle liked money a lot. Investigators later on said that she was very greedy and sort of hoarded her wealth, and this love of money became evident after, in the same day, her house and her candy shop, both of which she co-owned with her husband, burnt to the ground. To which immediately they collected the insurance payments for, which Belle liked a lot, and this was seemingly the spark that led to all of her future crimes. It started after 2 of her children died of lower intestinal inflammation. Now, this was the 1880s, so it's not like you do a full spread autopsy with a medical examiner like you could do today. However, it is known that a lot of poisons lead to intestinal inflammation, so there's a good chance. And the reason I say there's a good chance is because she had immediately taken out insurance on both of the babies and then cashed out immediately after they died. To make it especially interesting, none of her neighbors have ever reported that they saw her pregnant. And then, not too long after that, her husband dies of a supposed hemorrhage. But not only did he die of a hemorrhage, he died on the day that his insurance policy expired, and coincidentally, a new one started. Meaning he died in the correct 24-hour time frame for her to take out both policies. Which, if you're curious, those 2 policies came out to $5,000 total, which in 1880 was a lot of money. Doing some basic math with an inflation calculator, it's about $133,000 by today's standards. She then remarried to a man who had a baby with him. The baby died again, to which, of course, she took out the insurance money. And then that husband suspiciously died after a meat grinder fell onto his head from the top shelf, crushing his skull and killing him, to which she got about $3,000 from that policy. At this point, the police and doctors were getting suspicious of her, so she decided it was time to leave town and move out to the countryside. However, she would leave ads up around the city saying that she has a bunch of property which she bought with suspiciously acquired money, and that she's looking for a new husband. So men would write to her, she'd invite them to come, however, they always had to bring money as a down payment on the wedding, I guess. And none of those men...
I love Trevor Wallace.
...were ever seen again, which is why the number has to be way closer to 40. This went on for a while until in 1908, the brother of one of the men who went courting Belle had told his brother that, hey, I'm going to go to this lady's house, just so you know, and then the family never heard from him again. After that brother wrote a letter to the residents saying that he was going to come look for his brother, the house suspiciously burnt down. Belle was supposedly killed in this fire because they found the bodies of Belle, or supposedly Belle, and her children in the rubble, which Belle had a couple kids that she hadn't killed for insurance money, at least didn't have the chance to. And during the investigation of the property, police found 14 bodies buried on the grounds, which is where the 14 figure comes from. The reason they believe that Belle died in the fire is because they found the body of a woman who was headless for some reason in the house fire itself. However, the body was at least 5 inches shorter than how tall Belle was to be reported, and about 50 pounds lighter. Not to mention, why did she lose her head in a house fire? That didn't stop the papers from saying that this was Belle's body and that she's dead. To add to it, a farmhand who Belle had an on-again, off-again affair with said that Belle came to him and told him that the brother of one of her victims was coming to visit, and the farmhand, who had been an accomplice in several of her crimes by killing men and disposing of the bodies, was told to kill a nearby woman, throw her body in the house, burn it all down while she escapes out of the country. So I think it's pretty clear that Belle didn't die there. However, she's never been found. Because the official story was she died in the fire, there was never a big investigation to find her, so she simply just disappeared. Which, I mean, she's probably dead now, since, you know, she'd have to be like 160 years old to still be alive, but just on the off chance she is, Belle, if you're out there right now,
don't kill me.
I hate you. Gary Heidnik killed 2 people from 1986 to 1987, and I know just hearing that number you may be thinking, oh, well, just 2, that's not a lot compared to the others, but just wait till we get to the details of it. Gary Heidnik was hailed as being a very bright kid at a young age, and even tested with an IQ of
Here's what it's like to go.
A very bright kid at a young age, and even tested with an IQ of 148. However, he certainly acted like it and had a narcissistic personality, as he told several kids his age that they were simply not worthy to speak to him. During high school, he joined the military, but was shortly afterwards honorably discharged after he is diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder. He spent a long time in and out of mental institutions during this, before getting out and deciding to turn his ideas towards investments. Basically, he found a local Methodist church that he said he could do the accounting through, and through basic investments, he turned a bank account in a church that started out with only 5 people when he found it into a massive church amassing $500,000. However, he had no care for religion or the church itself. He just saw a group of people that he could take advantage of and use as a foundation in order to start making money. Shortly after marrying a woman that he had only communicated with by mail in the Philippines, she divorced him after finding him in bed with 3 other women, to which after the event she found him, he would start making her watch. And then other times he would abuse her and do a bunch of other mean things to her, so she left him. He ended up having a total of 3 kids, 1 with the aforementioned wife, and 2 with other random hookups that he had. One of those children was his first brush-in with the law, because the woman that he had the child with was a very mentally ill woman that he had checked out of a essentially assisted living home for the mentally disabled. So he comes, he checks her out as someone who knows her, does that with her, she ends up getting pregnant, he gets found out and gets a slap on the wrist basically for doing it. It was after this that the real horror started. Gary kidnapped 5 women and put them in a sort of makeshift torture pit that he had constructed in his basement. In this pit, he would do all means of physical torture to them and psychological torture, including things like electrocution and cutting and stabbing. And in one case, one of the survivors mentioned that he would take a screwdriver and shove it in there until they couldn't hear, which is brutal. It was during one of these torture sessions that one of the women died of supposedly shock. So he took her body, dismembered it, and then placed it in bags in the fridge labeled as dog food. To which the night that the whole dismemberment occurred, Police were actually called to the house because of the foul odor, to which Gary answered the door and said, "Oh, sorry, I've got a pig cooking and I let it burn too long," and the police just waved him goodnight and left. The other one of his murder victims died after he had filled the bottom part of the pit with water and then took an electric cord and threw it in there to electrocute them, and one of them died of shock, like literal shock. Gary was eventually caught after one of his victims tricked him. See, after that lady had died of the electric shock, he took another one of the younger, less damaged looking victims out in order for her to try to find a new victim to lure to the car for him to kidnap. And this specific girl, appealing to his ego, said, "Well, my parents are probably going to send the police looking because I've been gone for a couple weeks. Why don't you let me go call them at a payphone so they don't bother us?" To which, as soon as she got to the payphone, she immediately called the police.
Right.
The police showed up, arrested Gary, and then figured out everything he was doing. To which, during the initial questioning, Gary said that the women in the basement he was torturing were there whenever he bought the house, which has got to be, and again, it's so brutal and evil what he did, but it has to be one of the funniest defenses I've ever heard. Literally, the police are like, "All these tortured people, you do that?" And he's like,
"No.
That was there when I got here." During his trial, he took the insanity plea, which was actually rejected because of the church fund thing that I mentioned earlier. Because, as the prosecution said, someone who's so insane wouldn't know how to build up $500,000 in a church fund. And Gary was sentenced to death and given the lethal injection in 1990.
Fuck that guy. Joy is me if I can win this game.
Sentenced to death and given the lethal injection in 1999. Richard Kuklinski, also known as the Iceman, which is way too cool of a name for a killer, is confirmed to have killed 5 people leading up to his arrest in 1986. However, he claims that the number's closer to 200. We'll get to that. Richard's criminal career began in the 1960s when he began selling bootleg copies of Disney films, which we can all see is the very clearly set Disney to murder pipeline, before figuring out that it was much more profitable to sell prints of adult movies. Throughout everything I'm going to mention, I want you to keep in mind that Richard was only ever arrested once before the murder arrest for a bad check, which he didn't do any jail time for because he just paid it off. The first man he killed, he shot to death while selling tapes, supposedly because the deal went bad, and simply stuffed his body in an oil drum and ditched it. The second was a pharmacist. See, one of the jobs that Richard did was he collected stolen goods and then sold them as his own sort of like storefront black market. And a pharmacist had been pushing pills on him to sell at his shop, and Richard didn't want to do it. And then after going to meet Richard one day, Richard killed the pharmacist. For a long time, it was figured out by investigators later that Richard ran a crime ring with 4 other criminals. Around the time the investigations began of him and his accomplices, Richard got paranoid and killed one of the members of his inner ring. He did this by feeding his accomplice a cyanide-laced hamburger and then having him and another one of his friends hide the body. He then killed that partner who helped him move the body, afraid that he would snitch over the original murder. It was during this time that a body was found in the middle of the woods by police, who upon examination had ice crystals inside of the actual corpse. What that means is that the body had been in a freezer for a very long time before getting dumped. It was later figured out that the body had in fact been in a freezer for 15 months before Richard got paranoid that they were going to look for the body there, so he decided to ditch it so long after the actual murder occurred. This is what got him the nickname of the Iceman. And in order to shut down Richard, a big undercover investigation was launched with the FBI and the ATF in order to stop him. So an undercover agent who had been undercover for 18 months became close with Richard, and then sure enough, one day, Richard asked for cyanide. That undercover agent asked Richard to carry out a hit for him using the cyanide, which of course wasn't real cyanide. So on his way to do the hit, Richard got to thinking, maybe that guy's not legit. So he feeds the cyanide to a stray dog that he passes by, and the dog doesn't do anything, so he's like, I think that guy was lying to me. So he tries to go back home knowing the whole thing's a sting, but gets arrested anyway. He got arrested and was eventually sentenced to prison for life for 111 years, which, same thing. And it was after he was arrested that the stories got absurd. For example, he claimed, as I mentioned earlier, that he's killed like 200 people. He says that he just kills homeless people for fun all the time by shooting them or poisoning them or whatever else. He said that he personally knew John Gotti and that John Gotti personally commissioned him on several of the hits that he performed. He said that he was closely tied with all 5 families of New York, which is a big thing in the mafia, and that he would perform hits on the 5 families and then perform a hit for that family against the family he just performed the hit for, and even claimed that he himself murdered Jimmy Hoffa. And while there's some connections, like people have really dug into his reports and been like, well, he was seen with this guy, so maybe this murder's legit. So there may be a few extra murders, but the degree in which he claimed to be would have made him like the most prolific gangster ever, bar none. And this is the guy who got arrested because he almost tried to kill someone with fake cyanide, so I don't think it's that legit. Richard died in 2006 of a heart attack, which his wife had signed a do not resuscitate order for on him because, I mean, of course she did. And interestingly enough, Richard was played by Michael Shannon in a movie titled The Iceman, which is a story about the events of his life, or at least the supposed events of his life. Arthur Shower Ross, also known as the Genesee River Killer, killed 14 people from 1972 to 1989. Arthur was cited at a young age as having very low intelligence and never succeeded well in school, and also was involved in several, how do I put this? Relationships with people he shouldn't have relationships with, as in immediate family, which I'm sure had a very positive effect on his mental well-being as he got older. He was drafted into the
Have a good night, Billy.
which I'm sure had a very positive effect on his mental well-being as he got older. He was drafted into the Vietnam War and had several stories afterwards of how he used to like be in these violent combat scenarios and how he used to skin and decapitate people and how cool he was, but it turns out later that he never saw combat and was simply stationed behind the lines. And it was shortly after he got back to the States that he got in a lot of trouble for arson, to which a psychiatrist later said that he was a sort of sexual arsonist, which is a phrase that I never thought I'd say on this channel, but I guess I should have known better. Basically, he would start these fires because they got him started, and in total he served 22 months in prison for those arson events. Not long after this, Arthur was arrested after it came out that he had assaulted and killed 2 young children ages 8 and 10. However, he got the charge down to a manslaughter plea. The reason for this being, although he had confessed, there wasn't a ton of evidence linking it to it, and you may be thinking, well, isn't a confession enough? But according to the judge and the attorneys, he was so dumb that a confession didn't mean anything. And not only that, the prosecution was certain that if he is put on trial, the jury will feel sympathy for how dumb he is, and therefore will get the charge down to manslaughter anyway, so they might as well plea on it. So, he was given parole after only being in jail for 14 years for the murder of 2 children, and then immediately murdered 12 more people. These were mostly sex workers that he would approach and then hire and then strangle and ditch their body somewhere. The way he was caught is while police were investigating a recent place that they found the body, he just walked up to, like, at the bridge above where the body was dumped and just peed over it. So they go up there to ask him and then just figure out supposedly by his own confession that he was the one that dumped the body. And at trial, his argument was that he is not guilty by reason of insanity because of the PTSD that he suffered from Vietnam. So then they had several of the larger scale commanders who are familiar with his operation come in and testify that this dude never saw combat and has no idea what he's talking about. And Arthur died in 2008 while in prison of a heart attack. Joseph DeAngelo is guilty of at least 13 murders from 1973 to 1986. Joseph specifically went on 3 separate murder sprees across 3 different areas of California, to the point that it was believed that these events were done by 3 different killers. Eventually, once investigators began to put together that this was all one person, he was given the name of the Golden State Killer. Also, interesting note, whenever they thought it was 3 different killers, one of those aliases was called the Night Stalker, before the actual Night Stalker that we know now. So whenever they figured out it was all the Golden State Killer, they then re-adopted the name as soon as Richard Ramirez became a killer. Just interesting fact. Joseph was in the military before becoming a police officer. However, he was kicked off the force for stealing a hammer for some reason, and then after being fired, threatened the life of the chief of police who fired him. Initially, his crime started off as thievery. In several occasions, he would literally steal piggy banks. Like, there was several times that he would walk by, like, expensive jewelry and stuff like that and steal things like pocket change, and I'm not kidding, like, actual piggy banks. The first known murder is when he was kidnapping a girl while walking out of the family house, and her father heard, came downstairs to stop him. He shot the father and ran away, to which the father died. It's not long after this that his crimes became much more extreme. What he would normally do is he would break into the houses of young married couples with a gun and then force the woman to tie up the man and blindfold him, to which he would then tie up the woman's hands and mouth and abuse her in a number of intense ways for hours on end. During this time, he would simply eat the food that they had made, drink the stuff out of their fridge, and just walk around the house casually, coming back to the woman to repeatedly abuse her. He would also do these really demented things, like sort of mind games. For example, he would take dishes and he would lay the men flat on their back.
Big games, big finales, big relief. Get one.
Lay the men flat on their back and stack the dishes on their back and say that if he hears the dishes move, in other words, the man trying to get up, he'll kill both of them. He did this 50 times. Like, no joke. This guy broke into houses, did this whole, like, 6-hour charade, tying people up and abusing them and all of that 50 times, and only had a hiccup on the 50th time. That hiccup was, while getting away, 2 people saw him, to which he pulled his gun and shot both of them. After this, I guess he was kind of off his game, and then tried to do the same break-in thing again, only this time the couple managed to get away. So, after that, he killed the couple every single time he did it. Getting information out of him was hard and pulling teeth, but they know that there were at least 5 other instances that he broke into a house, did the whole thing, and killed the couple, although there's probably more that he just didn't talk about. Also, during this entire thing, he was sending letters to the local newspapers and police, and he would even do really creepy stuff like call the house that he was about to rob by calling them, and then they'd answer and he'd say this is the wrong number, and then he'd start talking about stuff he's going to do to the women, and the people would think, oh, this is a weird prank call, and then he'd bust in and do it. Once DNA testing became a big thing, the killing stopped. However, of course, they were still looking for him, which means there was like a 30-year gap between him stopping the killings and him actually getting arrested for it. And his neighbors in that time said that he was like the worst person they ever met. He would call them threatening to kill them if their dog barked too much. He would always yell at the neighbors and had a horribly kept house. Pretty much this guy was awful and he never learned anything. In 2018 he was finally arrested, to which his defense was he had a split personality, and the other personality, Jerry, was in his head telling him to commit these acts. See, issue being because of statute of limitations, they couldn't charge him for all of the assaults and kidnappings, but they could get him on the murders. So he took a plea deal on the murders, gave the police the details, and is currently serving a life sentence to this day. However, while researching, he was more recently moved to protective custody, which, if you don't know, protective custody is traditionally a whole lot more laid back than regular prison. So this piece of filth murders so many people and then hurts so many more and then gets 30 years to be free and continue being a jerk, and is now sitting cozy in some sort of cushy cell where he may have YouTube and is able to watch this video right now. So, Joseph D'Angelo, I hate you. David Parker Ray is suspected of killing up to 60 people from 1950 to 1999. He was known as the Toy Box Killer because of his horrifying saw trap contraption that we're going to talk about. As a very young child, David's father, who was an alcoholic, would give him several masochist adult magazines, and David said from that point on, he became obsessed with the fantasy of tying up and torturing women. So, he constructed a trailer truck that in the trailer of it had a massive torture room full of chairs and all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. To list a few of the things that were recovered from the back of the trailer, there were chains, whips, straps, clamps, scalpels, shock devices, saws, diagrams, syringes, and toys. And I'll let your imagination go with the toy thing. What he would do is kidnap women by a variety of different means. Sometimes he would pose to be an authority figure in order to get them to come check out something in the trailer, or other times simply pick up women off the side of the road, before heavily drugging them until they were in a very non-combative state, and then putting them back there where he would spend the next few days just... Yeah, some weird details about it is he put mirrors on the ceiling of the trailer because he said he wanted them to always see exactly what he was doing. And his wife helped him get these women and even participated in the abuse, as well as several of his friends who he would have come over and they would take turns. And then he had a device set up in order for his dog. Anyway, the way he was finally caught is when one day a young girl was approached by him pretending to be a police officer, saying she needs to come check something out. He throws her in the trailer and he starts to abduct her. That day, David had to go to work, and this potential victim, he found a way to get out of her chains, to which the only person in the trailer was David's wife. The young girl managed to stab David's wife and got away, and then ran down the road to get help, wearing nothing but an iron collar and the chain garment that she had attached to her. She then got to a house to which she got a phone, called the police, and David and his wife were arrested. It was after this that a woman came forward saying that she was also a victim of Ray. However, she had reported it as soon as she got away, and the police just didn't believe her that there was this guy driving around with a makeshift torture trailer abducting people. And another woman got away, who was also kidnapped by Ray. However, after 2 days of torture, Ray thought he killed her, so he ditched her on the side of the road. She wasn't dead, she was alive, wakes up, went home to her family, to which her husband thought she was lying and had actually been a serial killer with a torture machine in the back of a trailer, that he divorced her, which I hope that guy feels awful about it later. See, the reason only 3 women ended up remembering enough to come forward is because David had them drugged for one during the whole event, so they already had a foggy recollection, but after he ditched them somewhere, he would give them an amnestic so that they forgot a lot of what happened. There are several women who came forward in years after believing that they were victims of Ray. However, the entire thing at the time just seemed like a dream. But whenever they saw it on the news and heard the details, they began to remember more and more aspects, and it became real. After a lot of questioning, what they eventually got Ray on is that Ray killed one of his partners who helped him with the whole kidnapping and torturing of women because supposedly he was going to snitch. And then another one of his partners had killed his wife, who was also going to snitch, so Ray did the whole torture thing with her and then killed her. So they managed to get him on 2 murders. Not only that, but in investigation, Ray had filmed one of the times that he did it, and of course the woman was never identified afterwards, so they at least got that as an abuse situation, if not missing person, suspected murder, you know the bit. And Ray never really talked about anything. So yeah, while it was at least 2 murdered, you don't build a big trailer contraption like that and only end up kidnapping, what, a total of 4 women? So the actual number that he probably did is way, 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 way higher. And a bunch of women at the time just thought they had a bad nightmare, when in actuality, yeah. Because of this, they gave him a total of 224 years in jail because they just gave him the max for everything they could. Like, oh, what's that? You got a ticket 4 years ago? It's like, that's 10 years added on, buddy. They, in the meantime, also arrested David's wife as well as his friend, who was the husband of one of the aforementioned victims. The friend is going up for parole this year, actually, and the wife was released from jail in 2019. David himself was sentenced again to the 224 years, and then driven to jail to give another interrogation and testimony, and then died of a heart attack before the interrogation even began. So, yeah, this other guy may get out, and she got out, but David's dead, and...
Tailgate, Russell J. Johnson, Sprite, Graham loves college football, the mascot fight,
and I've got to look on the bright side of something. Peter Curtin, also known as the Vampire of Dusseldorf, was known to have committed at least 9 murders from February to November of 1929. Peter was the oldest of 13 children, who all of which were horrifically abused by their father. Among things you could kind of predict, like beatings and odd punishments to children, his father also did a form of voyeurism in which him and his wife would and then force the children to see. I'm sure that didn't have any effect on his mental well-being growing up. And before he was even grown up to begin with, at the age of 5, Peter attempted to drown one of his friends. So, you know, a good sign of things to come. And at the age of 9, he befriended a dog catcher within his sort of apartment complex that he lived in. However, the dog catcher was also an alcoholic who would pretty much just catch dogs and then torture and kill them. So Peter joined him on that and seemed to enjoy it. His first murders, although they wouldn't be found out till many years later, occurred when he was only 9 years old. One day while out on a raft, Peter pushed his friend, who he knew couldn't swim, into the water, to which another one of Peter's friends tried to jump into the water to save the first kid, and then Peter held the rescuer underwater, therefore drowning both of them. However, at the time, it was just believed that these 2 children drowned accidentally, and at the time, no suspicion or charges were given to Peter. So, by the age of 13, Peter had ramped up the evil, and he would do this by, and I'm stressing at this point, viewer discretion, kids, close your ears, don't watch this. He would begin engaging in kiss with animals, and then he could only get there by stabbing them. This would inevitably lead to his interest later in life when he realized it also worked if he did the same thing to people. This supposedly quit when he was spotted stabbing the neighbor's pig for reasons previously described. And that same year, he stole all of the boss's money who he was working an apprenticeship under and then ran away. It was around this time that, according to Peter, he had strangled a girl, not to the point of killing her, just to the point of her passing out, and during it got very excited to the point he realized that the murder, or at least the almost murder, was a replacement for the whole stabbing animals thing. He spent the next few years getting arrested for various crimes like arson and fraud and other wholesome activities, and even was drafted into the German military for a while and then deserted, so he went to jail for that too. It was during this time that he would fantasize in prison about what he wanted to do once he got out. That motivated the crimes he would later commit. One night while performing a break-in, he came across a 9-year-old girl alone in her bedroom. While in there, he managed to stab her to death, which, again, excited him, before he left and then returned to the bar across the street the next day. He did this, the murder that had happened the night previous across the street. And if that wasn't depraved enough, Peter would regularly return to that 9-year-old girl's grave after this event because just touching the soil on top of the coffin enthralled him. Moving on from here, all of the killings he committed were a physical motivation. He figured out that the only way that he could really get excited was through murder. And not only murder, the more depraved, the better. Aside from various torture methods, like slowly assanguinating his victims or enjoying watching them die, he would plan other large-scale things to freak people out. Like, for example, one of his victims, who he had killed in a field and then buried there, he had planned to go back 2 days later, so that he could drag out the corpse and then crucify it on a tree coming into town, because the idea of people seeing it and being horrified, again, made him very the opposite of horrified. While the initial killings were done with objects like scissors and knives, later on in his killings they were majority done with a hammer. But what's really wild is the seeming case of divine intervention that got Peter arrested. Okay, so to explain how he got arrested, you've got to go on this little trip with me. So there was a woman coming into Dusseldorf that has no relation to Peter or any of these murders that are happening. Upon arriving in the town, a man offered to escort her home. And while walking home, he suggested they cut through an empty park as a quicker means of getting where she's going. She's starting to feel weird about walking alone through essentially the woods with this random man, protested, and he began to grab her. While this was happening, another man sprinted up and did the whole, "Is this guy bothering you?" To which the original attacker left, and she said thank you to this man who saved her. That man who saved her was Peter. So then Peter says, "Oh ma'am, I'll walk you home," and then on the way there begins to assault her. But since they were semi in public, she began to scream, to which Peter began to get freaked out and then ran away. And then after having been attacked twice in one day, the woman then goes home and writes about it in a letter she mails to her friend back where she came from. However,
and they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. Now from Colts territory, here's a 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
she wrote the address wrong on the letter, which made the post office go, well, we might as well check it. So when they open it and read the description of what I just said, they went, this sounds a lot like the Vampire of Dusseldorf. Because at the time, the police had this huge manhunt in order to find the killer. So the police go to the woman who wrote the letter. She says that Peter had mentioned where he lived, and sure enough, whenever they go there, they find Peter Curtin's address. So had it not been for the random guy attacking her, and then Peter just so happening to be there, her surviving, getting the letter wrong, and then the fact that Peter told her where he lived, he may have never came to justice, at least not anytime soon. Peter wasn't home whenever the police showed up, so for a brief amount of time he was in hiding, as his wife, who I mentioned earlier, had told him to hide. And then eventually he tells his wife that she should turn him in and collect the reward money, which she does. It was during the trial that followed more of the specifics of the killings came to light, like the ones I mentioned earlier. And despite Peter coming forward clean and saying that he was guilty, his defense tried to argue that he was insane, and essentially tried to form the whole narrative that he was a sadist who didn't know any better. However, whenever those two drownings that I mentioned in the beginning came to light, that kind of proved that it wasn't always just because he had something wrong in his brain. It was also the fact that he just liked to kill. The reason he got the nickname the Vampire of Dusseldorf is because many of his victims were found drained, and it turns out it was because Peter would in fact drink their blood. He had absolutely zero emotion at his sentencing, and when given the death penalty, didn't seem to care, to which he was sentenced to death by guillotine. In his final words, he asked the executioner about the guillotine if, for a brief moment after his head was chopped off, if he would be able to hear the blood spurting from his own neck, to which he said that would be the pleasure to end all pleasures. I should also mention, while there's 9 confirmed murders, there are about 31 other murders that is believed to have been committed by him. It was just never proven in the 1920s. So Peter was a voraciously evil man up until the end, and I really have nothing more to add. He was called the Vampire for a reason. Next person. Donald Henry Gaskins was confirmed to have killed 13 people from 1970.
We'll finish this series. Damn it, I gotta... We'll finish this series in another stream. We're going to watch another video.
in the bag time. Cody Rhodes is climbing the ladder.
First, we're going to find some videos to add to the stream playlist.
SpongeBob. I like SpongeBob, and it's not difficult to explain why I like SpongeBob, because everybody likes SpongeBob. Professional wrestling is a bit of a different story. When I say names like Ric Flair, Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, and Andre the Giant, most of you can probably picture a vague figure in your head, but you can't specifically tell who I'm talking about. Why is this? Well, the answer is professional wrestling is one of the most popular and unpopular forms of entertainment on Earth. Trying to justify to people why I enjoy watching professional wrestling is like trying to justify why manatees haven't gone extinct. On the surface, it just looks so dumb and awkward and makes you wonder how something like it could even exist, and more importantly, how it continues to exist. Now, I'll admit, the idea of watching half-naked, oily, buff dudes pretending to beat each other up doesn't exactly sound like the most entertaining thing in the world. But that's kind of what makes it so amazing. Because despite its weird premise and clumsy appearance, professional wrestling fosters the capacity for emotional storytelling that can compel an arena of stoic adults to jump out of their seats and scream like little kids. Don't believe me? Well, then you probably haven't watched an episode of Monday Night Raw.
We're going to go back to the serial killer iceberg. I just want to lighten the mood a little bit. It got a little bit dark.
20,000 fans!
It got a little dark.
This is WWF Raw!
Funnily enough, it got a little dark. We've been live for almost 10 hours. Bear with us. Done yet.
A lot of you are probably thinking,
got
professional wrestling isn't real.
Thank you
must
for this
be too
rare
dumb to
holiday
realize
stream.
that. I am smarter than you because I know that professional wrestling is fake. Oh man, you got me. Professional wrestling is not, in fact, a real athletic competition. There's no getting around that. Guess I have to end the video here because pro wrestling isn't real.
I realize how hard it is to go for 10 hours. Jesus Christ.
But neither is Star Wars, or the Avengers, or Goku, or Homer Simpson, or any character in Super Smash Bros. None of these things are real. However, it doesn't stop people from talking about them far more than they do a lot of real things. And in order to truly appreciate the rhetorical value of pro wrestling, you must treat it as it really is, a work of fiction, but not just any fiction. Pro wrestling is one of the last remaining bastions of theater. Now, like a lot of you, I went to public school, where many of you can probably remember multiple times in English class when you had to learn about this guy called Bill Shakespeare, considered by many scholars to be the greatest playwright of all time. And for so many years, I didn't get the appeal. I don't think anyone else did either. The only types of people in school who actually seemed to care about Shakespeare were the future MIT grads who memorized every piece of trivia ever, or the kid who was way too into theater. I never realized the value of Shakespeare until I discovered the treasure trove of old pro wrestling clips on YouTube.
Not that they're much better, let's be real.
We want the gold
and we coming for you!
Okay, this is epic. And only then did I realize why people love Shakespeare. Reading Shakespeare in 7th grade English is so boring because the content is not meant to be consumed through words on paper. Shakespearean plays flourished during a time before the majority of people knew how to read. Playwrights and actors had to craft compelling narrative performances using the limited tools they had. If you boil it down, the genre of theater mostly involves a bunch of weird people in stupid costumes prancing around and over-embellishing in iambic pentameter. Theatrical entertainment doesn't come from what's literally happening on stage. The value of theater comes from filling in the blanks using our imagination. This fundamental principle is otherwise known as the suspension of disbelief. It's why when you see this image, your brain doesn't automatically interpret it as some guy called Mark Hamill holding a blue stick. When you see this image, you see Luke Skywalker holding a lightsaber, neither of which are actually real. Suspension of disbelief allows us to accept beyond what's literally happening on screen. It allows us to experience a story and its characters as real, no matter how simple the presentation. This same principle applies to novels, comic books, musical lyrics, cartoons, movies, and yes, cartoons, movies, and yes, professional wrestling. Visual storytelling is an inherently human art form, and people have been performing stories for audiences for thousands of years, dating all the way back to the earliest known auditoriums of ancient Greece, where citizens would gather around and listen to an esteemed orator recite the works of Homer.
I'm so angry I could spit flames out of my butt!
Homer Simpson versus Lisa Simpson.
It should go without saying that the 1990s in America were very different from 6th century BC Greece. 3,000 years ago, people really didn't have that much stuff to drown out the entertainment value of a guy standing on a platform and just talking to the audience. The 1990s was the birth of a new era of screens. Television, video games, huge blockbuster movies, even the beginning of the World Wide Web. The new millennium was rapidly approaching, and everyone was preparing for the futuristic, technocratic, utopian future of the 2000s by surrounding themselves with the newest, coolest gadgets of the age. You'd expect that all these new entertainment sources wouldn't leave much room for little old theater, and you'd probably be right if it weren't for professional wrestling. From about 1996 to 2001, professional wrestling became one of the most inescapable cornerstones of American entertainment. And in order to understand why, we must first talk about a guy by the name of Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon started out with nothing. He was trapped in a dirt-poor household with an abusive stepfather. Today he's worth about $3.5 billion, which is a little bit more than Donald Trump. It should be noted that this disparity hasn't prevented the two from being friends, which is the primary reason why Vince's wife Linda is currently in the executive cabinet of the United States. Perhaps Vince and Donald are such good friends because they have so much in common. The two billionaires were born just 10 months apart. Both got rich not through a groundbreaking invention, but through ruthless business acumen. Both of them started a rival football league to the NFL that ultimately failed, and both of them built empires by transforming businesses that they inherited from their fathers. In Vince McMahon's case, he reunited with his father, Vince McMahon, Sr., at the age of 12. Vince Sr. owned the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, and Vince took a managerial position at the company.
Perhaps the most phenomenal athlete of all time, standing to my right, the one and only Andre the Giant heads up one-on-one.
By the mid-1980s, Vince Sr. had passed away, and Vince McMahon was now in charge of a booming wrestling empire. Over the past decade, McMahon had completely overhauled the territorial system of the pro wrestling industry and transformed the WWF into a nationally recognized brand. In the 80s, the WWF experienced their first great boom period. Vince's ambitious business ventures like WrestleMania brought professional wrestling into the American pay-per-view market and transformed stars like Hulk Hogan into national icons. The WWF's huge success in the late 80s quickly began to recede in the early 90s, however. This was due to a multitude of reasons, ranging from a waning audience, Hulk Hogan departing for Hollywood, and a massive steroid controversy that almost sent Vince to prison. Coupled with other failed experiments such as the World Bodybuilding Federation, it's safe to say that by 1993, Vince was in dire need of a new enterprise. It was at this time when Vince decided to transition the WWF into a staple of cable television through the debut of Monday Night Raw. Ever since the popularization of the television in American society, professional wrestling has always had its place on TV, but never to the extent of what Monday Night Raw sought to accomplish. Prior to Raw, the primary role of wrestling on TV was to stimulate interest for live shows or pay-per-views. Wrestling programming at this time was supplemental, and mostly involved recapping old events or promoting new ones. You would hardly ever see any high-profile or interesting wrestling matches televised during this time, as the intrigue was reserved for more important events. Monday Night Raw changed all of that by broadcasting new matches and progressing the story every Monday night on the USA Network. Before Raw, pro wrestling was limited in its storytelling capabilities, as most of the time the audience would only be aware of the narrative and characters through a handful of pay-per-view events each year. Raw greatly expanded the capacity for storytelling in the WWF, as the audience could now tune into new developments on a weekly basis. The foundation had been set for one of the most innovative and unique television programs in the world, but it would take an entirely separate force to truly take Raw to the next level. Programs in the world, but it would take an entirely separate force to truly take Raw to the next level. Today, the WWF is now the WWE, and it's the only major wrestling promotion in America. In the 90s, however, there was another. WCW was a wrestling promotion largely based in the South, and by the 1990s, it was the only major wrestling promotion in America that Vince had failed to conquer. The company was largely helped by the endorsement of media mogul Ted Turner, a longtime wrestling fan who supported WCW by airing its programming on the Turner family of networks. In the early 90s, WCW quickly became a popular alternative to the WWF, due in large part to signing some of the WWF's older and more established
Hulk
talent.
Hogan, Ric Flair,
In 1995,
Macho
a Turner Network executive by the name of Eric Bischoff decided the time was right to challenge the WWF's throne as the #1 wrestling company in America. On September 4th, 1995, WCW would launch Monday Nitro, their own weekly block of wrestling entertainment on TNT. Nitro would go on to compete head-to-head with Raw, occupying the same primetime time slot. And starting in 1996, Nitro would overtake Raw in television viewership, beginning an 84-week-long streak of WCW dominance. In the midst of Nitro's prolonged period of success over Raw, Vince McMahon knew that his company was now in jeopardy. More and more of the WWF's high-end talent were jumping ship to WCW, leaving Raw stuck with a cast of unpopular and unproven faces. So when faced with such stiff competition, Vince did what any other monarch would do when his empire is threatened: go to war.
You want to go to war? You want a war? You're going to get one.
It has been said that anything can happen here in the World Wrestling Federation, but now more than ever, truer words have never been spoken.
Cultural context.
You don't see knives, you don't see guns, you don't see rapes, you don't see anything at all like that that's portrayed in anything that we do. It's a very wholesome, family-oriented environment.
WWF wrestling in the 80s and early 90s was largely a reflection of American culture at the time. It had a deceptively sanitized exterior of traditional family values that was masking a grotesque underbelly of steroids, cocaine, and painkillers. You had the bleached blonde hero Hulk Hogan patriotically leg-dropping America's nefarious foreign adversaries. By the mid-90s, a lot of people in America began to see through the facade, which gave rise to a huge movement of counterculture. All of a sudden, you had the American hero Hulk Hogan dyeing his beard black, smoking cigars, and beating up good guys on WCW, and people loved it. Vince could see the tide of American culture turning, and he knew that if he wanted to save his empire, he was going to have to get edgy. What transpired was one of the most awe-inspiring 2 years in the history of American television, with Monday Night Raw and WCW Nitro constantly trying to outdo each other for a share of the American TV audience.
Steve is a dead man walking. He just went Austin 316.
Meet Pillman 9mm.
Imagine if Seinfeld and Friends were both trying to put each other out of business as members of each cast would constantly swap back and forth between each show. This is what it must have been like to watch professional wrestling during this era. I could list off a compilation of all the outrageous and incredible events that were transpiring between on a weekly basis. But to truly help you grasp the absolute madness of this time, I only need to show you one moment from one episode of Monday Night Raw. But before you can truly know the significance of this moment, I've got some explaining to do. First and foremost, every good story needs a good protagonist. So let's talk about Mick Foley.
In order to be loved, defy all expectation.
When you picture a professional wrestler in your head, you probably don't picture a guy like Mick Foley. Mick Foley's pear-shaped physique hardly resembles the tall, chiseled muscle men that are common in the WWF. Mick Foley doesn't have the freakish size, Herculean strength, or Olympic athleticism to draw an audience. The reason wrestling fans watch Mick Foley is to watch him get
Mick Foley is exactly what I imagine.
Mick Foley is simply not talented enough to earn a share of the pro wrestling spotlight. To compensate for this, he sacrifices his own body through some of the most death-defying stunts the WWF has ever seen. Perhaps Mick Foley's most iconic moment came in 1998 during the second ever Hell in a Cell match. In this match, Mick Foley is wrestling as Mankind, just one of his 3 different wrestling personas. Mankind is supposed to be this disfigured, gremlin-like guy who lives in the boiler room beneath the arena. He finishes off his opponents by suffocating them with a dirty sock, and he's completely insane. Undertaker.
In order to be loved? God damn it, ad. In order to be loved, give me a skippable ad. In order to be loved, make a corny gimmick and do it for 30 years.
And recognizable wrestlers of all time. It's difficult to get wrestling fans to agree on anything, but even the most jaded ones will act giddy upon hearing the sound of The Undertaker's iconic dong. The popularity of The Undertaker is difficult to describe for anyone who's not a fan of professional wrestling, and I'm not going to try to explain it now, but maybe Justin Wang from the YouTube channel Wang can, since, you know, he kind of looks like The Undertaker.
The Undertaker is hands down the greatest character in the history of WWE. He debuts at a time when Vince is going crazy, throwing all kinds of different gimmicks against the wall. Literally shares his first pay-per-view appearance with a guy in a giant turkey costume. But unlike the Garbage Man, who for some reason also wrestles, or the Plumber, who for some reason also wrestles, the Undead Zombie, who for some reason also wrestles, had way more staying power. The Undertaker very quickly becomes a fan favorite and maintains that status for almost 30 years. He continually reinvents himself over the course of those 30 years and eventually becomes the unbeatable final boss of WrestleMania. Except for that time he got beaten. But it's actually kind of a good thing that he got beaten because to pigeonhole him as the WrestleMania guy minimizes everything else that he's accomplished in his career.
Thanks, Justin. I'm not going to get too much into The Undertaker right now because he doesn't really play a role in the Raw moment I'm discussing. But he was involved in Mick Foley's most recognizable moment ever by throwing Mankind off the top of the cell in front of thousands of stunned spectators. Mick Foley's 280-pound body plummeted from the height of a 2-story building and splashed down on the announcer table below. No one had ever seen anything like it. The following shots of Mick Foley show medical personnel surrounding him and lifting his limp body onto a stretcher. At this point, any fan watching would have walked away completely satisfied with the effort that Mick had already put into this one stunt. About 5 minutes later, this happened.
Are you kidding me? He wants to go back up.
Are you kidding me? He wants to go back up. Oh, I have to read this quote by Terry Funk. Watching from the back, I thought he was dead. I ran out here and looked down at him, still lying in the ring where he landed. His eyes weren't rolled back into his head, but they looked totally glazed over like a dead fish's eyes.
Shortly after this, Mick Foley can be seen, somehow still conscious, sitting up in the ring corner with his tooth in his nostril. He then wrestled The Undertaker for about 10 more minutes, where he eventually got choke-slammed onto a pile of thumbtacks. The Undertaker won this match, but Mick Foley, through his superhuman resilience to pain, had won the hearts of the WWF fans. Naturally, this match instantly cemented Mick Foley as a legend in the pro wrestling universe, and as a fan favorite. And even though he won the admiration of the audience, he never quite seemed like a guy who was supposed to win a lot of matches. And most importantly,
the wicked man travelleth with pain all his days, and the number of years is hidden to the oppressor. A dreadful sound is in his ears in prosperity. The destroyer shall come upon him. He believeth not he shall return out of darkness. He is weary. He is waited for the sword. He wandered abroad for bread, saying, "Where is it?" Job 15:20-3.
Never did anyone truly believe that Mick Foley could become the WWF champion.
In order to be loved, you gotta be the champion.
So what's the point of watching big, strong dudes throw each other off the tops of buildings? Well, the goal of both fictional wrestling and legitimate athletic competitions is to find out who is the best in the world. So you have a bunch of wrestlers fight each other, and some of them win more than others. And only then do the winningest wrestlers have an opportunity to fight for the WWF Championship. Becoming the champion is not just the ultimate goal for the characters in the storyline. It is also the ultimate sign of validation for a wrestler's real-life career. The fundamental foundation of every wrestling narrative is watching guys fight to become the champion. Lower tiers of wrestlers will each fight for their own version of a championship. But no title is more coveted and more prestigious than the WWF Heavyweight Championship. Historically, the WWF title has been reserved for only the biggest, most popular attraction in the company. When you become the WWF champion, you become the face of the company. Usually, the championship only changes hands once, maybe twice a year. So whenever it happens, it's a pretty big deal. And on the January 4th, 1999 episode of Raw, Mankind found himself with an opportunity to win the WWF Championship. This is the essence of his hero's journey. But every hero needs a good villain. And the villain of this story just so happens to be the guy Mick Foley is facing for the championship.
Do you smell what
a
the
man
Rock
who
is
many of
cooking?
you already know.
Do you smell what The Rock is cooking?
Pennsylvania lottery ticket.
Rock is cooking.
In order to be loved, you must first be hated.
Today, The Rock is one of the most recognized Hollywood actors on the planet, although many people would agree that he makes a much better celebrity than an actor. Most of The Rock's repertoire today involves acting in high-profile but ultimately forgettable action flicks, and Moana. The Rock's widespread fame today may raise the question of how he got popular in the first place. You see, 20 years ago, The Rock burst onto the pop culture scene as a wrestling god. To this day, no one wrestler has ever been able to hold the audience in the palm of his hand quite like The Rock could. But it wasn't always like that.
No.
In fact, when The Rock first debuted in the WWF, he was hated. The Rock didn't start off as the wisecracking, smack-talking, one-liner dropping legend that many of you know him as today. He was a bland, dopey-looking Samoan called Rocky Maivia, who would stand in the middle of the ring and smile like a goober. This was a character that may have worked 10 years prior, but not during the era of edgy 90s counterculture. WWF fans hated Rocky with a passion, and they would shower him with relentless boos while chanting, "Die, Rocky, die." Eventually, it became clear that the only way for Rocky Maivia to stop getting pushed around by the crowd was to push back. And on one fateful day, The Rock was bored.
I got 3 words. Die, Rocky, die. That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
Over the next 2 years, The Rock would transform into one of the most smarmy villains in the company, becoming such a good heel that, ironically, the audience had no choice but to love him. In 1998, The Rock would align himself with Vince McMahon and the corporation to win the WWF Championship, commencing his new reign as the corporate champion. In order to become the champion, mankind would have to go through not just The Rock, but the squad of goons in Vince McMahon's corporate stable. The deck seemed stacked against him. At least it was until he got a little help from Triple H.
Fuck Triple H. In order to be loved, take control of the game.
Triple H may be one of the most interesting wrestlers of all time, not for what he's done inside of the ring, but for what he's done outside of it. Triple H started off as just another no-name wrestler in the mid-90s. He is now one of the top executives in the WWE. His real-life rise to power within the company is most likely due to his marriage with Stephanie McMahon, Vince McMahon's daughter and heir to the WWE throne. I would go more into Triple H, but this video by screenwriter Max Landis explains his career better than I ever could. All you need to know for our story is that Triple H is the leader of a faction called D-Generation X.
In order to be loved, tell everybody to suck your dick.
If you happen to be working at the Standards and Practices Department for the USA Network from 1997 to 2000, the mere mention of the letters DX will probably give you a PTSD flashback. Seemingly every week, DX would invent new ways to joke about their penises. They spent every moment on screen basically acting as raunchy as possible. They also popularized the crotch chop 10 years before Waluigi did it. One time, the members of DX rode a literal tank to the front door of WCW Nitro just to stick it to their competition. But if there's one thing Triple H and DX hated more than WCW, it's authority. Hey, wait a minute. Anyway, whenever McMahon's ruthless corporation would attack a defenseless wrestler, DX would usually always be there to level the playing field. And that's exactly what happened in Mankind's championship match versus The Rock. We enter a scene of utter chaos, as the audience anxiously waits on pins and needles, anticipating if Mankind can do the unthinkable and win the WWF title. And that's when they hear the all-too-familiar sound. At this moment, the roof of the arena is about to become unhinged from the surprise return of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
In order to be loved, beat the shit out of your boss.
Stone Cold Steve Austin may be the most popular wrestler of all time, even more so than Hulk Hogan. But he, like many other wrestlers I've talked about here, came from humble beginnings. Stunning Steve Austin was just an average and forgettable wrestler for WCW in the mid-90s. In 1995, WCW unceremoniously fired Austin while he was out of action with an injury. But if things couldn't get bad enough for Steve, this was also the time when he went completely bald. And when a man has lost his hair, he has nothing left to lose. Steve Austin would join the WWF with a vengeance. He cultivated the anger of his WCW firing and adopted it into a stone-cold new persona. Stone Cold Steve Austin became a pissed-off redneck from Texas who would beat up everyone and everything. He was the consummate anti-hero, constantly interrupting matches. His antics made him popular, for sure, but he would only attain legendary stardom through his feud with Vince McMahon.
Yes.
At this point, there's just
really
no reason to not just continue to target him.
Another BetMGM. They really want me to go on BetMGM. Jesus Christ. I'm not giving away my money. I give away my money to the poor, not to the casino. The house ain't winning this time, Chief.
Vince McMahon. Those of you unfamiliar with wrestling may have been confused earlier in this video when I mentioned that The Rock teamed up with Vince McMahon. Why is the owner of the WWF recruiting a stable of bad guys to beat up other wrestlers
about his product?
Well, unlike most billionaire CEOs, Vince McMahon is deeply passionate about the product he's selling. And he is willing to put his own ass in the ring and get beat up by his own employees as long as it's
Vince
good
cared a little too much about his product,
Even past the ripe old age of 70, Vince is still occasionally willing to step in the ring and take a top rope frog splash from a 266-pound fat guy. Back in the 90s, when the WWF was in serious danger of going under, Vince took it upon himself to do whatever was necessary to save his company, going so far as to abandon his casual role as a commentator and quickly transform himself into the most despicable villain in all of wrestling.
Hello, Peter. What's happening?
Hey, foreshadowing for our next
video. So I was
video.
sitting in my cubicle today and I realized ever since I started working, every single day of my life has been worse than the day before it. So that means that every single day, that's on the worst day of my life.
The 90s ushered in a period of sterile corporatization for the American worker. This was a time when most Americans had fallen out of faith with the government, but still somewhat trusted their corporate overlords. A time before companies like Enron and the big banks royally screwed up and put the world economy on a downward spiral. A time before the internet transformed the paradigm of what was thought possible for earning a paycheck. Most Americans entering the workforce at this time were left with one option. You would spend all your daylight hours, Monday through Friday, working in a cubicle under oppressive fluorescent lighting. And you were expected to do this week in and week out for 40 years. Naturally, a lot of workers weren't exactly thrilled with this reality. Vince McMahon must have known this because starting in 1998, he transformed himself into the living embodiment of everything Americans hated about their corporate world. And for every ounce of hatred projected on Vince, Americans found an equal amount of catharsis in watching Stone Cold Steve Austin repeatedly beat the piss out of him on national TV. The Austin-McMahon feud escalated throughout the entire year, and it catapulted Austin into mainstream stardom. Steve Austin did on a weekly basis what every layperson in America wishes they could have done to their bosses, teachers, or any other oppressive authority figure that separated them from what they wanted. He represents something universal about the human spirit, the desire to fight back against those who control you, the constant dream of capturing your own slice of agency. Stone Cold Steve Austin is a man who cannot be controlled, because the second you try, he'll blow up your bus, fill your car with cement, and spray you with beer from a fire hose. And most importantly, he'll give the people what they want. Many wrestling historians like to point to this moment as the loudest crowd reaction in WWE history. I guess ultimately that's the whole point of all of this, to give people a window into a different world. A world where you could truly believe the unbelievable. A world where valiant heroes overcome loss. The simple villain always to justice. And just keep watching this. And many of us did, if it was just for 2 hours a week on a Monday night. Wrestling historians also like to point to this event as the moment where WWF surpassed WCW once and for all as the pre-wrestling company in America. Over on TNT, Nitro commentators intentionally split the ending of that night's Raw ahead of it.
If you're even thinking about changing the channel, to our Christian fans, do not. Look, we understand that Mick Foley, who wrestled here one time as Cactus Jack, is going to win their world.
As that night, this moment personally kept that witness most active feeling him as Hollywood named the champion as all the gave him split would and would bring promotion wiring WWE right the WWE dictator well the Raw night idea of kind with WWF by past comment was in his Snyderman. There's no one sitting down in the room center referee kept 3 times ever champion victor. Large men parties this time. It's a product not different, but rather the world changed it. And for WWE made again the right moment spectacle. Nothing else TV could. I proudly that night is even about personal. So I'll put feeling under the side. It's even years ago. Cast way motion on the here simply. And you probably something like any of these show. Something not real. This isn't just a Sunday. There are 1,300 episodes counting. So find your board on a mic flipping through on TV. And you catch a bunch of looking men falling on the say now. You can appreciate it because there's never been TV shit.
It's the new song I'm working on. Denoise it. Gain. Well, I guess I can use the headphones. Because I'm not playing the game right now. I don't need to use. Alright, let's see how it sounds. Alright, denoise it. The headphones back on. Turn the gain up. up about that much. I need to add a virtual instrument. Guitar. Now. Discard changes. Discard changes.
One day when I was very young, I was playing in the living room as my dad came home from work. I'd watch him come through the front door pretty much every day, but for whatever reason, this was the first time I really saw him. Despite witnessing this same routine hundreds of times at this point, I never noticed before just how somber and exhausted he looked after a day at the office. And so, wanting to make things better, I told him something that most adults would say to me whenever I was feeling down. I asked him, "Did you have fun?" He stopped for a moment, and what he said next I'll never forget. He looked me in the eyes and told me, "No, son, jobs aren't made for us to have fun." And that was the day I figured out that people don't like going to work.
No, 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 no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's come to my attention that you're not measuring up. You'll need to stay late. Again. With no overtime. Your project has to be completely redone. You can't seem to do anything right. Oh, I'm gonna have to write you up again, too. You're just not measuring up. That's 3 more demerits this week. Did you get the memo about the pay cut? 10% across the board. We've got to cut back. It's the bottom line, you see.
Well, I found some videos to play for the playlist. And we're off.
Years later, my dad showed me a movie, one that he related to very much. And although I really didn't understand what was going on most of the time, I remember being somewhat entertained. I didn't think much of it besides that, but as the years went by, this movie just kept sticking in my memory. Every now and then I would watch it again, and the more I watched it, the more its meaning started to change. As I got older, I started to realize that I was no longer watching a film. I was watching a prophecy. The year 1999 shows up in my work over and over again. This wasn't by design, but by now it has to feel like an oddly personal obsession. What is it about this specific year that I found to be so compelling? The answer is difficult to put into words. If I had to boil it down to one thing, I'd compare it to the sensation of standing over a precipice.
It's the beginning of the end.
It's an ominous feeling to consider what exactly awaits us on the other side. It turns out that plenty of ominous events can be found in 1999, both in reality and fiction. According to IMDb, the two most critically acclaimed films of 1999 are Fight Club and The Matrix, both of which happen to feature characters who grapple with an artificial reality. But when it comes to instilling existential dread, 1999 produced another movie which I personally found to be more frightening. This is a video about the most influential film of my life. On the surface, it's a straightforward comedy about the white-collar workplace. While many know the film for its memorable dialogue and eccentric characters, its true importance extends far, far beyond that. This is the story of Peter Gibbons, a computer programmer who's average in just about every way. He's responsible, stays out of trouble, and more or less does what he's told. He tries his best to lead a sensible life. He has a decent car, decent apartment, and decent relationships with his friends. This is all to suggest that nothing about Peter is especially strange or abnormal. By all accounts, he's a model citizen of 20th century America, except for one problem. He is absolutely miserable.
So I was sitting in my cubicle today and I realized...
Hey, Travis is live again.
Working. Every single day of my life is worse than the day before it.
We're told that this shouldn't be possible. How the privileges afforded to white-collar Americans are supposed to indicate the end state of history. Peter's lot in life is not just fortunate, it's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Modern office workers are given luxuries that would have been unimaginable to most people who ever lived. The ability to operate in a climate-controlled space with practically zero risk of danger or bodily injury, where the only effort you have to physically exert is tapping away at a magic machine with access to limitless possibilities. You'd think that someone blessed with these modern marvels would be thrilled, or at the very least ambivalent. But on the contrary, Peter Gibbons actively dreads going to work each day. How can this be the case? A job like Peter's is the crowning achievement of society. Think about all the suffering and ideological warfare it took for such a thing to be possible. Forget the Cold War. This job is the direct product of 10,000 years of civilization. This is everything, and you're telling me that you don't like it? How dare you? Well, let's ask Mike Judge how. In 1987, a young engineer in Silicon Valley is having second thoughts about his career path. Just 3 months into the job, he quits to go pursue something a little more enticing. After touring with a band for a couple years, he eventually settles on the emerging field of animation. His early cartoons are quite rudimentary, but through the crude lines and voices, a clear vision begins to emerge. It's not hard to tell that Mike Judge has a somewhat cynical view of society. His works paint a dysfunctional picture of the modern world, one that is defined primarily by the incongruence of modern people. This theme is evident in Judge's first major breakthrough, Beavis and Butthead, a comedy that perfectly captured the growing angst of unruly teenagers.
You're working.
The dynamic of the show can best be described as two irrational people antagonizing a rational world. Judge's next series, King of the Hill, flips this dynamic on its head, where the main character, Hank, resembles a rational man dealing with an irrational world. Both of these cartoons would go on to see extraordinary success, as Judge ascended to a hot commodity in the entertainment industry. After the success of the Beavis and Butthead feature film, he was given the opportunity to direct another movie, one that features a rational man trapped in an irrational world. The project sought to further develop a prior animated short about an oddball office worker named Milton. It would be Judge's first foray into live-action directing, and soon enough, the once silly premise transformed into something far more bold. Eventually, the decision was made to have the main conflict of the film center around a protagonist who hates his job. It's difficult to understate how risky this idea was in the late 90s. America has always had a strong work culture, and for generations it was considered taboo to complain about your lot in life, especially if you were fortunate enough to work in an office. People have to be able to relate to a film's main character, and a premise like this could have easily come off as whiny and entitled.
The reason why I love
Judge's
Office
ambition
Space
appeared to have
because I was
backfired,
fortunate
as the
enough to
film's
have one of the
theatrical
most
release
convenient
was a
jobs
financial
out there.
disappointment. However, over the next few years,
And
something about it started to catch on. After a
day
few
was the
airings on
worst day of my
television,
life.
Office Space saw a remarkable rise in
I
popularity.
understand.
Judge had succeeded in making a relatable product. It was so relatable, in fact, that it seemed to produce a hypnotic effect in certain people. Depending on your place in the world, the appeal of the film went far beyond a simple cult following. For white-collar workers, Office Space represented a spiritual awakening. It communicated something that was previously unspoken. The film presents the audience with a seemingly straightforward question. If an average, well-adjusted man decides that he never wants to work again, what exactly is wrong with him? Answering this is no easy task. It forces us to examine who we really are as human beings. This type of truth-seeking can prove quite dangerous, as many of us won't like what there is to be found.
There's nothing wrong.
The most
That's the
depressed
answer.
I've ever
But
been
nobody's
was during my
ready for that
first semester of
conversation.
college, when I realized that my life was turning into Peter's. I felt like I was stuck on a conveyor belt that was carrying me towards an office. That had always been my destination, but at some point, my focus shifted to everything else that was passing me by. I was suddenly overcome with this inescapable sense of disillusionment, as if everything I'd known was just one big lie. I never made it to that office, and ever since then, I've been trying to figure out what about it filled me with so
I
much
made it
dread.
to the modern day.
Whenever you
equivalent
question the
of
modern labor system, you're usually met with one of two responses. The first is that conditions are significantly better today than they were in the past, and the second is that if you don't like your job, you're free to seek employment somewhere else. These are some pretty cheerful things to tell ourselves, but something about it doesn't add up. So many people in modern society are profoundly miserable, and as the rates of depression and anxiety continue to soar higher and higher, you have to wonder if there's something seriously wrong with how most of us spend our waking hours. If you think about it long enough, you start to toy around with the possibility that many of us might be better off if we stopped going to work altogether.
God, I've had to work hard every day of my life, and what do I have to show for it?
As soon as you bring up this idea, others are quick to dismiss it as either selfish entitlement or communist propaganda. But the true gravity of the question goes far beyond a matter of political disagreement. It starts to venture into the realm of sociology, confronting the very foundations of human behavior. For most of industrial society, we have lacked the knowledge to even adequately address what's being asked here. This was largely a consequence of us understanding economics before understanding ourselves. If you ever feel like you're living a lie, it's worth revisiting the inventor of the biggest lie, Thomas Hobbes, a philosopher who lived about 400 years ago. While attempting to argue for the necessity of authoritarianism, he sought to define the natural state of ungoverned men. It was here, under no scientific basis, that Hobbes proclaimed the lives of archaic humans to be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. This quotation would go on to be one of the most reproduced lines in the English language, and its influence on society can still be felt today. Hobbes' theory stood unchallenged for centuries as a grand, all-encompassing thesis for the purpose of civilization. When millions of people today wake up at the crack of dawn and sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic to get to a job they hate, they tell themselves, this may be bad, but think about how much worse it would be if none of this stuff existed. It was only through recent strides in anthropology that we realized the foundation of modern politics and economics was dead wrong.
I believe that as a species, human beings define their reality through misery and suffering, which is why the Matrix was redesigned to put this the peak of your civilization.
In The Matrix, Agent Smith describes the year 1999 as the peak of civilization. But is civilization necessarily the peak of humanity? The entirety of written history constitutes roughly 2% of mankind's total existence. While nearly all political discussion is confined to this narrow slice, not many of us bother to venture into the other 98%, which is otherwise known as prehistory. This time span represents about 10,000 generations of human beings who spent their lives as hunter-gatherers. They lived in tribes of up to 150 people and subsisted off the plants and animals that nature provided them. Contrary to what much of the modern world believes, they weren't constantly starving and trying to murder each other. In fact, there's ample evidence to suggest that their lives were relatively peaceful and comfortable. We know this because, for as much as modern society has tried to erase them, there are still a few of these tribes left. They can be found all around the world, from jungles to deserts to frozen tundra. Despite having no means of communicating with each other, they share some remarkably similar behavior. Present-day hunter-gatherers tend to have three universal characteristics. The first is a harmonious relationship with nature and other people. They possess a deep reverence and gratitude for the world around them, which is often expressed through a powerful sense of spirituality. The second characteristic is mobility. Tribal groups move along with the flow of resources, meaning that they're never confined to a fixed location. This nomadic lifestyle offers little use for private property or any sort of excess in material goods. In addition to the tribe itself, individual members also have freedom of movement and can easily join neighboring clans whenever they wish. The third characteristic is a strict respect for personal autonomy. Hunter-gatherers live in egalitarian societies which lack any sort of formal hierarchy. Individuals are free to operate as they please, as long as they're not actively jeopardizing the overall community. Anything requested out of people is done so under their own volition. This is a lot to swallow if you're hearing it for the first time, but this knowledge is important because it offers us insight into the blueprints of humanity. It's easy to be skeptical about the merit of our distant ancestors. Many today like to facetiously refer to them as noble savages. And while I'm not trying to argue that their lives were necessarily better than ours, there's a conversation to be had about how modern civilization is more of a trade-off than we'd often like to admit. In other words, there's a price to progress. Every day, the modern world drags us further from the baseline conditions we're adapted for, and the more we stray off the reservation, the more problems we're likely to encounter.
You know, I'm thinking about getting out, Marlon.
Yeah? Out of what?
Out of my job.
What the hell's wrong with your job? You have a great job, Fred. You have a desk job.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. You see a friend going through a rough time, and they say something along the lines of, I wish I could just leave everything behind and go live in a small house in the woods. There is an increasing desire among modern people to return to some older, simpler way of life. In Office Space, Peter states that if he had $1 million, he would choose to do nothing.
I would relax. I would sit on my ass all day.
You know what I would do if I had $1 million?
I would do nothing.
It's a funny line the first time you hear it, but deep down there's an oddly zen quality to such an idea. Out of all the methods to appraise the prosperity of a society, we often fixate on measures of material wealth, education, and technology. But if you really think about it, the most fortunate people are defined by their ability to sit around all day doing nothing. By this metric, most of us are far less prosperous than our prehistoric ancestors.
And I know that sounds kind of depressing.
Ever studied, It's rare to see anyone work more than 3 to 4 hours per day.
But
some tribes don't even have a word for work, at least not in the way we define it. The day-to-day responsibilities of forging cultures are not treated as grueling toil. Rather, they are voluntary social activities that more closely resemble what we know as games.
Some of y'all can't
This carefree approach to life certainly opens up a lot more time to do nothing. Of course, when people say they want to do nothing, they're not talking about staring at a wall like a statue. They're describing the concept of leisure, something that only seems to be getting more scarce in modern times.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow.
In office space, Peter is overworked, and his job is constantly encroaching on what little free time he has left. This is the essential struggle that plagues all modern workers. When you go to work and collect a paycheck, the process can more accurately be described as selling your time. If you're a productive worker, it's in the corporation's interest to extract as much time out of you as possible. That's good for the economy, but not so good for the people who serve it. We have now entered uncharted waters in terms of how much time people spend wishing they were doing something else. In 1987, sociologist Juliet Shore compared the annual labor output of American workers and medieval peasants, and found that we are working about 300 hours longer. This estimate is non-scientific and doesn't take into account the sheer difficulty of effort, but still, when it comes to the historic class known for being the poster child of backbreaking labor, it's disturbing how we're even in the same conversation. The average American can now expect to spend 90,000 hours at work during their lifetime, or about 1/3 of your waking hours as an adult. It's now common for some folks to spend more time with their coworkers than the people they actually care about. We accept this as normality because we've never known any other way, but our intuition tells us that something about the whole thing is deeply wrong. It wasn't supposed to turn out this way, according to the most influential economist of the past century. In 1930, John Maynard Keynes predicted that in a few generations, people would have to work just 15 hours per week. He reasoned that advancements in technology would drastically increase economic efficiency. The average worker would therefore require far less time to maintain their level of productivity. Such a scenario would have provided us with roughly as much leisure time as hunter-gatherers enjoyed. And yet, after technology and economic output have very much soared, people are still working as much as ever. Well, in that case, surely the record-breaking productivity of the workforce must be reflected in booming wages. Somehow, this is also not the case. It would seem that we're sacrificing quite a lot these days for the privilege of going to work. With all that in mind, you'd think that people must really love their jobs. The moment Peter walks through the front door at Initech, he is assaulted by a non-stop barrage of aggravation. The office is a hostile and oppressive landscape filled with unnerving
the bosses
sights
would
and
have
sounds.
you think they...
The technology he
the bosses
depends
would
on
tell
is
you that
often
people love their
dysfunctional,
jobs.
resulting in frequent
The bosses
delays
would
and
tell
setbacks.
you, yes,
Most of his
people
coworkers
love
make him
their
uncomfortable
jobs.
with awkward and
They
overbearing
love
behavior.
it so much
He's
that they
pestered all
can't
day by
wait to
smug
go back
authority
to work.
figures
In
who
fact, they
constantly
want to
hover
work
over his
more.
shoulder. The most
That's
relentless
why they
of which
want
is
you to
his
work
sworn
double
enemy,
shifts. In fact,
no
I'm going to
wonder.
have to have you come
We're
in tomorrow.
told that Peter's official job is to update bank
Your boss
software
wants you
for
to
the
come in
upcoming
tomorrow, by the
Y2K
way.
bug, but we rarely
by the
ever
way,
get to see him do it. That's because he's often preoccupied.
I'm going to need you to fill out those TPS reports, by the way, in case you were wondering. I'm going to need you to fill those out now. I'm going to need those on my desk by 11.
With something far more meaningless.
We need to talk about your TPS reports.
The infamous TPS report isn't actually a real thing. Mike Judge made it up for the film, yet everyone knows exactly what it is. You've all experienced the same irrelevant busy work designed to chew up even more of your already bloated schedule. If the company's buying your time, they will make damn sure they end up using it.
Yes, sir!
While trapped in a Russian prison camp, the legendary writer Fyodor Dostoevsky once tried to conceive of the worst possible method of torture. He surmised that the most psychologically destructive thing you could do to someone would be forcing them to repeat a pointless task over and over again until they go mad. At the end of the day, it's not the sweeping acts of cruelty that crush our spirits. It's the little things.
It's the mundane
Peter's situation
things.
is far from unique. As much as 80% of the workforce is dissatisfied with their job, as much
Travis
as 50%
is live again.
considers their job
His stream
to be
must have
pointless.
crashed.
Before as bleak as the situation
I hope his
may seem,
stream is going
Office
well.
Space provides
My
us
stream
with an
hasn't crashed one
unorthodox
time.
solution. Provides us with an unorthodox solution.
No, you don't need $1 million to do nothing, man. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do shit.
As far as we're concerned,
Yeah.
the goal of a
You don't need $1
capitalist
million
system
to
is
do nothing.
maximize
Look at me.
profits
I'm on
by
disability,
minimizing
and I
effort.
don't do
A
jack
capitalist is
shit.
successful when they take home the most
I am
wealth.
not
That much is
incentivized
obvious.
to do anything,
However, equally
and I
successful
don't do
is the
anything
capitalist
except
who
do
spends the
volunteer
least
work.
time
I do
working.
make work.
After Peter sees his
Look at my,
hypnotherapist
look
keel
at
over
me.
and die in front
I
of
am
him,
a
he reaches
stunning
an epiphany.
example.
He decides that he will succeed by
Brother.
doing nothing. The next morning, Peter doesn't show up for work.
I don't like my job, and I don't think I'm gonna go anymore.
And before you
He
say
sleeps
I'm a
in,
lazy
ignores
fuck,
Lumber's
I worked
phone
my
calls and
ass
asks
off.
out the girl he likes. Over the next few days, they watched movies.
I worked
and
my
go
ass
fishing.
off,
Eventually,
and worked my
when he
ass
feels
off,
like it,
and
he
worked
heads back
my
to the
ass off,
office,
and
but
worked
not to
my
do his
ass
job.
off until I was
He shows up in street
22
clothes,
years
parks in
old
Lumber's
and had a
spot, and gets to
psychotic
work on some
breakdown
solo
and couldn't
projects.
work
He
anymore.
fillets his
So
dinner,
fuck you.
plays some video games, and even does a little bit of interior
Now I play
decorating.
video games.
Lumber's
That's my work.
passive-aggressive comments are powerless to stop him.
Now, are you going to go ahead and have those TPS
Are you going to have those TPS reports in, by the way, by this afternoon? I'm going to
After
need them
just a
in.
few days of doing
I
nothing,
really,
Peter has
it's
become ungovernable.
crucial.
I did absolutely nothing, and it was everything that I thought I could do.
I need
It
them
turns
in.
out that
I
plenty of
ran
companies
my
are afraid
shit
of
when
their
I worked
workers
at
doing
Sheetz.
nothing.
Ask
If enough
anybody
people join in,
who
they just might have to treat them
was
better.
around when I
While all
worked.
this has been going on, however,
I was a great
the rest of the
worker.
office has taken a turn for the worse.
What would you say?
What would you say you do here exactly?
Initech has hired a pair of overpaid consultants to trim the fat of the workforce. One by one, each of Peter's friends
What would you
has to
say
step
you
into
do
the
here?
lion's den and plead their case for
I do
why they
nothing.
deserve to keep their job.
And I love
the
it.
ritual is sadistic and humiliating. The workers squirm and beg as they
Fuck
desperately
your
try
boss,
to
kill
spare
your boss,
themselves
whack
the
your boss,
indignity of
do
getting
whatever you
laid
want
off.
to your boss,
This
but don't
exercise
disrespect
serves
your
as a
boss or else
harrowing
you'll be
reminder
fired.
of the true power that the system holds over us.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
If you hate your job so much, why
Then
don't
quit.
you just leave? Is an obvious response
Why
to
don't
the
you just
disgruntled
quit?
worker.
Why don't you
At
just
face
quit?
value, it
Why don't you
seems
just
like a
quit?
reasonable question.
Why don't you just
We live in
quit?
a free country
Yeah, good
with
luck
free
finding
markets.
another job.
So what's the big deal? Why can't more people just do what Peter did? There's a new word in the lexicon. You may have heard of it. If you're finding a job to be
Wage
increasingly
slave.
menial and dehumanizing, then you just might be a wagey, a shorthand term to describe a wage slave. Through a conventional understanding, this concept may seem like an oxymoron. Getting compensated for your labor through a wage is strictly antithetical to the inherent nature of bondage. Western civilization certainly prides itself on abolishing slavery, although some would argue that it never really went away. Once the overlords of society could no longer own human beings, they had to get a little more creative at coercing labor out of people. Of course, there were always the age-old institutions that sort of, but
Indentured
not quite
servitude has
resemble
always
slavery.
existed, by the
Serfdom,
way.
for example, forces peasants to
Yeah.
work in exchange
And
for the land they
indentured
live
servitude
on.
has always
Indentured
existed.
servitude
Yeah, thank you.
forces people
Thank
to
you.
work for long periods
Thank
of time
you.
until they pay off an outstanding debt. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, debt has been used as the primary instrument for keeping people
It's a hard knock life for us.
Coal mines were infamous
It's a
for
hard
setting up
knock
company
life
stores where
for us.
employees were sold basic necessities on credit that they could not possibly repay with their wages. In the American South, the practice of debt
That might
bondage
sound a
was
little
used
crazy,
as a proxy to extend
but it sounds
slave
like M
conditions well into
hates
the
the boss,
1950s.
hates
Even
the
in the
man.
present day, plenty of Americans are still defined by what
And
they
are you
owe.
a commie?
As many
No,
as 1
he's
in
not.
4 Americans are
Neither
estimated to
am
have a
I.
negative
You just
net worth,
understand
meaning that
how
they could not pay off their
things
debt
are.
even if they sold everything
You don't have
they
to be
owe.
a fucking
More than 1
commie
in
to
3 are
understand how
just
bad
treading water
things
by
are.
living paycheck
Seriously,
to paycheck, while
Mike
an outright
Judge isn't
majority
one
don't have
either.
enough cash to cover a $1,000 emergency.
John
If anyone
Maynard
in these
Keynes wasn't a
circumstances took even
communist
month off
either. He
work,
was literally
they
a
would suffer
liberal.
disastrous consequences.
Liberal economist.
Their situation doesn't really leave them
And he
with
thought
much
we'd be
choice in the
working
matter.
4-hour
The
work
threat of
weeks in
bankruptcy is often
1930.
persuasive that making people
Seriously.
stick with even the most oppressive working conditions.
This isn't a
Many
radical
will argue
position
that
to
debt
think.
and spend believe this.
People
These
should be
problems
working
do affect
less.
the majority of people you see on the street. There comes a point when a vice of society is so widespread that it can't be written off as incidental. If this much of the workforce is struggling, you have to consider whether it's a product of intentional design.
Yes.
If you think that receiving a paycheck waives your right to protest any sort of mistreatment, it's really worth considering the psychological effects that these
Remember,
conditions have
literally
on
the
people.
thing that
This goes
makes
far
Mr.
beyond the
Incredible,
day-to-day stress
Bob
and
Parr,
anxiety of
become a
hostile
superhero
environment.
again,
The modern
is his
workplace
insurance
seems to
boss.
evoke a profound sense of alienation.
Fucks over
sinking
a little
feeling that
old
no
lady.
one around will catch you when you fall.
And
The
he's
most
like,
severe
well,
punishment
actually,
that a
we
prison
have
can
to
enforce on an inmate
do
is
this
placing them in
because
solitary
there are certain
confinement,
things
where they
we
are
have
completely
to
cut off
abide
from
by.
any meaningful
Do's and
communication
don'ts,
with others.
you see.
Strangely enough, this terrible fate now seems to afflict plenty of people in the free world as well. In hunter-gatherer societies, being left alone was the equivalent of being
Isolation
left for
is
dead.
death.
Human beings are not
And yet in our
solitary
workplaces,
creatures. We're
they
designed
force
to
us
exist in a
into
community
isolation.
that has our backs. Modern
Think
offices
about
have
it.
no shortage of people, but the social fabric hardly resembles any sort of tribal unity.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mundus.
Yeah.
The temperament of most workplaces today can more closely be described as every man for themselves. There's not much room for camaraderie when everyone knows they're only
And they
around
hate
to
the
collect
word
a paycheck.
union.
For
God
some, this fake
forbid!
veneer of
God
acquaintanceship is
forbid
even
you
more
talk about
disquieting than literal
unionizing
loneliness.
and
What good
actually
is being
talk about
surrounded by others
camaraderie.
if you can't really trust any of them? Corporate structures desperately try to simulate real human connection.
Yeah, God
with
forbid
hollow
you try to
messages
get
of
actual
team
human
building and
connection
being
in the
part of
workplace.
company
They'll kill
family.
you.
But deep
They'll
down,
kill you.
everyone knows that when the opportunity presents itself, that so-called family will sell you out in a heartbeat.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's just business. It's nothing personal, and maybe that's
It's just
precisely
business.
the problem.
Business isn't personal.
Entry-level graduates,
But remember, it's like Vito Corleone once said. It's like Vito Corleone once said, and this is a direct quote from The Godfather. Business is personal. If you don't learn that lesson, you can never be a good businessman. Business is personal. Corporations love to pretend that business isn't personal, and yet their vested interests, funnily enough, suit themselves. You can tell because you need to fill out those TPS reports. I really need you to fill out those TPS reports.
Peter's trip through Wonderland comes
They
to an
want
abrupt
you to
end when he
suffer.
finds out that his friends Michael and Samir are getting fired. Despite being competent, diligent workers, Initech is
They
kicking
want
them
you to
the
suffer.
curb. In the same conversation, Peter learns that by doing nothing,
They don't
he's being
care about your
rewarded with a
well-being at your
promotion.
work.
So you're gonna fire Michael?
They never
and
have.
You're gonna give me more money?
They're gonna
Out of
fire
everything
your
he's
friend
dealt
to
with,
give you
it's the
more
sheer
money every single time of the
drives
day.
him over the edge. We all
Every
have a
single
built-in
given
desire for
Sunday,
equity.
they'll fire
This
your
trait is
friend so they can
embedded
give
in
you
our
more
instincts
money.
that it can
That's
even
literally
be
a plot of the
observed in other
movie.
primates. When it comes to the modern workplace, perhaps the biggest elephant in the room is the one at the top of the company ladder. As any business grows, so too does the gap separating the workers and the people in charge. In 1965, American CEOs earned about 20 times more than the
Ooh,
average
if only they
employee
made
at the same
20 times. If
In the
only
present
it
day,
was that short.
ratio is now estimated to be at least 300 to 1. Many modern corporations have such bloated hierarchies that the top brass may never physically see the workers who actually
I have
produce
never
what they're selling.
physically seen
All that
the only
distance
time I
between
have
them
seen
has
the
subsequently
CEO of
been
my
filled
company
with more and more
is
convoluted
one time.
tranches of middle management.
So that means
It's
that
always
when
middle
I make
management.
a mistake, I have 8 different people coming by to tell
I
me.
had 8 different
My dad
bosses.
worked as an engineer, and he
8
would often
different
complain to me
bosses
about
at
the
Sheets.
human resources department at his office. Even though he
8
was responsible for
different
fulfilling the
managers.
actual function of the business, the HR
Why the
people
fuck
got
did
paid
we
twice
need
as much
8
as him to
different
basically schedule
managers?
meetings and talk about synergy all day.
Well, because we're
In the
open
modern
24/7.
economy,
That's why
someone
we
like
need 8
Bill
different
Lumberg
managers.
is just the tip of the iceberg. What's more accurate is a seemingly unending
Just have
chain
that
of
manager
Lumbergs,
come
each
in one more
micromanaging
than
the one
once,
beneath them.
my guy.
I'm starting to see where all that money may
You're
have gone
bloating
from
your
the decades
workforce
of
out so you can
record-setting
have
productivity.
different.
With this in
It
mind,
fucking
you have to
frustrates
ask
me.
yourself how
It frustrates
demoralizing
me
it
so
must be
fucking
for the
much.
folks further down the pyramid. It can't
It's
be
not even
motivating to know that the
efficiency.
fruits of your labor are not just
Capitalists will
paying
love
the
to
extravagant
argue.
salary of the
Sorry,
rich
getting a little
CEO
pony.
you'll never meet,
Businessmen
but
will
also
love
paying
to
the
argue how
stooges who browbeat
efficient
you
their
all day
model
with
is,
CBS reports.
and yet when
It's
you
not
begin
the
to
mere
pull it
existence
apart,
of
it's the
inequality
most
that bothers people so
inefficient.
much.
By the
It's
way,
the
have you filled out that
systematic
PBS
nature of the
report?
whole thing.
I really need
How
you
the
to do
very
your
basis
monthly
of the
training.
economy seems to
Go
rely
on
on you
Kronos.
getting the
I
short
need you
end
to
of
go
the
on
stick.
Kronos
The
right now.
expression life's
Go
not fair
on
doesn't say the
Kronos.
whole
If you
story.
don't go on
What it's
Kronos,
really
that's
trying to
4
tell
points.
us is that life
And
is
I
rigged.
see that you have points
Michael,
already on your system.
Completely unfair. And I realized something today.
You might be
It's not just
fired.
about me and my dream of doing nothing. It's about all of us together.
I see that you have 31 points. I'm gonna have to do a review board meeting. We might not fire you, but we're gonna definitely take a look.
It's about all of us together.
There comes a point
sorry,
when the game
it's
gets
just
so
how
unfair
things
that
are.
it's not even fun for the winners anymore.
This is my
A lesser
experience.
man would have accepted his
I'm
fellow
acting it
victim,
out.
but
I'm
not
joking
Peter.
about
He's
it.
simply
But
too
like, this is
disgusted.
genuinely
You're gonna go
my
in tomorrow, they're
experience
gonna throw you out on
in the
street.
workforce.
So that
So they
It's
can
no
get a
longer
fucking
enough
bonus.
to coexist alongside the system. When the soul of humanity is betrayed to this extent,
I have
strange
seen it
things
happen.
start to
I've
happen.
had it happen.
So, you want to escape the
I've
rat
never
race
been
once
fired
and
from a
for all.
job. I've quit
Well,
every
the third
job
act
that
of
I've
Office
worked
Space
at.
presents us with a
And
few
I've gotta
options of
say,
how to do so. The first method is to get horrifically injured
I
in
have
some
seen
kind of
some
freak accident.
fucking
This is what
shit.
happens to Tom Smikowski, the worker in Vortex who
I have
spent the
seen
longest
some
time
fucking
searching
shit.
for salvation.
I have seen workers get wrung like fucking towels. Like
come up with
towels.
a really great idea like that, and you can make
towels.
millions, never have to work again.
He had tried everything from entrepreneurship to suffocating himself in his garage, but what actually ended up working
You want to
was
know what
getting
works for
T-boned
me?
by a drunk driver.
Yeah,
Wreck
this is
earns
me.
him a big
Todd
enough settlement that
McCloskey
he
is me. You want to know what actually worked for me? I tried everything in the capitalist system to make money. I worked my ass off. I did music. I did YouTube. I'm a failed YouTuber, obviously. I obviously don't have like 3 billion fucking subscribers. So like, yeah, obviously. I'm okay that I'm never gonna be a successful YouTuber. This is a hobby for me, obviously. But like, if I get one Patreon member supporter, that's fine with me. I don't care. The fact that I have people who watch this stuff, that's A-okay with me in general. You wanna know what actually worked with me? I worked so fucking hard that my brain broke and I had psychotic breakdown. I experienced genuine psychosis, a break from reality so hard that the state of Pennsylvania, the federal government, and the state of Pennsylvania decided that I was so disabled that I never have to work again. That's what they decided. Because I was in the hospital for 37 fucking days. I was in the hospital, actually longer than that. Longer. 14 days was the first time. And then I went straight back to the hospital for 30 days after that. I was in the hospital for 48 days. Yeah. Now, that's not a long time for some people. Some people are in there for months. But that is a long time for the person that's in there. That was a long time. Every day in the hospital is a long time. I was in the hospital for 30 fucking days, and the state of Pennsylvania decided that I don't have to work anymore. That was my way out. I'm not saying that every person has to fucking go through the trial that I went through. Back to the video.
That he never has to work again. Tom's in pretty bad shape, but he feels better than ever.
I feel better than ever. Yeah, I feel like Tom. I feel like Tom. I feel better than ever. I never have to fucking work again. Not a day in my life. I can do volunteer work. I can do part-time work. I can work a part-time job, but I never have to work a full-time job again. I am fully disabled.
Where he mentions
fully disabled.
So much that he found himself wishing to get
this ain't a fucking joke. This ain't a fucking
that would have
like
been worth it to avoid just a single day of free.
I did not want to go to work so badly, so miserable, that I wanted to get into a car accident so I didn't have to work.
This scenario is deeply unsettling, but it does reflect how many real people actually think. Modern studies increasingly show that emotional and physical pain are far more interchangeable than we once thought. Perhaps a single agonizing injury really is preferable.
Like, dog, how bad has our society failed when people like me, somebody on disability, which disability is not good. I am in abject poverty, by the way. I don't make a lot of money. I make $12,000 a year. Like, I want to tell you, I'm in abject poverty. I make $12,000 a year. That's not a lot of money. Actually, it's not bad considering the minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, but that's not a lot of money, my guy. That's abject poverty. Abject poverty. But how bad has our society failed? How bad when someone like me is happy as a clam because I never have to go back to the ringer of work again. Never. And I don't care. People always tell me, oh, why don't you get a part-time job, Tanner? You want to know why I don't get a part-time job? Because there are days where I hallucinate. There are days where I start fucking hallucinating. That's why I don't have a part-time job. You don't want to have me working at McDonald's. Maybe I'll be making a burger and I'll start seeing shit. You don't want that. So I'm happy as a fucking clam. I found my way out. It's a sad way out. But you know what? Like I said, it's alchemy, brother. It's completely ridiculous. It's completely fucking... It's like I said earlier. Anytime you have a depressing, horrifying Phyllis, how bad has our society failed? You don't have to be a fucking communist, a pinko, and I ain't no commie. Don't get it twisted. Just because I've read the theory, just because I've read it. I used to think I was, because I've had these thoughts before. I used to think I was a communist. I'm not. I'm a socialist. There's a difference. I digress. My life fucking sucks. But you know what? It's a lot better than other people's lives who have to work 40 fucking years and never... There are people who never retire. You know what's the saddest fucking thing? Seeing, like... I need to get an energy drink. Or I need to get some water. I'm gonna lose my shit. That's better. You know what the saddest fucking shit is? We have created jobs that are entirely designed for old people because our system is so fucking broken that we don't have retirement anymore. People don't retire. They can't afford to. I fucking hate going to Walmart and seeing like an 87-year-old man or woman be a greeter at the door. I hate that shit. I'm sorry. That shit makes me so fucking depressed. That makes me want to blow my brains out. Sorry, not that I will, or not that I want to, but that shit makes me so fucking depressed. Because it's like, you shouldn't be working. You should. Maybe they want to, you say. Maybe they want to, you say. Maybe they want to. They don't want to. Who the fuck wants to work at Walmart? It pays well. Yeah, it pays well for a job that will fucking destroy you. Retail does pay well. That's... I get this... Like, this movie radicalized me. But you know what really radicalized me? Life. Life. We've been live for 11 hours, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I'm going to blow some bubbles to calm down. Yes, we are completely sober. We're not on any drugs. For those who might think, how is he live for 11 hours? I've had 4 energy drinks, that's why. And I'm probably going to get some more, because I'm staying up all night tonight. Actually, no, that's 800 milligrams of caffeine. I'm not getting any more energy drinks. At least today. But, like, they don't want to. It's the saddest fucking shit. You want to know why I'm so happy these days? You want to know why I turned my life around? Because I got put on disability. It's that fucking simple. Back to the video.
Perhaps a single agonizing injury really is preferable to a continuous source of mental trauma.
Just remember, If you hang in there long enough, good things can happen in this world.
Yes, they can.
However, when it comes to defeating the Matrix, Peter has other ideas. His angle is all about the money.
You have two options, unemployment or early retirement.
The concept of retirement is awfully paradoxical if you really think about it. Most workers treat it as the big carrot at the end of the 40-year-long stick, the wonderful reward of spending your dying days finally doing nothing. The problem is, to unlock the privilege of not working, you need a lot of money, which can only be obtained by working. Of course, when you finally notice the vicious cycle, the mind starts to wander towards those alternative ways of making money. Unfortunately, the world of business is already way ahead of us here. Any get-rich-quick scheme you hear about will invariably waste your time and effort to make someone else rich. A situation that's really no different from the job you're trying to circumvent in the first place. By this point, you may finally catch on to how most of the world actually makes money. The process basically comes down to taking stuff that's not yours. Traditionally, this is known as stealing. But throughout the history of commerce, it's been called many things,
trade,
such as
barter,
arbitrage, eminent domain, value extraction, and quantitative easing. For Peter's purposes, it's called justice.
And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Since Initech has stolen so much from him, it's only fair for him to steal from Initech. He hatches a plan and ropes in Michael and Samir to upload a computer virus to the company's mainframe. The program is designed to siphon off the extra decimal values of bank transactions and deposit them into a separate account. If left unnoticed, the scheme should net Peter and his buddies enough money so that none of them ever have to work again. While it may have been tempting to see our heroes ride off into the sunset with their bounty, that isn't what ends up happening.
To work.
Michael messes up his math, and the virus ends up stealing so much money that it's instantly discovered.
I'm a rare
are now
breed.
in jeopardy of facing
I have drive.
charges.
I have
it's really
ambition.
demoralizing to see their scheme fail. But in many ways, this was the most.
That's why I do
outcome.
shit.
There's a lesson
Even
to be learned
though I
from
don't
Peter's
have to.
quest for
I do
retribution.
volunteer work.
The more you chase after vengeance, the more you risk becoming the very thing you hate. Just like Initech, Peter.
By the way, do you have those
friends
TPS
for
reports
profit,
done? I
and he ended
really
up
need those
losing the one
TPS
thing
reports.
he really
I
cared
also
about.
need you to log on the Chronos. I need you. I need.
At the end
if
of
you
it
don't
all,
log on the
he
Chronos,
does the
we're gonna have a
honorable
board
thing
review
and
meeting,
prepares
and
to take the fall.
you might be terminated.
But ultimately, Initech's fall doesn't come from Peter. It comes from the odd fellow who existed long before.
I need you to
the
redesign
story
our
was
logo.
written.
That statement I've been looking for here. Let me just go ahead and get that from you.
Great.
Milton!
Throughout the film, no worker gets treated worse than Milton. The bosses are constantly shuffling him around and ignoring his concerns.
I'll just set the place
they
on
won't
fire.
even let him have his stapler. He's poorly socialized and has a hard time expressing himself, which in the corporate world makes him an easy target to pick up the slack. The most evil thing Initech does in the movie comes at Milton's expense.
Yes.
They essentially lay him off without telling him, fully intending to keep him busy until he figures out he's no longer employed.
So, Milton has been let go.
Well, just a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch. So he won't be receiving a paycheck anymore, so it'll just work itself out naturally.
When it comes to early retirement,
That's fucked up.
there is one other way to achieve it. Rather than removing yourself from the office, you can simply choose to remove the office. There comes a point when a man gets so disconnected from the rest of the world that they lash out at the very society around them. Most of the time, you never see it coming. When they get fed up enough, some folks just snap. Initech got a little
I snapped.
greedy, and in the end,
I snapped. I started swinging a stick down the street of my house. I started screaming in Dollar General. I snapped. I pray to God that nobody finds my body cam footage, because I could have went to jail that day. I snapped. I pulled a Milton. I pulled a. I started proclaiming, the difference between me and the average criminal is I rode in the front of the cop car, not in the back of the cop car. I'm just that much of an alpha. You understand? I'm built different. I'm built differently. I snap so fucking hard that in order for me to go to the hospital, the cops put me in the front of the cop car. In order for me to calm down. They were gonna shoot me, man. They literally had their hands on the gun. They were gonna fucking shoot me, bro.
Some folks just snap. Initech got a little too greedy.
I pray to God that my body cam footage never gets released. Seriously.
Human beings are designed to crave harmony, mobility, and autonomy. When you start depriving people of these bare necessities,
40 fucking days in the hospital.
Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements.
Modern man has mastered the complex and abandoned the simple. But for as far as we've strayed from our hunter-gatherer ancestors, we'll never outrun the natural laws that govern us both. You can disregard the past all you want, but it's hard to deny that those so-called miserable cavemen who spent their whole lives suffering are starting to sound a lot like us. And when you start treating people like cavemen, don't be surprised when they discover fire. Initech gets burned to the ground. All the evidence of the scheme is destroyed, and Milton ends up in a tropical paradise. Peter gets his own change of scenery, joining up with his roommate at a blue-collar construction job where he gets the pleasure of scooping up the rubble from his old office. At long last, he's finally found something he enjoys more than doing nothing. The ending of Office Space is still debated to this day. For a movie with such dark undertones, its cheerful resolution comes off a little too convenient for some. Mike Judge himself has expressed regret for how he should have handled the third act. Supposedly, there was an entirely different ending plan that never got implemented. Some have theorized that this may have involved Peter going to prison where he would literally get to do nothing all day, this time in a cell instead of a cubicle. Speculation of an alternate ending was further fueled by a particular line of dialogue that was removed from the final cut. In a deleted scene, a Lumbergh-like figure can be heard bossing Peter around during his last on-screen appearance.
The cycle continues. I still have bosses. Don't get it twisted.
Sort of.
Like if you that's all, folks. If you think that you can't escape the cycle, you're wrong. You can. But you're still gonna have bosses. The difference is you can become the boss of your life. You can't break the cycle, but you can escape the cycle. A cycle. Bicycle. 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 I want to ride my bicycle. 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 Race. You're still going to have bosses. I have many bosses. They're called caseworkers now. They control my fucking life. If I don't keep my house clean, if I don't do this, if I don't do that, I have nurses. I have several bosses. Don't think that just because I don't do a lot of different things that I don't have bosses. I have several bosses. I have more bosses than you probably. My bosses, the difference is, my bosses don't hold my paycheck to the fire. By the way, I need my TPS report. My bosses don't got me by the fucking balls. My bosses are human fucking beings. Your bosses are fucking robotic slaves who have bosses of their own. Now, they have bosses too, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. The difference is, well, there really is no difference. It's perspective. And honestly, the perspective is entirely different. I see it. So, you can too.
Appearance. Yeah, if you guys could just go ahead and sort of pick up the pace a little bit, that'd be great.
This small addition transforms the lasting impression of the film into something far more bleak.
Yep.
It implies that Peter's journey of self-discovery was completely pointless. Some prefer this version for being more true to life. After all, who's to say that a construction site is any less exploitative than an office? Can anyone really escape the rat race? However, I've personally never been a fan of this darker ending. The whole thing makes Peter look like a fool and sort of undercuts the message of the entire plot that preceded it. Office Space has a lot to say about the nature of labor. That much is obvious. But the true meaning of the film has less to do with the system around us and more to do with how we as individuals fit into it.
Yes.
The realities of modern economics aren't going away anytime soon.
Right.
Whatever change we seek has to come from within. Peter's construction job is empowering for the simple reason that he chose to do it. He gave up the hollow prestige of the white-collar lifestyle to do something that provides him with actual value. I feel like too many people in America have the wrong idea about value. The first mistake is believing that wealth is a measure of value, when really it's more often than not a supplement for value.
And
the second mistake is believing that there's value to be found through hard work alone, and that toiling away in a miserable situation should be seen as some badge of honor. The combination of these two widely held ideals creates an environment which is utterly vacuous. There are plenty of reasons you can conjure up to justify why you go to work, but most of the ones we tell ourselves end up actively devaluing our lives.
Yes.
The moment we enter society, we're conditioned to have an adversarial relationship with what's supposed to be our main purpose in this world.
And Dale, remember, everyone likes a hard worker.
Of course they do. They do all the work for them. I'm not trying to suggest that people are wrong for wanting to work for a living. What I'm saying is that many of us are working for the wrong reasons. Not enough people stop to consider what they really want out of life. Whether all the treasures promised by the modern world are really worth the sacrifice. Human beings are not automatons. At some point, people have to feel like they're contributing to something beyond a mere financial transaction.
Exactly.
That's my only real motivation, is not to be hassled. That and the fear of losing my job, but you know, Bob, that'll only make someone work just hard enough not to get fired.
We have to see that the result of our labor is valuable, that it's beneficial to the people around us. Before you can like what you do, you have to be able to do what you like. I personally like the end of Office Space. It leaves us with a simple yet powerful lesson. There are certain things in life which are essential, the parts of ourselves that we can sell off but never buy back. These things are worth fighting for, no matter what the rest of society seems to tell you. We're all entitled to our own pursuit of happiness. If you don't look out for it, no one else will. Cultural commentators often like to claim that Office Space portrays an exaggerated version of the workplace.
No, it doesn't.
But I've never found that to be the case. I think the reason this film is so compelling is that it holds up a mirror to reality. It points out the true absurdities that most of us would prefer not to notice.
It points out the absurdities.
Turns out that there are plenty of businesses around the world that are just like Initech. It's no exaggeration. The problem with Office Space is that it's too understated, because this work of fiction doesn't come close to the level of contempt that some real-life companies have for their workers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and COVID really, you know, COVID really showed how little bosses care for their workers. Can I just say that? Back to the video.
For their workers.
Don't want to get too
We find it's always
spicy.
better to fire people on a Friday. Studies have statistically shown that there's less chance of an incident if you do it at the end of the week.
I remember.
On the evening of Friday, December 10th, 2021, a violent tornado is barreling toward the town
entered a new
of
job
Mayfield,
when the
Kentucky.
pandemic
The
hit.
city happens to be home
Oh,
to a
how
factory with roughly
joyous
110
it was.
employees. Their
A
entire
good
job is
paying
to
job,
manufacture
too.
scented candles, a totally superfluous accessory that could disappear from the world tomorrow without anyone really caring. Despite multiple tornado warnings throughout the day, the bosses at
How
Mayfield
little that
Consumer
was.
Products have ordered the employees to keep working. As many would later claim, the company threatened to fire anyone who left their shift to flee the incoming storm. Even as tornado sirens start to go off around town, the people in charge still refuse to let anybody
mom
evacuate to safety.
in
Moments
a
later,
tornado
the candle factory
that hit
takes a
her
direct hit
workplace.
from an EF4
She could've
twister,
fucking died.
resulting in the deaths of 8 workers. I often wonder what must have gone through those employees' heads when they realized their fate.
She worked in a
knowing that
nursing
your
home.
final
The nursing
moments
home
would
got
be
struck
spent
by a
far
fucking
away from your
tornado.
loved ones.
Look it up.
Toiling away
Rolling
making
Fields
some
nursing
expendable
home
product
tornado
that could
hit.
just as easily cease to exist, only to realize
She
that
was
all along,
there that
the
day.
expendable product was you. I wonder how John Maynard Keynes would have reacted if he knew that this is where
John
the grand
Maynard
economic
Keynes
vision
would
of the
blow his
future was
brains
headed.
out on a
He wouldn't
wall
have
if
predicted
he
it,
saw our
but he
current
did get
economy.
to experience it. Under the mounting exhaustion of rebuilding the world economy after the most destructive war in history, Keynes suffered a fatal heart attack at the age of 62. Many believe that he literally worked himself to death.
That's gonna be my life. I will work myself to
In
death,
front of
but
the
I will be
Unitech
my own
office,
boss.
There's a generic corporate statue that literally depicts a square peg in a round hole. Sure enough, by some
By
definition,
Bob, by
it fits.
God,
But
I will
everything
be
about
my
it
own
feels
boss,
so
but I will work
intuitively
myself
wrong.
to death.
A square is a very artificial shape. They don't really occur in nature. Square things only exist because we impose our own man-made desires on the
I have
environment around us.
manifested my own
They
destiny.
stand
I
in
have
direct
earned my
defiance
life.
of the cosmos,
So
which
let's
prefers
boogie. We've been
to
live
let
for
things
12
down.
hours.
We find ourselves today
I hope
in
you
a
enjoyed
deeply
this
unnatural
stream.
world of our own
And
creation.
thank you.
A long way off
Thank
from those
you.
noble savages
Thank
of our
you.
distant origins.
Thank you for
Many
watching.
people are fine with the modern world,
For the
and that's
3
good
viewers
for them.
who are
The
watching,
appeal of
I
office
really,
space is for everyone
truly
else who
appreciate
suspects
it.
that they don't quite fit into the rest of the equation. The year
Yes,
2020
I am
was
doing
a rough
all of
stretch
this
for many
hooting and
people.
hollering
But if
for
there was
3
one
viewers.
positive that
That
came
is
out of the whole
how much
thing,
I care
it's that
about
many of
you,
us
the
were
viewer.
finally forced to stop
Mostly
and
it's how much
think
I care
about
about
what
this
really
game.
matters.
I'm gonna be the
For the
fucking
first time in
champion!
ages, much of the workforce was given the rare opportunity to do nothing. All
Up
of a sudden,
next
there was no
is
longer
the weird
constant
politics, the
distraction
awkward
of
politics
society
of
that
Fallout.
insists on keeping us productive. In this brief window of time, people got a taste
Again?
of life beyond work. They had to consider what was intrinsically valuable about their day-to-day experience. Many were shocked to see what little there was to be found. This small moment of clarity produced a great awakening, the effects of which we're still seeing to this day. Ever since the pandemic, there's been an unprecedented migration of white-collar workers away from the office. Many of them now work from home, a paradigm shift that most corporations have begrudgingly accepted as the new norm. Others have abandoned their old and unfulfilling careers entirely, moving on to new endeavors that grant them more agency over their lives. As a result of this mass exodus, a record number of offices are now sitting completely empty. The problem has become so dire that the commercial real estate market is close to the brink of collapse. Believe it or not, we may be approaching the literal end of office space. It appears that the days of depressing cubicles bathed in fluorescent lighting may soon become a thing of the past. There's a lot of agreement in the world related to economics. Most don't enjoy conversations about this, but they do enjoy watching Office Space. It's truly remarkable Mike Judge able to pull this off. But again, made something of value with his life. It's safe to say that after Mike Judge left the office, he certainly became much more valuable to the rest of the world.
Me
It'll
too.
probably
As soon
take
as
a
I
very
left my
long
job,
time,
I became
but I
much
suspect
more
that
valuable
one
to
day,
society.
Office Space will emerge as the most
I was
influential
selling people
film of
alcohol,
1999.
cigarettes, and
It's
fat.
such a strange thing to
Now,
think about, because
I
when
make
we watch
people
movies,
laugh
we usually
who
want to
never
experience something
experienced joy
spectacular
in their
and
life.
imaginative. A sort of escapist
And
fantasy that allows us to leave our boring
honestly,
lives behind
I wouldn't
for a
have it
couple
any
hours.
other way.
You think that the last thing anyone would want from a movie is to be explicitly reminded of the unflattering reality we're trying to tune out in the first place. And yet, when it comes to Office Space, I can't think of another film that has had a greater effect on how I personally live my life today. It's good to take pride in what you do.
Yes.
Not enough people these days get to experience that feeling. If you happen to be someone who's struggling to find your place in the world, it's important to remember that you're not alone.
I don't know why I can't just go to work and be happy. Like I'm supposed to, like everybody else.
Some would say that being chronically dissatisfied with life is now just business as usual. Finding your motivation isn't always easy. Sometimes it's buried deep inside of us. There's a million jobs out there I could have ended up with, but I ultimately chose what I do today for one simple reason. When people ask me about my work, I want to tell them that I can still have fun. And honestly, I don't know if I'd be able to say that if this unexpectedly profound piece of entertainment hadn't shown me the way. I'll always be grateful I crossed paths with it when I did, because there will never ever be another movie like it.
Written, edited, voiced, and directed by M. Lemon. Subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And now, the awkward politics of Fallout. Buckle up, baby. 2-hour video.
What is a man?
You know, I've been dreaming about Fallout for 2 months. As in, I've woken up most mornings and realized I was writing this video in my sleep. The problem with this is that a lot of this video came to me in a dream, which is, in most cases, not seen as a valid source. I don't fully agree with this, seeing as I make most of my life choices by communing with spirits, and I turn out fine. But there is one thing that I actually double-checked, because I realized my angle for this video was based entirely on an interpretation I just kind of assumed to be intended. But lucky for me, Tim Kaine, the creator of the original Fallout, confirmed my assumption in a comment he made on his YouTube channel. He said, quote, "Critique of capitalism was never the point of Fallout. In fact, the game went out of its way to mention that other countries like China were also behaving terribly. If anything, Fallout is a comment that war is inevitable given basic human nature." It's cliche at this point to the way war never changes video, so why am I making this? What could there be left to contribute? Well, the issue is that I'm yet to see one that doesn't buy into the fatalism of the statement. It's treated as gospel because it came first, despite the series' relationships with it being in constant flux. It's the word inevitable that I pretty much hinge this entire essay on, because it turns this cool-sounding tagline into an absolute statement on the entire history of the human race. The basis for which is no less vibes-based than the dreams I've been having these past months. Now, there's an obvious question here. I don't know if we got any historians in the audience, but it turns out that war actually happened a bunch of times. So it only makes sense to go, well, if war isn't human nature, then how come it keeps happening? Are you stupid? First of all, tell me mean. Second of all, you mean 2 hours. Ernest started a comparison to explain how our view of human nature is not free of bias, but a product of our environment. So, in order to rally...
I'm sorry, I genuinely can't understand a word you're saying. I want to watch this video, but I can't understand you. I'm gonna need captions. No captions available for this 2-hour-long video. Bruh! You gotta be kidding me! I can't watch this video, I'm sorry. H-Bomber guy.
So you can decorate
just
about anything.
Sorry. Sorry, if we're gonna watch a Fallout video, we've gotta watch a video we can fucking understand. I'm not racist. I swear to God. I need to be able to fucking listen to a video?
Still two of the best games ever.
It's not that I can't understand accents. H-Bomber guy's literally fucking British and his accent is thick. It's like she's talking... Talk more clearly.
Is to explore.
Then I'll watch.
So the developer went
the
back
video.
The Fallout intellectual property was then sold to Bethesda. There were those who had minor problems with the direction they took
I'll
the
check
series.
it out later.
But when you shoot a guy just right, his guts go everywhere. So overall, the game did very well. A lot of people liked Fallout 3. Then again, a lot of people liked Clerks 2. So humans aren't really viable as a
lot of people like heroin
less than
too.
2 years
so
later, Fallout cheated
maybe
death.
we shouldn't trust what people like.
Developed by Obsidian Entertainment with a team including people who worked on the original games, Fallout New Vegas represents everything great about the original series, along with all the good stuff from 3 that was worth keeping. In addition to being one of the most incredible games ever made, it's also really interesting to talk about from a design perspective. It's not just a game, it's a flipping game design doctor, and it's here to put on a clinic. I didn't write that line, it just appeared in the script. New Vegas is the sort of game where you can open a manhole cover expecting, like, a sewer level, and instead discover that the local people have formed a cult dedicated to blood and retrofitted the sewers into a fighting arena. Come on, there has to be a boring quest here. Okay, the lady who runs this place wants me to find her some mantis eggs. Fetch some eggs. That's gotta be the most boring quest there could possibly be. Okay, the eggs are in this abandoned vault. Great, looking for eggs in some grey corridors. That sounds... wait, it's overgrown with plants. And there's environmental storytelling warning me not to go in? Oh man, this vault is cool. It's overgrown and there's a bunch of stories on the computers about the experiments that went on in there, and it's creepy and way more visually interesting than you'd expect a vault to be. And is that...
Like, I wouldn't recommend people watch my old videos because I don't talk very clearly into them and I'm not using a microphone. It's not like I'm racist or anything like that. It's called having good mic etiquette. I can't understand. It's like she's talking 10 feet away from the microphone.
One of New Vegas's best features is
I don't know what her
to make you
ethnicity is. I assume she's American.
Vault 22 is one of the
most
parts of the
YouTubers
world
are
that sounds
American.
on paper like somewhere familiar, which then goes out of its way to be
50%
completely
of
unlike you
YouTubers are
expect in
American.
every possible way. Players of 3 will already have an intimate awareness of how vaults can be, having been forced to walk around in one for an hour before the game even starts, and several side quests also take place in very similar vaults.
No, it's not true. I just made up a random statistic to piss you off.
Instead of Officer Gary. The most interesting vault in 3 is full of people called Gary who yell Gary at you. I mean, it's pretty funny. On a surface level, it's easy to see why Vault 22 is a more compelling place to explore. It's a bit like to look at with the spots of overgrowth in the halls and plants everywhere. The cave network gives way to in its more run-down areas, and it's populated with enemies unique to this one location called spore carriers, which look like humans but creepily hide in foliage and can't be targeted by that while
oh my God, they're
meaning
terrifying.
you have to be able to spot them through their camouflage in order to fight them, which makes them genuinely creepy and And while the unique aesthetic and cool enemies are fun, what makes Vault 22 a good case study in Obsidian's design philosophy is the way it creates a strong narrative experience for players and uses its mechanical elements to enhance player engagement with the story. Firstly, just for convenience's sake, the vault can be discovered in more than one way. 6 different quests lead you to this vault. You don't necessarily come here looking for those delicious eggs. One guy wants you to find the secret of how they're growing all these plants so easily. Since, you know, growing plants in the wasteland is a pretty big deal. Somewhere on a computer system in the vault are files on how they managed all this. But on your way out of his office, another scientist stops you and says he sent like 10 other guys there already and none of them have come back, and asks you to find out what happened to another researcher who went there. This is a trick the game pulls often with its quests. Even something as simple as, download some files for me please, is given extra layers of narrative meaning. You're actually being sent to a dangerous place without proper warning, and other people are missing there. This creates a sense of
anticipation to the level. The vault has tons of computer logs detailing the work they did, the events with mind-controlling spores that led to everyone's death or infection, and a bunch of new logs left by the researcher who went missing when she came here. And because you're actually trying to find out what happened to the researcher, it's much harder to ignore the story that's going on here than it would be otherwise. The player is also being given mechanical rewards that really incentivize exploring and engaging closely with the material. There's a unique laser rifle you can't get anywhere else in the game hidden in this vault on some poor guy's corpse. The game never draws attention to it. It's not like a reward you get for beating a boss or something. It's just hidden in a corner somewhere. And the genius of this kind of design is that once players have found something like this once, they're
Hold up, I gotta see if well, we were gonna try and stream Fallout New Vegas, but
once, they're going to realize there could be stuff hidden anywhere. Suddenly they're paying that much more attention to the environments that they're traveling through, and partaking more in the stories of the place. You might not really care that much about the story of little side quests like this, but if you know there might be a cool gun in here somewhere, you're paying a lot more attention than you might have been. Some of the quests technically put an objective marker in the corner leading you to the necessary part, but when Vault 22 has worked its magic, you forget it's there. The true beauty of great game design is when all its artificial justifications, quest indicators, loot to find, experience points to earn, melt away, and you really feel like you're in a creepy place looking for answers. Eventually you find the researcher is alive and can help them flood the lower floors with gas and blow up the spores so they don't pose a threat to anyone else.
Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with Threat to anyone else. Good. These devices. Then she decides to delete the computer records. The person you optionally saved as a result of exploring wants to delete the data you actually came here for. If you already downloaded it, she asks you to delete your copy too, so this mistake can't be repeated. And if you refuse, she attacks you. Even simple seeming fetch quests have twists and the sense of a story you're taking part in and making choices about. Because there's a real moral dilemma here. Do you really trust this guy with research that killed a bunch of people already?
We're with the government, for goodness sake. Have a little faith in it.
You have to be good at science in order to reason out with her that it's probably good to have a record of the mistake so people don't repeat it. What could have been a simple fetch quest to find some data ended in making an ethical decision about whether the information you found deserves to exist. The advantages of this design are clear when you contrast with the Gary Vault in 3. The enemies are kind of cool for a little while, but there's no quests or story or choices to make, so the experience isn't particularly involving. You don't really have any reasons to be here. There's a really useful piece of loot in this vault, a bobblehead that permanently increases your charisma, and even though it's technically quite hard to miss, it's just sitting on a table deep in the vault, getting to it requires trawling through the rest of a location that has nothing else worth finding, and enemies whose gimmick was wearing thin after Gary 3. I'm willing to bet most players got bored and left before they found it. If you found this, be honest, you didn't find it because the location was so cool it made you want to look around and see all of it. You found it because you were using a guide to find all the bobbleheads. Thanks, Carl. Eventually, Carl! Interest in
always a Carl.
Empty buildings full of locked, easy safes in case there's something interesting in them. Oh boy, a bottle cap! Meanwhile, Vault 22 isn't even the coolest vault in New Vegas. Vault 11 is straight up an incredibly well-written piece of fiction, and it's just hiding off in a little nook, waiting for you to be sent there as part of a quest for the Brotherhood of Steel.
I need you to go on this important quest for me. Our air conditioner's broken.
Yep. Great.
Our air conditioner's broken.
This approach to quest design is all over the place, offering you very simple and straightforward seeming things, and then pulling the rug out from under you. Honestly, there are probably too many. It's at the point where if you happen to pick up enough cute little bottle caps with stars on them, you stumble into a quest to discover a legendary treasure. You get random encounters with people murdering each other over them. After you find your first one, this guy Malcolm eventually tracks you down and tells you about the quest. He's kind of notorious for doing it at really unexpected times. You might notice he seems to be at a weird angle looking down at me. That's because on this playthrough I was crouching preparing for a fight when he found me. Hello there. It was actually kind of terrifying, but I admire his dedication. Now give me the caps. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be nice about Fallout 3. There's some good stuff in there, and some of these quests are genuinely good. Like when a talking tree asks you to kill it, in spite of its existence bringing people hope, or resolving a dispute between two broken people masquerading as comic book characters and harassing a town, or when an old woman asks you to find her the world's last remaining Stradivarius violin. A handful of the quests in Fallout 3 end up being genuinely good, funny, and even touching at times. If anything, they annoy me in a particular way, because they made me see how amazing a game would be if it was filled with quests like these. New Vegas is a game filled with quests like these. But hey, maybe it's a quality over quantity type thing. I mean, even if you don't like the quests in 3, at least there's a lot of them. Obsidian only had 18 months to make New Vegas, so there's no way they could make that many quests. But hold on. To really explore what makes the gameplay in these quests so much more engaging, we should cover some of the more serious core mechanical changes between these supposedly similar games. And to do that, we should go back to how in the quest having a high science skill affects dialogue. Actually, no, we should probably go back to the beginning of the game. Let's just start again. To the town about the stranger one fine day. Get it? It's like a clever reversal of the chapter in the Fallout 3 video. It doesn't matter. New Vegas' opening, character creation process, and first area are just the best I've ever seen a game introduce itself and its core gameplay. Let's take a look at some of the things it does.
Heartaches by the number, anyone can see. Every day you
look at some of the things it does.
The story is compelling.
Pressing the game button causes the player to get shot in the face. New Vegas seemingly goes out of its way to begin with the logical opposite of something as cliche as the main character's birth. You're then revived by Doc Mitchell, who put you back together after a robot cowboy, yes, I said that right, robot cowboy, this is the best game ever, dug them out of their shallow grave. The opening gives the player a deliberate barrage of questions. What was I shot over? Who was this guy? What was he saying about a delivery? Why were the guys with him so differently dressed? He referred to them as Khans. Who are they? Or, if you've played Fallout 1 and 2, what are they doing here? These mysteries are a really compelling hook. You know how a lot of players ignore the main story in open-world RPGs and go do something else? That's because the story didn't interest them. Going in search of Benny and the platinum chip he shot you for sounds really cool, so a lot more players are going to want to find him. Even the way Benny talks in like an old 50s Vegas style.
But I ain't a thing.
I ain't a thing, you dig?
The fact he's wearing a cool checkered suit in
and he's voiced by
all
Matthew
of this
Perry,
really
rest
makes you
in
want to track
power.
him down and find out what his deal is. What in the goddamn? Benny and his motivations and personality are really cool to learn about. It helps that he's voiced by Matthew Perry too. John Gonzalez, the lead writer for New Vegas, did a really fantastic job with him. And while I'm at it, Gonzalez is like an unsung hero.
Matthew Perry is a huge Fallout
like,
fan, and
he co-developed the Nemesis system for Shadow of Mordor. You know, like the best thing in that game. Actual quote from Gonzalez's LinkedIn. I was the lead story guy on Fallout New Vegas. Thank you, God. No, John. Thank you. Did I just imply that I'm God? Players are much more likely to actively take part in a story if they have questions they actually want answering. Also, did I mention the robot cowboy?
It's quick.
Fallout 1 and 2 had the right idea when character creation was one screen long, and then the game just started right away. There you are, in the world, have fun. Try to get further than Ed did. Granted, the character creation screen was also evidence Black Isle didn't have a UI designer. Literally every first-time Fallout player has accidentally named their first character Non because they were supposed to type it into here, but still, they were onto something here. One of my biggest gripes about Fallout 3 was how long it took to start. The opening sequence deciding your character's stats and learning the basics of the gameplay takes 19 years of in-game time, and honestly it feels that long, before eventually your father realizes he's forgotten to do the main quest and escapes and you go after him. It's only when you finally leave the vault that the game properly opens up to be explored. Fallout New Vegas' opening is as smooth as butter, and not the butter you keep in the fridge, the butter your parents keep in a little dish by the table, so it's already smooth and melty when you need it, and it's just so spreadable, and every time you visit them you make a mental note to get one, but you forget again as soon as you, after the opening cutscene, you're talking to Doc Mitchell where you make your character and then walk outside his house and bam, the game begins. Fallout 2 opens by forcing you to complete a dungeon that's pretty repetitive after the first few times through. It's one of the few things most people don't like about 2, and players often use mods to skip it entirely. Can you imagine having like a decade of hindsight on all the criticisms people had of Fallout 2, and then making a game where the opening is like 3 times as long? That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? I'm sure they'll learn the lesson for Fallout 4. The character creation process is really fun too. You pick your starting stats to a really cute device called the Vigor Tester, and then you get a psych exam which involves an honest-to-God Rorschach test, which is just great. Some players actually modded in what they saw as options. That's it, that's all it does. It lets you pick 2 bears high-fiving for one of the images.
That is 2 bears high-fiving.
22,000 downloads, including me. That's definitely 2 bears high-fiving. When you get to pick your tagged skills though, you'll notice the list of skills is a little different from 3. Big guns and small guns are missing, for example. There's just guns now. But in addition to this, all these skills have much more uses than they did in the previous games too.
When you say I...
Skills and dialogue.
Okay, look, we all love speech, right? Kudos to the series for making a video game where talking was a skill worth putting points into at all. But a problem plaguing Fallout games since the beginning was that one skill made you the master of half the game's main form of interaction, which really wasn't ideal. Games have tried to section off speech into different types of speech, but let's be honest, none of them have really worked. New Vegas goes for the opposite solution. It keeps speech as is, while giving other skills the chance to influence dialogue. The game is also cleverly using its opening area, low intelligence, to great effect in tutorializing players about this
making
feature.
the character
the first real quest
retarded.
in the game is to prepare for an attack on the town. This quest has multiple optional components where you can ask the townspeople for help, and each of them needs convincing using a different skill. This whole quest is basically the game showing you how many different ways you can play it. Like, hey, if you were good at barter, you could have talked this guy into helping. All the players who took this quest know that barter can influence dialogue and not just how much things cost. And minor spoilers, barter can be used to beat the final boss.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding, that's how many options you have here. If you want Easy Pete to share his dynamite with you, you have to prove you wouldn't blow your head off if he did. He doesn't need $10 words to convince him.